Welcome to the Lord world. Congratulations, you have become a new Lord. Next comes a 10-day trial period for new Lords. After 10 days, the formal Lord assessment will begin, and once you pass it, you may become a full-fledged Lord. Please make your preparations. The notification tone gradually faded, leaving behind a faint lingering hum. Bai Ye's consciousness slowly resurfaced, and the tip of his nose was the first to catch an unfamiliar scent. The damp smell of soil mingled with the fresh fragrance of grass and trees, along with a faint hint of forest mist. It was utterly different from the exhaust fumes and rebar concrete stench of an Earth city. This was the new Lord world. A dense primordial forest stretched all the way to the horizon. The branches of towering ancient trees intertwined and overlapped, blotting out the sky and sun. Shredded sunlight filtered through gaps in the leaves, sprinkling mottled patches of light onto the fallen, decaying leaves on the ground, giving them a faint sheen. Right beside this forest, a territory so rudimentary it bordered on crude manifested out of thin air. There were no sturdy walls, no orderly buildings, only a low circle of wooden palisades barely fencing off a small patch of land. Fresh wood shavings still clung to the palisades as though they had just been erected. At the center of the territory, a shabby thatched hut stood out conspicuously. The thatch on the roof was dry and curled, with some edges already fallen away, exposing the rough wooden beams beneath. Inside the hut, Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes. His long eyelashes trembled lightly a few times. A trace of confusion flashed through his eyes at first, and was then replaced by clarity. At last, it has begun, he murmured under his breath, his voice tinged with a slight hoarseness and an irrepressible mix of emotion and expectation. This day was one he had waited far too long for. Bai Ye rose slowly to his feet, and steps still a little unsteady walked out of the thatched hut. The soil beneath his feet was soft and moist, sinking slightly with each step. He lifted his head and slowly surveyed his surroundings. His gaze swept over the low palisades and the desolate territory. Then he looked toward the lush, verdant forest in the distance, his eyes full of emotion as the corners of his lips lifted unconsciously. Bai Ye was a transmigrator. Originally, he had been nothing more than an utterly ordinary, overworked office drone on Earth, crammed into crowded subways every day, repeating dull, tedious tasks. He toiled endlessly for a meager income, burning through sleepless nights and endless overtime, with barely any time left even to catch his breath. Yet who could have imagined that a sudden, inexplicable slumber would send him across worlds into this parallel realm so utterly unlike Earth? And this parallel world was different in more ways than one. This was an era where a game had descended upon reality, and all people had become lords. 100 years ago, the Lord Heavenly Tao had appeared out of nowhere above Blue Star, shattering its once peaceful life. From that moment on, the rules of Blue Star were completely rewritten. Every human on Blue Star, upon reaching the age of 18, would receive a chance to awaken and become a new Lord. They would then be transported to this other world to begin a 10-day trial as new Lords. So long as they could stand out in the final trial after those 10 days, they could successfully become full-fledged Lords endowed with the miraculous power to control territories and summon troop units. In this vast and perilous otherworld, a Lord could personally forge a territory of their own, upgrading buildings step by step and expanding their domain bit by bit. They could also cultivate powerful heroes and troop units defending their lands while continuously waging war on all sides. As the territory upgraded again and again, the Lord's own strength would likewise rise. Their physique strength and spirit would be enhanced in every respect. In the end, they could even break through the shackles of mortal life itself and become divine beings of endless lifespan, overlooking all living things. At this thought, a burning light flared in Bai Ye's eyes. The longing in his heart surged like a rising tide. On Earth, he had been far too insignificant, far too mediocre. But here he now held a chance to rewrite his fate and a real possibility of pursuing the summit. Such temptation was something no one could possibly resist. Just as Bai Ye was immersed in his emotions and aspirations, the voice of the Lord Heavenly Tao system once again rang out in his mind, cutting through his thoughts. Ding! The novice troop altar has been delivered. Ding! The Lord trait function has been unlocked. As the voice fell, a dazzling beam of white light suddenly descended from the sky, landing precisely in the corner of the crude territory. Bai Ye instinctively narrowed his eyes and raised a hand to shield himself from the glare. A moment later, the light slowly dispersed, and an ancient-looking stone altar gradually emerged. The altar was not particularly tall, hewn entirely from gray-brown stone, its surface carved with indistinct patterns that resembled some ancient totem. At the center of the altar lay a small recess, emitting a faint ripple of energy. This was the troop altar, the only means by which a Lord could summon units. So long as one consumed energy points, one could summon troops of one's own to guard the territory and march to war. I wonder what my initial troop unit will be. Bai Ye muttered under his breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. His previously unsteady steps grew lighter as he quickened his pace toward the troop altar. Stopping before the altar, Bai Ye halted and focused his gaze. The next instant, a transparent information panel materialized out of thin air before his eyes. Every detail of the troop altar was clearly displayed upon it. Troop Altar Swiftwind Archers Tier 1 summoning costs 7 energy points per unit food requirement. Each Swiftwind Archer requires 1 unit of basic food per day. Upgrade requirement 1 Troop Source Crystal Swiftwind Archers. That's quite a good opening. Bai Ye's eyes lit up, joy spreading across his face. He had long since studied the rules for new lords. The troop altar of every new lord was Tier 1, yet even among Tier 1 troops there were disparities. Some Tier 1 units required only a single energy point to summon. Their strength was so feeble they could not even manage basic self-defense. Others, however, required 10 energy points to summon. Their base attributes were formidable, their combat power far surpassing that of ordinary Tier 1 troops. The more energy points consumed, the stronger the base attributes of the summoned troops. This was a rule universally acknowledged in the Lord world. His Swiftwind Archers required 7 energy points to summon. Among all Tier 1 troops, they definitely counted as being in the upper middle tier. Such a starting point undoubtedly granted him a tremendous advantage. Bai Ye felt a surge of secret delight. With a slight shift of his thoughts following the guidance that surfaced in his mind, a transparent Lord panel appeared before his eyes out of nowhere. Its design was clean and straightforward, containing only 3 clear options and no superfluous clutter. The first was territory information, which allowed him to view the current level range resource reserves and all other details of his domain. The second was Lord information, recording his own attributes, traits, and other key details. The third was the communication and market channel for all new lords to exchange insights and trade resources. Among them, the communication channel option was flickering with faint continuous points of light rising and falling. Clearly many new lords were speaking there. My initial troop unit is Orc Warriors, 5 energy points to summon. Thick skin, tough, flesh, strong attack. My Invincible Lord career is about to begin. Damn it. Why is my initial troop Altar Skeletons? The weakest Tier 1 unit, only 1 energy point to summon. Probably can't even beat a single wild monster. How am I supposed to survive 10 days of trials like this? Oh, that's rough. Tier 1 skeletons really are absurdly weak. He might not even make it past the first day. Don't panic, everyone. Check what your lord traits are first. Maybe you'll draw a top-tier trait and turn the table. Traits matter far more than your initial troops. Yeah, I almost forgot we can draw lord traits. I've got to check mine right now. Here's hoping I pull a good one. Write the lord trait. Bai Ye murmured softly, withdrawing his gaze from the communication channel. With a thought, he lightly tapped the Lord Information option on the panel. Lord Bai Ye, race human, territory tier, new territory attributes, strength 1, agility 1, spirit 1, constitution 1. The average value for an ordinary adult is 1. Lord trait none available. To draw, the panel's contents were extremely concise, with no redundant information. Bai Ye's attributes were perfectly average, identical to those of an ordinary adult. This was within expectations. Most new lords started out this way. At the bottom of the panel, the words available to draw under the Lord trait entry stood out conspicuously. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Ye tapped it lightly, a trace of anticipation stirring in his heart. He hoped to draw a decent trait to add another layer of security to his opening. In the next moment, the panel flickered slightly, and a faint white light swept across it. The system prompt sounded in tandem: ding. Beginning Lord trait draw. Bai Ye unconsciously eased his breathing, his gaze fixed intently on the panel. A few seconds later, the white light faded, and the draw was complete. Ding. You have obtained a Lord trait. Experience amplification. All units within your territory receive a 100 increase to experience gained. A 100 experience boost. That's not bad at all. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile appearing. Although this trait was not top tier, it was certainly far from poor. The doubled experience gain would allow his troops and heroes to level up far more quickly. This would give him a significant edge during the 10-day trial, and he was more than satisfied with such a result. Whether in terms of troop, altar, or lord trait, his starting setup could be considered above average. Bai Ye's mood grew increasingly buoyant, the smile at the corner of his lips never fading. In his heart, he was already planning to immediately summon troops, then lead them out to explore and gather resources, preparing for territory upgrades and the upcoming trials. Just as his thoughts stirred, and he was about to head back to the troop altar to consume energy points and summon Swiftwind Archers, a voice similar to that of the Lord Heavenly Tao system, yet carrying a subtle difference, suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained a Lord trait. The Super God trait system is activating. Activation successful. Redrawing Lord trait for you. Ding. Draw complete. You have obtained a new Lord trait. 10,000-fold experience amplification. All units within your territory receive a 10,000-fold increase to experience gained. Damn it. Bai Ye's eyes shot wide open, pupils contracting sharply as a curse escaped his lips. What? His gaze was filled with shock. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, fearing he was hallucinating. A 10,000-fold experience boost. This time his voice trembled with a barely contained shock. Just moments ago it had been a 100 experience boost. How had it suddenly turned into 10,000 times? The immense contrast left his mind blank for a moment. Only the phrase 10,000-fold experience boost echoed repeatedly in his thoughts. Soon he came to his senses, the confusion in his eyes replaced by overwhelming ecstasy. The corners of his mouth curled up wildly, his gaze blazing with fervor, his breathing rapid. Is this my golden finger as a transmigrator? This is insane. He shouted under his breath in excitement, his fingers clenched tightly. His body trembled slightly with excitement. A mere 1-fold experience boost had directly become 10,000-fold. Such an astonishing affix had never appeared in the past 100 years of Blue Star. With this 10,000-fold experience boost affix, the upgrade speed of his troops would be absurdly fast, and the development of his territory would advance by leaps and bounds. Not to mention the 10-day trial, even becoming a full-fledged lord, or even reaching the legendary realm of eternal divinity, was no longer impossible. Unable to contain his excitement, Bai Ye hurriedly strode to the unit altar again. His eyes were full of eagerness and anticipation. He couldn't wait to see just how overpowered this 10,000-fold experience boost affix would be. A new lord starts with 30 energy points, and summoning one Gale Archer costs 7 energy points. With 30 energy points, he could summon exactly 4 Gale Archers, leaving 2 points as spare. With a single thought, Bai Ye issued the summoning command to the unit altar, starting to summon the Gale Archers. Ding! You have consumed 28 energy points and summoned 4 Gale Archers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the words fell, 4 dazzling pillars of light suddenly appeared above the unit altar. The pillars were a light cyan color, carrying a faint aura of wind. They shot straight into the sky, intertwining with the forest light and shadows, exceptionally dazzling. As the light dispersed, the figures of 4 Gale Archers slowly emerged. The light scattered, and the figures of 4 Gale Archers gradually materialized. They wore light cyan leather armor, outlining their agile frames. Small quivers hung at their waists, filled with sharp iron arrows. Their jet black hair was tied behind their heads, revealing smooth foreheads and keen eyes. A faint aura of wind lingered around them, their postures straight as pines, their eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. They remained in a constant state of battle readiness, as if born for combat. Bai Ye's gaze swept over the 4 Gale Archers, his eyes full of satisfaction, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not bad, just as I imagined. Swift and steady. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and quickly entered the Lord's state. He issued a stern order to the 4 Gale Archers. Follow me. We'll go out to explore, gather resources, and test your strength, and also see the effect of the 10,000-fold experience boost. Yes, my lord. The 4 Gale Archers replied in unison, their voices crisp and resolute. Then with light steps they followed Bai Ye, their movements perfectly synchronized, exuding professionalism. Bai Ye led the 4 Gale Archers, pushed open the wooden fence of the territory, and headed toward the dense forest. The light under the trees grew dimmer, decaying leaves carpeting the ground, making a soft rustling sound underfoot. Occasionally the calls of unknown birds and the rustling of small animals in the woods could be heard, a blend of tranquility and hidden danger. Bai Ye walked at the front, scanning the surroundings alertly while watching for traces on the ground. The 4 Gale Archers spread out on either side of him, arrows knocked ready for any sudden situation. And just suddenly a rustling sound came from the bushes ahead. Immediately after, 3 gray-furred rabbits started. They were slightly larger than ordinary rabbits, with sharp fangs at the corners of their mouths, fierce eyes, and a special wild monster aura radiating from them. These were the most common first-tier wild monsters in the new Lord trial, gray-furred rabbits. Not very strong offensively, but fast. Ideal beginner targets for new lords to hone their skills. Now, Bai Ye's eyes sharpened, and he immediately ordered Gale Archers aim at the target, fire. The instant the command was given, the 4 Gale Archers acted without hesitation. Drawing, knocking, aiming, releasing. A series of movements flowed, seamlessly completed almost simultaneously. Swish, 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 swish. 4 soft sounds, and 4 iron arrows carrying sharp wind force shot precisely toward the 3 gray-furred rabbits, without any deviation. The 3 gray-furred rabbits had no time to react before the arrows struck their vital points. They let out faint whimpers, fell heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, and then went still. Their aura vanished. The entire battle lasted only a few seconds, clean and efficient. Ding. Your Gale Archers have slain first-tier wild monster gray-furred rabbits, 3, gaining 15 EXP and 3 energy points. Ding. Lord's affix activated 10,000-fold experience boost. Experience multiplied to 15,000 points. The system chimes rang out one after another. Bai Ye's gaze instantly fell upon the 4 Gale Archers, his eyes full of anticipation. The next second, 4 faint white lights simultaneously enveloped the 4 Gale Archers. The The white light was not dazzling, but carried clear energy fluctuations. As the experience poured in, their auras began to rise rapidly, and the wind aura around them grew richer. The levels are rising. Bai Ye's heart leaped with joy. He quickly focused on checking the Gale Archer's attribute panel. The level column was flickering rapidly. Level 1, 5, 10, OI 15. In just a few seconds, the levels of the 4 Gale Archers skyrocketed, finally stopping at level 25. With the surge in level, their attributes underwent earth-shattering changes. The base stats at level 1, Strength 3, Agility 5, Constitution 2, Spirit 2, had now doubled and skyrocketed. Gale Archer, level 25, Strength 18, Agility 35, Constitution 12, Spirit 12, not only had the attributes surged, but their figures also seemed more upright, their eyes sharper than before. The iron arrows in their quivers faintly glowed with a cold light. Clearly their combat power had increased several times over. So overpowered. Bai Ye couldn't help but whisper in admiration, his eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. The effect of the 10,000-fold experience boost was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Just killing 3 ordinary first-tier wild monsters had boosted the 4 Gale Archers from level 1 to level 25. Such an upgrade speed was probably unmatched in the entire Lord world. The 4 Wind Archers sensed the changes within themselves, and a hint of surprise flickered in their eyes as they looked at Bai Ye with increasing respect. "Thank you, Lord." Bai Ye waved his hand, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and spoke with determination. "Keep moving forward, striving to find more wild monsters and gather more resources. The higher your levels, the greater our advantage in the trials." The group continued to delve deeper into the forest, feeling more at ease with the protection of the level 25 Wind Archers. Along the way, they encountered several waves of ordinary first-tier wild monsters. Whether it was the gray-furred hare or the sharp-toothed field mouse, they were effortlessly slain by the 4 Wind Archers. Each kill triggered a 10,000-fold experience boost, however, as levels increased, the required experience points surged significantly. After exploring for about half an hour, their levels rose to 50, and their attributes also slightly increased. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated from ahead in the forest. The sound was filled with hostility, far more ferocious than the ordinary wild monsters they had encountered before, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A presence far beyond that of a first-tier wild monster surged towards Bai Ye instinctively, making him halt, his expression turning grave. "Be careful. It's an elite monster." Bai Ye whispered, his gaze fixed intently on the trees ahead, where 3 dark figures leaped out and landed on a nearby clearing. It was 3 black-furred wild dogs, larger than ordinary wild dogs, their bodies covered in thick jet-black fur. Saliva dripped from their mouths, revealing sharp fangs, and their eyes glowed red, emanating a strong, ominous presence. They were indeed first-tier elite monsters, black-furred wild dogs. Bai Ye understood that the strength of first-tier elite monsters far exceeded that of ordinary first-tier wild monsters. Their attributes were over 3 times that of normal first-tier wild monsters. They had tough hides, powerful attacks, and were quicker. For a newly summoned lord with no upgrades, facing such foes was nearly impossible. Many new lords would even fall to the hands of first-tier elite monsters, unable to survive even the first day of trials. The 3 black-furred wild dogs fixated on Bai Ye and his group, emitting low growls, their limbs tensing as they crouched slightly ready to attack, their hostility intensifying. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened without a hint of panic. His Wind Archers had already reached level 50, with attributes far exceeding those of ordinary first-tier troops. Dealing with these 3 elite monsters was more than sufficient. Wind Archers, shoot with all your might, aim for the vital spots. With the command given, the 4 Wind Archers immediately nocked their arrows. This time their arrows shimmered with a faint blue wind aura, indicating the use of skill power. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For arrows infused with the power of wind flew out rapidly, faster and stronger than before, instantly reaching the 3 black-furred wild dogs. Though the 3 black-furred wild dogs were fierce, they had no chance to resist under the overwhelming level pressure from the Wind Archers. They couldn't even dodge before being struck in their vital spots. Their black fur was stained red with blood, and their low growls abruptly ceased. They collapsed heavily to the ground, devoid of life, their elite monster aura dissipating. Another instant kill, and this time it was 3 first-tier elite monsters. Ding. Your Wind Archers have killed 3 first-tier elite monsters, black-furred wild dogs, earning 150 experience points and 15 energy points. Ding. Triggered Lord's trait, 10,000-fold experience boost. Experience points doubled to 150,000. The system notification sounded once again. This time the experience points gained were 10 times more than when defeating ordinary wild monsters. After the 10,000-fold boost, it reached a terrifying 1.5 million points. In the next moment, 4 dazzling white lights enveloped the 4 Wind Archers again. This white light was denser than before, and the energy fluctuations were even more intense. Their auras began to surge wildly, with their levels rapidly increasing faster than any previous time. 51 levels, 60 levels, 70 levels, 80 levels, 90 levels. In just a few seconds, their levels skyrocketed. Finally, they stabilized at level 99. This was the maximum level for first-tier troops. Bai Ye quickly checked the attributes of the 4 wind archers at maximum level, his astonishment nearly spilling over. The attributes on the panel were nothing short of terrifying: wind archer, 99 level, maximum level race, human rank, first tier, maximum level strength, 198 agility, 398 constitution, 198 spirit, 198 skills, wind arrow, maximum level. Shoots arrows infused with wind power, increasing penetration by 100, speed by 100, with a 50 chance to crit. Swift, maximum level. Temporarily increases own speed by 50 for 10 seconds, cooldown time of 30 seconds. The maximum level wind archers had attributes that increased by dozens of times compared to their initial state. Coupled with 2 maximum level skills, their combat power had reached the pinnacle of first tier. With 4 such wind archers, even ordinary second-tier wild monsters could be effortlessly slain. Dealing with first-tier elite monsters was as easy as cutting vegetables. Just as Bai Ye marveled at the might of his maximum level wind archers, a golden light shone beside the corpses of the 3 black-furred wild dogs. The golden light wasn't overly bright, yet it exuded a distinct aura of treasure, capturing his attention. What is that? Bai Ye quickly walked over, discovering that the golden light revealed a palm-sized black treasure. The surface of the chest was engraved with simple patterns, surrounded by a faint energy wave appearing ancient and heavy. He bent down to pick up the chest, feeling its cool surface sturdy and firm. With the thought, a transparent information panel appeared before him, displaying details of the treasure chest. Mysterious treasure chest, level black iron, can be opened. Opening it grants random items. A black iron treasure chest. Bai Ye's face lit up, his eyes filled with anticipation. In the Lord's World, treasure chests dropped by wild monsters were categorized into various levels, such as black iron, bronze, silver, and so on. Though the black iron treasure chest was the lowest level, it was still a rare treasure for a new lord. The rewards inside were sure to bring joy to a novice lord. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye issued the command to open the chest. Open. In the next moment, the black iron treasure chest in his hands slowly opened. Ding. You have opened the black iron treasure chest and received 5 basic experience potions, 500 energy points, and 1,000 units of basic food. The system notification sounded. Bai Ye's gaze fell on each reward, and the smile at the corners of his mouth grew increasingly pronounced. The basic experience potions could directly elevate unit levels. 500 energy points could summon more wind archers. And 1,000 units of basic food could satisfy the food needs of 4 maximum level wind archers for nearly 3 months. Such rewards were exceptionally nice for a newly initiated lord in the trials. Looking at the rewards in his hands, Bai Ye was filled with joy. With these resources, he could summon more Gale archers, further strengthening his power and establishing a firm foothold in the Tendui trial. Let's return to the territory, summon new troops, and then continue exploring. Bai Ye commanded the 4 fully leveled Gale archers in a low voice. He then turned and headed towards the direction of the territory. The 4 Gale archers immediately followed, standing tall and moving lightly, their bodies surrounded by a rich aura of wind that almost formed a faint barrier. The ordinary wild monsters along the way sensed this strong aura and all hurriedly hid in the bushes, daring not to show themselves. Bai Ye walked calmly, calculating the number of troops he could summon in his mind. Initially, he had 2 energy points left, earned 24 points by defeating wild monsters, and received an additional 500 points from treasure chests, totaling 526 energy points. Each Gale archer summoned required 7 energy points. He could expend 525 energy points to summon 75 new troops. With the original 4, he would have a total of 79 Gale archers under his command. With such a lineup, even when facing a group of second-tier elite monsters, he could handle it with ease. Soon Bai Ye returned to the makeshift territory with the 4 fully leveled Gale archers. Glancing at the thatched hut and the troop altar, he wasted no time and quickly walked to the front of the altar. With a thought, he issued a batch summoning command. Ding! You have consumed 525 energy points to summon 75 Gale archers. A flurry of light pillars simultaneously erupted from the troop altar, intertwining in a pale blue hue and illuminating the entire territory. The wind aura spread out even more intense than when he summoned the 4 archers before. Moments later, the light pillars dissipated. 75 Gale archers clad in light blue leather armor stood in neat rows, their postures upright. In unison, they shouted, "We greet our lord." Their voices were loud, causing the surrounding grasses to tremble slightly. Bai Ye scanned the 79 Gale archers before him. His eyes brimmed with a sense of accomplishment, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. Among the 79 Gale archers, 4 had already reached level 99. The rest were at level 1 in their initial state. Although their levels were low with a 10,000-fold experience boost, they could quickly level up by defeating a few wild monsters. Let's go. Continue exploring the forest, gathering resources, and let the newly summoned archers level up quickly. Bai Ye commanded, and the 75 Gale archers immediately lined up neatly. Following him, they exited the territory, once more progressing deeper into the forest. This time the team's momentum was several times stronger than before. The fully leveled archers walked on either side, forming a protective formation, while the level 1 archers walked in the middle, both gaining protection and participating in battles to accumulate experience. The wild monsters encountered along the way, whether ordinary first-tier gray-haired rabbits or sharp-toothed field mice or sporadic first-tier elite monsters, were easily dealt with by the Gale archers. The fully leveled archers could kill an elite monster with a single arrow, while the level 1 archers only needed to assist in shooting to easily take down ordinary wild monsters. Each kill triggered the 10,000-fold experience boost. In just half an hour, as wave after wave of wild monsters were defeated, the system notification sounded continuously. The newly summoned Gale archers leveled up rapidly, soaring from level 1 to level 99, quickly reaching a fully leveled state. Thus, all 79 Gale archers under Bai Ye's command were now level 99. They were surrounded by a rich aura of wind, showcasing their formidable attributes. The entire team resembled an elite force, exuding overwhelming momentum. Bai Ye looked at all of his fully leveled troops, feeling an immense sense of confidence. With increasingly resolute steps, he led the team deeper into the forest. The further they ventured, the denser the trees became, the dimmer the light grew, and the humidity in the air thickened. At times, low roars could be heard from afar. Clearly, the wild monsters here were of a higher level and more dangerous. For a novice lord, venturing deep into the forest on the first day was not a wise choice. However, Bai Ye showed no fear. With 79 fully leveled Gale archers, he was more than capable of dealing with any first-tier monsters. Even if confronted with second-tier monsters, as long as they weren't fully leveled, they still had a fighting chance. After about an hour of advancing, the woods ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a simple wooden granary. The granary was constructed entirely of sturdy round logs with a thick layer of thatch covering the roof. Dried grass was piled at the entrance, and a faint aroma of grains could be detected. Moreover, a faint energy fluctuation surrounded the granary. This was a special building. Around the granary, 10 uniquely shaped monsters were patrolling back and forth. They were entirely wrapped in green vines, their bodies humanoid with sharp leaf blades for arms and a vibrant flower for a head, exuding an air of menace. Their eyes were vacant, radiating a strong monster aura. Bai Ye concentrated and quickly deciphered their information, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he regained his composure. Vine Guardian, first year, level 50, raised plant strength, 80 agility, 40 constitution, 100 skills. Vine binding restrains the target for 5 seconds. Leaf/swing sharp, leaves to deal substantial damage. A first-tier level 50 plant monster. Such monsters were considered powerful even among first-tier beings. Even those novice lords who had summoned top-tier initial troops and leveled up for a while would not dare to approach. Taking them down would be exceptionally challenging. After all, most novice lords' troops were likely still below level 10 at this point. They all halted their patrols, the flowers on their heads slightly opening, emitting sharp shrieks. The leaf blades on their arms gleamed, becoming sharp as the vines around them began to... They all halted their patrols, the flowers on their heads slightly opening, emitting sharp shrieks. The leaf blades on their arms gleamed, becoming sharp as the vines around them began to writhe, swiftly closing in on Bai Ye and his group. Their eyes filled with hostility, clearly perceiving them as intruders. Bai Ye remained calm, showing no signs of panic. He looked at the approaching Vine Guardians and solemnly commanded his 75 fully leveled Gale archers. Attack with full force, aim for a swift resolution, and target their core, the flower on their heads. Most of the cores of such monsters were located in their heads. As long as they shattered the core, they could easily defeat them. The moment the command was given, all 79 fully leveled Gale archers drew their bows simultaneously. The arrows were enveloped in a rich azure wind aura, and the ultimate skill Gale arrow was instantly activated. The speed and penetration of the arrows were significantly enhanced, shooting towards the 10 Vine Guardians like a torrential rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Although the 10 Vine Guardians had a high level and robust constitution along with 2 decent skills, they had no chance of resistance against so many fully leveled Gale archers. The arrows flew densely, accurately striking the flowers on their heads. The sound of puff, puff, puff resonated continuously. Each arrow dealt critical damage, shattering the flowers on the heads of the Vine Guardians, causing green sap. The entire battle lasted only a few seconds with no suspense whatsoever. All 10 first-tier level 50 Vine Guardians were instantaneously slain. They fell heavily to the ground, their bodies gradually wilting and turning into a pile of green vines, their aura dissipating as well. Ding. Your Gale Archers have defeated 10 first-tier level 50 monsters Vine Guardians, earning 1,000 experience. Ding. Triggered the Lord's trait 10,000-fold experience boost. Experience points doubled to 1,000,000. The system notification sounded. However, at this point all of Bai Ye's Gale Archers were already fully leveled, so even with higher experience points they could no longer level up. Bai Ye was unconcerned, his gaze fixed on the wooden granary ahead as he walked over briskly. As he reached the entrance of the granary and reached out to touch it, a chilling system notification suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a transparent information panel appeared out of nowhere, clearly displaying information about the granary. Discovered special territory building. Basic granary building level. First tier building effect automatically generates 3,000 units of basic food daily. When placed in the territory, would you like to seize this building immediately? After seizing it, it can be placed directly in your own territory. Basic granary generates 3,000 units of basic food daily. Bai Ye's eyes brightened, filled with excitement. Food is the most fundamental and crucial resource in the Lord's trial. With 79 Gale Archers under him along with himself, he needed basic food daily. This basic granary's daily production of 3,000 units of food could not only easily meet the needs of all troops, but also leave a substantial surplus. This completely resolved his worries about food and laid a solid foundation for summoning more troops in the future. Such a special building is undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for a novice lord. Bai Ye did not hesitate at all. Almost the moment the system notification fell, he silently thought, yes. Seize it immediately. Ding. Seizure successful. Special territory building. Basic granary has been stored in your territory warehouse and can be placed in the territory at any time. As the system notification concluded, the wooden granary gradually became transparent. Ultimately, it transformed into a faint golden light, flying into Bai Ye's mind and stored in the territory warehouse. Bai Ye could clearly feel a special connection established between him and the basic granary. With just a thought, he could place it anywhere in the territory. Having dealt with the Vine Guardians and seized the basic granary, Bai Ye's joy was beyond words. He stood in place, took a deep breath, and suppressed his excitement. He turned his gaze back towards the depths of the forest. The basic granary was just a start. There must be more resources and opportunities deeper in the forest. There were stronger monsters waiting for him to challenge and more territory buildings waiting for him to seize. Everyone. Bai Ye turned around and solemnly commanded all the Gale Archers under his command. His voice was loud and resolute. We will continue forward, delve deeper into the forest, seek more resources and opportunities, and strive to transform our territory into the most powerful novice territory before the trial ends. Yes, Lord. All Gale Archers responded in unison, their voices echoing through the forest. The wind aura around them grew denser, and their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Then Bai Ye took the lead, and alongside the Gale Archers they ventured deeper into the forest once more. Bai Ye, accompanied by the Wind Archers, delved deeper into the heart of the forest. The further they ventured, the more intense the ominous aura became. The towering ancient trees twisted and intertwined, casting the area into a shadowy gloom. Only sporadic rays of light barely penetrated the leaves, falling onto the moss-covered ground. The air was permeated with a faint scent of blood, mingling with the odor of decaying leaves and monsters, causing an inexplicable sense of unease. The distant roars grew increasingly deep and violent, each one causing the ground to tremble slightly. Clearly, a formidable presence lurked ahead. Everyone stay alert. A strong enemy is ahead. Bai Ye's expression grew solemn as he whispered orders, slowing his steps and scanning the surroundings warily. The 79 Wind Archers immediately entered a battle-ready state. Their arrows knocked their gazes sharp as eagles. The aura of wind around them grew denser, forming faint azure barriers that tightly protected Bai Ye in the center. Even though his troops were at maximum level, Bai Ye remained cautious. The source of such a violent roar in the depths of the forest was certainly no ordinary monster. At that moment, a violent tremor suddenly shook the ground. It was even more intense than when the Vine Guardians had appeared. The soil beneath their feet fell away in clumps, and the distant trees swayed violently. Bang! A thick branch snapped with a crash, hitting the ground with a thunderous sound. Immediately after, a massive shadow emerged from the dense woods, its form towering and covered in hard black scales. Its head resembled that of a giant bear, but adorned with two sharp horns. Its eyes were blood-red. Droplets of viscous black saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, and sharp fangs protruded, surrounded by an impenetrable cloud of dense black mist. A fierce aura far beyond that of a first-tier monster surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire area, making the air thick and oppressive. This is a first-tier boss. The black-scaled giant bear. Bai Ye focused his gaze, and a transparent information panel instantly materialized. Skill 2. Black-scaled charge concentrates all its power and charges forward, destroying all Black-scaled giant bear first-tier boss, level 90. Race beast. Strength, 500. Agility, 150. Constitution, 800. Spirit, 100. Skill 1 Giant Bear Roar emits a violent roar, stunning all targets within range for 3 seconds, while dealing minor spirit damage. Skill 2 Black-scaled charge concentrates all its power and charges forward, destroying all obstacles in its path and dealing massive physical damage. Skill 3 Rage Counterattack. When health drops below 30, A enters a rage state, increasing all attributes by 50 for 10 seconds. The Black-scaled giant bear is vastly different from ordinary monsters and elite monsters. Ordinary first-tier wild monsters are at most a dozen levels high. First-tier elite monsters are only at level 50. Yet this one is a staggering level 90, close to the maximum level for first-tier bosses. Its attributes are terrifyingly outrageous. With a constitution of 800, its tough skin and flesh provide incredible defense. A strength of 500 means a single blow can shatter rock. Even its agility far exceeds that of ordinary plant-type monsters. More importantly, it possesses 3 exclusive boss skills. Both the stunning roar and the massive charge possess earth-shattering power. For any new lord, this is an unbeatable existence. Countless new lords, even if they accidentally encountered a first-tier boss during trials, could only flee for their lives. A moment of carelessness could lead to instant death. At this moment, the black-scaled giant bear was fixated on by Ye and his group. Its blood-red eyes were filled with menace, and a low growl rumbled from its throat. In the next instant, it pressed its limbs against the ground, causing the earth to shake even more violently, clearly ready to attack. The overwhelming sense of pressure was enough to instill fear in anyone. The wind archers beside Bai Ye maintained their battle-ready stance, their auras slightly tense. They could distinctly sense the ferocity of the black-scaled giant bear, far more terrifying than any monster they had encountered before. Yet Bai Ye's expression remained calm, even breaking into a confident smile. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, a glimmer of excitement flickered. A first-tier boss, huh? Just perfect. Oh, let's test your full strength. He was well aware of the strength of his 75 fully leveled wind archers. Each of them possessed exceptionally high attributes bolstered by maxed-out skills. With 79 archers focusing their fire, even a second-tier boss could be challenged. Not to mention, this was only a first-tier boss. Everyone focus your attention and unleash Wind Arrow at full strength. Aim for its eyes and horns. Those are its weak points. Bai Ye commanded in a deep voice, his tone authoritative. The moment the order was given, all the wind archers exerted their strength simultaneously. Knocking arrows, drawing bows, and shooting, their movements flowed seamlessly without any hesitation. 79 arrows enveloped in a rich azure wind aura shot towards the black-scaled giant bear like a torrential downpour. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows sliced through the air with sharp sounds. Each arrow contained terrifying penetrating power and critical hit rates, accurately targeting the weak points of the black-scaled giant bear. Roar. The black-scaled giant bear bellowed, immediately activating the skill Giant Bear Roar in an attempt to intimidate Bai Ye and his group. At the same time, it swung its massive paws, trying to block the arrows. But the attack speed of the fully leveled wind archers was too fast, and the arrows were too densely packed. Before its roar could even spread, the arrows were already upon it. Puff, puff, puff. A series of dense sounds rang out as the arrows pierced through the scales of the black-scaled giant bear, like blades striking its eyes and horns with precision. In an instant, black blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground. The black-scaled giant bear let out a chilling scream, its massive form shaking violently. The redness in its eyes faded somewhat, replaced by agony and rage. It attempted to unleash black-scaled Chargetto counterattack, but arrows continued to rain down, each capable of inflicting massive critical damage. Its health diminished at a visible rate, leaving no time to gather its skills. In just a few seconds, the health of the black-scaled giant bear plummeted to the bottom. Soon it could no longer hold on, letting out one last shrill roar before crashing heavily to the ground. Its enormous body shook the earth violently, and the surrounding black mist gradually dissipated, leaving it lifeless. The 79 fully leveled wind archers easily dispatched the first-tier boss, the black-scaled giant bear, in just 2 rounds of focused fire. Ding! Your wind archers have killed the first-tier boss, the black-scaled giant bear, and gained 1 experience point. Ding! Triggered Lord's Entry 10-fold experience boost. Experience points doubled to 1,000,000. Just as the system notification finished, a more authoritative and resounding system voice echoed. Suddenly, it rang in the minds of all new lords simultaneously. It reverberated throughout the entire world of new lords without missing a beat. This was the full-frequency notification from the Lord's Heavenly Tao system. Full-frequency notification. Congratulations to the new Lord Bai Ye. You are the first new lord in this trial to kill a first-tier boss. Special reward energy points 1000. This full-frequency notification exploded like thunder in the minds of all new lords, instantly igniting the communication channel. The already lively channel surged to a boiling point. Messages flowed like a tide, all filled with shock and disbelief. What the hell? It's only the first day? Killing a first-tier boss. Am I seeing things? Are you crazy? A monster like a first-tier boss, even summoning a level 10 army, wouldn't be enough to fight it right. Who is this Bai Ye? I was just feeling proud about killing a first-tier elite monster, but this guy directly killed a boss. This gap is too large. Is it possible it was a fluke? How could a new lord possibly defeat a first-tier boss? It must be cheating. Cheating my ass. The Lord's heavenly Tao system monitors everything. How could there be cheating? Bai Ye must be the chosen one. His initial troops and entries must be exceptional. I'm so envious, I'm about to cry. Being the first to kill a boss grants 1000 energy points. This is a launch to the skies. It's over. Bai Ye is definitely the dark horse of this trial. We can't possibly compare. At this moment, Bai Ye was gazing at the all-frequency notification in his mind, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ding. You have received the reward for being the first to kill a first-level boss, energy points 1000. The system notification chimed again, and his energy points were instantly updated. Adding the rewards from killing wild monsters, he had a total of 1205 energy points. I nearly forgot about this. 1000 energy points is quite the pleasant surprise, Bai Ye murmured to himself. At that moment, a golden light shone from beside the corpse of the black-scaled giant bear. It was more dazzling than the golden light from the previous black iron treasure chest. The energy fluctuations surrounding it were also much stronger, capturing all of Bai Ye's attention. He quickly walked over and bent down to pick up the item glowing with golden light. It was a treasure chest larger than the black iron treasure chest, entirely silver-white, with intricate patterns carved onto its surface and embedded with tiny glowing points. It looked magnificent and heavy. It was indeed a silver-grade treasure chest. With a thought from Bai Ye, the information panel of the treasure chest instantly appeared. Mysterious treasure chest, grade silver, can be opened, will grant a random item upon opening. A silver-grade treasure chest. Bai Ye's eyes brightened, revealing his excitement. He couldn't help but whisper, what incredible luck. Although first-level bosses guaranteed a treasure chest drop, most were black iron grade. The drop rate for silver-grade treasure chests was a mere 10. This clearly indicated that his luck was exceptional. Bai Ye's fingertips brushed against the surface of the silver-grade treasure chest, feeling the rich energy fluctuations, his eyes filled with anticipation. He caressed the magnificent surface of the silver-grade treasure chest. The expectation in his eyes was nearly overflowing. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts and said in a deep voice, open the silver-grade treasure chest. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-grade treasure chest in his hands instantly burst forth with a dazzling silver light. The radiance was richer and more brilliant than that of the black iron treasure chest, with even stronger energy fluctuations. A gentle halo enveloped the entire area, dispersing some of the ominous energy from the forest. After a moment, the light slowly faded. Ding! You have opened the silver-grade treasure chest and received silver-grade hero summon, card 1, energy points 5000. As the system notification rang out, Bai Ye's eyes widened in surprise, his breath momentarily caught. A silver-grade hero summon card, and an additional 5000 energy points. This reward was even more generous than he had anticipated. It's worth noting that very few could obtain hero summon cards in the Novice Lord trial. Moreover, this was a silver-grade hero summon card. With 5000 energy points, he could summon nearly 700 wind archers, enough to elevate his forces to a whole new level. Bai Ye quickly picked up the silver-grade hero summon card. The card was entirely silver-white with complex magical patterns engraved on its surface and a small red crystal embedded in the center, emitting faint energy fluctuations. It felt warm to the touch and had a substantial texture. The information panel of the card then appeared. Hero summon card, grade silver, can summon a third-level hero. The hero possesses independent consciousness attributes far exceeding ordinary troops, can fight autonomously without real-time commands from the Lord. Initial level is third-level, basic strength crushes that of first-level max troops. Great. With the hero, the trial will be much more assured. Bai Ye couldn't contain his joy, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Without any hesitation, he firmly grasped the hero summon card, focusing his thoughts, and said, use the silver-grade hero summon card. Ding. Using the silver-grade hero summon card, summoning hero. As the system notification fell, a red light, even more dazzling than that of summoning troops, descended from the sky, precisely landing before Bai Ye. The red light was mixed with a faint golden halo, swirling with intense and vast fire energy. The temperature rose sharply, and the surrounding air became heated. Even the max-level wind archers beside him felt a hint of pressure. 79 max-level wind archers turned sideways, their gazes filled with curiosity and reverence, quietly observing the red light. The red light lasted for about 10 seconds before slowly dissipating, revealing a petite figure. It was a female, mage approximately 1.5 meters tall, small, and adorable. She had fluffy pink short hair with faint sparks at the tips, a round face adorned with lively amber eyes, and fair, delicate skin. Dressed in a short red mage robe, she wielded a small wooden staff. Surrounded by a faint aura of fire, she looked both charming and lively, yet carried a unique heat characteristic of fire mages. Fire Mage, unnamed, level 30, third level hero race, human strength, 150 agility, 90 constitution, 120 spirit, 300 skill 1, fireball intermediate. Conjures fire energy to release a fireball, dealing substantial fire damage. Skill 2, flame shield intermediate. Forms a shield of flame to resist certain damage, while dealing minor fire damage to nearby enemies. Skill 3, fire splash beginner. Causes a splash of fire damage to nearby enemies after the fireball hits the target. Bai Ye looked at the petite and adorable fire mage before him, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Hero units were indeed completely different from troop units, especially third-level heroes. This newly summoned third-level hero was already level 30. Their basic attributes far exceeded those of max-level wind archers at level 99. More importantly, she possessed a high degree of independent consciousness, her gaze lively, unlike troops that could only follow orders. Heroes could independently assess battlefield conditions, act on their own, fight autonomously, and even command troop battles. The strength of third-level heroes gave her the confidence to crush first-level monsters as soon as she appeared. This would undoubtedly save Bai Ye a lot of trouble, while significantly enhancing the combat power of his team. The fire mage opened her amber eyes, her gaze falling on Bai Ye filled with a hint of innocence. She then bent slightly, her voice clear and pleasant like the sound of wind chimes. Greetings, Lord. Thank you for summoning me. From now on, I am willing to follow you through fire and water without hesitation. In the Lord's world, summoned hero units are 100 loyal to their Lord and will never betray. Bai Ye looked at her obedient demeanor, the smile on his face growing broader as he softly said, no need for formalities. From now on, you are my first hero under my command. I shall give you a name. Since you are a fire mage, I will call you Yanxi. May you be as passionate as fire and as unstoppable as the tide. Yanxi, a fine name. The blazing flame mage's eyes brightened, a flash of delight crossed his amber gaze. He bowed again, his tone growing ever more reverent. Thank you, Lord, for bestowing the name. Yanxi will remember it. She could feel Bai Ye's benevolence and was filled with gratitude. Resolutely, she vowed inwardly to aid Bai Ye faithfully and to guard him and his domain with all her strength. Bai Ye nodded, his gaze falling on Yanxi's level 30, and a hint of expectation flickered in his eye. Yanxi, you are now a level 30, third-tier hero. We'll help you grind levels. With the experience amplification active, you will soon reach the maximum for your tier and unleash the true might of a third-tier hero. Experience amplification. A trace of doubt crossed Yanxi's eyes, then understanding dawned. She sensed the peculiar aura about Bai Ye and grew even more astonished. Obey the Lord's command. With that, Bai Ye led Yanxi and 79 max-level Gale archers deeper into the forest. Their goal was clear, to rapidly level Yanxi to hasten her growth, so she might demonstrate the true power of a third-tier hero. The monsters along the way were still first-tier common mobs and elites, posing nearly no threat to a level 30 third-tier hero like Yanxi. Moreover, with 79 max-level archers escorting her, Yanxi needed only to cast her spells casually to slaughter monsters and earn experience. The leveling process was astonishingly facile. Before long, a low hoarse roar came from the grass ahead. 2 black-furred wild dogs burst forth. First-tier level 50 elite black-furred wild dogs. They exuded a heavy stench of ferocity, their eyes bloodshot as they lunged toward the group. Yanxi, test your strength. Bai Ye murmured, refraining from ordering the archers to intervene. He wanted to see Yanxi's basic combat prowess and let her accumulate experience on her own. Yanxi inclined her head, steeled her gaze, and tightened her grip on the staff. In the next instant, the flame gem at the staff's tip flared to life, dense fire energy condensing. Moments later, a fist-sized fireball materialized, radiating searing heat as it shot toward one of the black-furred wild dogs. Fireball. The fireball of a third-tier hero far outclassed the skills of first-tier soldiers, more powerful, swifter, requiring almost no charge. The fireball raced with blinding speed and struck the wild dog's back. With a thunderous explosion, flames spread, the beast howled in agony as its back was scorched and its vitality plunged by more than half. The other black-furred wild dog, enraged, leapt at Yanxi. She remained calm, unflustered. With a thought, she unleashed a flame shield. A pale crimson barrier of fire instantly enveloped her. The wild dog slammed into the flame shield with a sizzling sound, scorched by the flames and retreating with a piteous cry. At that moment Yanxi condensed fire again. A second fireball shot true to the beast's vitals and fell. On the other side, the first scorched dog had no time to flee before Yanxi's lingering flames ignited it. In moments it collapsed and ceased to struggle. The power of a third-tier hero crushed first-tier elites, as if cutting through fruit. Ding. Your hero Yanxi killed 2 first-tier elite black-furred wild dogs, gaining 200 experience. Ding. The Lord's trait 10,000-fold experience amplification activated. Experience multiplied to 2,000. Ding. Killed 2 first-tier elite black-furred wild dogs, gaining energy points x25, x22. System chimes rang in quick succession. A dazzling red light enveloped Yanxi, and she felt a vast surge of energy pour into her. The level indicator leapt wildly. 30, 60, 90, 120. In mere seconds, her level shot up to 120. Her attributes skyrocketed accordingly. Her spirit rose to 600. The potency of her fireball flame shield and flame splash surged dramatically. She now possessed the combat strength of a top-tier third-tier hero. Yanxi's amber eyes widened in incredulous astonishment. She instinctively raised a hand to feel the swelling power within her, voice trembling slightly. Is this the Lord's ability? It was terrifying. Merely killing 2 elite monsters had vaulted her from level 30 to 120. As a third-tier hero, she understood full well the usual arduousness of leveling. She had assumed that even with experience amplification, it would take considerable time to reach tier cap. She had not expected such speed, and her admiration for Bai Ye deepened. Bai Ye watched her stunned expression and smiled faintly. This is only the beginning. Move on as soon you will. They pressed forward. After another 5 minutes or so, a hissing sound rose from a jumble of stones ahead. 2 slender black shapes shot out, winding among the rocks. Another type of first-tier level 50 elite, the venom fang serpents. Their bodies were bluish-black and sinuous, bifurcated tongues flicking from their mouths. Their fangs were laced with potent venom. Their eyes were cold, a faint poisonous mist clinging about them. They struck with fierce aggression. Yanxi, beware of their venom. Fire negates their poison. Bai Ye warned softly. Yanxi nodded, her gaze resolute, and the fire about her growing dense. In the next instant, the flame gem atop her staff flared brilliantly. This time she invoked an advanced fireball, drawing in far more flame energy. She intoned fireball, enhanced. An enhanced fireball from a third-tier hero far exceeded its novice form. Its power could shatter a first-tier elite in an instant. 2 fireballs larger than before materialized like twin streaks of red light and launched straight at the 2 venom fang serpents. The serpents tried to dodge but were sealed by the fire's intense heat and could not escape. Boom, boom. With 2 thunderous detonations, the fireballs struck. Flames roared across their bodies. The serpents emitted piercing hisses, and within a second were utterly lifeless, their forms turning to ash. The third-tier hero's might was on full display. Ding. Your hero Yanxi killed 2 first-tier elite venom fang serpents, gaining 220 experience. Ding. The Lord's trait 10,000-fold experience amplification activated. Experience multiplied to 2,000. Ding. Killed 2 first-tier elite venom fang serpents, gaining energy points x18, x27. Another blinding red light enveloped Yanxi, this one denser than before. Energy within her surged anew, and the level readout continued its rapid climb. 120, 130, 140, 150. Seconds later, the red glow faded and Yanxi's level steadied at 150. She had reached the third-tier cap. At this moment, the fiery aura surrounding Yin, she became extraordinarily refined. The mage robe she wore faintly glimmered with a subtle red light. Her demeanor subtly transformed, exuding a blend of charm and newfound strength. Confidence sparkled in her amber eyes, and the fire energy around her surged like a tidal wave. Bai Ye quickly examined Yin's eyes' max-level attributes, his eyes filled with shock and satisfaction. Blazing Mage Yin. She level 150 max level, 150 third-order max level, hero race, human strength, 450 agility, 270 constitution, 360 spirit, 1200 skill 1. Fireball technique max level. Condenses a massive amount of fire energy to unleash a giant fireball, dealing substantial fire damage with a 30 chance to inflict a burning effect lasting 5 seconds, causing minor damage each second. Skill 2. Fire shield max level. Forms a sturdy shield of fire to absorb significant damage while dealing massive fire damage to nearby enemies. Skill 3. Blazing impact max level. Releases a wide-ranging fire shockwave, dealing immense fire damage to all enemies within the area, with a 50 chance to ignite the target lasting 8 seconds. Skill 4. Flame burst max level. Gathers fire energy from her entire body to unleash a large-scale flame explosion, dealing devastating fire damage to enemies within. A max-level third-order hero with attributes that could only be described as terrifying. especially her spirit which soared to 1200, far surpassing that of a max-level Gale archer by several times. All skills are at max level, making her power boundless. Whether for single target or area attacks, her destructive capabilities are overwhelming. Even a second-order boss would be easily crushed. She felt the surging power within her, a confident smile spreading across her face. She turned to Bai Ye and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Lord. She has reached the third-order max level. From now on, I will guard you better, clearing all obstacles for you." Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, looking at the 79 max-level Gale archers and 1 max-level blazing mage under his command, feeling a surge of confidence in his heart. At this moment, his energy points were updated again. Originally at 1205 points, adding the 5,000 points from opening a treasure chest and the 92 points gained from defeating 4 elite monsters, he now had a total of 6,297 points. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, looking at the 79 max-level Gale archers and 1 max-level blazing mage under his command, feeling very well. Next we will delve deeper into the forest to seek more resources and opportunities. Bai Ye's voice was firm and powerful. His gaze swept over the 79 max-level Gale archers and the third-order max-level, filling his heart with confidence. Now with such strong combat power under his command, rather than wasting time exploring together, it would be more efficient to split into 2 teams. After a brief thought, Bai Ye issued a solemn command to the crowd. Take 40 Gale archers and explore the eastern side of the forest, keeping an eye out for special buildings, resource points, and monster clusters. I will take 13 archers and explore the western side. If we encounter any difficult targets, immediately send a message to me, and we will support each other. Understood, my lord. She bowed deeply, her amber eyes filled with confidence. Rest assured, my lord, I will thoroughly explore and miss no opportunities. If there are any anomalies, I will send a message at the first moment. Having said that, she turned and waved to the 40 Gale archers. The group moved briskly and quickly set off towards the eastern side of the forest. The intertwining auras of fire and wind created a formidable presence. Bai Ye watched as Shi and her group vanished into the woods. Then he led the remaining 13 Gale archers and set off towards the western side of the forest. The 2 teams split up, each embarking on their exploration. Max-level Gale archers paired with the third-order max-level hero were highly efficient, whether clearing wild monsters or searching for resources. Along the way, first-order wild monsters and elite monsters hardly survived even a single round of attacks. Each kill provided a small amount of energy points. Meanwhile, Bai Ye's energy points were steadily increasing. Time flew by, and before he knew it, half a day's time had passed. Bai Ye and his 13 archers had thoroughly cleared one side of the forest. They not only gathered some basic food and energy stones as initial resources along the way, but also defeated numerous first-order wild monsters and several elite monsters, accumulating nearly 300 energy points. Bai Ye stopped and looked up at the sky. The light in the forest grew dimmer, and the sunset's afterglow barely penetrated the leaves, casting... Bai Ye stopped and looked up at the sky. The light in the forest grew dimmer, and the sunset's afterglow barely penetrated the leaves, casting scattered patches of light. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, "It's about time. I'll all be dark soon." The first critical juncture of the new Lord's trial is right after dark. When darkness falls, the first day's trial will officially commence. At that time, a large number of dark monsters will spawn and directly attack the territory. And the Lord's task is to defend the territory from being breached. Now, with 79 max-level Gale archers and the third-order max-level Shi, along with the previously obtained basic granary and a substantial amount of energy points, our strength is already formidable enough to face the trials after dark. Bai Ye's lips curved into a confident smile. With a thought, he prepared to message Shi to regroup and return to the territory to prepare for battle. Just then a crisp voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was Yin Zai's message, "My lord. I found a strange entrance on the eastern side of the forest radiating intense energy fluctuations. It looks like the legendary dungeon entrance. You need to come and see." Her message carried an unmistakable hint of excitement. A dungeon entrance? Bai Ye's eyes lit up, a look of ecstatic joy crossing his face as his heart raced. In the Lord's World, dungeons are treasure troves of resources featuring a plethora of monsters that enable rapid leveling and energy point acquisition. There is also a chance to obtain high-quality equipment and items. Especially for second-order and above dungeons, the rewards are exceedingly generous. However, dungeon entrances are incredibly elusive, and few new lords encounter them during the early stages of their trials. Shi, stay where you are, and do not approach the entrance without caution. I will be there shortly. Bai Ye quickly replied, his tone filled with urgency. Then he commanded the 13 Gale archers beside him, "Everyone proceed at full speed to the eastern side of the forest and regroup with Shi." "Yes, my lord." The 13 Gale archers responded in unison, then followed by Yi as they raced towards the eastern side of the forest. With the speed bestowed by a max-level archer, the group swiftly navigated through the forest like a gust of wind. The trees along the way blurred past, and a journey that would typically take an hour was completed in just half an hour, arriving at the location mentioned by Yanxi. In the distance, Bai Ye spotted Yanxi accompanied by 40 swift archers standing guard before a dark cave entrance. The entrance was about 2 men high, surrounded by a faint black mist. The mist was intertwined with weak energy fluctuations distinctly different from the aura of ordinary monsters, carrying a hint of mystery. "My lord, you have arrived." Seeing Bai Ye, Yanxi immediately approached, pointing at the cave entrance with excitement in her voice. "This is the entrance. If I can sense a massive presence of monsters inside." Bai Ye quickly walked to the cave entrance and concentrated his gaze. Instantly, a transparent system information panel appeared, displaying details about the dungeon, heightening the anticipation in his eyes. Discovered second stage dungeon, werewolf mine. Dungeon level second stage. Dungeon content: a large number of second stage elite monsters rampaging werewolves inhabit the mine. At least one second stage boss werewolf chief is present with abundant resources and drop rewards within the dungeon. Dungeon rules: once entered, players cannot exit midway and must defeat all monsters and the boss to clear the dungeon, receiving generous rewards upon completion. A second stage dungeon. Bai Ye exclaimed joyfully, quietly marveling. What luck! A second stage dungeon filled with second stage elite monsters and a boss. If I clear it, the rewards will undoubtedly be substantial. The strength of second stage monsters far surpassed that of first stage monsters, especially the second stage elite monsters, which were at least level 30, boasting formidable combat power. For a newcomer lord on the first day, it was utterly insurmountable. Even those who summoned powerful initial units would find their troops barely reaching the teens in level. Faced with second stage elite monsters, they could only be crushed. Yet Bai Ye felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. After all, he possessed a 1,000-fold experience boost as a game enhancer. On the first day, he already had 79 max-level swift archers under his command, along with a max-level third-stage hero. Not to mention second-stage elite monsters. Even a second-stage boss could be easily squashed. Yanxi, let's enter the dungeon. Just as Bai Ye was about to step into the dungeon entrance, a cold system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected that you are about to enter the second-stage dungeon, werewolf mine. Do you confirm entry? Note: once entered, players cannot exit midway until clearing the dungeon or being wiped out. Please choose carefully. Confirm entry. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye silently chanted the confirmation in his heart almost instantly after the system prompt. For him, this was not a challenge, but an opportunity for resources, leaving no reason to decline. Ding. Confirmed entry into the second stage dungeon, werewolf mine. Transferring to dungeon. As the system prompt concluded, a gentle white light enveloped Bai Ye and Shi and the 79 swift archers. In a flash of white light, the group vanished before the cave entrance teleported into the dungeon space. As the scene shifted, they found themselves in a dark and damp mine. Inside the mine, it was pitch black, only occasionally illuminated by flickering phosphorescent lights overhead that cast a weak blue glow, lighting the path ahead. The ground was littered with rubble and mud, squishing softly underfoot, emitting faint rustling sounds. The air was thick with the strong scent of rust, and the stench of monsters mingled with damp mold, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. The walls on either side of the mine were covered with traces of mining, occasionally revealing scattered ores that emitted faint energy fluctuations. Bai Ye surveyed his surroundings, his expression slightly grave. He looked up at the phosphorescent lights at the top of the mine and thought, "We must clear the dungeon before dark. Otherwise, once the trial officially begins, our territory will be left unguarded, and that would be troublesome. There's no time to waste." He commanded the group in a deep voice. "We have limited time. Advance at full speed, clear all monsters in the mine, and quickly locate the boss to clear the dungeon. Yanxi, you are responsible for the frontline output. Suppress the monsters. All swift archers assist Yanxi in killing the monsters, and be alert for monster ambushes." "Yes, my lord." Yanxi and the 79 swift archers responded in unison instantly. Yanxi gripped her staff tightly. The flames around her surged, and the flaming crystal atop her staff radiated a dazzling red light. The 79 swift archers knocked their arrows, their eyes sharp, spreading out to either side of the mine, ready to shoot at any moment. The group pushed deeper into the mine, having walked only a few steps. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from the darkness ahead. Immediately after, several shadowy figures burst forth from the darkness, leaping toward the group. These shadows were agile, covered entirely in gray fur. With crimson eyes and sharp fangs bared, they radiated a strong second-stage energy fluctuation. These were the second-stage elite monsters, rampaging werewolves. Rampaging werewolf, second stage, elite level 30. Race beast. Strength 120. Agility 80. Constitution 100. Spirit 30. Skills: rampaging bite. unleashes a furious attack, dealing significant physical damage to the target. Lightning Assault temporarily increases its speed, charging at the target to inflict collision damage. This kind of second-stage elite monster, if placed before an ordinary newcomer lord, could instantly wipe out their team. But before Bai Ye's forces, they were as insignificant as ants. Attack! Bai Ye commanded, and battle erupted instantly. Yanxi struck first, her thoughts guiding her to instantly activate her max-level skill Flame Impact. Boom! A wide-ranging flame shockwave surged toward the rampaging werewolves. Boom! With a massive explosion, flames spread out instantly, hitting several rampaging werewolves who let out shrill howls as their health dropped dramatically. In the meantime, the 79 max-level swift archers drew their bows, simultaneously shooting arrows like a torrential rain toward the rampaging werewolves. Every arrow accurately hit its mark, dealing immense critical damage. The rampaging werewolves attempted to retaliate with lightning assault, but were blocked by Yan Zai's flame shield. The approaching werewolves were instantly scorched by flames, unable to get close to the group. The entire battle lasted only 3 seconds with no suspense. The dozen or so second-stage elite rampaging werewolves were effortlessly taken down, leaving no room for resistance. Ding! Your swift archers and hero Yanxi have killed 15 second-stage elite rampaging werewolves, gaining 1,500 experience points. Ding! Triggered Lord's trait 1,000-fold experience boost. Experience points doubled to 15 million. Ding! Killed 15 second-stage elite rampaging werewolves, gaining energy points 25, 28, 22. Total 367 points. Ding! Killed second-stage elite rampaging werewolves, dropped 2 bronze-level treasure chests. The system prompts rang in succession, a glimmer of surprise flashing in Bai Ye's eyes. He quickly walked over to the 2 bronze treasure chests and bent down to pick them up. Bronze-level treasure chest. A treasure chest 1 level higher than the black iron level. It is entirely a bluish-green color with exquisite patterns engraved on its surface, and the energy fluctuations surrounding it are significantly more intense than those of a black iron treasure chest. Open! Bai Ye did not hesitate for a moment, focusing his mind to open 2 bronze-level treasure chests simultaneously. 2 faint green lights illuminated at the same time. Ding! You have opened 2 bronze-level treasure chests and obtained energy points 1,800 unit equipment Wind Guardian Shield Hero Equipment Flame Staff. Bai Ye was overjoyed and quickly checked the information on the 2 pieces of equipment. Unit equipment Wind Guardian Shield level bronze, applicable all units. Effect: all units equipped with this item gain a light shield that grants 50 damage immunity, lasting 5 seconds. Cooldown time of 30 seconds after equipping all units. Constitution 20 equipment slot can be placed in any unit's equipment slot. Each unit has 5 equipment slots. Hero Equipment Flame Staff level bronze, applicable fire-type mage heroes. Effect: after equipping the hero's spirit, 150 damage of fire-based skills like Fireball and Flame Shock increased by 30. Active effect can trigger double casting, lasting for 3 skills. Cooldown time of 60 seconds. Equipment slot can be placed in fire-type hero's equipment slot. Each hero has 5 equipment slots. Unit Defense Equipment and Hero Staff. Bai Ye could not help but exclaim softly. These 2 pieces of equipment were simply astonishing. The Wind Guardian Shield could greatly enhance the survival ability of 79 archers. The light shield granting 50 damage immunity was sufficient to significantly increase their survivability against high-tier monsters. The Flame Staff would further enhance Yan Zai's combat power, especially the double casting effect, which could double her output. Coupled with fully upgraded skills, her power was nothing short of terrifying. Without any hesitation, Bai Ye focused his mind and pulled up the equipment panels for all units and Yanxi. Like playing a game, the panel clearly displayed the 5 equipment slots for each unit, all empty, waiting to be filled with equipment. He first selected the unit equipment Wind Guardian Shield, and with a thought placed the Wind Guardian Shield onto it. Instantly, the icon of the Wind Guardian Shield appeared in the equipment slots of all 79 swift archers. The next moment, a faint blue light shield enveloped each archer. The light shields were crystal clear, exuding a weak wind aura. Their constitution also instantly improved, and their auras became more stable. Then Bai Ye pulled up Yan Zai's equipment panel, selected the Hero Equipment Flame Staff, and gently moved it into Yan Zai's first equipment slot. In an instant, Yan Zai's original wooden staff vanished, replaced by a fired staff. The flame crystal at the top of the staff became larger, radiating intense fiery energy. Her spiritual attributes surged instantly, and the fiery aura around her grew even stronger. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yan Zai's amber eyes as she felt the surging power within her. "Thank you, Lord. This staff is so powerful." Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, watching his team now equipped and with enhanced combat power, feeling a surge of confidence. At this moment, his energy points were also updated again. Initially at 6297 points plus the 367 points obtained from killing the rampaging werewolf, and the 1800 points from opening the treasure chest, he had a total of 8,464 points. Enough to summon over 1,000 swift archers. Alright, the equipment is fully equipped. Let's continue advancing and find the boss before dark to clear the dungeon. Bai Ye's gaze swept over his team, filled with confidence. The 79 swift archers surrounded by faint blue light shields had greatly enhanced their constitution and doubled their survivability. Yin Shi held the flame staff, her fiery aura becoming more magnificent, her spiritual attributes soaring, pushing her output capability to another level. The group quickened their pace, advancing deeper into the mine. This werewolf mine was not large. Although the winding passages were filled with many rampaging werewolves, they were no match for them. Yin Shi was the first to unleash the wide area skill Flame Shock. Groups of rampaging werewolves were engulfed in flames, their health instantly dropping to the bottom. Along the mine's path, numerous initial resources, basic food or basic potions, were scattered, which Bai Ye casually collected, pondering how to utilize these initial resources later. Along the mine's path, numerous initial resources, basic food or basic potions were scattered, which Bai Ye casually collected, pondering how to utilize these initial resources later. It was somewhat regrettable that aside from the 2 bronze-level treasure chests from the beginning, the dozens of rampaging werewolves cleared afterward did not drop any more treasure chests. Your swift archers and hero Yin Shi have killed 42 tier 2 elite rampaging werewolves, earning energy points 21, 26, 23. Total 906, successfully eliminating all remaining rampaging werewolves in the mine. Obtained a large amount of energy points. Ding. Your swift archers and hero Yin Shi have killed 42 tier 2 elite rampaging werewolves, earning energy points 21, 26, 23. Total 916 points. Ding. Triggered Lord's trait tenfold experience boost. Experience points doubled to 4,200 points. As the system prompt sound faded, Bai Ye's energy points were updated again. Originally at 8464 points, adding the 916 points from killing those 42 rampaging werewolves, he now had a total of 9,380 points. He looked around. The depths of the mine were already empty, with no trace of any monsters left, only the lingering stench of blood and rust in the air. It seems all the minor monsters have been cleared. The boss should be appearing soon. Bai Ye muttered to himself, his expression turning vigilant as he issued orders to everyone. Everyone get ready. Yin Shi, stand beside me. All swift archers form a defensive formation at the front, ready to respond to the boss attacks at any moment. As soon as the command was given, a cold system prompt suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. The entire mine shook violently, and loose stones fell from the ground, and the phosphorescent lights above flickered wildly. Boom. A powerful aura surpassing that of a tier 2 elite monster swept from the depths of the mine, filled with rage and ferocity, causing an inexplicable sense of unease. Ding. The tier 2 dungeon boss rampaging werewolf leader is about to appear. Please prepare for. A massive shadow slowly emerged from the depths of the mine, its size more than double that of an ordinary rampaging werewolf. It was covered in pitch-black tuff, fur-stained with dark red blood. Its eyes were blood-red, with sharp fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth. Thick, inky black mist swirled around it, exuding a powerful and violent aura. This is the tier 2 max-level boss rampaging werewolf leader. Bai Ye focused his gaze, and the boss information panel instantly appeared before him. The attributes displayed made him raise an eyebrow, inwardly acknowledging the formidable strength. Furious werewolf leader, level 100, full second tier. Race beast. Strength 500. Agility 300. Constitution 400. Spirit 150. Skill 1, Howl of Terror, emits a furious howl that deals 200 physical damage to all targets within range, while applying a terror effect that stuns them for 2 seconds, cooldown 15 seconds. Skill 2, Berserk Stomp, stomps the ground forcefully, releasing a shockwave that deals massive physical damage to all targets in range, cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 3, Rage Bloodline, passive when health is below 50, all attributes increase by 30 for 10 seconds. The attributes of this level 100 boss are indeed astonishing, with strength, agility, and constitution all slightly exceeding those of a level 100 third tier Inferno Tide. Especially its constitution of 400, which makes it incredibly tough with extremely high defense. It also possesses 2 powerful area damage skills. Even a typical novice lord would struggle to withstand it, even when in a party. As soon as the furious werewolf leader appeared, it raised its head and emitted a deafening furious howl. The Howl of Terror skill was instantly activated. An invisible shockwave spread outward. In an instant, the mine trembled violently, with rocks falling everywhere, and the 79 swift archers were instantly affected. Fortunately, Bai Ye had prepared ahead of time, positioning the archers at the front, and they were all equipped with the wind. At the moment the shockwave from the howl struck, the azure light shields surrounding the 79 swift archers instantly lit up. The equipment effect triggered, granting them immunity to 50 of the damage. With a sizzling sound, the light shields trembled slightly, but did not shatter. The archers only sustained 100 points of damage, which had little effect on them as their constitution was already high, further boosted by their equipment. Even the stun effect was weakened by the defense of the light shields, leaving them dazed for less than a second before they returned to normal. Bai Ye and Yanxi, standing at the back of the team and far enough from the boss, were not affected by the Howl's terror wave and sustained no damage. Yanxi tightened her grip on the flame staff, her gaze sharp and ready to act at any moment. Master the boss skills are formidable, but with the support of the troops' equipment, the archers are fine. Bai Ye nodded, looking at the furious werewolf leader's blood-red eyes. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he solemnly commanded, "Now is the time." The 79 archers concentrated their fire, aiming for the boss' eyes and throat to deal maximum damage. As soon as the order was given, all 79 fully leveled swift archers simultaneously drew their bows, arrows swirling with rich azure wind energy. In the next moment, the swift arrow skill was fully activated, and a multitude of arrows propelled by fierce wind shot toward the furious werewolf leader, accurately targeting its weaknesses. With a series of piercing sounds, arrows pierced through the furious werewolf leader's dark fur, accurately striking its eyes and throat. In an instant, black blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground. The furious werewolf leader let out a shrill scream, its massive body shaking violently. Its health visibly dropped at an alarming rate. Just one round of concentrated fire reduced its health by more than half, plummeting from full health to below 30. Very good. Yanxi, it's your turn to strike and finish it. Bai Ye commanded solemnly. Understood. Yanxi responded promptly, her gaze sharpened as she activated the flame staff's active effect double cast. In an instant, the fiery aura surrounding her surged to its peak. The flame crystal at the tip of the staff shone with brilliant red light as the fully leveled skill Blazing Impact was unleashed first. Boom. A wide-ranging flame shockwave swept toward the furious werewolf leader. With a massive explosion, the flames spread out, causing the boss health to drop drastically again. Before the boss could react, the double casting effect triggered again, and the second Blazing Impact followed suit, its power undiminished, striking the boss body once more. Following that, without pausing, Yanxi concentrated all her fiery energy and unleashed her strongest skill, Flame Burst. The double casting effect activated again, and two giant flames exploded simultaneously, engulfing the furious werewolf leader in scorching fire, unleashing devastating power. A final chilling howl escaped the furious werewolf leader. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. The surrounding black mist gradually dissipated, and it completely lost its life force. Ding! Your hero Yanxi and the swift archers have defeated the level 100 boss furious werewolf leader, earning 100 experience points. Ding! Triggered Lord's title 10-fold experience boost. Experience points doubled to 100,000. Ding! Second tier dungeon, werewolf mine cleared. The system notification rang out in succession. A gentle white light enveloped the entire mine. The dungeon space began to tremble slightly, signaling its impending closure. At the same time, a golden light shone from beside the corpse of the furious werewolf leader. The golden light was more radiant and majestic than the silver chests, with stronger energy fluctuations. This instantly captured Bai Ye's full attention. It was a chest entirely golden, embedded with jewels, the very definition of a golden chest. Bai Ye hurried over and bent down to pick up the golden chest. It felt heavy and had a delicate texture with intricate patterns carved on its surface. It was also adorned with 4 red gemstones emanating rich energy fluctuations, far more luxurious than the previous silver or bronze chests. At that moment, another system notification sounded, announcing the clearance information and rewards. Ding! You have successfully cleared the second-tier dungeon, Werewolf Mine. Ding! Clearance rating S rank. Based on clearance speed, team losses, and kill efficiency. Ding! Received S rank clearance reward energy points 100 special building blueprints 2. S rank rating. Rewards of 1000 energy points, and 2 special building blueprints. Bai Ye's eyes lit up, revealing his delight. With the 1000 energy points, plus the previous 9380 points, it instantly reached 19380 points, enough to summon over 200 swift archers. The special building blueprints were even more crucial for territory development, significantly enhancing the territory's strength. Yanxi and the 79 swift archers also sheathed their weapons, their faces glowing with joy as they approached Bai Ye and bowed respectfully. Congratulations, Master, on successfully clearing the dungeon. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, clutching the golden chest. He also glanced at the 2 new special building blueprints in the Lord's space, his eyes filled with anticipation. Very well, now that the dungeon has been successfully cleared, we should leave here and return to our territory. After dark, the trials will officially begin, and with these gains we are ready to face any challenge. As soon as the words left his mouth, a gentle white light enveloped everyone once more. Ding! The dungeon is about to close, teleporting back to the dungeon entrance. As the system notification concluded, the figures of the crowd instantly vanished from the mine, teleported back to the entrance of the werewolf mine dungeon. The white light dissipated. Bai Ye and 79 windstorm archers reappeared at the entrance of the Wolfman mine dungeon. At this moment, the sky was nearly fully darkened, and the last rays of the setting sun had completely vanished from the horizon. The forest was shrouded in thick darkness, with only a few scattered starlights barely penetrating the branches, casting weak spots of light. The air was thick with a sense of hostility, and faintly one could hear a mysterious violent roar coming from afar, heralding the complete arrival of darkness. Just as everyone was preparing to return to their territory, a solemn and booming system voice echoed simultaneously in the minds of all the new lords. Just like when Bai Ye was the first to defeat the first-tier boss, the full-frequency notification of the Lord's Heavenly Tao system resonated throughout the entire world of new lords. Full-frequency notification. Congratulations, new Lord Bai Ye. You are the first new lord to clear the second-tier dungeon Wolfman mine in this new lord trial. Clearance rating S-Class. Special reward energy points 2,000. This full-frequency notification detonated the communication channel among the new lords like thunder. The already boiling atmosphere reached its peak. If Bai Ye defeating the first-tier boss was still subject to some skepticism as mere luck, then the fact that he was the first to clear the second-tier dungeon and received an S-Class rating shattered everyone's understanding. The second-tier dungeon was filled with second-tier elite monsters and fully leveled second-tier bosses. For the new lords on the first day, this was an existence that was simply unattainable. Yet Bai Ye managed to achieve it, and even got an S-Class rating. Unlike the shock and jealousy of ordinary new lords, a few special new lords had particularly pronounced. In a certain part of the forest, a young man clad in black armor stood before a group of fully leveled first-tier units, Black Iron Warriors. His lord attribute 10,000 blades could increase the damage of all his units by 10 times. This was an exceptional attribute. Summoning the strongest first-tier units right from the start made him a standout among the new lords. Many even viewed him as a dark horse in this trial, likely to claim first place. The moment he heard the full-frequency notification, the long sword in the young man's hand clattered to the ground, and the confidence on his face was instantly replaced by disbelief. His pupils constricted, and he muttered in a low voice, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The second-tier dungeon. And an S-Class rating. What kind of monster is Bai Ye?" He believed that with his tenfold damage attribute and the strongest first-tier units, he was already at the top level among the newcomers. Yet he hadn't even dared to challenge a first-tier boss. Bai Ye had already cleared the second-tier dungeon, and this gap plunged him into self-doubt. In another part of the New Lord world, in a valley, a young man clad in white robes with an ethereal demeanor was surrounded by a faint golden glow. Standing beside him were two second-tier heroes. He was the descendant of the true God Lord, Leon. With the identity of the true God's descendant, he not only had a top-tier start, but also received additional blessings from the true God. He enjoyed extra attribute boosts and a significant reduction in the cost of summoning units. Since the beginning of the New Lord trial, he had looked down upon mingling with ordinary new lords. When he heard the full-frequency notification, a flicker of disturbance finally appeared on Leon's originally calm face. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in his golden eyes. Then a playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Bai Ye. Interesting. The first to defeat a first-tier boss, the first to clear the second-tier dungeon, and to receive an S-Class rating. It seems this trial won't be too boring. He had already developed a strong interest in Bai Ye and even entertained thoughts of competing with him in the future. Meanwhile, in an open space filled with wildflowers, a young girl in a pink long dress with a delicate appearance was crouched down, organizing 10 treasure chests around her. These treasure chests included black iron, bronze, and even a silver one. All were her harvest from the first day. Most were dropped by ordinary wild monsters, while a few were found accidentally in the wild. Her luck was absurdly good. She was practically the favorite daughter of Lady Luck. When she heard the full-frequency notification, the girl paused her movements slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her clear eyes. Then she took out a recording crystal and quietly noted down the words Bai Ye, murmuring to herself, "Bai Ye. So impressive, he managed to clear the second-tier dungeon. I must pay more attention to him in the future." She felt no jealousy, only pure astonishment. At this moment, Bai Ye was watching the friend requests flashing continuously in his mind. They were densely packed, all coming from various new lords. Some wanted to befriend him, some sought advice, and others with malicious intent attempted to test his situation. Bai Ye glanced over, his expression unchanging as he directly ignored all requests. He had no time to deal with these irrelevant people. Darkness was about to descend after sunset, and the dark trial was set to begin, so his priority was to return to his territory and prepare. At that moment, a cold system prompt once again echoed in Bai Ye's mind, carrying a sense of urgency. The New Lord trial. Dark Trial will officially commence in 30 minutes. All lords are requested to return to their territories promptly and prepare for defense and combat. During the Dark Trial, a large number of dark monsters will spawn near the territories. Please respond with caution. Not good, only 30 minutes left. Bai Ye's expression tightened. Without any delay, he issued orders to Yan Shi and the 79 Windstorm Archers. Everyone return to the territory at full speed quickly. Yes, Lord. Yan Shi and the 79 Windstorm Archers responded in unison. They then followed Bai Ye, swiftly heading in the direction of the territory. The 79 fully leveled Windstorm Archers sprinted at full speed, like 79 gusts of wind. Yan Shi closely followed Bai Ye, her aura of flames slightly radiating outward, alert to the surrounding movements. The group weaved through the pitch-black forest, moving astonishingly fast. They reached the territory in just 20 minutes. The moment they returned, Bai Ye let out a sigh of relief. He did not pause for a moment, his gaze landing on the golden treasure chest in his hand, anticipation once again surfacing in his eyes. Let's open the golden treasure chest first and see what rewards await. Perhaps they can elevate our strength to the next level. Yan Shi and the Windstorm Archers gathered around Bai Ye, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. The golden treasure chest was the first to drop today, and everyone wanted to know what kind of surprise this highest quality chest would yield. Bai Ye gripped the golden treasure chest tightly, feeling the rich energy fluctuations emanating from it. Without any hesitation, he focused his thoughts and said, "Open the golden treasure chest." As soon as the words left his mouth, the golden treasure chest in his hand burst forth with dazzling golden light. The brilliance was radiant, enveloping the entire territory in a golden halo, dispelling the surrounding darkness and hostility, making even the air feel fresher. The light lasted for about 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. Ding! You have opened the golden treasure chest and obtained energy points 5,000. Lord Equipment, Lord's Guardian Armor, Golden Hero Summoning Card 1. The moment the system prompt sounded, Bai Ye's eyes widened in surprise, his breath momentarily caught. 5,000 energy points, along with the Lord exclusive equipment and the Golden Hero Summoning Card. This reward was even more generous than he had anticipated. Especially the Golden Hero Summoning Card, which was stronger than the Silver Hero Summoning Card. The summoned hero would undoubtedly surpass Yan Shi in strength. He quickly raised his hand and took out the 3 rewards one by one. First, he checked the information on the Lord Equipment, Lord's Guardian Armor, and the delight in his eyes deepened. Lord Equipment, Lord's Guardian Armor, level golden, applicable Lord effect after equipping the Lord's strength, 100 constitution, 200 spirit, 50 active effect, activate Guardian Barrier, resisting 80 of damage for 10 seconds. Cooldown time 120 seconds. Passive effect, when attacked, there is a 50 chance to rebound 30 of the damage. Equipment slot, Lord exclusive equipment slot. Lord exclusive equipment. And it's golden. Bai Ye couldn't help but whisper in admiration. This piece of equipment was simply tailor-made. Not only did it greatly enhance his attributes, but it could also activate a guardian barrier and rebound damage, improving both his defense and survivability significantly. It's a pity that I haven't obtained a Lord profession card yet. Bai Ye's expectations surged within him. A Lord could also become a professional with extraordinary skills. He thought little of it. Next, he picked up the Golden Hero Summoning Card. The card was entirely golden with complex sacred patterns etched on its surface, and embedded in the center was a large colorful crystal stone radiating immense energy fluctuations. It was far more magnificent than the Silver Hero Summoning Card. Hero Summoning Card level golden can summon one 4th-tier hero who possesses high-level autonomous consciousness starting at level 50 with exclusive high-level skills. A 4th-tier hero, starting at level 50. Yan Shi, standing beside him, couldn't help but exclaim in shock upon seeing the card's information, her amber eyes filled with astonishment. She was a fully leveled 3rd-tier hero, yet the base attributes of a 4th-tier hero, even at the starting level, far exceeded hers. Not to mention the exclusive high-level skills which would undoubtedly propel the team's strength to another level. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, gripping the Golden Hero Summoning Card tightly and glanced at the updated energy points in his mind. Originally 19380 points plus the 200 points from the full frequency notification reward and the additional 500 points from opening the golden treasure chest, he now had a total of 26380 points. This was enough to summon over 1,000 Windstorm Archers in one go. His forces had already reached a level that ordinary new lords could only dream of. Bai Ye tightly grasped the golden level hero summoning card, feeling the overwhelming energy fluctuations emanating from it, his eyes filled with anticipation. Without any hesitation, he focused his thoughts and spoke in a deep voice. Use the golden level hero summoning card. Ding. Using the golden level hero summoning card, summoning a tier 4 hero. The system's prompt echoed as a chilling black light descended from above. In stark contrast to the blazing red light when summoning Yan Shi, this beam was as dark as ink, carrying a sharp edge, silently landing before Bai Ye. The light was surrounded by a faint shadowy aura, and the temperature dropped several degrees instantly. As the black light gradually dissipated, a slender figure began to emerge. It was a woman about 1 meter and 60 centimeters tall, with a slender and upright figure clad in a tight black suit that accentuated her graceful lines. Her waist-length silver hair was tied into a high ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead and a delicate profile. Her eyes were cold with deep black irises that bore no ripples, resembling eternal ice. She held 2 small sharp silver daggers in her hands, the blades shrouded in a faint shadowy aura, their edges seemingly capable of slicing through the air. The whole person resembled a hunter lurking in the shadows, silent and deadly. Shadow Assassin, unnamed, level 50, tier 4 hero race, human strength 300, agility 400, constitution 200, spirit 250, skill 1, shadow assault, advanced. Merge into the shadows and instantly move behind the target to deliver a fatal blow, dealing massive physical damage, with a 50 chance to trigger a critical hit. Skill 2, shadow clone, advanced. Split into 3 clones, each possessing 30 of the original's power, lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Skill 3, shadow concealment, advanced. Enter a concealed state, evading all sight, increasing movement speed by 50, lasting for 15 seconds. Cooldown time 45 seconds. Bai Ye looked at the cold Shadow Assassin before him, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Indeed, a tier 4 hero lived up to the name. At just level 50, her agility reached an impressive 400, far surpassing Yenshi, the fully leveled tier 3 hero. Her shadow skills were truly artifacts for assassination and ambush. With her joining the team's ambush capability and agility would be significantly enhanced, providing greater confidence in facing the dark trials. The Shadow Assassin opened her deep black eyes, her gaze resting on Bai Ye, devoid of any unnecessary emotion, only pure respect. She then knelt on one knee, her voice cold and deep. Greetings, Lord. The Shadow Assassin is willing to follow you, ready to face any peril without hesitation. Bai Ye nodded, observing her cold demeanor, and said softly, no need for formalities. From now on you shall be my second hero under command. You are surrounded by an aura of shadows moving like a wisp of smoke. I shall name you Ingyu. May you be as secretive as the shadows and as sharp as the moonlight. Ingyu. Thank you for the name, Lord. Ingyu slightly nodded, her voice still cold. She slowly stood up, quietly standing beside him, her posture upright, silent, as if she were an emotionless combat machine. Yenshi, standing nearby, looked at Ingyu with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She stepped forward with a warm smile, softly greeting, hello, Ingyu. I am Yenshi, the Blazing Flame Mage. From now on we are comrades, defending our Lord and fighting side by side. Ingyu turned her head, glancing at Yenshi, a slight ripple passing through her dark eyes. She nodded slightly and quietly responded, hello, Yenshi. Her tone remained cold, with no extra words. After speaking, she fell silent again. Yenshi, however, did not feel awkward. She smiled, shrugged, and stood beside Ingyu, both guarding Bai Ye. Bai Ye paid no mind to their brief exchange. All his attention was focused on the 2 special building blueprints obtained from clearing the dungeon. These were strength completion rewards, undoubtedly treasures. He took out 2 blueprints from his storage space, the blueprints entirely light blue, etched with complex mechanical patterns emitting faint energy fluctuations. Clearly depicted on them was the image of a tower-shaped structure. With a thought, the information panels of the 2 blueprints instantly appeared, causing his face to beam with joy. Building blueprint, rapid fire crossbow tower, level beginner, type territory defense tower, construction requirement, energy points 500 per unit, attributes attack 200, attack speed 2, arrow second range 50 meters, defense 300, effect 1, eye crossbow arrows inflict wind damage with an 80 chance to instantly kill tier 2 and below creatures, effect 2, automatically lock on enemies within range, no manual control required, effect 3, can consume energy points to temporarily increase attack speed to 5, arrow second lasting 10 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. It's actually a rapid-fire crossbow tower. And there are 2 of them. Bai Ye couldn't help but exclaim softly, the joy in his eyes unmistakable. A beginner defense tower with high attack and fast speed, and it can automatically lock onto enemies. Most importantly, it has an 80 instant kill chance against tier 2 and below creatures. With these 2 defense towers in place, the defensive capability of the territory would experience a qualitative leap. Bai Ye hesitated not for a moment. With a thought, he consumed 1,000 energy points and solemnly ordered, construct the rapid-fire crossbow towers at the 2 main entrances of the territory. Ding. Consumed energy points 1,000, constructing rapid-fire crossbow towers 2. The system's prompt echoed as 2 beams of light descended at the eastern and western entrances of the territory. As the light faded, 2 silver crossbow towers shot up from the ground. The towers were approximately 10 meters tall, constructed from sturdy metal. The surface was engraved with wind patterns, and the tower tops were equipped with massive crossbow launchers loaded with dozens of sharp metal crossbow bolts. The crossbow bolts shimmered faintly with wind energy, and the sturdy bases of the towers exuded a heavy presence. From a distance, they resembled two guardian giants, majestic and formidable. Looking at the two brand-new rapid-fire crossbow towers, Bai Ye's confidence surged, a self-assured smile appearing on his lips. With these two crossbow towers and the forces under my command, we can definitely handle the dark trials with ease. Yanxi and Ingyu also looked up at the two crossbow towers, their eyes flashing with surprise. Such defense towers had terrifying power. With them guarding the safety of the territory, undoubtedly had an extra layer of assurance. Having resolved the matter of the defense towers, Bai Ye approached the troop altar alone. His gaze fell on the altar, calculating in his mind. Currently, there are 79 max-level Gale archers with 26380 energy points. After deducting the 1,000 points for building the crossbow towers, 25380 points remain. The Gale archers possess formidable combat power. I can summon their numbers to 300, making it more secure to face the dark trials. Although the newly summoned troops will be at level 1, with the 10,000-fold experience they will quickly reach max level. Thus he immediately began to summon new Gale archers. The system prompt chimed ding. Summoning wind archers. Each summoning of a wind archer consumes energy points 7. As the sound faded, the military altar burst forth with a rich azure glow. Figures cloaked in azure began to emerge from the light, revealing the wind archers. Each newly summoned archer stood tall, surrounded by a faint aura of wind. Their aura contrasted sharply with the newly summoned archers, the wind energy around them more potent. As the light flickered, the number of wind their aura contrasted sharply with the newly summoned archers, the wind energy around them more potent. As the light flickered, the number of wind archers rapidly increased. Their aura contrasted sharply with the newly summoned archers, the wind energy around them more potent. As the light flickered, the number of wind archers rapidly increased. Among them, 79 were level 99 fully leveled, while 221 were at level 1. They stood tall and imposing, their overwhelming presence resembling a vast sea of green, intimidating to behold. Yanxi lead 100 wind archers to guard the eastern entrance of the territory. Coordinate with the eastern rapid crossbow tower to fend off any monsters appearing from the east. Utilize your fire skills to clear monsters over a wide area, protect the crossbow tower, and help the novice archers familiarize themselves with combat to level up quickly. Understood, Lord. Yanxi bowed respectfully, gripping her flame staff tightly, and swiftly led 100 wind archers to the eastern entrance, preparing for defense. Ingyu lead 100 wind archers to guard the western entrance of the territory. Similarly, coordinate with the western rapid crossbow tower to respond to monsters from the west. Use your shadow skills to ambush the monster leader, prioritize eliminating high-threat targets, fight flexibly, and ensure the safety of novice archers. Understood, Lord. Ingyu nodded slightly, her dagger glinting coldly, and silently led 100 wind archers to the western entrance, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the monsters to appear. The remaining 100 wind archers follow me to guard the center of the territory. We shall not allow a single monster to step into our land. Bai Ye's voice was firm and powerful. Yes, Lord. 100 wind archers responded in unison. With tasks assigned, everyone took their positions and stood their ground. The atmosphere within the territory instantly grew tense, everyone on high alert, awaiting the official start of the dark trial. Soon after, a chilling system prompt echoed in Bai Ye's mind, and in the minds of all the new lords at once. Ding! New Lord Trial Dark Trial is about to officially begin. All lords must select the trial difficulty within 3 minutes. If you fail to choose, the default will be the lowest difficulty. The trial difficulties are normal, hard, nightmare. As the system prompt faded, 3 difficulty options instantly appeared in Bai Ye's mind. From what he knew, the difficulty of the dark trial directly determined the richness of the rewards. And this reward would also dictate the future developmental ceiling of the territory. The higher the difficulty, the more incredible the rewards, with a chance to obtain Lord Profession cards, high-tier building blueprints, and other rare rewards. However, at the same time, the higher the difficulty, the greater the chance of failure. Should one fail, the territory would be destroyed, and they would be directly eliminated from the trial. Normal difficulty is too weak, and the rewards are too poor, failing to meet the needs of territorial development. Hard difficulty, while safe, still does not provide sufficient rewards. Nightmare difficulty, although the monsters are high-level and numerous, poses great risks, but the rewards are extremely generous and offer a higher developmental ceiling. Bai Ye's gaze was resolute as he calculated quickly in his mind. Now I have 300 wind archers, 2 high-tier heroes, and 2 rapid crossbow towers capable of instantly killing second-tier creatures. My strength is formidable enough to not fear the nightmare difficulty. The nightmare difficulty trial will officially begin in 2 minutes. Please prepare for the final battle. As the system prompt faded, Bai Ye felt no anxiety, but rather, the nightmare difficulty trial will officially begin in 2 minutes. Please prepare for the final battle. As the system prompt faded, Bai Ye felt no anxiety, but rather excitement. The rewards of the nightmare difficulty he was determined to obtain. In just 2 minutes, time slipped away. With a sharp system prompt ringing, the dark trial officially commenced. Ding! Nightmare difficulty dark trial officially begins. As the words fell, the already dark sky deepened even further. It became as if ink had been poured over it, rendering visibility non-existent. Even the sparse starlight was entirely devoured. The malice in the air surged to its peak, so dense that it felt palpable, suffocatingly surrounding the territory. The sound of the wind turned into a chilling roar, as if countless monsters were howling in the darkness. The ground trembled slightly, and a terrifying sense of oppression swept in from all directions, causing an inexplicable heart palpitation. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, focusing on the area beyond the territory. He saw that from the 3 directions of the territory, the main entrance, the eastern entrance, and the western entrance, swirling vortexes of dark spatial gates, had emerged. There were a total of 5. 3 at the main entrance, 1 at each the eastern and western entrances. The dark spatial gates spun continuously, exuding a rich aura of darkness. Within, countless flickering red lights could be seen, which were the eyes of the monsters. In the next moment, numerous shadows charged out from the 5 dark spatial gates. Like a tide surging towards the territory, the roar and sound of footsteps shook the heavens, dense and overwhelming. These shadows moved with agility, covered in glossy black fur, their crimson eyes glinting, revealing sharp fangs. Surrounded by a thick aura of darkness, they were the monsters of the dark trial. Second-tier elite dark rampaging wolf. Bai Ye focused intently, and an information panel for one of the leading dark rampaging wolves instantly materialized. This made him raise an eyebrow slightly, inwardly exclaiming, "Indeed, it is the nightmare difficulty. The monster attributes are far superior to those of regular second-tier elites." Dark Rampaging Wolf, second-tier elite, level 60, race beast, dark attribute, strength 180, agility 120, constitution 150, spirit 50, skill 1, a dark bite. Launches a dark attribute attack, dealing massive physical damage to the target with a 30 chance to inflict dark corrosion effect lasting 3 seconds, a dealing 20 damage per second. Skill 2, dark charge. Temporarily increases own speed by 50, rushing towards the target, inflicting impact damage while also inflicting a brief stun effect. 1. Second skill 3, a dark howl. Emits a dark howl, dealing 150 dark damage to targets within range while reducing their defense by 10 for 5 seconds. A typical second-tier elite rampaging wolf only has a strength of 120. However, the dark rampaging wolf at nightmare difficulty reaches level 60 with significant boosts in strength, agility, and constitution. Furthermore, it gains dark attribute bonuses along with corrosion and stun effects, far surpassing ordinary second-tier elites. Even regular third-tier troops would find such monsters somewhat challenging. But for Bai Ye, this was not a problem. Everyone prepare for battle. The crossbow towers unleash their full firepower. Archers, concentrate your fire. Heroes, utilize your strengths to eliminate the monsters and defend the territory, never taking a step back. Bai Ye's expression was stern as he decisively issued the order. The battle was about to erupt. The 2 rapid-fire crossbow towers initiated their attack. The crossbow launchers atop the towers spun rapidly, the sharp metal bolts infused with a powerful wind element shooting forth like a torrential downpour towards the dark rampaging wolves at the forefront. The sharp sound of whoosh echoed continuously. Ding! Rapid-fire crossbow tower killed. Dark rampaging wolf 1, gained 60 experience points, energy points 6. Ding! Triggered Lord title tenfold experience amplification. Experience points doubled to 6,000. Every bolt that struck its target could almost instantly annihilate the dark rampaging wolves. After all, the crossbow towers had an 80 instant kill chance against creatures of tier 2 and below. Even the formidable attributes of the nightmare difficulty dark rampaging wolves couldn't withstand a single strike from the crossbow towers. 79 max-level Gale archers drew their bows, unleashing a rain of arrows that accurately harvested the remaining monsters. Each arrow contained immense wind damage, easily penetrating even the defenses of the dark rampaging wolves. She wielded the flame staff, a surge of fiery energy enveloping her. The max-level skill Inferno Strike activated successively, unleashing a wide-ranging wave of fire. Clusters of dark rampaging wolves were consumed by the flames, turning to ashes in an instant. Each kill provided massive experience for the nearby novice archers. Inyu melded into the shadows, utilizing her extraordinary agility of 400 to weave through the hordes of monsters. With each strike of her dagger, she precisely targeted the vital points of the dark rampaging wolves, silently reaping their lives. At the same time, she remained vigilant to protect the novice archers nearby, preventing them from being ambushed by monsters. Bai Ye personally commanded 100 Gale archers, guiding them to aim and shoot, while familiarizing them with the rhythm of battle. With the assistance of the tenfold experience amplification, the level 1 Gale archers experienced rapid ascension. The originally level 1 archers gained 000 experience for each dark rampaging wolf they killed. In just a few minutes, a large number of archers broke through their levels, rapidly ascending to max level. Within half an hour, the first wave of dark rampaging wolves was completely wiped out. The ground was piled high with monster corpses. The air was thick with the smell of blood and dark energy. Under Bai Ye's command, all 221 newly summoned Gale archers had upgraded to level 99 max level under the effect of the tenfold experience amplification. Ding. The first wave of dark monster invasion has been eliminated. Ding. Your units killed dark rampaging wolf 320, gained 190 experience points, energy points 1920. Ding. Triggered Lord title tenfold experience amplification. Experience points doubled to 192,000. 300 max level Gale archers stood neatly on the ground of the territory. The aura of wind around them intensified, their momentum became overwhelmingly powerful. Yan Shi and Ing Yu breathed slightly heavier, yet their eyes showed no signs of fatigue, filled instead with fighting spirit. To them, the first wave of monsters was merely a warm-up. Not bad, the first wave was easily resolved. All archers are now max level. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze cautiously toward the darkness outside the territory. But the nightmare level difficulty will not be this simple. Everyone prepare, the second wave of monsters will arrive soon. As soon as Bai Ye's words fell, the 5 dark portals outside his territory began to spin violently. A dense aura of darkness surged forth. Countless shadows surged out from the vortex. Once more their numbers doubled compared to the first wave. Their howls grew more frenzied as they rushed towards the territory. The second wave of dark monsters had arrived as scheduled. Fire! Bai Ye commanded in a deep voice, showing no signs of panic. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 300 max level Gale archers simultaneously drew their bows and shot, creating a rain of arrows that formed an impenetrable barrier directed at the horde of monsters. The 2 rapid-fire crossbow towers opened fire once again, bolts flying swiftly, continuously annihilating the monsters at the forefront. Yan Shi cast fire explosion, triggering a dual casting effect. 2 massive fire explosions detonated simultaneously, instantly consuming large groups of dark rampaging wolves. Ing Yu activated Shadow Clone. 3 clones moved in tandem, with her launching surprise attacks within the monster horde, quickly reaping their lives. Even though the number of monsters in the second wave had doubled and their strength had slightly increased, they were still no match for the overwhelming power under Bai Ye's command. Another half an hour passed, and the second wave of dark monsters was thoroughly cleaned out. Not a single one had stepped foot into the territory. Ding. The second wave of dark monster invasion has been eliminated. Ding. Your units killed dark rampaging wolf 640, gained 3840 experience points, energy points 3,840. Ding. Triggered Lord title tenfold experience amplification. Experience points doubled to 384000. The battle continued in this manner. Wave after wave of dark monsters surged from the dark portals. Their numbers grew larger and their strength increasingly formidable. From the initial dark rampaging wolves, dark giant bears and dark venomous snakes emerged, becoming elite monsters of tier 2. Their levels gradually increased from 60 to 80. Bai Ye remained calm in command, while Yan Shi and Ing Yu each fulfilled their roles. The 300 max level Gale archers combined with the 2 rapid-fire crossbow towers formed an impenetrable defensive line. No matter how frantically the monsters attacked, they could not break through the defense. The wind element bolts from the crossbow towers, the wind arrows from the archers, Yan Zai's fire skills, and Ing Yu's shadow assaults. In mutual cooperation, every wave of monsters was easily resolved, and energy points continued to accumulate. Time ticked by. Since nightfall, this brutal defensive battle had lasted a full 6 hours. Bai Ye stood at the main entrance of the territory. Looking at the mountain of monster corpses on the ground and feeling the lingering dense dark aura in the air, he couldn't help but murmur, "Indeed, this is nightmare-level difficulty, wave after wave of monsters endlessly. If an ordinary novice lord were in my place, they would probably struggle to survive even the first wave, let alone clear the level." He casually opened the novice lord communication channel. Messages flooded and filled with other lords' complaints and shock. Their tones were filled with despair and helplessness, forming a stark contrast to Bai Ye's ease. "Help! The monsters at difficulty are too formidable. My level 10 troops simply can't withstand it, and my territory is about to be breached. I chose normal difficulty and can barely hold on to those who chose difficulty must have already been eliminated. It's terrifying. Can anyone tell me when the dark monsters will stop? They keep coming wave after wave. My energy points are nearly depleted and half my troops are dead. Have you noticed that since Bai Ye cleared the tier 2 dungeon, he hasn't made a sound? He must have chosen nightmare difficulty and got eliminated, right? Impossible. Bai Ye is so strong, the first to kill a tier 1 boss, the first to clear the tier 2 dungeon. Maybe he's just effortlessly slaughtering monsters right now. Looking at the messages in the channel, Bai Ye smiled faintly, offering no response, and casually closing the communication channel. It instantly engulfed the entire surrounding territory, filling everyone with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The 300 Gale archers couldn't help but tense their bodies slightly. It instantly engulfed the entire surrounding territory, filling everyone with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The 300 Gale archers couldn't help but tense their bodies slightly. They're coming. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened as he spoke in a deep voice. Everyone prepare yourselves, it's a dark. As the voice trailed off, 5 massive dark figures slowly emerged from 5 portals of darkness. Each shadow towered several times over an ordinary dark creature. Surrounded by an intensely thick aura of darkness, their eyes glowed crimson, exuding a violent and terrifying pressure. The 5 dark bosses made their simultaneous entrance. Bai Ye focused his gaze, and the information panels of the 5 bosses instantly appeared. As he glanced at the attributes displayed, his expression slightly tightened. Yet there was no trace of panic in his eyes. He quietly thought, as expected, they are indeed nightmare-level bosses. Dark Rampaging Wolf Leader, level 100 max tier 2, Race Beast, Dark Attribute, Strength, 550 Agility, 350 Constitution, 450 Spirit, 180 Skills, Dark Bite, Dark Ambush, Dark Roar, Dark Fury passive. When health is below 30, all attributes increase by 50. Dark Giant Bear Leader, level 100 max tier 2, Race Beast, Dark Attribute, Strength, 600 Agility, 200 Constitution, 500 Spirit, 120 Skills, Dark Slam, Dark Trample, Dark Barrier passive reduces damage taken by 20 when attacked. The other 3 bosses were the Dark Venomous Snake Leader, Dark Bat Leader, and Dark Wild Boar Leader. All were also level 100 max tier 2, with attributes similar to the first 2. Each possessed formidable skills, especially the Dark Venomous Snake Leader, which could unleash deadly venom, posing a significant threat. Yanshi, you are responsible for restraining the Dark Giant Bear Leader and the Dark Wild Boar Leader. Use large-scale fire-type skills to suppress them, and be mindful of avoiding their melee attacks. Ingyue, you will ambush the Dark Venomous Snake Leader and the Dark Bat Leader. Prioritize eliminating the Dark Venomous Snake Leader. Its venom is too dangerous. 300 archers split into 5 teams of 60 each will coordinate with the crossbow towers to focus fire on the 5 bosses and wear down their health first. Bai Ye swiftly issued commands, his tone steady. Yes, Lord. Yanshi and Ingyu responded in unison, immediately springing into action. In the next moment, Yanshi, holding the flame staff, felt the flames around her surge to their peak. Boom. Flame impact and flame explosion were unleashed in succession. The dual casting effects continuously triggered, and 2 waves of fire surged forth, accurately striking the Dark Giant Bear Leader and the Dark Wild Boar Leader. The flames spread instantaneously, scorching their bodies and reducing their defenses. Ingyu melded into the shadows, utilizing her exceptional agility to swiftly move behind the Dark Venomous Snake Leader. Shadow Strike was unleashed, with her dagger accurately piercing its vital spot, dealing massive critical damage. Following that, she split into 3 clones, simultaneously attacking the Dark Bat Leader. Her figure traversed through the darkness like the scythe of death, continuously harvesting the boss's health. The 300 max level Gale archers split into 5 teams, unleashing a rain of arrows. Coordinating with the 2 rapid-fire crossbow towers, they aimed at the 5 bosses. Each arrow and crossbow bolt could inflict considerable damage. Although the bosses were robust and had high defenses under the dense barrage of firepower, their health was visible. Roar. The 5 dark bosses let out furious roars, unleashing their respective skills: Dark Slam, Dark Trample, Dark Roar, and Venom Spray. Powerful attacks surged towards Bai Ye and the others. However, Bai Ye had long prepared, commanding the archers to evade flexibly. Yanshi activated Flame Shield to mitigate the damage. Ingyue, meanwhile, evaded the boss's attacks through shadow concealment, continuously launching ambushes. The final battle of the Dark Trial was fiercely ignited. Flames intertwined with darkness, arrows clashed with skills. Roars, explosions, and the whistling of arrows echoed throughout the territory. Bai Ye occasionally activated the protective barrier of Lord's Guardian armor to withstand the boss's area attacks, while directing everyone to adjust their tactics, prioritizing the elimination of the bosses with lower health. About half an hour later, with the last chilling roar, the 5th dark boss, the Dark Bat Leader, fell heavily to the ground, completely lifeless. All 5 dark bosses had been successfully slain. Ding. You have killed the Dark Rampaging Wolf Leader 1, gaining 100 experience points and 1000 energy points. Ding. You have killed the Dark Giant Bear Leader 1, gaining 100 experience points and 1000 energy points. Ding. You have killed the Dark Venomous Snake Leader 1, a Dark Bat Leader 1, and Dark Wild Boar Leader 1, collectively gaining 300 experience points and 30 energy points. Ding. Triggered Lord's trait 10-fold experience boost. Experience points doubled to 5,000,000. Like ordinary dark creatures, the 5 dark bosses upon being defeated only dropped experience points and energy points with no treasure chests. Dark beings do not drop treasure chests, and Bai Ye had long anticipated this, feeling no regret. After all, the true rewards of the nightmare level trial would be revealed after completion. After the 5 bosses were slain, the 5 dark portals outside the territory gradually ceased their rotation. The dense aura of darkness slowly dissipated, and the whirlpools grew fainter until they vanished from the air. The morning sun slowly rose on the horizon, casting golden sunlight upon the territory, dispelling the last remnants of darkness and malice. A dark trial that had lasted over 6 hours officially came to an end. A solemn and resonant system prompt echoed in Bai Ye's mind. Ding. Nightmare difficulty dark trial has been successfully cleared. Clear rating S. Based on clear speed, team loss, kill efficiency, difficulty factor. Ding. Obtained S rank. Clear reward 1,000 energy points, 1 legendary job card, and 1 new unit building blueprint. 1,000,000 energy points. A legendary job card, plus a new unit building. Bai Ye's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath momentarily catching in his throat. With 1,000 energy points added to the previous 34593 points, it instantly reached 134,593 points. The legendary job card was a coveted treasure for any lord. With it, Bai Ye could become a lord with extraordinary skills. Furthermore, the unit building was key to enhancing the territory's strength. At that moment, a familiar system-wide notification resonated through the entire New Lord world, instantly igniting the communication channel for New Lord's system-wide notification. Congratulations to the new Lord Bai Ye. You are the first new Lord in this trial to clear the Nightmare Difficulty Dark Trial. Clear rating S. Special reward 5,000 energy points. This system-wide notification was more shocking than any previous ones. The already fervent communication channel erupted in chaos. Shocked, envious, and admiring emotions intertwined. The messages flooded in without pause. The reactions of the 3 special new lords from before were particularly pronounced. A young man in black armor was struggling against the last wave of monsters at ordinary difficulty. His armor was riddled with cracks, and his black iron warriors had suffered heavy casualties. Upon hearing the system-wide notification, he froze, his long sword falling to the ground once again. The fatigue on his face replaced his previous confidence and doubt, as he let out a desperate roar. Bai Ye. It's him again, clearing the nightmare difficulty. Achieving an S rank. That's simply impossible. He believed he had top-tier traits and the strongest first-tier units. Yet he struggled to hold on even at the difficult difficulty, while Bai Ye had effortlessly cleared the nightmare difficulty. This stark contrast sent him spiraling into despair. In a valley, the descendant of the true god Leon was leisurely watching his second-tier heroes clear the monsters. His face remained calm, but his golden eyes flickered with heightened interest and a hint of unnoticeable surprise. He gently raised his hand, stroking his chin, with an increasingly playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Bai Ye, you indeed did not disappoint me. The first to clear the second-tier dungeon, the first to clear the nightmare difficulty trial, and all with an S rank. It seems you will be my only rival in this trial. His interest in Bai Ye deepened. In a meadow full of wildflowers, a girl in a pink dress paused slightly at the sound of the system-wide notification. Her clear eyes were filled with astonishment as she took out a recording crystal and added a stroke behind the 2 characters Bai Ye. She murmured softly, Bai Ye is so impressive. He cleared the nightmare difficulty. Ooh, I must seize the opportunity to cling to him in the future. In her gaze there was no trace of jealousy, only pure admiration and yearning. Meanwhile, Bai Ye found his friend request notifications flooding the communication panel. There were more than ever before, nearly overwhelming the entire panel. Bai Ye glanced at them, his face showing no signs of emotion. As before, he directly ignored all friend requests. At this moment, all his attention was focused on that legendary job card. His eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. This job card would completely change his combat power, transforming him from a mere lord into a formidable combatant. Bai Ye took a deep breath and slowly took out the legendary job card. The card was entirely black, engraved with intricate and sacred patterns. In the center, a large purple crystal was embedded, emanating a majestic and mysterious energy flow. Looking at the legendary class card in his hand, Bai Ye's excitement was palpable. Without any hesitation, he focused his mind and said in a deep voice, use the legendary class card. As soon as he finished speaking, the legendary class card instantly transformed into a brilliant beam of golden light intertwined with strands of purple lightning patterns. A tremendous energy surged into Bai Ye's body like a tidal wave, warm and powerful, flowing rapidly through his meridians and nourishing his entire being. Bai Ye closed his eyes, feeling the changes within him as the fatigue that had engulfed him seemed to dissipate significantly under this energy. His once ordinary body was being reshaped by the power. Attributes such as strength, agility, and spirit soared rapidly. A fierce aura slowly emanated from within him, growing more intense. 10 seconds later, the golden light gradually faded away. The halo surrounding Bai Ye completely disappeared. A cold system notification echoed clearly in his mind. Ding. Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, a flash of thunder-like purple light briefly appearing in his gaze. He quickly regained his calm, but the formidable aura lurking beneath unlocked class skills: Thunder Strike, Advanced Thunderstorm, Arrival, Advanced Lightning Strike, Advanced Thunder Barrier, Advanced. Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, a flash of thunder-like purple light briefly appearing in his gaze. He quickly regained his calm, but the formidable aura lurking beneath his eyes was hard to conceal. He clenched his fists, clearly feeling the surging power within him. It felt as if he had an endless strength utterly different from the ordinary lord, who could only command troops without stepping onto the battlefield. Tier 6. I actually became a Tier 6 Thunder Mage. Bai Ye's heart surged with joy. Eagerly, he summoned his attribute panel to check his full attributes. After awakening, Lord Bai Ye level 1 can level up by defeating monsters. Class Tier 6 Thunder Mage, Thunder Element, Mage Attribute: Strength 400, Agility 400, Constitution 650, Spirit 550. Class Skill: Thunder Strike Advanced. Condense the power of thunder to unleash a deadly single target attack, dealing 800 points of thunder damage with a 50 chance to trigger a paralysis effect lasting 2 seconds. Thunderstorm Arrival. Advanced: Summon a large area thunderstorm to deal 600 points of thunder damage to all targets within range lasting 5 seconds. Lightning Strike. Advanced: Summon a bolt of thunder to accurately hit a target dealing 700 points of thunder damage. Thunder Barrier. Advanced: Condense the power of thunder to form a barrier that withstands all damage lasting 15 seconds. Cooldown time 100 seconds. Equipment: Lord's Guardian Armor, Golden Grade. Looking at the attributes on the panel, a confident smile crept onto Bai Ye's lips. The attributes of a Tier 6 class were even stronger than those of the Tier 450 leveling you, especially the Spirit attribute, which reached an impressive 550. Coupled with his thunder skills, the potential was terrifying. At that moment, he couldn't help but wish to find a monster immediately to test his new abilities and experience the might of thunder. But just then a wave of fatigue suddenly washed over him, as if all strength was being drained from his body. Bai Ye looked up at the sky, which was an ominous, deep black. After a whole night of exploration, dungeon challenges, and dark trials, he had been fighting continuously for over 10 hours. His mind and body were in a state of extreme fatigue. Even the thunder power within him felt restless. Forget it, I'll talk about it tomorrow. Bai Ye shook his head helplessly, silently reflecting. Right now, with my mind exhausted, even if I test my abilities, I won't be able to unleash my full power. It would be better to have a good rest tonight, regain my energy, and familiarize myself with my class skills tomorrow. Just then, two figures slowly approached Bai Ye's side. It was Yan Shi and Ingyu. Yan Shi wore a warm smile, her eyes filled with admiration. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully awakening your class. Ingyu also nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on her cool face. Congratulations, Lord, your strength has risen to a new level. Bai Ye nodded, a gentle smile on his face. You both worked hard in this dark trial as well. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ye suddenly remembered that there was a new troop building blueprint among the shrank rewards of the dark trial. He immediately focused his mind and took out the blueprint from the system's storage space. The blueprint was a pale golden color engraved with intricate patterns, exuding a rich energy aura. It clearly depicted a solemn altar, distinctly different from the initial troop altar. This must be the new troop building blueprint, or I wonder what kind of troop it is. Bai Ye's eyes were filled with anticipation as he focused his mind. The information panel of the blueprint instantly appeared, causing him to reveal a look of surprise. Building blueprint: Tier 3 troop, altar, Dawn Shield, level Tier 3 type troop, summoning, building construction requirement, energy points 5,000, can summon troop, Dawn Shield, Tier 3 human warrior troop, Tier 3 troop, altar. Bai Ye couldn't help but exclaim softly, the joy in his eyes hard to disguise. A Tier 3 troop was several times stronger than a Tier 1 troop. Moreover, the warrior-type troops had strong defenses, perfectly compensating for the lack of frontline defensive troops in his army, which only consisted of archers and mages. With the Dawn Shield, the strength of his territory would be significantly enhanced again. Without any hesitation, Bai Ye issued a command in a deep voice: use the Tier 3 troop altar Dawn Shield blueprint to consume energy points for construction. Ding. Consuming energy points 5,000, constructing Tier 3 troop altar Dawn Shield. As the system notification echoed, a pale golden light descended on the eastern side of the territory. As the light dissipated, a solemn golden altar rose majestically from the ground. The altar was twice the height of the initial troop altar, crafted entirely from golden stone. The surface was engraved with radiant patterns, and the top was embedded with a pale golden crystal, emitting a warm glow. This stood in stark contrast to the lingering malice from the dark trial, radiating a sense of sanctity. Ding! The Tier 3 Troop Alter Dawn Shield has been completed. You can summon the Dawn Shield troop immediately. Bai Ye quickly walked to the Tier 3 troop altar, his eyes filled with anticipation, and promptly commanded summon one Dawn Shield. Ding! Summoning Dawn Shield Tier 3 Human Warrior Troop. Consuming energy points 100. The golden altar instantly erupted with dazzling light as a tall figure slowly emerged from the radiance. Clad in heavy golden armor engraved with dawn patterns and holding a large round shield, which also bore radiant designs. Standing over 2 meters tall, his posture was upright and his expression was resolute. An aura of calm and formidable defense surrounded him, resembling a moving fortress, instilling a sense of security in everyone nearby. Dawn Shield Tier 3 Human Warrior Level 1 Strength, 200 Agility, 80 Constitution, 250 Spirit, 50. Skill 1 Dawn Barrier Intermediate. Raise the giant shield to form a dawn barrier that protects against all damage within range, lasting 8 seconds. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Skill 2. Shield Bash Intermediate. Strike the target with the giant shield, dealing 250 points of physical damage with a 30 chance to trigger a stun effect lasting 1 second. Skill 3. Dawn Guardian Passive increases own defense by 20 while providing a 10 defense bonus to allies within 10 meters. The third tier soldier type is indeed formidable. Bai Ye gazed at the attributes of the Dawn Shield, his face once again exhibiting surprise and immense joy. It perfectly serves as a frontline defense, combined with the Gale Archers, Yan Shi and Ing Yue, achieving a balance of offense and defense, instilling him with greater confidence in facing even more powerful monsters in the future. Yan Shi and Ing Yue also approached Bai Ye, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment as they looked at the Dawn Shield. Yan Shi smiled and said, "Lord, this Dawn Shield has such strong defense. Oh, our future defenses will be much more secure." Ing Yue nodded slightly in agreement. With such a frontline warrior, they could confidently focus on offense and subsequent. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, his gaze fixed on the Dawn Shield. After dealing with the matters at the soldier altar, he thought to himself and retrieved a large amount of basic food from the system storage. This food was obtained when he completed the novice tasks and cleared out wild monsters earlier. The quantity was sufficient and had been lying idle in the storage. In the Lord's world, soldiers need to be provided with food daily. This is a basic rule. If there is not enough food, while the soldiers will not betray, they will fall into a weakened state. At that time, all attributes would decrease significantly. If food is not provided for a long time, the soldiers might even disappear completely. The basic food Bai Ye took out was a light green color emanating a faint aura of energy. It looked like ordinary wheat cakes, but contained special energy. He ordered all the soldiers, "Everyone come over to receive today's food, rest well, and recover your state." The soldiers responded in unison, neatly stepping forward to receive their food. After getting their rations, they all sat cross-legged and began to enjoy. A faint energy aura emanated from the food, which they inhaled into their bodies, quickly restoring their fatigue after battle. Soon their auras gradually stabilized. After distributing the soldiers' food, Bai Ye took Yan Shi and Ing Yue back to the thatched cottage at the center of the territory. Though simple, it provided shelter from the wind and rain. Once inside, Bai Ye took out 3 portions of basic food and shared them with Yan Shi and Ing Yue, saying, "You have worked hard too. Eat some food first to recover your state." "Thank you, Lord." The two received the food, expressed their gratitude, and then sat at the stone table in the thatched cottage with Bai Ye to enjoy their meal. The taste of the basic food could not be deemed exquisite, but it was quite soft and sticky. Most importantly, the special energy it contained could quickly restore physical fatigue and combat consumption. After just a few bites, the fatigue on Yan Shi and Ing Yue dissipated significantly. Bai Ye's restless, thunderous power within him also began to stabilize. While enjoying the food, Bai Ye casually opened the Novice Lord chat channel. At this moment, the dark trials for all novice lords had already concluded. The first day's trial had officially ended. Based on previous year's trial situations, the elimination rate on the first day was as high as around 30%. While the exact number of eliminations was unknown, the atmosphere in the channel allowed one to sense a considerable relief among many lords. Messages in the chat channel were continuously popping up like a flood. Lords were complaining about the difficulty of the trials and sharing their experiences. This was also one of the few forms of entertainment during the Lord trials. Finally over. The normal difficulty almost drove me crazy. Half of my soldiers died, but thankfully I made it through. Don't mention it, I couldn't make it. My territory was breached by monsters, and I got eliminated directly. It's so frustrating. Does anyone have excess food? I beg for some charity. I've used up all the food I had, and without food my soldiers are going to weaken. Same here. I need food. Any amount will do as long as it can help my soldiers survive today. You should check the trading section. There are food sellers, but their prices are outrageous. 2 energy points for 1 unit of basic food, and some are selling for 3 energy points. It's practically highway robbery. Yeah, I only have 10 energy points left, not enough to buy a few units of food. It's simply insufficient for my soldiers. He calculated in his heart, I have a large amount of basic food. Instead of letting it sit idle in storage, why not take out a portion? He calculated in his heart, I have a large amount of basic food. Instead of letting it sit idle in storage, why not take out a portion to sell in the trading section and exchange it for energy points? After all, the more energy points I have, the more soldiers I can summon and upgrade my territory. Why not do it? With this determination, Bai Ye opened the system's trading section. In the trading section, there were indeed many lords listing basic food. The prices varied. Most were 2 energy points per unit, while a few unscrupulous lords even sold it for 3 energy points per unit. Moreover, the quantities were not large and were quickly sold out. Bai Ye did not hesitate and directly listed 1,000 units of basic food. He set the exchange price at 1 energy point per unit. This price was not expensive, half of the market price. It was not too cheap, just enough to balance cost-effectiveness and personal benefit. Ding. Successfully listed basic food 1,000, exchange price 1 energy point unit. Before long, some lords discovered the food Bai Ye had listed. After all, Bai Ye's name was already well known among novice lords. Coupled with the advantageous price, it instantly attracted the attention of numerous lords, triggering a buying frenzy. Meanwhile, the novice lord chat channel erupted again, with everyone discussing Bai Ye's listing of food. Come look at the trading section. It's food listed by the great Bai Ye. You can exchange 1 unit for just 1 energy point. Is that true? Let me see. My gosh, it really is the great Bai Ye. He listed 1,000 units at once. That's so generous. The great Bai Ye is too kind. Others are selling for 2 or 3 energy points, and he only charges 1 energy point, truly deserving of the title of great. Hurry. If you wait too long, there won't be any left. I finally have food for my soldiers. Great Bai Ye, can you list more food? I was too slow and missed out. Great Bai Ye, please sell it cheaper. You're so amazing. You surely don't lack these energy points. Just help out us ordinary newbies a little. Yes, 1 energy point is still a bit expensive. Oh, can you make it cheaper? We're on the verge of collapse. Bai Ye glanced at the messages in the chat channel, a slight smile tugging at his lips. His face showed little disturbance. Him already half the price of the market, wanting even more, is truly greedy. He found it tedious to deal with these greedy lords, and casually closed the chat channel and trading section. At this moment, the 1,000 units of basic food had been sold out, and the system notification sounded continuously. Ding. Your basic food 1,000 has been sold out, earning you energy points 1,000. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. 1,000 units of food had exchanged for 1,000 energy points. At this time, Yan Shi and Ing Yu had also finished their food. The fatigue in their bodies had completely dissipated. However, the mental fatigue still required rest to recover. After a night of battles and busyness, everyone was already mentally exhausted. Bai Ye yawned and softly said to the two, "All right, you've all worked hard today, or it's best to rest early. We need to continue our efforts tomorrow." "Yes, Lord." Yan Shi and Ing Yu replied in unison. Although the thatched cottage was simple, it was very quiet. Bai Ye embraced the 2 heroes beside him and gradually fell into a deep sleep. A night without worries. The next day, as dawn broke, the golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting warm rays that enveloped the entire territory. Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, having fully rejuvenated his spirit and body after a night of deep slumber. The fatigue from the previous battle vanished completely, and the power of thunder within him surged steadily, as if ready to erupt at any moment. He gently rose, carefully avoiding the still sleeping Yan Shi and Ing Yu beside him. Pushing open the wooden door of the thatched cottage, he stepped outside. Outside, 300 max-level Gale archers were taking turns on guard duty, standing tall, and with sharp gazes safeguarding the security of the territory. A level 1 Dawn shield wielding a massive shield stood firmly at the entrance of the territory, like an immovable fortress, exuding a calm aura despite its low level. The Tier 3 unit Altered Dawn shield stood on the eastern side of the territory, its golden light shining brilliantly in the morning sun. Bai Ye's gaze fell upon the altar, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. With a thought, he issued a deep command, summon 299 Dawn Shields. Ding. Summoning Dawn Shields 299. Each consumes energy points 110. The summoning beams of light continuously appeared. Soon the summoning was complete, and all 299 Dawn Shields had arrived. Along with the previous one, there were a total of 300 Dawn Shields standing orderly before Bai Ye, all saluting in unison, "Greetings, Lord." The voice was deep and powerful, echoing loudly. Ding. Summoning completed. Current number of Dawn Shields, 300. Ding. Energy points consumed, 32,890. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. 300 Dawn Shields were sufficient to form a formidable frontline defensive team. Paired with 300 max-level Gale archers, they possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. Whether for exploration or battle, there was now greater confidence. At this moment Yan Shi and Ingyu had also woken up, exiting the thatched cottage to join Bai Ye. Then Bai Ye directly assigned tasks. Yan Shi, you lead 100 Dawn Shields and 100 Gale Archers to explore the western side of the territory, ensuring the protection of the new unit's upgrade. Ingyu, you lead 100 Dawn Shields and 100 Gale Archers to explore the northern side, likewise gathering resources using your shadow skills to scout the surrounding area and avoid falling into a crisis. I will lead the remaining 100 Dawn Shields and 100 Gale Archers to explore the eastern side of the territory. Yes, Lord. Yan Shi and Ingyu responded in unison. Yes, Lord. They each led 100 Dawn Shields and 100 Gale Archers orderly away from the territory. Bai Ye led the remaining 100 level 1 Dawn Shields and 100 max-level Gale Archers toward the eastern side of the territory. In the eastern forest, the vegetation was lush and morning dew still clung to the leaves. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, and the occasional sound of birdsong contrasted sharply with the oppressive atmosphere of yesterday's dark trial. The pace of the marching team was slow. As Bai Ye walked, he observed the surrounding environment, guiding the nearby Dawn Shields to familiarize themselves with the rhythm of battle. The Gale Archers were scattered on both sides of the team, vigilantly scouting for any movements around them to prevent monster ambushes. Half an hour later, the team arrived at a spacious clearing in the forest. Suddenly, a group of shadows appeared ahead, rushing toward the team with a roar. It was the second-tier elite Wind Blade Wolves, level 60, numbering about 50. Surrounded by a faint wind attribute aura, they moved at incredible speed, their sharp fangs exposed, appearing extremely ferocious. Wind Blade Wolf, second-tier elite, level 60. Race, Beast Wind attribute. Strength, 170. Agility, 150. Constitution, 140. Spirit, 60. Skills, Wind Blade Attack, Rapid Assault. Everyone prepare for battle. Bai Ye's expression remained calm as he issued a deep command. Dawn Shields, step forward to form the line, activate the Dawn Barrier to withstand the monster's attacks. Gale Archers, focus your fire and weaken the monsters, but do not kill them. Yes, Lord. 100 Dawn Shields responded in unison. They quickly moved forward, raising their massive shields to form a solid defensive formation. The Dawn Barrier was simultaneously activated, a faint golden barrier enveloping the entire team, shielding them from the Wind Blade Wolves' attacks. 100 max-level Gale Archers simultaneously drew their bows, releasing a rain of arrows that accurately targeted the Wind Blade Wolves. Each arrow contained immense wind damage, but was intentionally held back, not delivering a fatal blow. The Wind Blade Wolves howled furiously, launching a rapid assault as they charged toward the team, furiously battering against the Dawn Barrier. At the same time, they unleashed Wind Blade Attack, sending sharp wind blades flying toward the team, but all attacks were easily repelled by the Dawn Barrier. The Dawn Shields, relying on their powerful constitution, firmly held their ground without the slightest tremor. In the blink of an eye, 20 Wind Blade Wolves had been reduced to a critical state by the Gale Archers, their howls weakening no longer as frenzied as before. In the next moment, a faint purple thunder aura enveloped him, his gaze sharp as he declared in a deep voice, "Thunder Strike." Boom! In him surged instantly. In the next moment, a faint purple thunder aura enveloped him, his gaze sharp as he declared in a deep voice, "Thunder Strike." Boom! A thick bolt of purple lightning coalesced from Bai Ye's hand, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, swiftly shooting toward a critically wounded Wind Blade Wolf. Boom! The lightning struck its target, instantly erupting in a dazzling explosion. The critically injured Wind Blade Wolf couldn't even let out a cry before being obliterated by the thunder's power. Ding! You have killed Wind Blade Wolf 1, gained 600 experience points, energy points 60. Ding! Triggered Lord's trait, 10-fold experience boost. Experience doubled to 6 million points. Bai Ye did not pause, continuing to unleash his skill, Lightning. A series of small lightning bolts shot out, accurately hitting each critically wounded Wind Blade Wolf, each strike effortlessly claiming the lives of the injured monsters. Lightning Storm was unleashed, and in an instant a wide area of lightning swept through, instantly annihilating groups of critically wounded Wind Blade Wolves. In just a few seconds, all 50 critically wounded Wind Blade Wolves were harvested by Bai Ye, not a single one escaping. As the battle concluded, the system notification sounds rang out consecutively. Experience and energy points surged into his account. Ding! Your level has risen to level 150. All attributes have significantly increased. Ding! Your subordinate unit Dawn Shield 100 has leveled up to level 150, tier 3 max level. All attributes have significantly increased. Bai Ye felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately called up his attribute panel to check the changes after his level increase. Lord Bai Ye, level 150, class tier 6 Thunder Mage. Attributes: Strength 1000, Agility 950, Constitution 1500, Spirit 1500. Skill 1, Thunderstrike. High tier damage increases to 1300, a paralysis chance increases to 75 as level rises. Skill 2, Thunderstorm Arrival High Tier Damage increases to 1000, duration extended to 9 seconds as level rises. Skill 3, Lightning Strike High Tier Damage increases to 1200, can consecutively launch 2 strikes as level rises. Skill 4, Thunder Barrier High Tier Duration extended to 25 seconds, cooldown reduced to 70 seconds as level rises. Then he checked the attribute changes of the Dawn Shield. Dawn Shield Tier 3 Human Warrior. Level 150 max level. Strength 750, Agility 350, Constitution 850, Spirit 300. Skill 1 Dawn Barrier Mid-Tier Max Level Defense Effect increased by 60, will last for 20 seconds, can protect 15 allies simultaneously, cooldown reduced to 50 seconds. Skill 2, Shield Bash Mid-Tier Max Level deals 700 physical damage, 70 chance to trigger stun effect, lasts 3 seconds, can push back targets within 3 meters. Skill 3 Dawn Guardian Passive Max Level increases own defense by 60, increases allied defense by 35, provides 10 health recovery per second to allies, coverage expanded to 15 meters. The increase in attributes after leveling up is astounding. Bai Ye's face lit up with surprise. Just by defeating 20 monsters his level surged so dramatically. This is the terrifying effect of tenfold experience. After resting for a while, Bai Ye commanded the team to continue exploring deeper into the forest. The Gale archers spread out to scout with the fully leveled Dawn Shield leading the way, its defense impeccable. Bai Ye stood in the center of the team, occasionally using skills to clear the scattered wild monsters they encountered. His level was rapidly progressing towards Tier 6, level 300. An hour later the team passed through a dense forest, and suddenly a building radiating a rich aura of energy appeared ahead. It was a circular energy well crafted entirely from light blue rocks. At the top, there was a large opening from which a continuous stream of energy flowed, surrounded by a faint halo of energy. This was the special building, the primary energy well. Surrounding the primary energy well were a group of monsters, approximately 80 in total. All of them were Tier 2 max level 100 elite monsters. There were dark, giant pythons, wind griffins, and rock-armored bears, each exuding a formidable aura. Dark giant python Tier 2 max level 100. Race beast dark attribute. Strength 450. Agility 200. Constitution 400. Spirit 150. Skills Dark Entanglement Toxic Spray. Wind Griffin Tier 2 Max, Level 100. Race Beast Wind Attribute. Strength 400. Agility 350. Constitution 300. Spirit 200. Skills Wind Blade Storm Aerial Assault. Tier 2 Max Level Elite Monsters. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed, yet his expression remained calm. After the previous battle, he was now very adept with his skills. The troops under his command had also significantly improved, more than capable of dealing with these monsters. Everyone listen up. Bai Ye commanded in a deep voice. Dawn Shield step forward to form a line, activate the Dawn Barrier, and focus on defending against the rock-armored bears' heavy strikes and the dark giant python's entanglement. Gale archers prioritize focusing fire on the wind griffins. They are fast and pose a significant threat. Take them down one by one. Yes, Lord. The team responded in unison, instantly entering battle mode. The 100 Dawn Shield units quickly formed a line, fully activating the Dawn Barrier, a pale golden shield enveloping the entire team. The 100 fully leveled Gale archers simultaneously drew their bows and released a rain of arrows accurately targeting the wind griffins. Instantly, several wind griffins were hit, their health rapidly declining. The monsters roared frantically, unleashing their respective skills. In an instant, the wind blade storm swept through the ground, trembled under the heavy strikes, and dark entanglement and toxic spray surged towards the team. However, under the protection of the Dawn Barrier, most of the damage was easily deflected. Meanwhile, Bai Ye's figure flickered as the power of thunder within him erupted in full force. Thunderstorm Arrival was activated, unleashing a wide area thunderstorm. Clusters of monsters were struck, their health quickly diminishing. After about 3 minutes, the last rock-armored bear collapsed heavily to the ground, completely devoid of life. Thus all 80 Tier 2 max level elite monsters were wiped out. Ding. Your units, and you have collectively defeated 80 Tier 2 max level elite monsters, gaining 800 experience points and 800 energy points. Ding. Triggered Lord Trait tenfold experience increase. Experience points doubled to 800. Ding. Congratulations, Lord Bai Ye, your Lord level has risen to 300. You have reached max. Bai Ye immediately called up his max level attribute panel, his eyes filled with utmost satisfaction. Lord Bai Ye. Level 300 Lord level. Class Tier 6 Thunder Mage Tier 6 level 300 max level. Attributes Strength 1800, Agility 1700, Constitution 2800, Spirit 3800. Skill 1 Thunder Strike, high tier max level deals 1800 lightning damage with a 90 chance to trigger paralysis lasts 5 seconds. Skill 2 Thunderstorm Arrival, high tier max level deals 1600 lightning damage lasts 15 seconds. Reduces enemy movement speed by 50 and defense by 30 within range. Skill 3 Lightning Strike, high tier max level deals 1700 lightning damage, can consecutively launch 5 strikes, cooldown reduced to 10 seconds. Skill 4 Thunder Barrier, high tier max level lasts for 40 seconds, absorbs all damage, cooldown reduced to 50 seconds, can be actively released to unleash thunder power, dealing 1200 lightning damage to surrounding enemies. It's perfect. Bai Ye couldn't help but exclaim softly, his eyes filled with joy. A tier 6 max level thunder mage's attributes were truly terrifying. His skill power had also reached its peak. At this moment, he was truly explosive in damage. Now that I have reached tier 6 max level, as long as I can obtain a class evolution card, I can break through the tier 6 limit and further enhance my strength. Bai Ye muttered to himself, filled with anticipation. He regained his composure and walked briskly to the primary energy, while his gaze fixed on this special building. Suddenly a system prompt echoed in his mind, and the information panel of the primary energy well instantly appeared. Special building energy well. Level primary. Type energy production building. Effect daily fixed energy output of 1.0 energy points. No resources required activated upon placement. Note can be stored in the system storage space and placed anywhere within the territory. Daily fixed output of 1.000 energy points. Bai Ye's face lit up with surprise. This meant that he could obtain a substantial amount of energy points daily without the need to explore or defeat wild monsters. For the territory, this was an inexhaustible energy source. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye focused his thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Collect the primary energy well." Ding. Successfully collected the special building primary energy well can be placed anywhere within. As soon as he finished speaking, the primary energy well transformed into a beam of light flowing into Bai Ye's system storage space, waiting to be placed. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, planning to place it at the center of his territory as soon as he returned to begin producing energy points as quickly as possible. Everyone regroup and continue forward. Let's strive to find more resources and special buildings. Bai Ye issued a deep command to the team, his eyes brimming with determination. A secret realm. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, his curiosity instantly ignited. Secret realms were exceedingly rare in the Lord's world, often brimming with abundant resources. Encountering one during the novice, without hesitation, Bai Ye immediately dispatched a system message to Yan Shi, who was exploring the western. Ding. Coordinates transmitted to Hero Yan Shi. Upon concluding the transmission, Bai Ye turned to his assembled force and issued a firm command. All units, march immediately to the northern secret realm and rendezvous with Yu. Yes, Lord. 100 level 3 max Dawn Shields and 100 level max Swiftwind Archers responded in unison, their voices reverberating through the forest. The formation then advanced northward with disciplined precision. Dawn Shields led the vanguard, while Swiftwind Archers fanned out along both flanks for reconnaissance. Bai Ye stood at the center of the formation, enveloped in a faint halo of crackling lightning, ever ready to respond to any emergent threat. Scattered wild beasts encountered en route never drew near before being obliterated by volleys of swift-wind arrows, utterly incapable of impeding the column's advance. Approximately 20 minutes later, Bai Ye's force arrived at the secret realm's coordinates. Yan Shi had already arrived with her contingent, while Yu stood guard beside the entrance, having awaited them patiently. Lord. Both Yan Shi and Yu stepped forward and bowed in unison. Behind each stood 100 level 3 max Dawn Shields and 100 level max Swiftwind Archers. The three forces converged, 300 Dawn Shields and 300 Swiftwind Archers in total. Their combined might was formidable, their presence awe-inspiring, more than sufficient to confront any unforeseen peril. Bai Ye nodded slightly, his eyes fixed upon the entrance ahead. A suspended pale golden gateway hovered. A dense aura of energy shimmered around the gate. Intricate golden sigils adorned its surface, majestic and enigmatic. At its apex, 4 luminous golden characters glowed distinctly. Golden Secret Realm. Ding. Golden Tier Secret Realm detected. Shadow Secret Realm. Enter. The system prompt chimed. A flicker of delight flashed across Bai Ye's eyes. A Golden Tier Secret Realm. It truly was a Golden Tier realm. This expedition had yielded an extraordinary prize indeed. Like previous dungeons, secret realms existed as independent spatial domains, but they differed fundamentally. Dungeons typically possessed only a single entrance, permitting entry to just one lord at a time. Secret realms, however, featured multiple entrances scattered across various lords' worlds, accessible to all lords simultaneously. Even lords from disparate worlds could converge within the same realm through different portals. This made secret realms the sole venue where novice lords might encounter one another during the novice trial. Without them, such encounters would only become possible after attaining formal lordship. Good. Bai Ye's expression hardened with resolve as he commanded firmly, "All units, prepare for entry. We advance into the secret realm." "Yes, Lord." The chorus rang out, solemn, resolute, as every warrior readied themselves. Without further pause, Bai Ye strode forward toward the pale golden gateway. Yan Shi and Ing Yu followed closely behind. 300 dawn shields and 300 swift-wind archers advanced in perfect order, stepping through the gateway as one. The moment they crossed the threshold, blinding light seared their vision. Instantly, they found themselves within a dim shadow-draped expanse, air thick with faint shadow essence surrounding them with dense shadowwood, where visibility barely exceeded 10 meters. Simultaneously, the system chimed again. Ding. Entered Golden Tier, Secret Realm Shadow Secret Realm debuff activated Shadow Erosion. All Lords, heroes, and troops suffer a 20 reduction in all attributes. This debuff persists until exiting the realm. A 20 attribute reduction. Bai Ye's thoughts stirred. He swiftly summoned his attribute panel to assess the debuff's effect. Lord Bai Ye. Level 300 max level, current cap. Class Tier 6, Thunder Arcanist. Attributes: Strength 1440 was 1820, Agility 1360 was 1720, Constitution 2240 was 2820, Spirit 2240 was 2820. Skills. No wonder it's a Golden Tier Secret Realm. Its opening salvo is truly imposing. A faint smile curved Bai Ye's lips. Not a ripple of concern disturbed his composure. With a base level of 300, the absolute cap, his attributes remained overwhelmingly formidable even after the 20 reduction. He glanced sidelong at his troops and heroes. Even under the debuff, Tier 3 max dawn shields retained a constitution of 680, rendering their defense impenetrable. Swiftwind archers' offensive output dipped only marginally, still capable of delivering devastating strikes. Yan Shi and Ing Yu likewise remained unshaken, power undiminished. Remain vigilant. Commence exploration of the realm. Bai Ye commanded, voice low and commanding. Ing Yu, deploy your shadow techniques to scout the surroundings and identify latent threats. Yan Shi, you lead a detachment to conduct dispersed reconnaissance. Report all hostile sightings immediately. Yes, Lord. In unison, they answered, and immediately executed Bai Ye's orders. Ing Yu dissolved into the shadows, vanishing as she began swift, silent reconnaissance. Yan Shi led part of her force outward, cautiously probing the shadowwood ahead. After roughly 10 minutes, a guttural roar erupted from the distance. Ing Yu's voice echoed from the darkness. Lord, hostiles detected ahead, Tier 3 level 30 shadow goblins, approximately 30 in number. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened. All units, assume combat formation. Dawn shields, advance and form the front line. Activate the dawn barrier. Swiftwind archers, focus fire. Eliminate hostiles swiftly. Yan Shi, you coordinate with me to dispatch wounded targets. In that instant, 30 diminutive goblins, coated in shadow-furred hides, charged forth from the gloom, shrieking, wielding razor-sharp short blades, and moving with startling speed. They radiated faint shadow essence. The unmistakable Tier 3 level 30 shadow goblins. Shadow Goblin Tier 3 level 30. Race Goblin Clan Shadow Affinity. Strength 180. Agility 150. Constitution 120. Spirit 80. Skills: Shadow Ambush, Lethal Cleave. Kill. At Bai Ye's command, the dawn shields surged forward, forming ranks in flawless synchrony. The dawn barrier bloomed, a radiant pale golden dome enveloping the entire formation. It held firm against the goblins' assault. Simultaneously, 300 swiftwind archers drew their bows as one, arrows flying in perfect unison, each arrow aimed with lethal precision at a goblin. Each shaft carried catastrophic damage, easily piercing the goblins' defenses even with attributes reduced by 20. The goblins howled frenziedly, unleashing shadow ambush, rushing headlong at the formation, hurling themselves violently against the dawn barrier. Their short blades struck the shimmering shield with sharp metallic clangs, yet not a single strike breached it. Yan Shi's figure blazed with incandescent heat as she conjured a colossal fireball, launching the fire elemental spell Fireball technique. Torrents of searing flame arced precisely toward the goblins, each impact incinerating one utterly. Meanwhile, Bai Ye stood at the formation's heart, continuously casting lightning strike. Crackling violet lightning bolts lanced forth, unerringly striking wounded goblins, annihilating them instantly. Within less than a minute, all 30 Tier 3 level 30 shadow goblins lay vanquished, none having breached the 10-meter perimeter around the formation. As combat ceased, system notifications chimed in rapid succession. 5 treasure chests materialized on the ground, 3 iron tier chests, and 2 bronze tier chests, glowing with soft, steady luminescence. Ding! Defeated shadow goblins 30. Gained 3000 experience points and 3000 energy points. Treasure chest drop rates inside secret realms vastly surpass those found in open terrain. Bai Ye's face lit with satisfaction as he strode forward and opened the 3 iron tier chests first. Ding. Opened iron tier chest 1. Acquired 500 energy points and 100 units of basic rations. Ding. Opened iron tier chest 1. Acquired 2 units of basic experience elixir and 3 units of basic healing elixir. Ding. Opened iron tier chest 1. Acquired 600 energy points and 2 units of basic strength elixir. He then opened the 2 bronze tier chests, yielding far richer rewards. Ding. Opened bronze tier chest 1. Acquired 1500 energy points, 3 units of basic agility elixir, and 2 units of basic spirit elixir. Ding. Opened bronze tier chest 1. Acquired 1200 energy points, 5 units of basic healing elixir, and 200 units of basic rations. Excellent. Such bounty from our first engagement. Let us press deeper and seek higher tier chests. Bai Ye stowed all elixirs and rations with a quiet smile. Thereafter the formation pressed further into the realm. With each step the ambient shadow essence thickened. Monsters grew progressively stronger. Roughly half an hour later they encountered their second wave tier 3 level 50 shadow wolves, 40 in number, swifter and more powerful than the goblins. Yet under Bai Ye's precise command 300 dawn shields held the front line unbroken, while 300 swift-wind archers delivered pinpoint volleys. Yan Shi and Ing Yu coordinated seamlessly to eliminate elite targets. The wolves fell just as effortlessly. This time 6 chests appeared, 4 bronze tier and 2 silver. Opening them yielded copious energy points elixirs and rations, plus 1 additional mid-tier healing elixir. Item healing elixir. Tier mid-tier. Effect summons a 100-meter radius aura. All units within recover 5 of maximum vitality per second. Aura duration 5 minutes. The group restoration effect is astonishing. Bai Ye's face showed delight. This intermediate healing potion is akin to a divine artifact in large-scale battles. The group restoration within a 100-meter radius greatly enhances the team's endurance, allowing them to cope with stronger monsters they may encounter later. Thus, the team delved deeper into the secret realm, slaying monsters and opening treasure chests. The monsters encountered ranged from Tier 3, level 30, gradually increasing to Tier 3, level 70, and then Tier 3, level 90, growing increasingly formidable. Yet Bai Ye's team remained unperturbed. After all, even with a 20 attribute reduction Bai Ye at level 300, along with the fully leveled Dawn Shield and fully leveled Gale archers possessed strength far surpassing the monsters in the secret realm. Meanwhile, the chests being collected became progressively higher in quality, with black iron chests gradually disappearing, bronze chests becoming the norm, and silver chests appearing with increasing frequency. Each time a silver chest was opened, a wealth of precious resources was obtained. After exploring for another hour, the team encountered a wave of Tier 3, level 120 shadow monsters. Shadow behemoths 50 in number, with significantly enhanced defense and attack power. They could even breach the defenses of the Dawn Shield. However, under Bai Ye's full output, thunderstorm arrival cleared the area on a large scale, and lightning strike eliminated the wounded monsters. Yan Shi and Ing Yu restrained them, ultimately dispatching them all with ease. After the battle concluded, 8 chests appeared on the ground, 6 of which were bronze chests and 2 silver chests. Additionally, there was an extra silver equipment chest radiating dazzling light. Ding! Slaying 50 shadow behemoths grants 500 experience points and 500 energy points. Bai Ye felt joy in his heart and immediately went to collect all the chests. Equipment chests are a special category of chests. Opening one guarantees equipment. Usually it contains more than one item. Bai Ye was the first to open the silver equipment chest. The system prompt sounded instantly. Ding. Open silver equipment chest 1. Obtain silver class Gale Bow unit equipment 1, silver class Fire Sword hero equipment 1, silver class Shadow Cloak hero equipment 1. Silver class Gale Bow unit equipment. Applicable units: Archer class attributes: attack 150, agility 50, critical hit rate increased by 10, effect arrow damage increased by 20, can shoot penetrating arrows hitting 2 targets simultaneously. Silver class Dark Fire Ring hero equipment. Applicable heroes: Mage class attributes: attack 200, spirit 80, fire damage 50, shadow damage 30. Effect: each time fire magic is cast there is a 30 chance to trigger dark fire burn lasting 5 seconds, dealing 50 points of fire, 20 points of shadow mixed damage per second, while reducing fire magic cooldown by 10. Silver class Shadow Cloak hero equipment. Applicable heroes: Assassin class attributes: agility 100, spirit 60, defense 80. Effect: when entering shadow state, movement speed increases by 30. Concealment effect is enhanced, making it harder to be detected. These are all excellent pieces of equipment. Bai Ye's face displayed joy. These silver class equipments can significantly enhance the team's power. He immediately allocated the equipment Silver Class Gale Bow, equip it to the Gale Archers to enhance their output capability. Silver Class Dark Fire Ring for Yin, Shi matching his fire attribute. Silver Class Shadow Cloak for Ing Yue enhancing attributes and stealth ability. Thank you, Lord. Yin Shi and Ing Yu said in unison. Bai Ye promptly equipped them with the corresponding gear. The moment the equipment was donned, the aura of the two heroes immediately elevated. All 300 Gale Archers also equipped the Silver Class Gale Bow, instantly enhancing their ranged output to a whole new level. From this moment on, even with the Secret Realm debuff, the strength of Bai Ye's forces had improved significantly. Next, they opened the remaining treasure chests. They also gained a large amount of energy points, potions, and food. The current energy points have once again surpassed 13000. The team rested for a moment before continuing deeper into the Secret Realm. According to the rules of the Secret Realm, there must be a more powerful boss deeper inside along with richer rewards. After half an hour of travel, the shadowy woods ahead gradually vanished, revealing an open clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a massive shadow statue. Beneath the statue lay a gigantic shadow monster surrounded by a dense aura of darkness, exuding a terrifying oppressive force. It was the Secret Realm boss, Tier 3, Level 150 Shadow Demon General. Shadow Demon General Tier 3 150 Level Secret Realm Boss Race Demon Shadow. Attribute Strength 800 Agility, 600 Constitution, 1000 Spirit, 700 Skill 1. Shadow Roar High Tier. Emits a thunderous roar dealing 500 points of shadow damage to enemies within range, while reducing their defense by 10 for 10 seconds. Skill 2 Shadow Great Blade High Tier. Wields a gigantic shadow great blade dealing 800 points of physical damage and capable of wide area attacks. Skill 2 Shadow Great Blade High Tier. Wields a gigantic shadow great blade dealing 800 points of physical damage and capable. A Tier 3, Level 150 boss. Yin's eyes narrowed and his tone carried a hint. Lord, this boss attributes are incredibly strong with a constitution of 1000 and a passive rebirth skill. Ing Yu also nodded slightly. Moreover, all its skills are high tier with strong area damage and single target damage requiring careful response. Bai Ye's lips curled into a disdainful smile, his eyes showing no trace of fear. It's just a Tier 3, Level 150 boss. Even with debuffs, we can easily handle it. Everyone heed my command, prepare for battle. Yes, Lord. The team responded in unison, exuding a powerful aura undeterred by the boss' oppressive presence. Gale Archers focus fire on the boss head weak point, utilizing the penetrating effect of the Silver Class Gale Bow. Gale Archers focus fire on the boss head weak point, utilizing the penetrating effect of the Silver Class Gale Bow to maximize output. Ing Yue used the stealth effect of the Shadow Cloak to circle behind the boss and attack its vital points. Yin Shi and I will be responsible for full output. Be cautious to interrupt its skills. With the commands given, everyone immediately sprang into action. The 300 Dawn Shields quickly formed a line, fully activating the Dawn Barrier, a pale golden shield enveloping the entire team like an impregnable fortress. The 300 Gale Archers simultaneously drew their bows and released arrows, which glowed faintly. In the next moment, they accurately shot towards the head of the Shadow Demon General. The Shadow Demon General roared in anger and unleashed Shadow Roar. In an instant, a deafening roar swept through, colliding with the Dawn Barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Then it swung its gigantic Shadow Great Blade, launching Shadow Great Blade. The massive blade, imbued with a rich shadow aura, slashed towards the Dawn Barrier. With a resounding boom, the barrier was instantly riddled with cracks. This was the terror of a fully leveled Tier 3 boss unit. However, the 300 fully leveled Dawn Shields held firm against the boss attack. Meanwhile, the Gale Archers and Heroes' attacks continuously bombarded the boss. Arrows, fire magic, and Ing Yu's strikes steadily chipped away at the boss' formidable health. Bai Ye stood at the center of the team, unleashing the full force of the thunder power within him. Skills were constantly cast, and a large area of thunderstorm enveloped the Shadow Demon General, continuously dealing massive thunder damage. The Shadow Demon General howled wildly, repeatedly activating skills, yet could not break through the defense of the Dawn Shield. Its health continued to decline. When its health fell below 30, the passive skill Shadow Rebirth was triggered. Its health began to recover rapidly, but Bai Ye was already prepared. He immediately activated Thunder Strike, launching 5 purple bolts of lightning that precisely struck the Shadow Demon General, instantly interrupting its health recovery. It's over. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened as he solemnly declared. The thunder power within him erupted entirely. He unleashed a full-force strike of Lightning Strike. Boom! A dazzling purple lightning bolt, like a colossal thunder dragon, surged towards the Shadow Demon General. Following a tremendous crash, the lightning erupted, and the Shadow Demon General let out a wretched scream. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. It was utterly lifeless. Ding! Slaying the Secret Realm boss Shadow Demon General Tier 3 150 level grants 100 experience points and 100 energy points. Ding. Triggered Lord Title tenfold experience boost. Experience points doubled to 100 points. As the system prompt sounded, a golden treasure chest exuding a rich aura of energy appeared beside the corpse of the Shadow Demon General, which was the golden class treasure chest. Surrounding the chest were 3 silver treasure chests radiating brilliant light, dazzling to behold. Bai Ye quickly walked to the golden treasure chest, his eyes filled with anticipation. The golden treasure chest must contain extremely valuable resources and equipment, and it might even have a class evolution card. He took a deep breath, extended his hand, and prepared to open the golden treasure chest. Bai Ye took a deep breath, his fingertips slowly brushing against the golden treasure chest. A rich aura of energy spread from his fingertips, filling him with a sense of comfort. Ding. Golden treasure chest opened 1. Gained energy points 50,000. Ding. Golden treasure chest opened 1. Gained golden grade echo of the Holy Spring hero equipment mage only 1. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, his eyes fixed on the necklace that emitted a faint blue glow. The main body of the necklace was crafted from pure gold. The pendant was a translucent blue gemstone as clear as spring water. Intricate patterns were engraved on it, precisely the echo of the Holy Spring from the golden grade equipment. He immediately called up the equipment attributes, his heart surging with joy. Echo of the Holy Spring hero equipment. Applicable heroes, mage class attributes: spirit 300, defense 200, magic penetration 20. Effect upon wearing mage class damage is increased by 3 times, while recovering 5 mana every second. Immune to all mental control effects. 3 times the mage damage. Moreover, the mana recovery and immunity to mental control. Bai Ye couldn't help but utter a low cry. This equipment was simply tailor-made for him. As a lord, he simultaneously possessed the profession of a level 6 thunder mage, inherently a mage class. Wearing this equipment would undoubtedly bring about a qualitative leap in his strength. Yan Shi and Ing Yu also gathered around, their eyes filled with astonishment after seeing the properties of the echo of the Holy Spring. Lord, this equipment is too powerful. A 3-fold damage increase. It's simply a divine artifact. Bai Ye smiled and nodded, saying, indeed, a divine artifact perfectly suited for me. He was the lord, and also a professional possessing 10 equipment slots. In the next moment, Bai Ye equipped the echo of the Holy Spring into his gear slot. A powerful surge of energy instantly merged into his body. A faint blue glow surrounded him, intertwining with his own thunder power, forming a unique halo. He could clearly feel the magical power within him surging wildly. The power of his skills skyrocketed, and his mana was steadily recovering. The feeling of fullness made him immensely comfortable. Ding. Equipped with Echo of the Holy Spring, mage damage increases by 3 times, mana recovers 5 per second, immune to mental control effects. Great. Bai Ye clenched his fists, his eyes filled with battle intent. With this equipment, even against a level 4 monster, I can handle it with ease. Let's continue exploring and strive to find the final boss of the Secret Realm and claim the completion rewards. After a brief rest, the team set off, once more heading deeper into the Secret Realm. With the enhancement of the Echo of the Holy Spring, Bai Ye's strength greatly increased. When encountering level 3 150 level shadow monsters along the way, he could clear the field with just 1 cast of Thunderstorm Arrival. His efficiency had improved several times compared to before. Yanxi equipped the Dark Fire Spirit Ring, significantly boosting her fire magic damage. Together with Bai Ye's thunder magic, the two could take down almost any monster in one hit. Ingyu utilized the stealth effect of the Shadow Cloak to scout the path ahead, avoiding numerous hidden traps and large monster groups. Along the way, they continuously defeated monsters, opened treasure chests, and their gains became increasingly abundant. Silver-grade treasure chests were everywhere. After opening the chests, they obtained a large amount of energy points, low-grade potions, and other resources. They also acquired a few bottles of intermediate agility and strength potions, further supplementing the team's strength. Time passed, and before they knew it, 2 hours had gone by. Under Ing Yu's guidance, the team finally reached the deepest part of the Secret Realm, and the sight before them left everyone in awe. A majestic black hall stood in the center of the open space. The hall was entirely made of obsidian, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of darkness. At the top of the hall, 4 powerful black characters were engraved: Hall of Shadows. At the entrance of the hall, 2 level 3 150 level shadow sentinels stood silently, resembling 2 black statues, exuding terrifying pressure. Within the hall, an aura far surpassing that of the Shadow Demon General could be faintly felt, sending chills down one's spine. Ding. Detected the final boss of the Secret Realm, King of Shadows, level 4 level 200 max level, located within the Hall of Shadows. Defeating the boss will complete the Golden Grade Secret Realm and earn abundant completion rewards. The system prompt sounded. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, his tone serious. A level 4 max level boss. No wonder the aura is so terrifying. This must be the final test of the secret realm. Yan Xiying, be prepared. This battle will be more difficult than the previous ones. Yan's eyes' fiery aura surged, the dark fire spirit ring radiating a dark red glow. She said solemnly, Lord, don't worry, I will give it my all and fight alongside you. Ingyu nodded, slightly blending into the shadows, ready for reconnaissance and ambush. Lord, I will scout the specifics of the boss. A moment later, Ingyu emerged from the shadows, her tone grave. Lord, the King of Shadows is right in the center of the hall, incredibly powerful, with attributes far surpassing the Shadow Demon General. It also possesses 3 high-level skills with immense power. We must respond carefully. Bai Ye nodded, no longer hesitating. He issued a stern order. Everyone listen up. The Dawn Shield, take the front line, and fully activate the Dawn Barrier to resist the boss area attacks. Wind Archers, concentrate fire on the Shadow Sentinels. Quickly clear these 2 obstacles first. Yan Shi, you will coordinate with me. Unleash your full power. Without conserving mana, deplete the boss health. Ingyu, wait for the right moment to restrain the boss movements. Yes, Lord. Everyone responded in unison, their momentum overwhelming. Even facing a level 4 max level boss, they showed no signs of fear. The battle began rapidly. 300 Wind Archers took the lead. Drawing bows and shooting a rain of arrows accurately struck the 2 Shadow Sentinels. Even though the Shadow Sentinels had strong defenses, they continuously lost health under the dense rain of arrows. The 300 Dawn Shields quickly formed ranks. The Dawn Barrier fully activated, a faint golden barrier enveloping the entire team. Yan Shi unleashed her full power, sparing no mana, continuously activating various skills. Dark red flames surged towards the Shadow Sentinels, assisting the Wind Archers in quickly clearing these 2 obstacles. Bai Ye also joined in. Thunder Strike was unleashed. 5 bolts of purple lightning shot out simultaneously, instantly hitting one of the Shadow Sentinels, dealing massive damage. In just a few minutes, the 2 level 3 150 level Shadow Sentinels were eliminated. Following this, Bai Ye led the team step by step into the Hall of Shadows. In the center of the hall sat a massive shadow creature on a high throne. Surrounded by a dense aura of darkness, its eyes glowed with a crimson light. It was the final boss of the secret realm, the King of Shadows. King of Shadows, level 4 max level, final boss of the secret realm, race Demon Race Shadow, attribute strength 1200 agility, 900 constitution, 1500 spirit, 1000 skill 1. Shadow Realm, high level, expands a shadow realm with a radius of 100 meters, reducing all enemies' attributes by 30, dealing 300 shadow damage per second. Skill 2, Shadow Claw, high level, condenses shadow power to strike with a massive shadow claw, causing 1500 shadow damage and knocking enemies back over a wide area. Skill 3, Shadow Annihilation, high level, condenses all shadow power to unleash a gigantic shadow beam, causing 2000 shadow damage, cooldown time 30 seconds. Skill 4, Shadow Immortality, passive, when health drops below 20, A becomes immune to all control effects, damage increases by 50, lasting 10 seconds. Such powerful attributes. Yan's eyes expression changed slightly. Lord, its constitution is 1500, and it has 4 skills. Especially the Shadow Realm will further reduce our attributes. Bai Ye's gaze was serious, yet he remained composed. No worries, even if my attributes drop by 30, with the enhancement of the Echo of the Holy Spring, I can still unleash formidable power. Everyone be alert, once in the Shadow Realm, the Dawn Shield must hold strong, and Wind Archers should not cease fire. Inshi, you are in charge of group healing and damage output, and you restrain its skill usage. As soon as he finished speaking, the King of Shadows roared, rising from the throne. Its massive body hit the ground with a thunderous crash. Shadow Realm instantly unfolded, a shadow aura sweeping through a 100-meter radius. Everyone's attributes were reduced by another 30. Kill. The Shadow King let out a roar, unleashing the Shadow Giant Claw. The enormous claw, infused with a dense shadow aura, descended upon the team with boundless power. Dawn Barrier, full defense. Bai Ye commanded in a low voice as 300 members of the Dawn Shield exerted their strength in unison. The Dawn Barrier was reinforced once more, its pale golden surface growing more robust. Boom. The Shadow Giant Claw slammed heavily against the barrier, causing it to tremble violently and emit a piercing sound. Many members of the Dawn Shield were shaken, their blood boiling, and over a dozen of them saw their health drop below. Even though the Dawn Shield was at level 150 and fully upgraded to the 3rd tier, it struggled against the attack of a fully upgraded 4th tier boss. Yan Shi released fire magic to restrain the boss. Bai Ye shouted loudly, unleashing the power of thunder within him. The effect of the Holy Spring's echo was fully activated, and the thunderstorm descended. Purple lightning surged forth, enveloping the Shadow King. With a 3-fold amplification, the damage output skyrocketed. The Shadow King's health dropped significantly in an instant. Yan Shi quickly followed up, launching the flame meteor shower. Countless dark red fire meteors fell from the sky, striking the Shadow King and triggering the dark fire burn effect, continuously draining its health. Ingyu circled behind the Shadow King, quickly thrusting her dagger to precisely hit its vital points, dealing critical damage, while continuously disrupting its skill casting. The Shadow King roared in madness, enraged, and unleashed the skill Shadow Annihilation once more. A massive beam of shadow energy shot toward the team, its power terrifying. If it hit, the entire team would suffer heavy losses. Thunder Barrier. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened as he immediately activated the Thunder Barrier. The purple Thunder Barrier stacked with the Dawn Barrier. The dual defenses barely held off the attack of the Shadow. However, cracks still appeared in the barrier, and dozens of Dawn Shield members were thrown back by the shockwave, their health dropping to 0, completely falling. Not good. Bai Ye's heart tightened. This was the first large-scale casualty since entering the secret realm. But he remained calm and immediately ordered remaining Dawn Shields close the formation and continue defending. Swift Wind Archers concentrate fire on the boss head for maximum output. Yanxi use a mid-level healing potion to restore the team's health. Yanxi immediately took out the mid-level healing potion and activated it. The effect of the mid-level healing potion triggered, and a pale green halo instantly expanded in a 100-meter radius. All units within the halo regained 5 of their health every second, and the previously injured Dawn Shields and Swift Wind Archers saw their health rapidly recover. The team's sustainability significantly improved. The battle entered a heated phase. The Shadow King continuously unleashed skills with the persistent damage from the Shadow Domain, the wide-range attacks of the Shadow Giant Claw, and the lethal strikes of Shadow Annihilation, causing considerable losses to the team. More and more Dawn Shields and Swift Wind Archers fell. Yet the remaining troops steadfastly held their ground without the slightest retreat. Yanxi continued to cast fire magic in conjunction with Bai Ye's thunder magic, constantly draining the Shadow King's health. Ingyu utilized the concealment effect of her Shadow Cloak to launch surprise attacks, disrupting the Shadow King's skill casting. Bai Ye maintained his full output. The threefold damage amplification from the Holy Spring's Echo allowed each of his skills to deal tremendous damage. Every hit of Thunder Strike produced astonishing results. The 5 Thunderbolts of Lightning Strike hit, simultaneously dealing damage that the boss found unbearable. Even though the Shadow King was robust, its health continued to decline, quickly dropping below 20. Ding! Shadow King's health dropped below 20, triggering the passive skill Shadow Immortal. Immunity to all control effects damage increased by 50. The Shadow King, having triggered its passive skill, radiated a more terrifying aura. The damage of Shadow Giant Claw was raised to 2,250 points. The damage of Shadow Annihilation increased to 3,000 points. Dozens more troops fell, and the pressure on the team intensified. Hold on. It's almost done. Bai Ye shouted, unleashing all the thunder power within him. Thunderstorm and Thunder Strike activated simultaneously. The purple lightning storm intertwined with the thick thunder, charging toward the Shadow King and instantly dealing massive damage. The Shadow King's health plummeted. Yanxi also outputted at full capacity, alternating between Flame Spray and Fireball. The dark fire burn effect continued to stack. Ingyu seized the opportunity, circling behind the Shadow King once more, her dagger striking its vital points and dealing a fatal critical hit. Roar! The Shadow King let out a piercing scream, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground as the shadow aura enveloping it dissipated instantly. The crimson glow in its eyes faded, and it completely lost its breath. Ding! Defeated the final boss of the secret realm, the Shadow King, 4th year, level 200 max level, gaining 500 experience points and 500 energy points. Ding! Triggered the Lord title 10-fold experience boost. Experience doubled to 500 points. Secret Realm final boss defeat reward obtained 1 legendary treasure chest and 5 golden treasure. As the system notification echoed, a pitch-black treasure chest radiating purple gold light appeared beside the Shadow King's corpse. The treasure chest was surrounded by a terrifying energy aura. It was indeed a legendary treasure chest. Surrounding it were 5 golden treasure chests, their dazzling radiance overwhelming. At the same time, the system notification rang out again, announcing the completion of the Secret Realm. Ding! Congratulations, Lord Bai Ye, for successfully defeating the final boss of the Secret Realm, the Shadow King, completing the Golden Level Shadow Secret Realm. Ding! Secret Realm completion rating S rank. Obtain completion rewards 5 Origin Stones, 1 Legendary Hero Summon card, and 100 energy points. S rank rating. Plus a Legendary Hero Summon card and Origin Stones. Bai Ye's face showed ecstatic joy. The Origin Stones could elevate the territory's level. After the territory level increased, he would gain a new Lord title. If he could receive an amplification like the first title, it would be Invincible. The Legendary Hero Summon card could summon a Legendary Hero. This reward was simply too generous. Yan Shi and Ing Yu were also filled with excitement, but despite the team's losses, the gains far exceeded expectations. At that moment, a system-wide notification echoed in the minds of all new lords, instantly causing a stir. Full server announcement. Congratulations to the new Lord Bai Ye for successfully completing the Golden Level Shadow Secret Realm, becoming the first new Lord to clear a Golden Level Secret Realm. Special reward, 50000 energy points. Full server announcement. Congratulations to the new Lord Bai Ye for successfully completing the Golden Level Shadow Secret Realm, becoming the first new Lord to clear a Golden Level Secret Realm. Special reward, 50000 energy points. 3 rounds of full-screen notifications. The originally calming new trial channel erupted once again. What? Someone cleared the Golden Level and it's a new Lord? Crazy. The bosses in the Golden Level Secret Realm are all 4th tier max level. Even seasoned formal lords might not clear it. How could a new Lord achieve that? Again, it's Bai Ye. First to kill a 3rd tier elite monster, now the first to clear the Golden Level Secret Realm. What kind of monster is Bai Ye? It's terrifying. Bai Ye's strength likely far surpasses all new lords, making it impossible to compete with him in the future. I'm so envious. The first to clear the Golden Level Secret Realm, plus a reward of 500 energy points, and the generous rewards for clearing the Secret Realm. Bai Ye is truly the chosen one. Countless new lords were stunned, discussing among themselves, filled with awe and envy for Bai Ye's strength. Many newcomers from the Lord Alliance began to inquire about Bai Ye, wanting to recruit this exceptionally talented lord. Inside the Shadow Palace, Bai Ye heard the full-screen notification and revealed a calm smile. For him, clearing the Golden Level Secret Realm was merely a normal manifestation of strength. He looked down at the legendary treasure chest and golden treasure chests on the ground, his eyes filled with anticipation. The legendary treasure chest must contain extraordinarily precious rewards, and the legendary hero summon card could elevate his team's strength to another level. Bai Ye took a deep breath, extending his hand ready to open that legendary treasure chest first, to see what surprises lay inside. Bai Ye took a deep breath. Rather than opening the legendary treasure chest first, he approached the 5 golden treasure chests nearby. Legendary treasure chests are undoubtedly precious, but the golden ones are not to be underestimated. In the next moment, he sequentially opened the golden treasure chests, and the system's prompt echoed ding. Open golden treasure chest 1. Gained energy points 5,200, intermediate healing potion 2, intermediate strength potion 2. Ding. Open golden treasure chest 1. Gained energy points 4,800, intermediate agility potion 3, intermediate mental potion 1. Ding. Opened golden treasure chest 1. Gained energy points 5,100, intermediate healing potion 3, intermediate strength potion 1. Ding. Opened golden treasure chest 1. Gained energy points 4,900, intermediate mental potion 2, intermediate agility potion 2. Ding. Opened golden treasure chest 1. Gained energy points 5,000, intermediate healing potion 4. Not bad. Bai Ye nodded slightly, organizing all the potions he received. He had a total of 11 intermediate healing potions, 3 intermediate strength potions, 5 intermediate agility potions, and 3 intermediate mental potions. This was enough to handle several large-scale battles ahead. He then turned around, his gaze falling on the legendary treasure chest, radiating a purple-gold glow. This time he did not hesitate, and directly touched the legendary treasure chest with his fingertip. The chest slowly opened, and the purple-gold light surged, even more dazzling than that of the golden treasure chests. The system prompt followed, bringing new surprises. Ding. Opened legendary treasure chest 1. Gained energy points 10,000. Ding. Opened legendary treasure chest 1. Gained legendary life's anthem hero equipment support exclusive 1. Bai Ye picked up the legendary equipment. It was a jade pendant that was entirely translucent white. Intricate vine patterns were carved on it, exuding a gentle aura of life. It was a legendary piece of equipment exclusive for support. He immediately checked the equipment's attributes: legendary life's anthem hero equipment, applicable hero support class attributes, spirit, 500 defense, 300 life recovery speed, 50 effect. After equipping, all healing skill effects are doubled, buff skill duration extended by 50, a purification skill cooldown reduced by 30, and simultaneously provides a 3 life recovery per second to friendly units within 50 meters. Such a powerful support equipment. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. The effects of this equipment perfectly matched the support hero, significantly enhancing the team's sustainability and buffing capability. However, he soon frowned, thinking to himself, unfortunately, I currently do not have a support hero. This equipment will be kept for now until I have a suitable hero to use it. He did not dwell on it further and stored life's anthem safely. He then took out the legendary hero summoning card, radiating a golden glow from his backpack. This was one of the most valuable rewards from this dungeon clearance. A legendary hero could lead to a qualitative leap in the team's strength. Use the legendary hero summoning card. Bai Ye said in a deep voice, and the summoning card in his hand instantly transformed into a beam of golden light shooting into the sky. In the air it coalesced into a massive magic circle. Within the magic circle a gentle white light slowly emerged and a slender figure gradually became clear. Moments later the golden light dissipated and the magic circle vanished. A woman dressed in a white long gown appeared before everyone. She had long golden hair and her eyes were as clear as sapphires surrounded by a gentle aura of life. Her demeanor was gentle and she held a staff embedded with white gems, a legendary support hero indeed. Ding. Successfully used the legendary hero summoning card, summoned a 6th stage support hero healing buff. Bai Ye looked at the support hero before him and was overjoyed. I greet you, my lord. The new hero approached Bai Ye respectfully and bowed. Let's call you Alice. Thank you for the name, my lord. Alice is willing to go through fire and water for you. High Priestess Alice, level 156, stage race, human, light attribute, strength 300, agility 250, constitution 400, spirit 800, skill 1, group heal, high level. Restores 50 of the life value for all friendly units within 50 meters, cooldown time 15 seconds, skill 2, attribute amplification, high level. Increases all attributes of friendly units within 50 meters by 30, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds, skill 3, purification, light, high level. Purifies all debuff effects on friendly units within 50 meters while providing 10 seconds of immunity to debuffs, cooldown time 20 seconds, skill 4, life guardian passive. Increases life recovery speed of friendly units within 30 meters by 20 and reduces damage taken by 10. A dual role of healing and buffing along with purification skills perfectly complements our team's support shortcomings. Bai Ye was overjoyed. Alice's skills precisely matched the team's needs. With her, the casualties in subsequent battles would be greatly reduced, and their sustainability would experience a qualitative leap. He immediately took out the legendary Life's Anthem from his backpack and said with a smile, Alice, this support equipment is for you. It perfectly suits your skills and will enhance your healing and buffing effects. Alice accepted the pendant, gracefully bowing gently as she replied in a soft voice, Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. I will not fail my mission and will protect you and all our companions. Afterwards, she equipped Life's Anthem in her equipment slot. The energy from the equipment instantly merged with the life aura surrounding her. Her attributes surged as well. On the side, she could no longer contain herself and quickly stepped forward, playfully patting Alice on the shoulder. Alice, welcome to our team. I am Yinshi, a fire mage. We will fight side by side from now on. Inu also slowly stepped forward, nodding slightly, his tone steady. Inu, an assassin responsible for reconnaissance and sneak attacks. I look forward to working with you. Alice smiled gently and nodded, please take care of me in the future. The three exchanged a few pleasantries and quickly became familiar, the team's atmosphere becoming more harmonious. Bai Ye looked at the scene before him and nodded in satisfaction. All right, we have thoroughly counted all the gains from the dungeon. The team has suffered some casualties, so we should leave the dungeon and return to the territory to rest. He then led Yin, Shi, Inu, Alice along with the remaining 180 Dawn shields and 250 Gale archers towards the exit of the dungeon. With Alice's passive skill Life Guardian, the life of injured units gradually recovered along the way. The team's pace also stabilized significantly. About half an hour later, everyone successfully exited the dungeon and returned to the glade of the Lord's world. Everyone returned to the territory. Bai Ye commanded in a deep voice, leading the team to swiftly head towards his territory. Thanks to the team's formidable prowess, the wild monsters along the way dared not approach. Everyone traveled smoothly and quickly arrived at the territory. At this moment, the territory still looked the same as before. At the center was a simple thatched hut surrounded by a low wooden fence. Bai Ye looked at the territory and solemnly instructed all units rest immediately to recover stamina. Yen Shi Inu assist Alice in distributing food to the units. Yes, my lord. Everyone responded in unison and immediately took action. Yen Shi and Inu systematically distributed food to the units. Alice walked among the injured units waving her staff as a gentle white light enveloped the entire area. Group heal skill activated and the life of the injured units quickly recovered their previously fatigued expressions, gradually becoming more spirited. Bai Ye then walked beside the thatched hut, took out all the loot, and began to count them one by one. Energy points 430593. Over 500 bottles of primary potions, healing experience, strength, agility, spirit. Intermediate potions, 11 healing, 3 strength, 5 agility, 3 spirit. In terms of equipment, there was a silver level Gale Bow, 1 silver level Dark Fire Spiritual Ring, 1 silver level Shadow Cloak, 1 golden level Echo of the Holy Spring, and 1 legendary level Life's Anthem. Additionally, there were 5 territory origin stones and 1 legendary hero summoning card already used. It's only the second day of the trial, and the rewards are incredibly abundant. Bai Ye couldn't help but marvel. He then calculated in his mind, there are too many primary potions, I can't use them all myself. I might as well list them on the new Lord trading channel to exchange for more energy points, preparing for the future development of the territory. Upon the thought, Bai Ye immediately opened the Novice Lord trading channel and began listing the basic potions. He listed all the basic potions at a uniform price of 900 energy points per bottle. This price is not low. However, it is significantly cheaper than the market price of 1200-1500 energy points typically found in the trading channel, offering great value. As soon as the potions went live, the previously calm Novice Lord trading channel erupted into chaos. Did I see that correctly? A large quantity of basic potions, only 900 energy points per bottle? That's over 300 points lower than the market price. It's Bai Ye. It's him again. How could he have listed so many basic potions? Is he trying to monopolize the Novice trading channel? Hurry. 900 energy points per bottle is a steal. They'll be gone if you wait. I want 10 bottles of basic healing potions. I want 5 bottles of basic experience potions, just enough to upgrade my troops. Bai Ye is so generous, such cheap potions, I'll be relying on him in the future. The discussions surged and countless Novice Lords frantically rushed to buy. Within just a few minutes, the over 500 bottles of basic potions listed by Bai Ye were snatched up completely. The system notification sounded continuously as energy points flooded and ding. Transaction successful, sold 150 basic healing potions, gained 135000 energy points. Ding. Transaction successful, sold 120 basic experience potions, gained 10800 energy points. Ding. Transaction successful, sold 230 basic strength agility mental potions, gained 20700 energy points. Current energy points 430593, 13500, 20700, 880593 points. Looking at the rapidly increasing energy points, Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. A total of over 8800 energy points had been credited. Next, it was time to upgrade the territory. He took out 3 territory origin stones and said in a deep voice, use 3 territory origin stones to upgrade the territory. Ding. Detected that you have 3 territory origin stones, 880593 energy points. Do you wish to consume 3 territory origin stones, 500 energy points, to upgrade the territory? Confirm upgrade. As Bai Ye's voice fell, the 3 territory origin stones instantly transformed into 3 beams of golden light, merging into the territory. Simultaneously, 500 energy points were deducted. Immediately afterward, the entire territory was enveloped in a dazzling golden light. The golden light was blinding, making it impossible to look directly, and a rich aura of energy spread from the center of the territory. The entire territory trembled slightly. The wooden fences and thatched houses on the ground underwent earth-shattering changes under the golden light. Yan Xing, Yue, and Alice, along with all the troops, stopped their actions, their eyes fixed on the territory, shrouded in golden light, filled with astonishment. Yanxi, lively in character, couldn't help but tiptoe, her tone excited. Wow! What dazzling golden light! What changes are about to happen in the territory? I can't wait. Ing Yu's expression was serious as he nodded slightly. The aura of territory upgrade is denser than I imagined. This upgrade should bring about significant changes. Alice smiled gently, her eyes filled with anticipation. The Lord's territory will surely become even better. Time passed little by little. About 10 minutes later, the golden light that enveloped the territory gradually dissipated. The once simple territory had undergone earth-shattering changes. The low wooden fences transformed into tall and strong stone walls guarding the entire territory. The area of the territory expanded several times, turning into a small town. Within the town, simple wooden houses were neatly arranged along with dedicated warehouses and other buildings. The thatched house at the center of the territory had long since disappeared, replaced by a magnificent small castle. The castle was entirely made of white stone with a watchtower at the top, exuding a solemn and majestic aura. Wow! A castle! It's a castle! Yin Zai's eyes lit up, unable to contain her excitement, and she cheered quickly, running towards the small castle. I want to see what it's like inside the castle. Alice smiled gently at Yin Zai's lively figure. Ing Yu remained calm, scanning the upgraded territory with admiration in his eyes. Bai Ye stood in place, looking at the small town and castle before him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. This was his territory, which had now taken shape. At that moment, the system notification sounded, bringing even greater joy. Ding. Congratulations, Lord Bai Ye, territory upgrade successful. Territory level raised to extraordinary 1 star. Ding. Territory upgraded to extraordinary 1 star. Territory area increased by 5 times. Ding. Lord Bai Ye, due to the territory upgrade, all your attributes increased by 50. Bai Ye immediately brought up his attribute panel, his eyes filled with ecstasy. The increase in attributes was even more formidable than he had imagined. Lord Bai Ye level 300 max level current cap profession 6th order thunder mage territory level extraordinary 1-star attributes strength 2160, agility 2040, constitution 3360, spirit 3360 profession skills thunder strike high tier max level thunderstorm arrival high tier max level thunderbolt technique high tier max level thunder barrier high tier max level equipped gear golden tier echo of the sacred spring guardian armor. Attributes have directly increased by 50. That's incredible. Bai Ye clenched his fists, clearly feeling the abundant power within him. His current strength had surged more than double. Even against a 5th order monster, he could handle it easily. At that moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Reminder, Lord Bai Ye, your extraordinary 1-star territory has reached the territory level of a formal lord. Under normal circumstances, novice lords would need to pass a 10-day novice trial, completing the trial tasks before qualifying to upgrade their territory and become formal lords. Yet Bai Ye achieved this in just 2 days. In 2 days, he grew from a novice lord to the level of a formal lord, a feat never seen in the history of 100 years of lords on Blue Star. Bai Ye smiled lightly. Although he felt joy, he was not surprised. With a 10,000-fold experience boost and the abundant gains from the secret realm, it was only natural to upgrade the territory quickly. At that moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Lord's territory upgraded to extraordinary 1-star, unlocking the Lord attribute extraction privilege. You may immediately extract 1 new Lord attribute. Attribute extraction. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with surprise. He deeply understood the power of Lord attributes. The 10,000-fold experience boost was indeed the key to his rapid growth. Immediately extract the Lord attribute. Ding. Extracting Lord attributes. Ding. Extraction successful. You have obtained the Lord attribute favor. Attribute favor effect increased the level cap of all units in the territory by 100 levels. Level cap increased by 100 levels. Bai Ye felt a surge of joy. Originally his level cap was 300 levels. With this attribute, everyone's level cap could be raised by 100 levels, allowing for further upgrades and an increase in strength. But just then a special system voice echoed again. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained a new Lord attribute. The Super God attribute system is being activated. But just then a special system voice echoed again. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained a new Lord attribute. The Super God attribute system is being activated. You have obtained a new Lord attribute unlimited upgrade. Attribute unlimited upgrade effect. All units in the territory cancel their level cap, can upgrade infinitely, and when levels increase, the attribute enhancement ratio increases by 30. Bai Ye was completely stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Cancel the level cap. Infinite upgrades. An increase in attribute enhancement ratio. Unbelievable. Yan Xiying, Yue, and Alice, although they could not hear the system's notifications, could guess that something incredible had happened just by looking at Bai Ye's shocked expression. Yan Xi quickly stepped forward and curiously asked, Lord, what's wrong? Did you draw some powerful attribute? Bai Ye slowly came to his senses, a look of extreme joy appearing on his face. He smiled and said, That's right, I drew a super god level attribute, one that allows all of us to upgrade unlimited leveling. Yan Zai's exclamation rang out first. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively leaned toward Bai Ye, voice urgent, Lord, is this true? Cancel every unit's level cap and allow infinite advancement. That is absurd. In Yu's a flash of astonishment crossed in Yu's eyes. She clenched her fist and whispered, a transcendent class trait truly lives up to its reputation. Removing the level cap means our strength has no terminus. Even when we become official lords, we will still be able to crush peers with ease. AI Lizzie's gentle smile faded. Surprise filled her eyes as she murmured, Lord, with this trait, our party's endurance and combat power will keep rising. We will no longer worry about level bottlenecks. Bai Ye regarded the 3 shocked faces and smiled with composed assurance. He nodded and said, Indeed, infinite leveling. From now on we can all keep advancing, for our strength will only grow. He lifted his gaze to the distance, eyes bright with expectation. Rest well today. Tomorrow we begin a new exploration to see what wonders infinite leveling can bring. Time slipped by and night fell. The upgraded small castle glowed with light. Bai Ye sat in the castle dining hall with Yan Xiying, Yu, and AI Lizzie. The table was laden with food and water. There were basic energy rations obtained from the secret realm and fresh fruits picked from the wild, their aroma filling the air. As they ate, Bai Ye opened the new Lord chat channel to check the day's activity. The moment he opened it, messages began to flood the channel, filling the chat. Announcement: the Pantheon Alliance cordially invites the new Lord Bai Ye to join. The message touted veteran lords within the Alliance resource, sharing monster strategies and territorial defense support. It promised 1 million energy points and a set of silver tier equipment upon joining. Another read: Summit Alliance extends an exclusive invitation to Bai Ye. Our strength is great, and we gather many gifted new lords. Joining unlocks alliance-only instances and priority access to rare resources, hastening growth. A third proclaimed Godslayer's Alliance recruits Bai Ye across the network. Regardless of novice status, we will grant a core member position and provide a dedicated support team to help you quickly secure the rank of official lord. Only one slot available. One invitation after another scrolled by, each offering lavish terms, instantly stirring heated debate throughout the New Lord channel. Many new lords looked on with envy, murmuring about the favors Bai Ye was receiving. Yen, she glanced at the channel, curled her lips, and said, "These alliances are eager, but Lord, our strength is already such that we do not need to join. Developing independently would be freer." Ingyu nodded in agreement. Yen, she is right. Alliances bring benefits, but also constraints. Our current power suffices for the novice trials and the forthcoming official lord stage. We do not need alliance support for now. Bai Ye nodded slowly and closed the chat with a calm tone. You are right. I have no intention of joining an alliance at present. What matters most now is completing these 10 days of novice lord trials and consolidating our strength. After the trials, once we become official lords, we can consider alliances. After the meal, Bai Ye embraced the graceful All-Lords and went to the castle bedroom to rest. After a day of secret realm battles and territory upgrades, he needed proper recuperation. He prepared for tomorrow's exploration and the impending second dark trial. The night passed in silence. At dawn the next day, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The first ray of sunlight streamed through the castle window. Bai Ye stirred awake. All-Lords sat beside him, gentle and attentive. Seeing him awake, she whispered, "Lord, you are awake. Food is ready outside." Bai Ye nodded, washed, and stepped out of the bedroom. Yen, she ate as she spoke excitedly. The system also announced that tonight there will be the second dark trial. They say it is far more difficult than the first. Yen, she ate as she spoke excitedly. The system also announced that tonight there will be the second dark trial. They say it is far more difficult than the first. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened. The second dark trial increases in difficulty. A perfect chance to test our strength after infinite leveling. He finished his meal quickly and said solemnly, "Let's depart once we're done. I will first go to the troop altar to summon new unit types. Then we will split into 4 routes to explore, gathering experience and resources to prepare for tonight's dark trial." They finished in haste and followed Bai Ye to the troop altar beside the castle. With the territory upgraded to Transcendent 1-star, the altar had also been enhanced and could summon units more swiftly. Bai Ye approached the altar, expending a vast number of energy points, and commanded in a deep voice, "Summon Swiftwind Archers and Dawn Shield. Raise the total of each to 4000. The system confirmed the expenditure of 800 energy points and the summoning of Swiftwind Archers and Dawn Shield in great numbers. As the system chimed, streams of golden light poured from the altar. Dense ranks of Swiftwind Archers and Dawn Shield emerged in sequence and formed tidy lines around the altar. Bai Ye looked upon the 4,000 Swiftwind Archers and 4,000 Dawn Shield before him and nodded with. He then issued a stern order to the 3 heroes. We will split into 4 routes and fully explore the surrounding regions to accumulate experience and resources. Yen, she explore the west side of the territory. Ingyu, take the north. All-Lords head south. I will explore the eastern forest alone. Yes, Lord. The 3 heroes answered in unison, immediately leading their forces toward the assigned directions. Bai Ye led his units on a swift advance toward the eastern forest. At present, he stood at level 350, his attributes formidable beyond measure. With the support of 2,000 troops, even when penetrating deep into the forest, he had ample confidence to handle sudden threats. Not long after entering the eastern wood, a faint snarl came from ahead as 5 live monsters burst from the trees, their bodies wreathed in a faint. They were Tier 2 elite monsters, level 50 Claw Wolves. Claw Wolf, Tier 2 elite, level 50. Race Wolf, neutral attribute. Strength 200, Agility 180, Constitution 150, Spirit 80. Skills: Claw, Rend, Rapid Assault. Watching the 5 Tier 2 elites, Bai Ye's face broke into a faint, unconcerned smile. In his heart, he thought, monsters of this caliber are now hardly worth mentioning. He refrained from sending his units in and stepped forward himself. In the next instant, the power of thunder erupted within him. The echo of the sacred springs triple damage amplification activated, and he bellowed, "Thunder Strike." A thick purple bolt of thunder possessing world-shattering force shot toward the 5 Claw Wolves and instantly enveloped them. With a tremendous crash, the thunder detonated. The 5 Claw Wolves were slain before they could cry out, dissolving into threads of white light. The system reported the kills and rewards. The 5 Tier 2 elite Claw Wolves were slain, granting experience and energy points, and then triggered a Lord trait that multiplied experience 10,000-fold, boosting the experience to 50 million points. Immediately, the system activated another Lord trait, infinite leveling. All units within the territory could continue to gain experience and level up. As successive chimes resounded, waves of golden light bathed Bai Ye and his troops. Levels began to surge uncontrollably. The once maxed Swiftwind archers rocketed to level 250. The Dawn Shield rose to level 320. Bai Ye himself soared from level 350 to 400. The levels are climbing so fast. A flash of delight crossed Bai Ye's eyes as he summoned his attribute panel to inspect the changes. Lord Bai Ye, level 400. Profession 6th rank, Thunder Magus. Territory level, Transcendent 1 star. Attributes Strength 4320, Agility 4080, Constitution 6720, Spirit 6720. Profession Skills Thunder Strike, Advanced Max Tempest Descent, Advanced Max Lightning Strike, Advanced Max Thunder Barrier, Advanced Max. Equipped Golden Tier Echo of the Sacred Spring. His attributes had surged an entire tier upward, a dramatic leap in power. Bai Ye's heart was filled with ecstasy. He then checked the attributes of the troop types. Swiftwind Archer Tier 3 level 250. Attributes Strength 500, Agility 700, Constitution 300, Spirit 250, Skills Precise Shot, Penetrating Arrow Ring. Dawn Shield Tier 3 level 320. Attributes Strength 600, Agility 250, Constitution 900, Spirit 200, Skills Dawn Barrier Shield Strike, Dawn Guardian. With a millionfold experience and infinite upgrades, it's simply invincible. Bai Ye couldn't help but exclaim, the level 250 Swiftwind Archer is already comparable to a Tier 4 elite monster. The level 320 Dawn Shield has terrifying defenses capable of withstanding any attack from a fully leveled Tier 4 monster. He did not linger, waving his hand to command the team to delve deeper into the Eastern Forest. With the infinite upgrade attribute and millionfold experience boost, the monsters encountered along the way, whether ordinary or elite, became nourishment for leveling up. Bai Ye and the troops' levels were continuously soaring. About an hour later, all troop types had significantly increased in level. All Swiftwind archers, including newly summoned ones, were raised to level 400. All Dawn Shields were raised to level 420. Bai Ye's own level skyrocketed to level 450. With the explosive increase in levels, everyone's attributes also experienced a qualitative leap. The attributes of the Swiftwind archers surged threefold compared to their level 200 stats. Even when facing high-tier Tier 4 monsters, they could easily break through defenses. The attributes of the Dawn Shields also tripled. Their defenses maximized. Even the full force attacks of fully leveled Tier 4 monsters could not breach their defenses. Bai Ye's attributes were terrifying, with Strength reaching 6,480 points and Spirit reaching 10,080 points. Coupled with the 3x damage boost from the Echo of the Holy Spring, he could instantly kill Tier 5 monsters with a single skill. At this moment, the system prompt suddenly sounded, carrying a hint of warning. Ding. You have entered a new area, Mist Forest. Ding. The Mist Forest is thick with fog, visibility is extremely low, and the monsters are mostly shadows with dual attributes of wind possessing concealment effects. Please be cautious. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened as he looked up. He saw that the forest ahead was shrouded in dense white fog with visibility of less than 5 meters. A faint aura of shadow and wind energy lingered in the air, making it particularly eerie. Everyone stay alert. Swiftwind archers prepare to shoot. Dawn Shield, step forward and activate the Dawn Barrier. Bai Ye ordered in a deep voice, vigilantly observing the surroundings. The monsters in the Mist Forest were bound to be stronger than those before. As soon as he finished speaking, a low rumbling roar echoed from the fog. 40 black shadows swiftly charged out, their figures agile and surrounded by shadow and wind energy, moving at incredible speed, instantly reaching the front of the team. These were the first wave of monsters from the Mist Forest Tier 4 level 120. Mist Demon Wolves. Mist Demon Wolf Tier 4 level 120 Race Wolf Clan Shadow Wind Dual Attributes Strength 600, Agility 800, Constitution 500, Spirit 400, Skill 1 in Wind Shadow Assault High Tier. Utilizing wind and shadow power, it strikes quickly, dealing 800 points of mixed damage with a 50 chance to trigger Concealment Effect. Skill 2, Shadow Wind Blade High Tier. Releases 3 Shadow Wind Blades dealing 600 points of mixed damage, can penetrate targets. Skill 3, Mist Concealment Passive. In the mist, the concealment effect is greatly enhanced, making it difficult to detect them. Tier 4 level 120 Dual Attributes with concealment effects and such speed. Bai Ye thought to himself, monsters of this caliber would pose a challenge even for formal leaders, but unfortunately they encountered me. The Mist Demon Wolves, with their crimson eyes, simultaneously launched Wind Shadow Assault, leveraging the mist for cover as they charged toward the team. Shadow Wind Blades were released, simultaneously aiming at the Dawn Shields. Dawn Barrier, full defense. Bai Ye ordered in a deep voice, and the 1,000 Dawn Shields exerted their strength in unison. Dawn Barrier was fully activated, a faint golden barrier enveloping the entire team, blocking all Shadow Wind Blades without causing any damage. Swiftwind archers focus fire. With Bai Ye's command, the 1,000 swift-wind archers simultaneously drew their bows and shot. The arrows shot out like a torrential rain, piercing through the dense fog, accurately targeting the mist demon wolves. Even though the mist demon wolves had concealment effects, the density of arrows from 1,000 swift-wind archers was immense. Each mist demon wolf was struck by arrows, instantly losing a large portion of their health. Bai Ye was not idle either, unleashing the thunderous power within him. Thunderstorm Descends activated. A purple thunderstorm swept out, engulfing all mist demon wolves. Each bolt of lightning dealt immense damage, instantly killing them. In less than 3 minutes, all 40 Tier 4 level 120 mist demon wolves were killed. Not a single one was able to approach the team. Ding. Killed Tier 4 mist demon wolf 40. Gained experience points 40,000, energy points 50,000. Ding. Triggering Lord attribute million-fold experience boost. Experience points doubled to 400 million. Ding. Triggering Lord attribute infinite upgrades. Level increased again. Ding. Your level has increased to level 480. Ding. All your Swiftwind archers have been raised to level 450. Ding. All your Dawn shields have been raised to level 460. Ding. Killed Mist Demon Wolf 40. Gained gold treasure, chest 1, silver treasure, chest 3. A smile appeared on Bai Ye's face. He commanded the troops to clear the battlefield, then walked to the treasure chests and opened them one by one. First opened 3 silver treasure chests. Ding. Opened silver treasure chest 1. Gained intermediate healing potion 4. Intermediate food 2,000 energy points 3,000. Ding. Opened silver treasure chest 1. Gained intermediate strength potion 3. Intermediate agility potion 3. Energy points 2,800. Ding. Opened silver treasure chest 1. Gained intermediate spirit potion 4. Intermediate food 1,500 energy points 3,200. The 3 silver treasure chests yielded some intermediate food. Compared to basic food, intermediate food contains richer energy, providing more energy replenishment. With Bai Ye obtaining the infinite upgrade attribute, the levels of the troops continuously increased, and the daily food energy required also significantly rose. Basic food would soon be insufficient, while intermediate food could just solve this issue. He then opened the gold. Ding. Opened gold treasure chest 1. Gained advanced damage potion 2. Energy points 20,000. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. He picked up the 2 bottles of advanced damage potion. Then he checked the attributes of the advanced damage potion. His eyes filled with delight. Item damage potion level advanced effect upon consumption increases damage of oneself and friendly units within 100 meters by 6 times, lasting for 10 minutes. 6 times damage boost. Bai Ye couldn't help but exclaim, with these 2 bottles of advanced damage potion, even facing a pack of fully leveled tier 5 monsters, I can easily annihilate them. He nodded in satisfaction and stored the advanced damage potion. Then he waved his hand and solemnly commanded the team, everyone take a moment to rest, then continue delving into the mist forest, striving to find more high-tier monsters and rare resources, and prepare thoroughly for the second dark trial tonight. Just as the team was preparing to set off, the ground suddenly trembled violently, as if a strong earthquake had occurred. The ground beneath them cracked continuously, and an astonishing aura far beyond that of the mist demon wolves suddenly emanated from deep within the mist forest. The terrifying pressure left the entire team feeling suffocated. Clearly, there was a powerful presence deep in the mist forest rapidly approaching. The ground trembled more violently. From the cracked earth, thick shadows intertwined with wind energy. A colossal figure slowly emerged from the mist. This silhouette was shrouded in an inescapable black fog, with eyes emitting a ghostly green glow. A terrifying pressure swept across the scene like a tidal wave, causing the 1,000 Dawn shields and 1,000 Swiftwind archers beside Bai Ye to tense up, their breath stifled. Ding. Boss of the Misty Forest detected Mist Lord 5th level max level. Mist Lord 5th level max level. Shadow Wind dual attributes. Race Demon Lord level. Strength 10,000, agility 8,000, constitution 12,000, spirit 7,200. Skill 1 Mist Domain ultimate. Unleashes a mist domain with a range of 200 meters, reducing all enemy attributes by 50, dealing 2,000 mixed damage of Shadow Wind every second, and inflicting stun. Control lasts 1 second. Cooldown 3 seconds. Skill 2 Shadow Wind Howl high level. Releases a large-scale torrent of Shadow Wind blades, dealing 10,000 mixed damage covering a 100-meter range, capable of penetrating defenses. Skill 3 Wind Shadow Strangle high level. Consolidates the forces of shadow and wind to form a strangulation vortex, causing 12,000 single target burst damage, capable of locking onto a target. Skill 4 Lord's Majesty passive. Reduces the damage taken by itself by 30, instilling a fear effect on all 4th level and lower monsters, reducing their attack speed by 20. The attributes are truly terrifying. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, strength, constitution, and agility, all exceeding 10,000, and spirit reaching over 7,000. stronger than the previous Shadow King by at least 4 times, possessing group control and large-scale burst damage. No wonder it can become the boss of the Misty Forest. Even in the face of such a formidable boss, Bai Ye remained calm and collected, showing no signs of panic. Everyone hold steady. Dawn shields activate. The Dawn barrier. Swift wind archers prepare to focus fire. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ye took out a bottle of high-level damage potion from his backpack and used it directly. Ding! Consumed a high-level damage potion, enhancing damage for oneself and allies within a 100-meter radius by 6 times, lasting for 10 minutes. As the system prompt sounded, a golden halo enveloped Bai Ye and the troops nearby, instantly activating the damage increase effect. The thunderous power within Bai Ye surged wildly, and the echo of the Holy Spring's threefold damage amplification activated simultaneously. With double stacking, the damage surged 9-fold. Now is the time. Thunderstorm descends. Bai Ye shouted solemnly, raising his hands high. The spiritual power within him erupted with full force. Purple lightning surged forth like a tsunami, enveloping the Mist Lord with earth-shattering power, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The immense thunder erupted, tearing through the black fog as the Mist Lord emitted a pained howl. The massive body trembled violently, and its health instantly decreased. Even with a constitution of 12,000 and formidable defense, it could not withstand such terrifying damage. Enraged, the Mist Lord immediately activated the skill, Mist Domain. The mist within a 200-meter range instantly thickened. The ghostly green light flickered, instantly reducing Bai Ye and all troops' attributes by 50, taking 2,000 mixed damage every second. Occasionally, they would be subjected to 1 second of stun control. Dawn shields fully activate the Dawn barrier. Brace yourselves against its area skills. Bai Ye commanded solemnly. Even with a 50 attribute reduction, his strength remained formidable, showing no signs of being affected by the stun control. The echo of the Holy Spring granted immunity to mental control, perfectly countering the Mist Lord's group stun. The 1,000 Dawn shields exerted their strength in unison. The Dawn barrier was fully activated, and the pale golden barrier became increasingly thick, firmly enveloping the entire team. Meanwhile, the Mist Lord unleashed Shadow Wind Howl. Countless shadow wind blades surged like a torrent, crashing heavily against the Dawn barrier. With a loud boom, the barrier trembled violently, but did not shatter. Swift wind archers, concentrate your fire. Aim for the Mist Lord's weakness, the head. Bai Ye continued to command. The 1,000 swift wind archers were already prepared. Even with a 50 attribute reduction, their 5-10 level attributes remained formidable. With an attack power of 1,500 combined with double damage amplification, each arrow could inflict substantial damage. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows surged forth like a torrential rain, penetrating the thick mist, accurately targeting the Mist Lord's head. Each arrow managed to break through defenses, with damage values continuously popping up. The Mist Lord's health steadily declined. Even with its passive skill, Lord's Majesty, reducing damage taken by 30, it could not withstand the relentless output of Bai Ye and the swift wind archers. Roar. The agitated Mist Lord howled madly, repeatedly activating the skill Wind Shadow, Strangle, locking onto Bai Ye for an attack. With 12,000 single-target burst damage, even with Bai Ye's strong constitution, a single hit would instantly drop his health to 50. But Bai Ye cared not, for the Dawn shield ahead would help block all skills directed at him. Under the continuous amplification of the high-level damage potion, Bai Ye's output remained at full throttle. Thunderstrike, Thunderbolt alternated in release, each skill capable of inflicting massive damage, steadily suppressing the Mist Lord's health. The battle was exceptionally fierce. The Mist Lord's attributes were extremely high, and the threat from its group control and area damage was immense. Even with the Dawn shield's resistance, more troops had fallen compared to before. Over 30 Dawn shields were pierced through the barrier by shadow wind blades, their health reduced to 0. A dozen swift wind archers were locked by Wind Shadow Strangle, falling in an instant. Yet the remaining troops still held their ground, without any signs of retreat, continuing to output along with Bai Ye. Time ticked by. After a mere 5 minutes, the Mist Lord's health finally dropped to 0. It let out a shrill wail, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground. The shadows and wind energy surrounding it instantly dissipated, the Mist Domain was lifted, and the terrifying pressure completely vanished. Ding. Defeated the 5th level max level Mist Lord, gaining experience 200,000 energy points 200,000. Ding. Triggered the Lord's entry 10-fold experience amplification. Experience doubled to 2 billion points. Ding. Triggered the Lord's entry infinite level up. Levels skyrocketing. Ding. Your level has increased to 460, 470. 530. Ding. All your swift wind archers have leveled up to 510. Ding. All your Dawn shields have leveled up to 520. Ding. Defeated the Mist Lord, received an epic treasure chest 1. Streams of golden light enveloped Bai Ye and all troops. Levels surged dramatically. Bai Ye immediately summoned his attributes panel, his eyes filled with ecstasy. Lord Bai Ye, level 530, class tier 6, thunder, mage territory, level extraordinary, 1-star attributes, strength 9720, agility 6120, constitution 10080, spirit 15120, equipped, gear, golden grade, echo of the holy spring. The attributes have significantly increased again, especially the spiritual power, which has surpassed 15,000 points. Coupled with the echo of the holy spring, the power of skills has become even more terrifying. He then checked the attributes of his troops. The 510 level Gale Archer had a strength of 2,250 points and agility of 3,150 points, raising their output energy to a new level. The 520 level Shield of Dawn had a constitution of 4,050 points, and its defense had surged once again, easily capable of handling 5-tier high-level monsters. Then Bai Ye's gaze fell upon the treasure chest next to the body of the Mist Lord. The chest was pitch black, surrounded by a faint purple glow. It radiated a much denser aura than that of a legendary treasure chest. It was indeed an epic treasure chest. A strong sense of anticipation appeared on his face as he quickly approached and lightly touched the chest. Ding! Opened epic treasure chest 1. Obtained epic territory building blueprint, Hall of Heroes 1. Epic Lord equipment, Crown of Light 1. 2 epic items appeared simultaneously. A golden light and a faint purple light intertwined, dazzling and eye-catching. Bai Ye's eyes lit up as he eagerly picked up the epic territory building blueprint. The blueprint depicted a magnificent palace with a golden light column emanating from its peak, exuding a sacred aura. Territory building blueprint, Hall of Heroes, level epic, building type, special building, construction requirements, energy points 50000. Territory level extraordinary, 1-star effect, all units, heroes, troops that die will automatically return to the Hall of Heroes. The Lord can consume corresponding energy points to directly resurrect fallen units from the Hall of Heroes. The resurrected units will have their health and level fully restored without any weakness penalty. Wonderful. This Hall of Heroes is simply a divine artifact. Bai Ye couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with joy. In the Lord's world, unit deaths were a common occurrence. Troops can be summoned again after death, but heroes once fallen cannot be resurrected and are permanently lost. The appearance of the Hall of Heroes completely solved this dilemma. Whether it is troops or heroes, being able to resurrect after death is undoubtedly an invaluable asset for the development of the territory. He carefully stored the blueprint for the Hall of Heroes. Then he picked up the epic Lord equipment, the Crown of Light. The crown was made entirely of pure gold, embedded with countless sparkling gems. At the top there was a huge white gem emanating a gentle light aura, appearing solemn and majestic. Epic Crown of Light Lord exclusive attributes, constitution 1000, spirit 1500, special effect. When the Lord's health drops below 20, automatically gains a light shield that immunizes all damage and fully restores health. The light shield lasts for 3 seconds. Cooldown time 24 hours. Constitution 1000, spirit 1500, and a life-saving skill. Bai Ye's face revealed a satisfied smile. With this equipment, his survivability had greatly improved. Even when facing a boss stronger than the Mist Lord, he could rely on the light shield to survive, no longer fearing being killed instantly. He immediately opened his equipment panel. As a lord, he had 10 equipment slots, and he had only equipped the Echo of the Holy Spring, leaving 9 empty slots. Without hesitation, he donned the Crown of Light. In the next moment, a gentle light aura enveloped his body, his constitution and spiritual power skyrocketed, and his attributes increased once more. Lord Bai Ye, level 530, attributes, strength 9720, agility 6120, constitution 11080, spirit 16620. Feeling the abundant power and sense of safety within him, Bai Ye nodded with satisfaction. He allowed the team to rest for a moment, then waved his hand and ordered in a deep voice, continue deeper into the Mist Forest, aiming to gather more experience and resources before nightfall, preparing for the second dark trial tonight. The team set off once again, with the 530 level Bai Ye leading, along with the 510 level Gale Archer and the 520 level Shield of Dawn. The monsters deep within the Mist Forest, whether high tier or elite, had become the source of leveling up and resources. Bai Ye and his troops' levels continued to rise steadily. At the same time, they collected a large number of treasure chests, potions, and food. Time quietly passed. The sun set in the west, and night slowly descended. The third day of the newcomer Lord trial came to an end. At this moment, Yan Xiying, Yue, and Alice also led their respective teams to complete their exploration tasks, gradually returning to the territory. The 1000 Shield of Dawn and 1000 Gale Archers under their command had all leveled up to around level 500, significantly enhancing their strength. They also collected a large number of treasure chests, potions, intermediate food, and energy points. The 4 teams converged in front of the castle. As soon as Yan Xi saw Bai Ye, she excitedly ran over, speaking hurriedly, Lord, We had a fantastic harvest today. There were quite a few 4-tier monsters on the west side. We not only leveled our troops to 500, but also opened several golden grade treasure chests, gaining many intermediate potions and food. Ingyu also stepped forward, nodding slightly, and said calmly, although the monsters on the north side were tough, our cooperation was seamless, and there were no significant casualties. We harvested 3 golden grade treasure chests and a good amount of energy points, with all troop levels reaching 500. Alice gently smiled and said softly, most of the monsters on the south side were water type. My healing skills proved effective while our team had 0 casualties, and we gathered a lot of intermediate food and 2 bottles of high-level healing potions with troop levels also around 500. Bai Ye looked at the harvests of the 3 and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, everyone did very well. Now let's tally today's total harvest to prepare thoroughly for the second dark trial tonight. Everyone entered the castle, and Bai Ye began to count the harvest one by one. Total energy points accumulated 12 million, initial food 900 units, intermediate potions accumulated 121 bottles, intermediate food accumulated around 100 units, current high-level potions accumulated 5 bottles. This is definitely a day of great harvest. Yen, she looked at the tally results, her face filled with ecstasy. Ingyu and Alice also wore satisfied. Bai Ye nodded, confidence shining in his eyes. Everyone take a moment to rest and regain your strength. Next we will give our all to face the second dark trial. Bai Ye wasted no time and immediately took out the epic blueprint of the Hall of Heroes from his backpack. He lightly tapped on the blueprint and said in a deep voice, choose to build the Hall of Heroes next to the unit altar. Ding. Detected that you possess the epic building blueprint of the Hall of Heroes. Construction conditions met, energy points 500 territory, level extraordinary 1 star. Would you like to build it immediately? Confirm construction. With by yes command 500 energy points were instantly deducted. Current energy points 2100, 500, 1600 points. At the same time, the blueprint of the Hall of Heroes transformed into a golden beam of light, landing on the vacant land next to the unit altar. The beam shot skyward and a rich sacred aura filled the air, intertwining with the energy of the territory. Within the golden beam, a magnificent palace gradually took shape. The palace was entirely crafted from milky white jade with flying eaves and corners topped with an everlasting golden beam of light. Above the palace door were inscribed the 3 powerful characters, Hall of Heroes. A soft sacred halo surrounded it, solemn and dignified. In just a few minutes the beam dissipated and the Hall of Heroes was completely built, standing firmly beside the unit altar in harmony with the nearby small castle. Wow! Is this the Hall of Heroes? It's so spectacular. Yen Zai's eyes widened as she hurried to the door of the Hall of Heroes, her tone filled with awe. It's even more magnificent than the castle, and that sacred aura is so comforting. Ingyu stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the Hall of Heroes, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes as she said solemnly, with the Hall of Heroes, any units that fall in battle can be revived, and we need not worry about losing them anymore. This is the most precious aspect, ensuring the territory's combat power is stable. Alice smiled gently and said softly, the sacred aura of the Hall of Heroes can also soothe the spirits of the units, boosting their morale. The Lord is truly fortunate. Bai Ye observed the reactions of the 3 and smiled faintly as he stepped forward to push open the doors of the Hall of Heroes. Inside was spacious and bright, with a crystal platform in the center. The crystal platform was surrounded by a faint white light, the resting place for the souls of fallen units. In the future, the souls of fallen units and heroes will rest here. By consuming the corresponding energy points, they can be revived at any time. He spoke softly, then turned to walk out of the Hall of Heroes. Just as he stepped out, the system notification sounded suddenly, carrying a hint of warning. Ding. The second dark trial will officially start in 30 minutes. Please prepare defenses, Lord. It starts in 30 minutes. Yen Zai's expression sharpened, her tone becoming serious. Bai Ye remained calm, having already made his plans. Perfect. During these 30 minutes, I can stock up on some supplies to exchange for territory source stones. I currently have 2 territory source stones. I need 8 more to upgrade the territory again, so we'll take this opportunity to gather some. He immediately opened the new Lord trading channel and began to list supplies. First were large quantities of basic potions priced at 900 energy points each. Then he selected 3 pieces of black iron level hero equipment and 1 piece of bronze level hero equipment from his loot and listed them in the trading channel. He marked the exchange rules: black iron level hero equipment 1 territory source stone can be exchanged for 1 piece. Bronze level hero equipment 4 territory source stones can be exchanged for 1 piece. Only supports item trade, energy points not accepted. As soon as the supplies were listed, the previously calm new Lord chat channel instantly boiled over. The new Lords were shaken, and the speed of messages flooding in was even faster than before. Did I see that right? Bai Ye is listing supplies again. Basic potions for 900 energy points each, so generous. Wait, there are also black iron and bronze level hero equipment. My goodness, how can a new lord take out bronze level equipment? What kind of monster is Bai Ye? But the exchange rules are a bit harsh, huh? Using territory source stones for exchange. 1 for black iron and 4 for bronze, that's quite a price. Although territory source stones are hard to come by, bronze level hero equipment is even rarer. With bronze level equipment, my hero's strength can improve significantly. It's worth spending 4 source stones. Who has territory source stones? Hurry and trade. If you wait too long, they'll be snatched up by others. The discussions surged, and the basic potions were being snatched up frantically. The black iron and bronze level equipment made many lords with territory source stones eager to act. In the Lord world, territory source stones could be obtained by opening treasure chests, system rewards, or exploring the wilderness. Though rare, some lucky new lords would manage to acquire them. Soon many lords began to shout in the chat channel, trying to persuade Bai Ye to change the exchange rules. Bai Ye, can you bend the rules a bit? I don't have territory source stones. Can I exchange with energy points? I'll offer 1,000 energy points for a black iron level equipment. I'll offer 2,000 energy points for a bronze level equipment. Yes, great lord, territory source stones are too hard to get. It would be much easier to exchange with energy points, and we are willing to pay a high price. Watching the shouting in the channel, Bai Ye's expression remained unchanged, not swayed in the slightest. He urgently needed territory source stones, and he already had 1,620 energy points, enough to meet current demands, so there was no need to sacrifice the source stones for energy points. He directly turned off the message notifications for the chat channel, no longer paying attention to the shouting, focusing instead on waiting for someone to exchange source stones for equipment. Sure enough, within minutes the system notifications sounded in succession, indicating that equipment was being exchanged. Ding. Player, Li Shuqi. Used 1 territory source stone to exchange for your black iron level hero equipment 1. Ding. Player, Zhou Miao Miao. Used 1 territory source stone to exchange for your black iron level hero equipment 1. Ding. Player, Zhou Miao Miao. Used 4 territory source stones to exchange for your bronze level hero equipment 1. Ding. Player, Zhou Miao Miao. Used 1 territory source stone to exchange for your black iron level hero equipment 1. In just a few minutes, 3 pieces of black iron level equipment and 1 piece of bronze level equipment were completely exchanged. Among them, 2 pieces of black iron level equipment and 1 piece of bronze level equipment were all bought by a player named Zhou Miao Miao. Meanwhile, Bai Ye received a friend request. The requester was Zhou Miao Miao with a message attached. Hello Bai Ye, I'm Zhou Miao Miao. I've seen you in the channel before. Can we add each other as friends? I would love to prioritize exchanging good items in the future. Bai Ye looked at the friend request and pondered for a moment. Zhou Miao Miao taking out 6 territory source stones at once. She seems to be an extremely lucky big customer. Adding her as a friend wouldn't hurt. If I have excess supplies later, I can sell to her first, and even if I don't want to interact later, I can delete the friend at any time. He clicked to accept the friend request. Ding. You have added player Zhou Miao Miao as a friend. As soon as the friend was successfully added, Zhou Miao Miao sent a message brimming with excitement. Bai Ye, I finally added you. I'm Zhou Miao Miao, and I've been curious about you. You're incredible. You have so many good items on the 3rd day of the new Lord trial. Bai Ye looked at the message, his expression calm, and replied simply hello. Zhou Miao Miao quickly sent another message, her tone still enthusiastic. You're so indifferent, great lord. By the way, if you have good items for sale in the future, could you please ask me first? I'm afraid I won't be able to get them if I'm slow. I'm quite lucky, so I should be able to offer you what you want. Bai Ye had no unnecessary words, and simply replied okay. After sending the message, he closed the friend chat interface, and no longer paid attention to Zhou Miao Miao. He knew that Zhou Miao Miao was the girl lord who had repeatedly inquired about his strength in the chat channel. It was rumored that she was exceptionally lucky, as if favored by the goddess of fortune. Now it seemed true. She could take out 6 territory source stones at once, far exceeding ordinary new lords. At this moment, Bai Ye's number of territory source stones had increased from 2 to 9. Current territory source stones 9. Just 1 more is needed to upgrade the territory again. Upgrading the territory will allow for the extraction of a new lord trait. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to the 3 heroes beside him. The potions and equipment have been fully stocked, and a considerable amount of source stones have been gathered. Now everyone get ready to face the 2nd dark trial. Yanxi immediately tightened her grip on the staff, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Don't worry, Lord. This time in the dark trial, I will perform well and slay more monsters. Ingyu slightly nodded and said solemnly, I have already arranged the troops for defense station forces in all 4 directions without any oversight. Alice gently said, I am ready to heal and can restore everyone's health at any time, minimizing. Not long after, the system prompt sounded again, announcing the impending start of the dark trial. Ding. The 2nd dark trial is about to begin. Please choose the difficulty level for the trial normal hard nightmare. Ding. Please make your choice within 3 minutes. Exceeding the time limit will default to the lowest difficulty normal. Looking at the system prompt, Bai Ye showed no hesitation, and just like the first dark trial said, firmly choose nightmare difficulty. Ding. Selection successful. You have chosen nightmare difficulty for the second dark trial. Ding. In 2 minutes the dark trial will officially begin. Please prepare defenses. As the system prompt finished, the sky, which had already fallen into night, grew. Heavy dark clouds obscured all starlight and moonlight, enveloping the territory in a shroud of deathly silence. The air was thick with a chilling aura, even more terrifying than the first dark trial. It felt as if countless malevolent monsters were lurking in the darkness. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened as he scanned the 4 directions of the territory. He commanded in a deep voice, "Everyone, enter battle mode." The Dawn Shield should be arrayed around the territory, activating the Dawn Barrier. The Windstorm Archers will stand ready behind the barrier, preparing to shoot. Yan Xiing Yue Alice, you 3 will guard 3 of the 4 directions of the territory, while I will handle the eastern. Yes, Lord. Everyone responded in unison and quickly took their battle positions as arranged by Bai Ye standing ready. In just 2 minutes the time passed swiftly. Ding. The second dark trial officially begins. With the sound of the system prompt, suddenly 8 swirling portals of darkness appeared in the sky at the 4 directions of the territory. 2 portals in each direction, continuously rotating with dense dark energy surging out from them. Accompanied by piercing howls, countless dark monsters charged madly out from the portals. They swarmed towards the territory like a tide. Bai Ye's gaze darkened as he immediately called up the attributes of one of the dark monsters. Dark Demon Soldier Tier 5 Elite Level 200 Race Demon Dark Attribute Strength 3000 Agility 2500 Constitution 2800 Spirit 1500 Skill 1 I Dark/High Tier. Condenses the power of darkness, delivering a dark slash, inflicting 2500 points of dark damage. Skill 2, Dark Corrosion High Tier. Releases dark energy, corroding the target, inflicting 800 points of dark damage per second, lasting 5 seconds. Skill 3, Dark Fury Passive. When health drops below 50, attack speed increases by 30, damage increases by 28. Tier 5 Elite Monster Level 200. Bai Ye thought to himself, its attributes are significantly higher than those of an ordinary Tier 5 Elite monster. An ordinary Tier 5 Level 200 Elite has a strength of only about 2,000 and a constitution of only 2,000. These dark monsters have attributes that are nearly half again higher. It seems this nightmare difficulty is even greater than I imagined. At this moment, countless dark demon soldiers had already reached the stone walls of the territory, wildly swinging their dark sabers and furiously attacking the Dawn Barrier that had been activated. Clang. A tremendous crash sounded. The barrier shook violently, sparks flying. The battle of the second dark trial had officially begun. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of dense collisions echoed continuously. The countless dark demon soldiers swung their pitch-black long sabers, frantically assaulting the light gold barrier of the Dawn Shield that had been activated. Each collision carried immense force, causing the barrier to tremble violently, creating ripples as if it would shatter at any moment. The 8 dark portals spun like an inexhaustible source, continuously spewing forth. The dark demon soldiers surged out endlessly, their dense forms covering the perimeter of the territory. The sounds of howling and blade clashing intertwined, creating a breathtaking scene. Hold steady. Use all your strength to maintain the Dawn Barrier. We must not let the monsters breach our defenses. Ingyue, stationed at the northern side of the territory, ordered sharply with keen eyes. The 1,000 Dawn Shield soldiers under her command exerted their strength in unison, the barrier's light growing even more intense, withstanding the relentless assaults of the dark demon soldiers. Even though the dark demon soldiers possessed a strength of 3,000 and could inflict massive damage with each strike, they still could not break through this thick barrier. Behind the barrier, the 1,000 Windstorm Archers drew their bows with lightning speed. Arrows poured down like a torrential rain, whistling through the air and accurately striking the dark demon soldiers outside the barrier. The Windstorm Archers, after their level surged, saw their output capabilities rise dramatically. Each arrow could deal substantial damage. As countless arrows rained down, clusters of dark demon soldiers fell to the ground, transforming into experience points and energy. On the eastern side of the territory, Yanxi held her staff, surrounded by blazing fire energy, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Flames of the Wild, she exclaimed, unleashing a large-scale fire spell that scorched groups of dark demon soldiers. Each second inflicted massive continuous damage, and together with the concentrated fire from the Windstorm Archers, the dark demon soldiers could not even approach the barrier. No matter how many come, it's never enough to kill. Yanxi smiled confidently, her voice brimming with assurance. She kept using her skills without pause, continuously reaping the lives of the dark demon soldiers. On the southern side of the territory, Alice stood gracefully behind the troops. The staff in her hand radiated a gentle white light. Healing light. Whenever a dawn shield was struck by the dark demon soldiers' corrosive skills and health decreased, she would promptly use her healing skills to restore their health to full. She directed her troops in an orderly defense, ensuring both offense and defense. Even with the overwhelming number of dark demon soldiers, they held the line firmly, without any oversight. Bai Ye, stationed at the eastern side of the territory, surveyed the battle across all four directions, his expression calm. He did not attack frequently, but casually cast supportive skills when pressure appeared from a certain direction. Thunderstrike. Boom. The skill accurately struck the densely packed dark demon soldiers, instantly taking out a group. Each strike easily relieved the pressure on the defenses. Only the two basic arrow towers in the territory seemed somewhat overwhelmed in this fierce battle. The basic arrow towers had slow attack speeds and insufficient damage. Faced with the numerous and powerful Tier 5 dark demon soldiers, they could only occasionally take down a few wounded monsters. Compared to the output from the Dawn Shield and Windstorm archers, their contribution was negligible. Bai Ye's gaze slightly narrowed, thinking to himself, the basic arrow tower is still too weak. We must quickly obtain the source stones for upgrading the defense towers to elevate the arrow towers to a higher level, enabling them to play a greater role in the subsequent trials. The battle raged on. Bai Ye and three heroes commanded their troops with precision, their units cooperating seamlessly. Even as the dark demon soldiers continuously emerged, they remained steadfastly blocked outside the territory, not a single one breaking through the defenses. As time passed, clusters of dark demon soldiers fell to the ground. The system notifications rang out repeatedly, with experience points and energy points accumulating rapidly. In just 10 minutes, the last dark demon soldier fell beneath the arrows. The 8 dark portals ceased their spinning, and the dense dark aura began to dissipate, the chill in the air gradually fading. The first wave of dark demon soldiers was easily dealt with by Bai Ye. There were no significant casualties, only a few dozen members of the Dawn Shield sustaining minor injuries, which were quickly healed by Alice's healing skills. Ding! Dark demon soldier killed 1, gained experience points 2,000, energy points 200. Ding! Triggered Lord's trait 10-fold experience boost. Experience points doubled to 2,000. Ding! Triggered Lord's trait infinite level up. Level increased. Golden light enveloped Bai Ye, the three heroes, and all the troops continuously. Their levels skyrocketed as if they were on a rocket, and their attributes soared in sync. Ding! Your level has increased to level 540, 550. 600. Ding! Hero Yin Zai's level increased to 590. Ding! Hero Ing Yu's level increased to 600. Ding! Hero Alice's level increased to 595. Ding! All your Wind Riders have been upgraded to level 580. Ding! All your Dawn Shields have been upgraded to level 580. The golden light faded, and Bai Ye immediately summoned his attribute panel, his eyes filled with joy. Lord Bai Ye, level 600, profession 6th tier, Thunder Mage, territory level extraordinary, 1-star attribute, strength 23328, agility 14688, constitution 26592, spirit 40608. His attributes had directly surged by about 2. 4 times. His spiritual power had even surpassed 4000 points. At this moment, combined with the threefold damage increase from the echo of the Holy Spring, the power of his skills had reached terrifying levels. Then he checked the attributes of the three heroes. Hero Yin, she level 590, profession flame, mage attribute strength 18500, agility 16800, constitution 12500, spirit 19800. Hero Ingyue, level 600, profession shadow assassin, attribute strength 20800, agility 15400, constitution 22,000, spirit 14300. Hero Alice, level 595, profession light, high priest, attribute strength 8800, agility 10560, constitution 13200, spirit 26400. Next were the changes in the troops' attributes. Wind Riders, level 580, attribute strength 4500, agility 6300, constitution 3600, spirit 3500. Dawn Shield, level 580, attribute strength 8910, agility 3550, constitution 8910, spirit 2440. Yin, she felt the surging power within her, excitedly waving her staff, shouting, "Great! My level is almost 600, and my attributes have increased by 2 times. Even if I encounter a fully leveled 5-tier monster now, I can easily take it down." Ingyu gripped her sword tightly, feeling the enhancement in her strength, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes, as she said solemnly, "With such a significant boost in attributes, we can easily handle any monsters that come our way. Our defenses will only become more solid." Alice smiled gently softly saying, "My healing abilities have also improved greatly. Even if many troops are injured in the future, I can quickly heal them, minimizing casualties." Bai Ye observed the changes in everyone, a composed smile appearing on his face. He was filled with confidence, thinking, the first wave of monsters has brought such a significant enhancement, our strength has directly surged to a new level. With their levels and attributes skyrocketing, they felt more confident, and they could face the upcoming trials with greater composure. With their levels and attributes skyrocketing, they felt more confident, and they could face the upcoming trials with greater composure. Before the second wave of dark monsters arrived, Bai Ye casually opened the new Lord's chat channel. As soon as he entered, he was bombarded by a screen full of cries for help and distress messages. "Help! The second dark trial is way too difficult. I only selected normal difficulty, but the dark monsters are all tier 3 elites. My troops can't withstand it, and the territory barrier is about to break. Who can save me? I've already lost half my troops. If this continues, I'll be eliminated. Where's Bai Ye? Please Bai Ye, share some potions or equipment. I'm willing to pay a high price just to help me get through the trial. The second dark trial is too hard. Many people have already been eliminated just from the first wave." Bai Ye quickly skimmed through the messages, shaking his head slightly. He murmured softly, "Based on previous year's New Lord trials, the second dark trial will eliminate over half of the New Lords. This year's difficulty seems to have increased slightly. It appears that those who can persist until the end will either possess true skills or have extraordinary luck." He did not have the energy to deal with these pleas for help. The trial was not yet over. His own defense was of utmost priority. However, he remembered Zhou Miao, that lucky young lord. Perhaps she would have defense tower upgrade source stones or surplus territory origin stones. Bai Ye opened his friend panel and sent a message to Zhou Miao. "If you have defense tower upgrade source stones or territory origin stones, please sell them to me. I will purchase them permanently with favorable prices." After sending the message, Bai Ye waited for a moment, but did not receive a reply from Zhou Miao. He figured she was also currently working hard to fend off the dark trial monsters. Not bothering to wait any longer, Bai Ye casually closed the chat panel and turned to the three heroes saying, "Get ready, the second wave of monsters will be arriving soon. This time the monsters will likely be stronger than the first wave." "Don't worry, Lord." Yen's eyes sparkled, eager to take action. "I'm almost at level 600 now. Even if stronger monsters come, I can easily handle them." 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The world once again plunged into darkness, with even denser dark energy sweeping in than during the first wave of trials. The system's notification pierced through the silence. Ding. The second dark trial, the second wave of monsters, is about to appear. Please prepare your defenses, Lord. As soon as the voice fell, 8 dark portals reappeared in the sky at the 4 corners of the territory, now larger than before and spinning faster. Dense dark energy surged forth, accompanied by howls more haunting than those of the dark demon soldiers. Countless dark monsters charged out madly. These monsters were still tier 5 elites, but their levels had risen to 300. Their attributes were significantly stronger than those of the first wave of dark demon soldiers. What was even more alarming was that at the top of each portal a massive dark shadow was slowly forming. For shadows landed simultaneously, enveloped in a terrifying aura more potent than that of the dark demon soldiers. They were the boss units, tier 5, fully leveled Dark Vanguard. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, and he immediately summoned the attributes of the Dark Vanguard, tier 5 max level Dark Attribute Race Demon Vanguard, level Strength 8,000, Agility 6,000, Constitution 10,000, Spirit 5,000, Skill 1. A Dark Bind high tier group releases a large area of dark energy, binding all targets within a 50-meter diameter for 3 seconds. With a 5-second interval, Skill 2, Dark Heavy Strike, high tier gathers dark power to deliver a heavy strike, causing 8,000 points of dark damage, capable of shattering defensive barriers. Skill 3, Dark Roar high tier, emits a dark roar that reduces the defense of enemies within 100 meters by 20 for 10 seconds. Skill 4, Vanguard Resilience passive, when health drops below 30, gains a layer of dark shield that absorbs 5 points of damage. The attributes are slightly lower than the Mist Lord, but still strong enough. Bai Ye murmured, Strength 8,000, Constitution 10,000, plus a group binding skill, once bound the defense line can easily be breached. Boom. The 4 Dark Vanguards split into 4 directions, each leading a large number of tier 5, 300 level Dark Demon soldiers, charging madly towards the 4 corners of the territory. The deafening howls echoed, and the ground was corroded with black marks wherever the dark energy passed. Not good. It's a boss. On the side where Yan Shi was stationed, she was the first to encounter the charge of the Dark Vanguard. Her expression tightened, and she immediately unleashed her fire skill. Flame Barrier. A pale red fire barrier rose, attempting to block the monster's advance. However, the Dark Vanguard smashed down with a fist, instantly shattering the fire barrier. With a loud crash, the shockwave sent several Wind Riders flying. Damn it. This boss is way too To the north, the Dawn Shield under Yingyu's command fully activated the Dawn Barrier, bracing against the relentless assaults of the Dark Vanguard and Dark Demon soldiers. The barrier trembled violently as its light dimmed continuously. Everyone hold steady. Do not falter. Holding a long sword, Yingyu stepped forward personally to slay the approaching Dark Demon soldiers. However, the Dark Vanguard unleashed the dark binding, enveloping the area in a vast wave of dark energy. The front row of the Dawn Shield was instantly bound, unable to move. The Dark Demon soldiers seized the opportunity to launch frenzied attacks, causing numerous cracks to rapidly appear on the barrier. On the other side, Alice's situation was equally dire. The Dark Vanguard's dark roar reduced the defenses of the troops by 20, and the Dawn Shield's barrier soon showed signs of damage. Several members of the Dawn Shield fell. Alice continuously cast healing spells, but still could not keep up with the speed of casualties. Her expression inevitably showed a hint of urgency. Bai stationed himself on the eastern side, taking in the dilemmas from 3 directions. His expression remained calm, yet he had already condensed a rich power of thunder in his hands. It seems I must take action with full force. His figure flickered and instantly appeared outside the eastern battlefield. Surrounding him, purple lightning surged, enhanced by a 3-fold damage increase from the echo of the sacred spring and his own formidable attributes at level 600. The power of thunder became incredibly terrifying. Thunderstorm descends. Bai shouted in a deep voice. In the next moment, a massive wave of purple lightning swept forth, engulfing all the monsters on the eastern side, including the Dark Vanguard. Ding! Skill-activated Thunderstorm descends, dealing damage 3, inflicting 960 points of damage to the Dark Vanguard. The Gale Archers concentrated their fire, dealing 800 points of damage to the Dark Vanguard. The thunder erupted and swathes of Dark Demon soldiers were instantly obliterated. The Dark Vanguard was also struck, its massive body shaking violently as its health points plummeted by nearly 20%. Thunderstrike. Bai struck again, a thick bolt of purple lightning accurately smashing towards the head of the Dark Vanguard. Ding! Critical damage dealt, inflicting 120 points of damage to the Dark Vanguard. In just a few seconds, under the concentrated fire of Bai and the Gale Archers, the life points of the Dark Vanguard dropped to 0. It let out a dreadful shriek and collapsed with a crash. Defeated a level 5 max Dark Vanguard 1, gaining experience points 500, energy points 500. The Dark Vanguard on the eastern side has been dealt with. Bai did not linger, his figure flickering again as he rushed to the northern battlefield. At that moment, the Dawn Shield barrier on the northern side had shown extensive damage. Yingyu was struggling to fend off the attacks of the Dark Vanguard, with several wounds already appearing on her body. Yingyu fall back. Bai shouted, unleashing another surge of thunder power from within. Thunderstrike, Art Barrage. Streams of purple lightning shot towards the Dark Vanguard like a torrential rain. Each bolt could inflict massive damage. Combined with the concentrated fire of the Gale Archers to the north, the health points of the Dark Vanguard rapidly declined. Even when it activated Dark Binding, it could not trap Bai. This was because the echo of the Sacred Spring granted immunity to mental control. Bai Ye's output peaked, and in just 20 seconds the second Dark Vanguard was also slain. Subsequently, Bai hurried to the battlefield on the other side. Alice was doing her utmost to heal the troops, and upon seeing Bai arrive, she breathed a sigh of relief. Bai wasted no time and directly activated Thunderstorm descends, clearing the surrounding Dark Demon soldiers. He then concentrated his fire on the Dark Vanguard. Alice coordinated by releasing healing spells, restoring the troops' health points, and within a few seconds the third Dark Vanguard fell. Finally, Bai rushed to the battlefield where Yinshi was located. 1,000 Dawn Shield members and 1,000 Gale Archers were currently embroiled in a bitter battle. The barrier was on the verge of breaking and many troops had fallen. Bai landed, unleashing the full force of his thunder power. Thunder Domain. A large area of thunder enveloped the battlefield, causing Dark Demon soldiers to collapse in droves. The Dark Vanguard was engulfed in lightning, continuously receiving massive damage. Even when it triggered its passive skill Vanguard Resilience, gaining a Dark Shield, it could not withstand Bai Ye's terrifying output. After another 10 seconds, the fourth Dark Vanguard was successfully killed. The remaining Dark Demon soldiers lost their boss leadership and became disorderly. Under the cooperation of Bai and heroes from all directions, they were eliminated one by one. After several minutes, the last Dark Demon soldier fell beneath the arrows. The 8 dark spatial gates dissipated once more, and the dense dark aura gradually faded. The world regained a hint of light. The second wave of monsters in the second dark trial has been completely cleared. Bai Ye's terrifying output was unmistakable. Yinshi sat on the ground gasping for breath, yet her face was filled with excitement. That was exhilarating. Though this boss was strong, it was nothing compared to the Lord. Ingwe wiped the blood from her face, nodded slightly, and said solemnly, "Fortunately the Lord arrived in time, otherwise the defense line might have been breached." Alice smiled gently and said softly, "The casualties are much fewer than expected. Everyone has worked hard." Bai stood at the center of the territory, scanning the battlefield. A hint of a composed smile appeared on his face. At this moment, the system notification sounded successively. Rich rewards followed and levels and energy points surged once again. The battlefield still retained a dense dark energy. A gentle breeze blew and the dissipating monster corpses transformed into countless points of light. In the next second, the dense system notifications rang like a tide. Abundant rewards stacked rapidly, dazzling the eyes. Ding. The second dark trial, the second wave of monsters has been completely eliminated. Ding. Triggered Lord trait infinite level up. Levels are skyrocketing. Ding. Your level has risen to level 610. Level 620. Level 680. Ding. Hero Yanx's level has risen to level 610. Level 620. Level 650. Ding. Hero Yingyu's level has risen to level 610. Level 620. Level 650. Ding. Hero Alice's level has risen to level 610. Level 620. Level 660. Ding. All your Gale Archers have risen to level 630. Ding. All your Dawn Shields have risen to level 630. Ding. Current energy points 2600 points. Golden light continued to swirl around. Everyone's aura surged wildly, and their strength experienced another qualitative leap. Bai slowly closed his eyes, feeling the power within him swell to the utmost. He then opened his eyes, immediately calling up his attribute panel, a glint of ecstasy flashing in his gaze. Lord Bai, level 680, class tier 6 Thunder, Mage territory, level extraordinary 1-star attributes, strength 58320, agility 36720, constitution 66480, spirit 5140, equipped gear golden tier, echo of the sacred spring, epic tier, crown of light. My spiritual power has surged past 50,000 points. Bai Ye's lips curved into a composed smile. With such spiritual power bolstering me and the Holy Springs echo tripling damage, my skills have ascended to an entirely new echelon. Even confronted with 6th rank monsters, I can deal with them easily. He quickly tallied his energy points, a full 462,000. It is only the 3rd day of the Rookie Lord trial. The situation is terrifying. Were it not for a shortage of provisions, he could already summon an army of 100,000. At that moment, the 3 heroes beside him checked their own attributes, faces alight with delight. Yanxi waved her staff and cried out in excitement, "Wonderful! I'm level 650 now, and my flame skill can effortlessly scorch full level 5th rank monsters." Ingyu tightened his grip on his longsword, feeling the surging strength within, and said in a low voice, "With these attribute increases, my close combat prowess and defenses have improved greatly. Holding the line will be much easier." AI Lizzie smiled gently and murmured, "In level 660, my healing radius and potency have grown significantly. Even if many troops are wounded, I can restore them instantly. First, tend to the casualties, restore full ranks, and prepare for the 3rd wave," Bai Ye ordered in a deep voice. AI Lizzie answered immediately. Her staff exuded a soft white light as a sweeping area heal poured forth. The mass healing light suffused the field, and the injured unit's health was restored to full in an instant. Meanwhile, Bai Ye turned toward the Hall of Heroes, pushed open the doors, and watched the white glow drifting above the crystal dais. The souls of the dozens of units who had fallen in the second battle. He tapped the crystal with his fingertip and said, "Consume the corresponding energy points to revive all fallen units." The system chimed, announcing the consumption of 400 energy points and the revival of 28 Shuguang shields and 12 Swiftwind archers. A system prompt rang, "All fallen units have been resurrected, their health and levels have been restored to full." The white light atop the crystal coalesced into figures, and every fallen unit rose again. The once damaged formation was instantly replenished, brimming with renewed momentum. At that moment, Bai Ye's friend panel lit up with a reply from Zhou Miao Miao. She apologized, saying she had just finished the 2nd wave and only now saw his message. She added that she had 2 defense tower upgrade source stones and 3 territorial origin stones and could sell. Bai Ye glanced at the message, a small smile tugging at his mouth, and quickly replied, "Defense tower upgrade source stone, 100 energy points each, territorial origin stone, 200 energy points each. Does that work?" A few seconds later, Zhou Miao Miao replied eagerly, "Yes, but did he have any equipment?" She explained she wanted a bronze-grade mage equipment because one of her mage heroes lacked decent gear. Bai Ye thought for a moment and replied, "I have one." Zhou Miao Miao's reply came at once more excited, "Wonderful. Could she trade 2 defense tower upgrade source stones and 3 territorial origin stones for a bronze-grade equipment plus 400 energy points?" That way she would not need to hunt for extra energy points, and he would receive the source stones. Would that be a understanding flickered in Bai Ye's eyes as he calculated a bronze mage gear would no longer yield him substantial improvement now. Keeping it would be of little use. Exchanging it for 2 tower upgrade stones and 3 territorial origin stones would just suffice to upgrade the arrow towers, and would also accumulate origin stones for future territory upgrades. A shrewd deal. He replied promptly, deal. The system chimed a confirmation. A trade window announced that player Zhou Miao Miao initiated a trade offering Defense Tower Upgrade Source Stone X2 and Territorial Origin Stone X3 in exchange for Bronze Grade Hero Equipment X1 and 400 energy points. Bai Ye clicked to confirm. The system declared the trade successful and informed him that he had received Defense Tower Upgrade Source Stone X2 and Territorial Origin Stone X3. The system then announced that he had consumed Bronze Grade Hero Equipment X1 and 400 energy points. Current energy points 4600, 400, 1400. Current territorial origin stones 9312. Bai Ye stared at the 2 tower upgrade stones and the 12 origin stones in his inventory, anticipation lighting his face. He murmured to himself, with these 3 origin stones I can upgrade the territory again. I wonder what new affixes I might draw this time. He quickly reined in his thoughts. He knew this was not the time for upgrades. The dark trial had not yet concluded. They must concentrate on defense. He would upgrade the territory once the trial ended. With the 3rd wave still pending, Bai Ye took the 2 defense tower upgrade source stones and walked toward the territory's 2 novice arrow towers. Yan Xiying Yu and AI Lizzie followed, curious to witness the tower's upgraded form. Bai Ye approached the first novice arrow tower, touched it, and brought up the upgrade interface. In a deep voice, he declared, consume 2 defense tower upgrade source stones and 500 energy points to upgrade the novice arrow tower to an intermediate arrow tower. The system chimed. The system announced the consumption of Defense Tower Upgrade Source Stone X2 and 500 energy points. The Novice Arrow Tower was upgrading to an intermediate tower. Upgrade successful. The Novice Arrow Tower evolved into an intermediate Swift Shot Ballista Tower. Golden pillars of light enveloped the 2 novice towers as they transformed rapidly. The once ramshackle wooden towers grew sturdy. Their new hulls, forged in bronze, topped with massive ballista launchers and wreathed in faint wind attribute energy, they were far more imposing than before. Within seconds the light dispersed and the 2 intermediate towers finalized. The system displayed their attributes: Swift Shot Ballista Tower, Level Intermediate, Type Territorial Defense Tower, Attack 300, Attack Speed 4 bolts second, Range 200 meters, Defense 200. Effect 1, a bolts carry a wind debuff causing targets to take an additional 10 generic damage. Effect 2, automatically locks onto enemies within range requiring no manual control. Effect 3, can consume 100 energy points to activate the skill Arrow Rain Volley, unleashing a wide ballista barrage covering a 50-meter area with a 5-minute cooldown. My heavens! Is this the intermediate arrow tower? It's unbelievably powerful. Yen's eyes widened as she leaned close to the tower, awestruck. 3,000 attack 4 bolts per second plus a wind debuff. More consistent than my flame output. AI Lizzie smiled softly and said, with these 2 intermediate towers our defenses will be far more solid, the pressure from future assaults will be greatly reduced. Ing Yu inspected the towers with keen eyes. After a moment of thought he addressed Bai Ye, Lord, I have a suggestion. The 2 towers are currently too clustered to maximize coverage. Place them on the east and west flanks of the territory instead. That will cover the eastern and western battlefields and still allow support to the north and south, greatly increasing defensive efficiency. Bai Ye nodded, giving Ing Yu an approving glance. You have considered this thoroughly. Do as you propose. He then maneuvered the 2 intermediate towers, slowly moving them to the territory's east and west sides. He adjusted their angles to ensure their ranges covered the entire perimeter. When the deployment was complete, the 2 swift-shot ballista towers stood silently vigilant. The ballista launchers rotated slightly, automatically scanning the surroundings and readying themselves for any enemy. Then the world plunged into utter darkness once more. A thunderous roar reverberated as a darker, more terrifying wave of dark energy swept in. The earth trembled violently, and the system's alarm rang out with a sharp warning. Second dark trial. The 3rd wave of monsters is about to appear. Their strength has been greatly increased. O Lord, prepare your defenses thoroughly. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed, and he ordered in a grave voice, everyone return to your positions immediately. The intermediate arrow towers will coordinate with our defenses. Give everything to repel the 3rd wave. Yes, Lord. The 3 heroes answered in unison. In each direction of the territory, there were 3 more than the previous waves, making a total of 4. The dark gates spun wildly, and a dense wave of dark. In each direction of the territory, there were 3 more than the previous waves, making a total of 4. The dark gates spun wildly, and a dense wave of dark energy surged forth like a tsunami. The refresh rate was more than doubled. In the next moment, countless monsters, even taller and more ferocious than the dark soldiers, roared as they charged out of the spatial gates. They were rushing madly towards the territory. Bai Ye's expression sharpened as he immediately called up the monster's attributes: Dark General 5th rank, elite level, 400 race, demon race, general level, strength 6,000 agility, 5,000 constitution, 5,600 spirit, 2,500 skill, 1E dark corrosion. High rank group. Releases a large area of dark corrosive energy covering a 50-meter radius, dealing 1,500 dark damage per second for 8 seconds, capable of corroding defensive barriers. Skill 2, dark/high rank. Condenses dark power to unleash a powerful slash, dealing 6,000 dark damage, capable of shattering low-level defenses. Skill 3, General's Might passive. Increases its own attack by 10 and instills fear in units of 4th rank and below. The 5th rank level 400 elite is about twice as strong as the previous dark soldiers. Moreover, there is a group corrosion skill. No wonder the difficulty has significantly increased. Bai Ye murmured to himself, then solemnly issued orders. Quickly assigning defensive tasks. Everyone listen up. I will continue guarding the east side, Ingwe will guard the north side, Alice will guard the south side, and Yinshi will guard the west side. Yes, Lord. Everyone responded in unison, quickly returning to their designated positions, ready for battle. The Dawn Shield had already formed its formation. The now level 630 Dawn Shield, enhanced through multiple rounds, had an astonishingly strong constitution and defense. Upon hearing the command, they all exerted their power, and the Dawn Barrier was fully activated. The soft golden barrier became increasingly thick, like a solid wall, firmly protecting the entrances of the territory from all directions. Meanwhile, the two intermediate rapid-fire crossbow towers on the east and west sides of the territory were the first to activate. The crossbow launchers whirred into action, automatically locking onto the dark generals within range. The skill rain of arrows was instantly unleashed. Swish, swish, swish. Countless crossbow bolts poured down like a torrential rain. Covering a vast area of the territory's outskirts, each bolt carried an attack of 3,000. Additionally, they included a wind-type debuff, causing the dark generals to suffer an extra 10 damage. In an instant, groups of dark generals were struck by the rain of arrows, their health plummeting dramatically. Cries of agony rose in succession. Behind the barrier, the level 630 Gale archers had already drawn their bows fully. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows shot out like lightning, and combined with the tower's attacks, each arrow could inflict substantial damage, accurately reaping the lives of the weakened dark generals. On the east side, Bai Ye held a staff infused with the power of thunder. He casually cast a thunder strike. Boom! A thick purple lightning bolt accurately struck the dense mass of dark generals, instantly annihilating a group. On the north side, Ingwe wielded a long sword, weaving through the throng of monsters. Each strike could slay a dark general, maximizing her killing efficiency. On the south side, Alice simultaneously unleashed healing skills while directing her forces in defense. Even if a few dark generals' corrosion skills hit the barrier, she could quickly repair it. On the west side, Yinshi waved her staff, unleashing a wide area of fire skills, effortlessly incinerating swathes of dark generals. Flames and rain of arrows intertwined, their lethality maximized. The initial battle was exceptional. The intermediate towers played a significant role, with an attack speed of 4 arrows per second combined with the wind-type debuff, continuously claiming the lives of the dark generals. Countless dark generals fell before they even approached the Dawn Shield's barrier, and the territorial defenses remained as solid as a mountain. But at that moment, the dark energy in the world suddenly surged. 12 portals erupted simultaneously, emitting blinding black light. In the next moment, 4 shadows, several times larger than the dark generals, slowly descended. These 4 figures emanated a terrifying aura, even more dreadful than that of the Fog Lord. It was the ultimate boss of this dark trial, the 5th rank max level Dark Commander. Bai Ye gazed. He immediately called up the attributes of the Dark Commander, feeling a sense of gravity. Dark Commander, 5th rank max level Dark, attribute race Demon race, Commander level strength 15,000, agility 12,000, constitution 18,000, spirit 10800, skill 1 dark vortex. Ultimate group condenses dark power to form a massive dark vortex, ripping through all defenses within 50 meters, dealing 15,000 dark damage while pulling targets within its range into the vortex for 5 seconds. Skill 2 dark instant kill. Ultimate single target locks onto a single target, unleashes dark energy to instantly kill targets with less than 30 health. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 3 Commander's Authority passive reduces damage taken by 40, increases attack of all dark monsters by 20. Skill 4 Dark Rebirth passive, when health drops below 10, restores 100 health. Cooldown 12 hours. Attributes surpassing the Fog Lord by 1.5 times. Along with group tearing skills, and single-target instant kill skills. This is, Bai Ye thought to himself. In the next moment, the 4 dark commanders simultaneously activated Dark Vortex. Boom! A massive dark vortex formed at 4 points around the territory. The frenzied dark energy tore through the air, crashing violently into the dawn barrier. Boom! 4 loud bangs echoed simultaneously as the heavy dawn barrier was torn apart, creating numerous gaps. The raging dark energy surged in, and many dawn shields were caught in the vortex, instantly suffering immense damage as their health rapidly declined. Many were even killed instantly, and the casualty count surged. Not good. The barrier is broken. Yinshi exclaimed, immediately abandoning her defense on the west side. She rushed to support the severely damaged north side. On the south side, Alice's staff radiated an increasingly intense white light. Healing Light Group was continuously released, striving to heal the injured forces. But the Dark Commander's attacks were too frenzied, and the rate of casualties far exceeded the healing speed. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead as she spoke with a hint of urgency. Hold on. On the east side, Bai Ye stood firm among the troops, facing an oncoming Dark Commander. His expression remained calm, showing no signs of panic. He immediately took out a bottle of high-level damage potion from his backpack and used it without hesitation. Ding. Consuming high-level damage potion, damage for self and allies within 100 meters increases by 6 times, lasting for 10 minutes. As the system's notification sound faded away, a golden damage amplification aura appeared around Bai Ye, enveloping a 100-meter radius. The swift archers beside him instantly gained damage amplification, their output capabilities skyrocketing. Everyone heed my command and focus all fire on this Dark Commander. Bai Ye commanded in a deep voice, unleashing all his mental power. With over 5000 mental power at his disposal, the power of his thunder skill reached its peak. Thunderstorm descends. Realm of Thunder. Thunderstrike. Bai Ye continuously unleashed skills. Purple lightning surged forth like a tsunami. Each skill inflicted massive damage on the Dark Commander. Combined with the concentrated attacks of 200 swift archers, arrows rained down like a torrential storm on the Dark Commander's weak points, causing damage values to soar. In an instant, the Dark Commander's health plummeted at a visible rate. Even with the passive ability of Commander's Majesty, which reduced damage taken by 40, it could not withstand the terrifying output from Bai Ye and the swift archers. In just a few seconds, the Dark Commander's health dropped to 10. The passive ability Dark Rebirth triggered, restoring 100 of its health, but this was merely a desperate struggle. Ultimate Thunder Annihilation. Bai Ye shouted, raising both hands high. All the power of thunder within it. A purple lightning bolt piercing through heaven and earth coalesced into a force capable of annihilating worlds, striking down fiercely on the Dark Commander. As the thunder fell, the Dark Commander let out a chilling scream. That massive physique was instantly engulfed by the lightning. Its health was reduced to 0, crashing to the ground. Ding. Killed level 5 max Dark Commander 1. Gained experience 100 energy points 100. From Bai Ye activating the advanced damage potion to slaying the Dark Commander took less than 30 seconds. The Dark Commander on the east side fell. The pressure on the eastern front line instantly diminished. The remaining Dark Demons lost the Commander's support and fell into disarray, quickly being cleaned up by Bai Ye and his troops. I leave the east side to you all. I will support other directions. Bai Ye commanded in a deep voice, his figure flashing as he rushed towards the northern battlefield. In the northern battlefield, Ingyu was struggling to fend off the attacks of the Dark Commander, her body covered in wounds. The barrier of the Dawn Shield was about to shatter completely, and casualties were heavy. At that moment, Bai Ye's figure quietly appeared. Ingyu, hold steady, he said in a deep voice, immediately activating Realm of Thunder. Boom. Purple lightning enveloped the Dark Commander, binding it for 3 seconds. Simultaneously, the swift archers on the northern side also concentrated their fire, arrows raining down on the Dark Commander with damage values continuously stacking. As the 3-second binding ended, the Dark Commander's health had already dropped to 10. In the next moment, Dark Rebirth triggered, and the boss's health instantly restored to 100. But in the blink of an eye, dazzling lightning rained down one after another, overwhelming might like from the abyss. The boss health plummeted again. Now's the time. Ingyu's eyes flashed with sharpness. Seizing the opportunity of the binding, she flickered, gathering all her strength with her longsword. She unleashed her strongest skill, Shadow Slash, striking fiercely at the Dark Commander's head. Ingyu's final strike landed accurately, completely killing the Dark Commander. Ding. Killed level 5 max Dark Commander 1. Thank you, Lord. Ingyu nodded slightly, her tone filled with deep gratitude. She then turned immediately to command her troops to clear the remaining Dark Demons. Bai Ye did not linger. His figure flashed again, heading towards the southern battlefield. In the south, Alice was on the verge of collapse as the Dark Commander's Dark Instant Kill skill continually took down injured troops. Her healing skills could not cover the injuries in time. Upon Bai Ye's arrival, he wasted no time and directly activated Thunderstorm Descents. A wide area cleared the Dark Demons while concentrating the fire of the Swift Archers on the Dark Commander. In less than a minute, the third Dark Commander was slain. Finally, Bai Ye rushed to the western battlefield. Bai Ye landed, unleashing the full force of thunder, and with the cooperation of Yin Shi, the fourth Dark Commander was also quickly killed. Thus all 4 Dark Commanders fell. The remaining Dark Demons, having lost their core, became vulnerable. Under the cooperation of Bai Ye, 3 heroes and the troops, they were eliminated one by one. 10 minutes later, the 12 dark space gates ceased rotating and slowly dissipated. The thick, dark aura completely faded away and the world regained brightness. The monster corpses on the battlefield gradually vanished. Ding. The second Dark Trial third wave of monsters has been completely cleared. Ding. The second Dark Trial is completely over. Ding. You have successfully completed the Nightmare difficulty second Dark Trial with a passing score of S. You have received additional rewards: Epic Level Troop Equipment Chest 1, 8 Epic Level Hero Equipment Chest 1, a Defense Tower Upgrade Source Stone, 10 Territory Source Stone, 10 Energy Points, 0. As the system notification sound faded away, a sea of golden light enveloped the entire area once again. It was denser than any previous instance. Everyone's levels surged again. Ding. Triggered Lord's Trait Tenfold Experience Amplification. Total experience doubled. Ding. Triggered Lord's Trait Infinite Upgrade. Levels skyrocketed. Ding. Your level has risen to 690, 700. 750. Ding. Hero Yin Zai's level has risen to 700, 710. 720. Ding. Hero Ing Yu's level has risen to 700, 710. 720. Ding. Hero Alice's level has risen to 700, 710. 730. Ding. All your Swift Archers have risen to level 700. Ding. All your Dawn Shields have risen to level 700. The golden light faded away. Everyone's aura underwent a qualitative leap. A powerful pressure enveloped the entire area. Bai Ye checked his attribute panel, his eyes filled with shock. At level 750, his attributes had reached a terrifying level. Lord Bai Ye, level 750, class tier 6 Thunder, Mage territory, level extraordinary 1-star attribute strength, 174960 agility, 11160 constitution, 1994 spirit, 15370. Yin Shi, feeling the overflowing power within her, exclaimed excitedly, Lord, I've reached level 720. My attributes have multiplied by 4 times, and now my fire skills can easily obliterate level 5 max monsters. Ing Yu tightened her grip on her longsword, her expression sharp, and said in a deep voice, with attributes at level 720 combined with my equipment, I can even contend with tier 6 early monsters. Alice smiled gently and said softly, at level 730, my healing range and effectiveness have reached a new height. I can quickly heal everyone even if they are all injured. Looking at the troops, the Swift Archers at level 700 had their strength surge to 16345 points, agility to 22879 points. Their output capabilities were terrifying. The Dawn Shields at level 700 had strength 35284 points and constitution 35284 points. Their defense and health comparable to tier 6 top monsters. Now the army under Bai Ye had reached an incredibly terrifying level. Even a tier 5 extraordinary territory may not possess such a formidable team. Bai Ye then tallied up the total gains from this trial, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Current energy points 75300 points. Over 5 million energy points. Plus 2 epic chests, 10 defense tower upgrade source stones, and 10 territory source stones. With the previous accumulation, whether for territory upgrades, arrow tower upgrades, or future developments, there are ample resources guaranteed. Bai Ye looked up at the sky, confidence radiating from his eyes. The second dark trial has ended. Next we will upgrade the territory and unlock stronger traits. Bai Ye finished counting his total gains. He was contemplating the subsequent upgrades for his territory when a glaring golden system notification suddenly synchronized across the panels of all new lords. The full-screen announcement was incredibly eye-catching, full-frequency notification. Congratulations to the new Lord Bai Ye. You have become the second new Lord to clear the second Dark Trial on Nightmare difficulty in this new Lord trial. Clearance rating, S level. Special reward, 1000 units of intermediate food. Ding. You have received this level rating reward, and 1000 units of intermediate food have been stored in your backpack. At the same time, the previously mournful chat channel of the new lords was instantly ignited by this full-frequency notification. Replaced by an overwhelming wave of shock and discussion, the speed of messages flooding the screen reached an unprecedented level. My God. Did Lord Bai Ye clear it again? And on Nightmare difficulty for the second Dark Trial? Are you crazy? Clearing the Nightmare difficulty in the first Dark Trial was already absurd. To clear it again in the second trial, with its level rating, is unbelievable. Did you know? The difficulty gap between the second dark trial and the first is like heaven and earth. Throughout the history of Blue Star, there have been no more than 100 new lords capable of achieving this. Exactly. Those who cleared the second nightmare difficulty before are now renowned super lords commanding armies of 100,000 and ruling over vast territories. What kind of monster is Lord Bai Ye? To accomplish what others might not achieve in a lifetime on just the third day of the new lord trial is simply mind-boggling. I've already been eliminated, yet Lord Bai Ye is still breaking records. How is there such a gap between people? At this time, over 60 of the new lords had been eliminated in the second dark trial. The majority of the remaining lords had barely cleared the normal difficulty. Bai Ye's achievement struck like thunder in everyone's hearts, leaving no one unmoved and no one envious. Meanwhile, Bai Ye merely glanced at the chat channel and calmly retracted his gaze. He was not at all affected by the discussions. For him, clearing the nightmare difficulty was only to be expected. What mattered most now was utilizing the resources at hand to enhance his territory's strength. Everyone regroup and recover your stamina, Bai Ye commanded in a deep voice. Yan Xing, Yue, and Alice immediately responded, directing their troops to orderly rest, replenish food, and restore their condition. After making the necessary arrangements, Bai Ye called up the territory panel to carefully examine the conditions for upgrading territory level. Extraordinary 1-star energy points required to upgrade to Extraordinary 2-star territory origin stones 10. Current energy points 7.5 million, with 22 territory origin stones meeting the upgrade requirements. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Without any hesitation, he clicked to upgrade. Consuming 5 million energy points, 10 territory origin stones, upgrade the territory to Extraordinary 2-star. Ding. Consumed 5,000 energy points and 10 territory origin stones. The territory is upgrading to Extraordinary 2-star. Estimated upgrade time 10 minutes. As the system notification sounded, the entire territory was enveloped in a golden light. The ground trembled violently. The area of the territory expanded at a visible rate. The originally simple small territory continuously extended and expanded, ultimately increasing threefold. The originally scattered buildings gradually became organized, with brand new structures rising up. Warehouses, shops, and residences were distributed in an orderly manner throughout the territory, now resembling a medium-sized town. The small castle at the center of the territory was also continuously upgrading within the light beam. Its structure was gradually replaced by bluestone and glazed tiles, and the towers grew taller. The roofs were covered with golden glazed tiles, and the walls were carved with exquisite patterns, exuding an air of solemnity and splendor. It had completely transformed into a magnificent medium-sized castle. 10 minutes later, the golden light dissipated. The system notification rang on time. Ding. Territory upgrade successful. Upgraded to Extraordinary 2-star. Wow. Is this what an Extraordinary 2-star territory looks like? It's so spectacular. She was the first to be unable to contain her excitement, running towards the new buildings with curiosity in her eyes. It's 3 times larger than before, and there are so many new buildings. Yu also couldn't help but admire the new territory, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. Alice smiled gently and said softly, "This new castle is really beautiful." Seeing the excitement on the 3 faces, Bai Ye also revealed a faint smile. At that moment, a warm and powerful force suddenly surged from the core of the territory into his body, causing his aura to soar once again. With the territory upgrade, his life as the Lord was elevated. Ding. Territory upgraded to Extraordinary 2-star. Lord attributes enhanced. Ding. Gained new Lord ability, teleportation. Lord ability teleportation can teleport to any hero at any time without cooldown, can carry troops together during teleportation with a maximum of 300 units per single teleport. No distance limit for teleportation, but the further the distance, the more energy points consumed. Bai Ye immediately called up his attribute panel filled with satisfaction: strength 262,440, agility 165,240, constitution 299,160, spirit 230580. With another surge in attributes, Bai Ye's power had reached a new level. Furthermore, the teleportation ability dazzled him. Great. With the teleportation ability, supporting in all directions will be much more convenient in the future. No more wasting time traveling, and I can bring troops along during teleportation. In critical moments, I can quickly support the front line. It's incredibly practical. Bai Ye thought to himself, extremely satisfied with this new ability, even unable to resist trying it out. With a thought, he instantly teleported to Yanxi, who was exploring the residences. "Oh, Lord, how did you suddenly appear here?" Yanxi was startled by Bai Ye's sudden appearance. She quickly regained her composure and excitedly said, "Is this the teleportation ability? It's so amazing." Bai Ye nodded lightly, focusing his thoughts once more. He teleported back to the front of the medium-sized castle in just a second, quick and efficient. At that moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Territory upgraded to Extraordinary 2-star, unlocking new opportunities for Lord trait extraction. Please extract immediately. I can extract new traits again. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Bai Ye's eyes as he immediately clicked to extract. Ding. Extracting Lord traits. Extraction successful. Gained Lord trait, all troop summoning requirements reduced by 20. A 20 reduction in summoning requirements is decent, but not top tier. Bai Ye nodded slightly. However, this wasn't important, because he still had the Super God trait. In the next moment, the system's notification sound rang out once more. Ding. A new Lord's attribute has been detected. The Super God attribute system is being activated. Success. The Super God attribute system has been successfully activated. Redrawing Lord's attributes for you. Ding. Redrawing successful. You have obtained a new Lord's Attribute Divine Weapon Contract. Attribute Divine Weapon Contract. Effect: all units summoned from the territory require only 1 energy point. Seeing the effect of this attribute, Bai Ye's face instantly showed shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. All unit summons require only 1 energy point. This is yet another invincible attribute. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. At present, he only had 1 tier 1 unit altar and 1 tier 3 unit altar. The energy points originally required to summon tier 1 and tier 3 units were not considerable. The effect of this attribute at first glance seemed to be quite average. However, as the territory developed further, he would certainly acquire tier 4, tier 5, and even higher level unit altars. In the Lord's world, the higher the tier of a unit, the more astonishing the energy points required for summoning. As far as he knew, summoning the most ordinary tier 9 unit required over 1 million energy points. And those top tier 9 units would require even more than 10 million. With the Divine Weapon Contract attribute, whether it is a tier 9 unit or even higher, the summoning cost is only 1 energy point. Bai Ye couldn't help but exclaim softly, his eyes filled with wild joy. This is the true invincible attribute. From now on, I won't have to worry about the energy points needed to summon units for my territory anymore. Yan Xing, Yue, and Alice returned to Bai Ye's side, gathering around him. Upon learning of the effects of the Divine Weapon Contract, they all showed shock. My goodness! All unit summons require only 1 energy point. Lord, can we summon an army of 100,000 in the future? Yan Xi shouted excitedly. Bai Ye smiled and nodded, then slightly shook his head. Now there are enough energy points to summon a vast army, but unfortunately there isn't enough food. He understood that the summoning of units not only required energy points, but also food supply, which was of utmost importance. With the Divine Weapon Contract, he could instantly summon an army of 100,000. However, the food supply needed for an army of 100,000 would be an incredibly terrifying number. With the food resources he currently had, he couldn't support the consumption of large-scale units. No rush, it's only the 3rd day of the novice trial. There will be plenty of opportunities to solve the food problem later. Bai Ye put away his expectations and stopped thinking too much. First, upgrade the arrow tower to enhance the territory's defense, and then slowly resolve the food supply issue later. Afterward, Bai Ye took 10 defense tower upgrade stones and went to the intermediate arrow tower on the east and west sides of the territory. In the trial rewards he received, he obtained 10 defense tower upgrade stones, which were just enough to upgrade the 2 intermediate arrow towers to advanced arrow towers. He opened the arrow tower upgrade interface and solemnly commanded, consume 5 defense tower upgrade stones and 1 individual energy points to upgrade the intermediate arrow tower to an advanced arrow tower. Ding. Consuming 5 defense tower upgrade stones and 1 individual energy points. The intermediate arrow tower is upgrading to an advanced arrow tower. Ding. Upgrade successful. The intermediate arrow tower has been upgraded to the advanced Thunderwind arrow tower. Ding. Consuming 5 defense tower upgrade stones and 1 individual energy points. The intermediate arrow tower is upgrading to an advanced arrow tower. Ding. Upgrade successful. The intermediate arrow tower has been upgraded to the advanced Thunderwind arrow tower. 2 golden beams of light enveloped the 2 intermediate arrow towers simultaneously. The arrow tower quickly underwent a transformation. The tower body became more solid, crafted from dark golden metal, and the crossbow launcher grew larger, surrounded by a dual energy of thunder and wind. Its momentum was several times stronger than that of the intermediate arrow tower. Once the light beams dissipated, the system immediately displayed the attributes of the advanced arrow tower: Thunderwind arrow tower, level advanced, type territory defense tower, attributes attack 9,000, attack speed 12, arrow second range 300 meters, defense 12,000, effect 1. Crossbow arrows come with thunder and wind dual debuffs, causing the target to receive an additional 20 of any damage along with a paralysis effect lasting 1 second. Effect 2 automatically locks onto all enemies within range, prioritizing high-tier monsters, and BOSS, no manual control required. Effect 3, can consume 5 of his 0 energy points to use the skill Thunderwind Arrow Rain, releasing a large area thunder and wind-themed arrow attack, covering an 80-meter radius, causing massive area damage, with a continuous paralysis effect lasting 3 seconds, cooldown time of 30 seconds. My goodness! Attack 9,012 arrows per second plus dual debuffs, and a large area skill. Yanxi approached the arrow tower, her tone full of amazement. This advanced arrow tower is simply too powerful. Next time we encounter dark monsters, the arrow tower can resolve half the problem. Ingyu looked at the attributes of the advanced arrow tower, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes, as she said in a serious tone, attack doubled, speed doubled, and with a paralysis effect, combined with our defense, we can easily withstand even tier 6 monsters in the future. Alice smiled gently and said softly, with these 2 advanced arrow towers, our territory's defense has reached a whole new level. We no longer have to worry about monsters breaking through the defenses. Bai Ye looked at the 2 imposing advanced arrow towers, a composed smile on his face. The territory upgrade, attribute unlock, and arrow tower upgrade were all complete. Now the strength of his territory had reached the ceiling for novice lords. Even when facing tougher challenges ahead, he felt fully confident. Bai Ye slowly withdrew his gaze, a hint of anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth as he said, next up it's time to open the treasure chests. At this moment, he had 2 treasure chests waiting to be opened. One was an epic level hero equipment chest, and the other was an epic level unit equipment chest. Upon hearing open treasure chests, Yanxi instantly perked up, rushing to Bai Ye's side, her eyes sparkling. Lord, hurry up and open them. I've always been curious about what epic level equipment looks like. Ingyu also set aside her usual composure, her eyes flashing with anticipation as she nodded slightly. If we can obtain suitable equipment, our combat power will significantly increase. Alice smiled gently. Bai Ye nodded and led the 3 heroes into the newly upgraded medium-sized castle. The castle's interior was spacious and magnificent, the floor paved with pristine bluestone adorned with exquisite decorations on the walls, and a large redwood long table placed in the center. Bai Ye walked to the long table, raised his hand, and took out 2 treasure chests from his backpack. One was entirely pitch black, surrounded by a faint black aura carved with fierce beast patterns. The other was silvery white, emitting a soft white light. These were indeed 2 epic-level treasure chests. 2 treasure chests rested upon the long table, their auras intertwining and emanating an alluring essence. Bai Ye propped his hands on the table, his gaze fixed on the hero equipment treasure chest, a look of anticipation on his face. Open the hero equipment treasure chest first. Yanxi, Yue, and Alice gathered around, their eyes glued to the black chest, not daring to breathe, filled with excitement. In the next moment, Bai Ye took a deep breath, lightly tapping the black chest with his fingertips, and spoke in a deep voice. Open the epic hero equipment treasure chest. Ding. Opening the epic hero equipment treasure chest. Opened successfully. Obtained epic hero equipment 3. As the system prompt sounded, the black chest burst open with a loud crash. 3 dazzling beams of light surged out from within, floating in midair, slowly coalescing into the shapes of 3 pieces of equipment, exuding a powerful aura that caught everyone's attention. Bai Ye raised his hand, and the first piece of equipment landed in his grasp. It was a long sword, entirely black, with an incredibly sharp blade subtly radiating a bloodthirsty aura. The hilt was embedded with a black gemstone upon which strange patterns flowed. Equipment Sword of Death, epic hero exclusive. Attributes Strength 8,000. Effect 1, a physical damage increased by 5 times. Effect 2, when attacking, applies a bleeding debuff to the target, reducing 3,000 health points per second for 10 seconds, stackable. Such a powerful physical equipment. Bai Ye's eyes glimmered with appreciation as he turned to Ingyu. Ingyu, this equipment is perfect for you. Your melee capability is already formidable, and with the Sword of Death your lethality will reach new heights. Ingyu's eyes flashed with surprise as she took the Sword of Death with both hands. The moment she grasped the hilt, a surge of powerful energy flooded into her body, and her aura skyrocketed. She tightened her grip on the long sword, slightly bowed, her tone filled with gratitude and determination. Thank you, Lord. I will not disappoint your expectations, and will protect the territory with this sword. Seeing the sharpness and joy in Ingyu's eyes, Bai Ye nodded slightly, then turned his attention to the second piece of equipment. It was a staff of deep crimson, intricately carved with flame patterns, crowned with a large fiery gemstone that radiated intense fiery energy. The heat wave could be felt from afar. Equipment Holy Flame Staff, epic hero exclusive. Attributes Spirit 10,000. Effect 1, fire magic damage increased by 5 times. Effect 2, fire skill consumption reduced by 50. A fire-based equipment. It's mine. Yanxi immediately set her eyes on the Holy Flame Staff, jumping up in excitement. Bai Ye smiled slightly, flicked her smooth forehead with his finger, and then handed her the equipment. Yanxi grinned as she received the staff. The moment she held it, her fiery energy surged explosively, becoming several times more intense than before. It's perfect. Lord, this staff is simply tailor-made for me. Unable to contain her excitement, Yanxi momentarily lost control and tiptoed to kiss Bai Ye's cheek, the soft touch fleeting. Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback, then regained his composure, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, saying nothing further. Yanxi was naturally lively, and such behavior suited her character. Realizing her earlier action, Yan's cheeks flushed instantly as she scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed and lowering her gaze. Yet she held the holy flame staff even tighter, her eyes filled with cherishment. The final piece of equipment slowly descended into Bai Ye's hand. It was a staff shimmering with crystal clarity, embedded with countless tiny starry gemstones, exuding dazzling brilliance, surrounded by a faint magical aura, looking noble and mysterious. Equipment: Starry Sky Staff, Epic Hero Exclusive. Attributes: Spirit, 12,000. Effect: all magic damage increased by 6 times. All magic damage increased by 6 times. Bai Ye's eyes flashed with surprise. This Starry Sky Staff was practically custom-made for him. He was already a thunder mage with explosive output capabilities. With this staff combined with the echo of the Holy Spring, his skill damage would reach terrifying extremes. He grasped the Starry Sky Staff, feeling the surge of spiritual and magical energy within him. He then turned to Alice beside him, his tone carrying a hint of apology. Alice, this time the 3 pieces of equipment opened do not include suitable healing gear for you. You will have to wait for the next treasure chest opening, and I will find. Alice smiled, gently shaking her head lightly. There was no hint of disappointment in her eyes, instead filled with contentment. It's all right, my lord. As long as Yu and Yanxi receive suitable equipment, they can better protect the territory. I just need to focus on my healing support, and you don't have to worry about the equipment for me. Looking at Alice's gentle and understanding demeanor, Bai Ye felt a warmth in his heart and nodded. Rest assured, I will find suitable equipment for you as soon as possible. Yanxi also leaned over, patting Alice's shoulder, smiling. Alice, don't worry. Next time we open the treasure chest, we will definitely help you find some good healing equipment. Yu nodded slightly as well. Alice smiled and nodded, her eyes full of warmth. After reassuring Alice, Bai Ye's gaze returned to the silver-white treasure chest on the long table, his eyes rekindled with anticipation. The hero equipment treasure chest has been fully opened. Next we will move on to the epic class equipment treasure chest. As his words fell, he raised his hand to lightly tap the silver-white treasure chest, preparing to open this equally anticipated epic chest. Yanxi, Yue, and Alice gathered around once more, their eyes fixed intently on the chest, anticipating the treasures within. Bai Ye lightly tapped the silver-white treasure chest on the long table, his gaze also filled with expectation. In the next moment, he spoke in a deep voice. Open the epic class equipment treasure chest. Ding. Opening the epic class equipment treasure chest. Opened successfully. Obtained epic class equipment 3. The system prompt sounded as the silver-white treasure chest slowly opened. 3 soft, yet powerful beams of light surged out, floating in midair. The outlines of 3 pieces of equipment gradually became clear, each exuding an aura far surpassing the previously obtained class equipment, causing Yanxi and the others' eyes to shine with excitement. Bai Ye raised his hand, and the first piece of equipment landed in his palm. It was a long bow, entirely silver-white, intricately carved with delicate patterns, its strings surrounded by a faint sharp aura. Holding it in his hand, he could clearly feel a lively power precisely crafted for ranged units. Equipment: Spirit Slaying Bow, Epic Class Exclusive. Attributes: Agility 5,000. Effect: Spirit Slaying. Deals an additional 8 times damage to targets with less than 10 health, no cooldown. What a formidable effect. Bai Ye's eyes flickered with approval, a smile tugging at his lips. The Shirling effect deals 8 times additional damage to low health targets. For now it suits our Jifeng archers best. Jifeng archers are renowned for their agility and devastating output. With the agility bonus and the Shirling effect of the Shirling Bow, whether clearing wounded monsters or focusing fire on a boss, their lethality will be greatly amplified. Bai Ye wasted no hesitation. With a mere thought, he opened the collective equipment panel for the Jifeng archers and equipped the Shirling Bow. A chime rang. All Jifeng archers had been equipped with the epic Shirling Bow. As the notification sounded, every ordinary longbow within the domain was instantaneously replaced by the Shirling Bow. Their auras surged at once. A keen radiance coiled along the arrows. So cool. With this bow, the Jifeng archers will clear low-health monsters with half the effort and twice the result. Yanxi leaned closer, gazing at the spectral image of the Shirling Bow suspended in midair, her voice brimming with admiration. Yu nodded slightly. The Shirling effect paired with the Jifeng archers' high attack speed will greatly boost their output and be of immense help in the battles ahead. Bai Ye nodded, then turned his attention to the second piece of equipment. It was a crown of immaculate white, its band set with pale blue gems that emitted a soft aura of energy. Holding it, he could distinctly feel a weighty power of protection. It was clearly forged for defensive units. Equipment Bai Ye Crown Epic Unit Exclusive. Attributes Constitution 6000. Effect Guardian Barrier. Reduces any incoming damage by 40, continuously active. A 40% reduction to any incoming damage. A flash of delight crossed Bai Ye's eyes and excitement colored his voice. Wonderful. This is practically tailor-made for Shuguang Shield. With the Bai Ye Crown, Shuguang Shield's tankiness will rise by at least 2 tiers. We will no longer fear our defenses being pierced by high-tier monsters. Shuguang Shield was already the domain's core defensive force. At level 700, their constitution and defenses were formidable to begin with. With the Bai Ye Crown's constitution bonus and damage reduction, they could endure attacks from 6th-tier monsters without strain. Bai Ye immediately opened the collective equipment panel for Shuguang Shield and equipped the Bai Ye Crown. A chime announced that all Shuguang Shield units had been equipped with the epic Bai Ye Crown. In an instant, a snowy white crown appeared above each Shuguang Shield's head. Their defensive aura thickened immeasurably. Armor that was already sturdy now bore an additional layer of guardianship. Standing there, they were an immovable bulwark. Ingyu watched the change with a keen glint in her eyes. With the Bai Ye Crown, even if we encounter stronger dark monsters later, our front line will hold as steady as a mountain. Bai Ye smiled and turned to the third piece of equipment. It was a dainty, exquisite staff, its shaft inlaid with stardust diamonds and suffused with a Bai Ye smiled and turned to the third piece of equipment. It was a dainty, exquisite staff, its shaft inlaid with stardust diamonds and suffused with a potent magical aura. The gem at its tip revolved with brilliant light. It was clearly the exclusive equipment of mage units. Equipment Xingji Staff Epic Unit Exclusive. Attributes Spirit 8000. Effect Xingji Amplification. Increases any magic damage by 6-fold without elemental restriction. A 6-fold increase to magic damage. This is an exceptionally powerful piece of equipment for mage units. A trace of regret crossed Bai Ye's eyes as he murmured, "Pity. I have no mage units yet, so I cannot make use of this for now." Yen, she said with regret, "What a shame. Such formidable mage equipment. If we had mage units, our combat power would soar." Bai Ye shook his head calmly. "No matter. Store it for now. There will surely be a chance later to obtain a mage unit altar." With that, he moved the Xingji staff into his backpack space and secured it carefully, his eyes glinting with it. "I hope tomorrow brings an opportunity to obtain a new unit altar to unlock mage units and put this equipment to use." The three heroes nodded, hearts full of anticipation. If they could unlock mage units and pair them with the Xingji staff, the domain's damage framework would be far more complete and future challenges would be easier to meet. Meanwhile, on Lanxing, a storm concerning Bai Ye was quietly sweeping across the world. With the formal end of the second dark trial, over 60% of the rookie lords were eliminated. Countless rookie lords left the stage in gloom. News that Bai Ye had cleared the dark trial on nightmare difficulty twice in succession and earned rank evaluations spread to every corner of Lanxing as the trial concluded. The entire Lanxing was shaken. Established lords on Lanxing, upon hearing the news, were all stunned and incredulous. They had all endured the rookie lord trials and understood the dark trial severity. The second dark trial in particular was several times harder than the first. Even in their day, most dared only attempt the normal difficulty. Few established lords had ventured into hard, let alone nightmare. A formal lord who possessed a supernatural 3-star domain read the message in his hand and said with a shocked face, "In my rookie trial, I only passed the second." A formal lord who possessed a supernatural 3-star domain read the message in his hand and said with a shocked face, "In my rookie trial, I only passed the second dark trial at normal difficulty, and I had exhausted myself trying." For Bai Ye to clear nightmare and still receive in rank, such talent is terrifying. Another established lord exclaimed, his tone full of admiration and envy. Not only the established lords, but the common people of Lanxing were flooded with the news. Social platforms and news outlets reported Bai Ye's deeds everywhere. Headlines and trending topics such as "Rookie Lord Bai Ye deified" and "Consecutive nightmare clears" shot to the top of the hot lists, and comment sections were instantly overwhelmed. Bai Ye is unbelievable. So powerful even in the rookie trials. He's bound to become a top. 60% of rookie lords were eliminated, yet Bai Ye keeps breaking records. The gap between people is simply enormous. A difficulty that established lords dare not attempt, yet Bai Ye, a rookie, cleared it twice. He's truly a chosen one. For a time, the name of Rookie Lord Bai Ye resounded throughout Lanxing. Whether established lords or ordinary citizens, all were abuzz over this prodigious lord who had appeared from nowhere. Everyone waited to see what further surprises this sensation might bring. At this very moment, Bai Ye within the lordly realm knew nothing of it. He lay on the great bed in the medium-sized castle, holding Alisai in his arms and sleeping soundly. One night of rest. The troops within the domain had recovered to peak condition. Two advanced arrow towers stood silently on the east and west flanks, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The mid-sized castle exuded a solemn air in the dawn light. At first light, Bai Ye summoned 3 heroes and calmly outlined the exploration mission. Today the exploration officially begins. We will split into 4 parties to thoroughly scout the far reaches around the domain. I will continue to lead the force eastward, you will guard and scout the north. Yanxi will take the west, Li Si will be responsible for the south. If anything unusual occurs, send a message at once, and do not act independently. Yes, my lord. 3 voices answered in unison, each taking their orders. They rapidly mustered their units, and ready to depart. Yanxi brandished her sacred flame staff, eyes burning with impatience to uncover the secrets within. Yu gripped the sword of death, composure unshaken, quickly accounting for his troops. Li Si remained serene as she directed her units out of the domain. Moments later, the 4 contingents set out simultaneously, racing toward the 4 directions beyond the Bai Ye led 100 Gale Archers and 100 Dawn Shields, 2,000 units in all, as they advanced eastward. After multiple upgrades and enchanted armaments, the troops radiated an overwhelming might, a tide of vigor. Even the monsters deep within the mistwood, feeling that presence, slunk into hiding and dared not show themselves. The deeper they pressed into the mistwood, the denser the fog grew, the energy in the air became heavier. The monsters they encountered grew ever stronger. Compared to the beasts they met upon first entering the mistwood, the creatures here were not only higher in level, but a cut above in ferocity, mostly 5th tier elites above level 400. There were even a few max-level 5th tier monsters, their presences fierce and aggressively violent. Yet Bai Ye's troops were no longer as they had been. At level 700 and bolstered by epic-grade equipment, the Gale Archer's damage had become terrifying. Even max-level 5th tier monsters could not withstand the storm of arrows. The Dawn Shield's tankiness was unparalleled. Max-level 5th tier foes could not break their defense. Facing such formidable enemies, Bai Ye need not intervene. The units formed up and attacked methodically. The Dawn Shields formed the vanguard. The White Magic Crown's 40 damage reduction operated to perfection, allowing them to endure every assault without so much as a flinch. The Gale Archers concentrated fire from the rear. The soul-slaying bow's execution effect precisely finished off bleeding enemies. Arrows rained like a deluge, each shot felling a foe. Along the way, Bai Ye's forces effortlessly cleared every monster they encountered without a single unit lost. Killed 5th tier elite Dark Giant Wolf 100. Gained EXP 500 energy points 5000. Ding. Triggered Lord trait tenfold experience amplification. Experience doubled. Ding. Level up. Your level increased to 760, 770, 780. Ding. Your unit levels have increased. Gale Archers and Dawn Shields advanced to level 730. A golden radiance quietly blossomed across the sky. Bai Ye and all his units rose 30 levels. Their attributes surged accordingly, their presence growing far more imposing. Bai Ye felt the swelling strength within him and allowed a faint smile. No grind was necessary, merely defeating the monsters encountered during exploration was enough for steady advancement. They pressed further east into the thinning fog. At that moment, Bai Ye's Lord panel flashed. A message. His tone carried gravity, yet a trace of excitement. Lord, while scouting the north, I discovered a special sight. Possibly a monster tribe of considerable size. Requesting instructions. A monster tribe. A gleam of delight flashed through Bai Ye's eyes, and his heart stirred. From his past life, he knew that monster tribes in the Lord world often concealed numerous special structures. Some yield resources, others enhance unit attributes. More importantly, tribes often contain granaries and similar buildings that supply vast amounts of food. This was exactly what he most urgently needed. Capturing that tribe would greatly solve the food supply issue. With the Shunling Bingqi Divine Soldier Pack trait enabling mass recruitment later, they would never have to worry about food shortages again. Bai Ye did not hesitate. With a thought, he activated his newly unlocked Lord skill, Teleport. Target in use position. Transport all nearby units. Teleport. Ding. Consumed 100 energy points to activate Lord skill Teleport. A dazzling white light enveloped Bai Ye and the 2,000 units at his side. With a flash, they vanished from where they stood. The next second, they materialized in a wholly different area. There was no fog here, instead stretched an endless blood-red meadow. The grass took on an eerie dark red when the breeze passed. It carried a faint metallic scent of blood. In the distance lay a vast tribal encampment. This was Longshui grassland wherein you stood. As the light faded, Yu hurried forward with his troops and bowed respectfully. Lord, you have arrived. Bai Ye gave a slight nod and gazed toward the distant tribal camp. In a low voice, he asked, tell me in detail. What is the situation in the tribe? Yu straightened and reported with gravity, Lord, this tribe is a Longshui centaur tribe. All the creatures within are 6th tier beings, Longshui centaurs. These Longshua centaurs are all around level 500. From my reconnaissance, their numbers inside exceed 10,000. Their attributes are astonishing, whose strength and constitution far surpass ordinary 6th tier monsters, and they excel at melee, making them ferociously combative. 6th tier level 500 Longshua centaurs, over 10,000 of them. Bai Ye's face tightened slightly, a trace of gravity stirring within him. 6th tier beings were more than a notch above the maxed 5th tier foes they'd met before. A force numbering 10,000 posed an enormous challenge. But in a moment the seriousness in his eyes yielded to resolve, and a martial smile tugged at his lips. The greater the challenge, the richer the spoils upon victory. 10,000 6th tier Longshua centaurs would yield a sea of experience and energy points. Moreover, the tribe's granaries and special structures could definitively resolve food shortages and might even grant new unit altars or resources. Excellent. This is a prime opportunity, Bai Ye said in a deep voice, his tone devoid of fear, only calm. With our current forces alone, taking the tribe will be difficult. Send word to Yan Shi and Ai Li Si, have them bring their troops and converge here at once. Yes, Lord. Ingyu responded immediately and quickly sent the message. Bai Ye stood on the slope of the grassland, his gaze fixed intently on the distant tribe as he quickly calculated his attacking strategy. Just a short while later, two figures rushed forward with a multitude of troops. It was Yan Shi and Ai Li Si. As soon as Yan Shi arrived, she eagerly ran to Bai Ye's side, her eyes burning with enthusiasm as she said, "My lord, I heard there is a 6th tier monster tribe. Great. I have long wanted to test the power of the Holy Flame Staff to its full extent." Ai Li Si gently stepped forward and spoke softly, "My lord." Bai Ye nodded, looking at the assembled 800 troops before him. 400 Dawn Shields, 400 Gale Archers, complemented by 3 heroes equipped with epic gear, their aura overwhelmingly powerful. Even facing 100 6th tier Dragon Blood Centaurs, he felt fully confident. He raised his hand, lifting the Starry Sky Staff as purple thunder quietly gathered around him. With a deep voice, he commanded firmly and powerfully, "Everyone listen up, prepare to attack. The target is the Dragon Blood Centaur tribe ahead. Give it your all, take the tribe down, and seize all resources." "Understood, my lord." Everyone echoed in unison, their voices resounding across the Dragon Blood grassland. All troops quickly formed their battle formations. The Dawn Shields were at the front and the Gale Archers were behind. Yan Shi, Yue, and Ai Li Si took their positions, their gazes sharp as they focused on the distant tribal camp. A great battle was about to explode. "Charge!" Bai Ye's command echoed across the Dragon Blood grassland. As soon as his words fell, the 400 Dawn Shields immediately formed a tight square formation. The white crown on their heads emitted a gentle white light, instantly activating a 40 damage reduction effect. The heavy armor collided with a clanging sound like a moving wall of bronze, leading the charge towards the Dragon Blood Centaur tribe. Almost simultaneously, the tribal gates thunderously opened and 200 Dragon Blood Centaur frontliners charged out with a roar. They were tall, their human and horse bodies combined, wielding sharp spears. The fierce aura of the 6th tier level 500 was terrifying as they charged violently towards the Dawn Shields. The sharp spears, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, stabbed fiercely at the front row of the Dawn Shields. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing resonated as the spear struck the armor of the Dawn Shields. Sparks flew, but it only left a shallow white mark. Thanks to the damage reduction from the white crown and their own robust level 730 physique, the Dawn Shields remained steadfast, enduring the first wave of impact from the Dragon Blood Centaur frontliners. The front row soldiers growled lowly, firmly holding the formation, keeping all centaurs at bay. "Gale Archers, concentrate your fire," Bai Ye ordered in a deep voice, and the 400 Gale Archers immediately drew their bowstrings taut. The spirit-slaying bow in their hands emitted a sharp aura, the shooting speed instantly maximized. In an instant, the arrows rained down like a torrential storm, precisely locking onto the weakness of the Dragon Blood Centaurs, the Dragon Blood mark on their chests. Ding! The Gale Archers launched their attack, the spirit-slaying bow triggering critical hits, dealing massive damage. Ding! Target's health below 10, triggering spirit-slaying effect, dealing an additional 8 times damage, instantly killing the target. The Gale Archers launched their attack, the spirit-slaying bow triggering critical hits, dealing massive damage. Ding! Target's health below 10, triggering spirit-slaying effect, dealing an Groups of Dragon Blood Centaurs fell beneath the rain of arrows, their cries of agony echoing. In just a few minutes, half of the 200 Centaur frontliners had fallen, and the defense was on the verge of collapse. On the other side, Yan Shi waved the Holy Flame Staff, her eyes sparkling with intense light. The effects of the Holy Flame Staff were fully activated. Fire magic damage increased 5-fold and consumption decreased by 50, making her output ferocious and enduring. "Flames engulf the land," she shouted in a deep voice, slamming her staff down, unleashing a torrent of flames. The flames fell among the centaur crowd instantly, igniting a sea of fire. The flames raged, scorching the dragon blood centaurs within the area, not only inflicting massive continuous damage, but also forming a firewall that effectively blocked the support from the remaining centaurs in the tribe. This holy flame staff is simply too powerful. Yanxi laughed excitedly, her staff swirling as she continuously released fire spells. The sea of fire continued to spread. Multiple centaurs burned to death as the air filled with the scent of charred flesh. Yingyu wielded the sword of death, moving like a wraith among the centaur crowd. The physical damage of the sword of death increased fivefold, combined with her attributes of over level 700, each strike carried earth-shattering power. Each sword precisely slashed at the necks of the dragon blood centaurs while applying a bleeding debuff. Puchi. The long sword swept through instantly, slaying a 6th-tier dragon blood centaur. In a short moment, Yingyu had slain over 100 centaurs, forcibly tearing a gap in the tribal defense. Bai Ye stood in the center of the battlefield with the starry sky staff. His expression calm, he was enveloped in a rich aura of thunder. The six-fold increase in magic damage from the starry sky staff, combined with his level 780 attributes and over 5,000 mental power, made his skills terrifyingly powerful. Thunderstorm descends. He raised his hand and waved the staff, unleashing torrents of purple lightning that covered a vast area of tightly grouped centaurs. In an instant, groups of dragon blood centaurs were struck by the lightning, collapsing to the ground. Facing a few elite dragon blood centaurs that resisted fiercely, Bai Ye directly unleashed his ultimate skill, Thunderbolt Annihilation. A bolt of lightning that pierced heaven and earth struck down fiercely, instantly killing them. Throughout the entire process, he commanded with composure, requiring minimal consumption from the troops beneath him. With everyone's cooperation, the defense of the dragon blood centaur tribe quickly collapsed, and the casualties increased sharply. The once arrogant dragon blood centaurs were now left in a state of disarray, fleeing desperately. Outside the tribe, screams, the roar of flames, and the clashing of weapons intertwined, creating chaos on the battlefield. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed throughout the dragon blood grassland. Deep within the tribe, a figure several times larger than an ordinary dragon blood centaur slowly emerged. This figure was surrounded by a rich aura of dragon blood, wielding a massive battle axe, and with a sinister gaze, it was none other than the leader of the dragon blood centaurs. 6th tier max level 800. Attributes far surpassing other centaurs by threefold. Lowly humans daring to destroy my tribe and kill my kin, seeking death. The leader of the dragon blood centaurs roared, lifting the giant axe with both hands and smashing it to the ground. Skill dragon blood roar. A violent red shockwave erupted from the axe, sweeping across the battlefield. The front line of the Dawn shields was forcefully knocked back several steps by the shockwave, blood spilling from their mouths. Their health dropped sharply in an instant. Meanwhile, the totem at the center of the tribe suddenly illuminated a red light, enveloping all remaining dragon blood centaurs. The leader of the dragon blood centaurs activated the tribe's totem, causing all remaining dragon blood centaurs to experience a 20 boost in attributes. The centaurs who were on the brink of collapse instantly regained their fighting spirit, their aura growing more ferocious. They charged madly towards the formation of the Dawn shield. The previously one-sided battle suddenly became a stalemate. Everyone hold on. Alice, seeing this, immediately waved her staff, radiating a soft white light. With over level 700 attributes, the healing effect was greatly enhanced. The group healing skill, Healing Light, all domains, poured forth, enveloping all members of the Dawn shield. Quickly restoring their health, it instantly filled the damage gap caused by the dragon blood roar, stabilizing the Dawn shield's formation once again. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened as he quickly devised a response. Yue, hold the leader in check. Yanxi abandoned clearing the field and focused on attacking the leader. As soon as he finished speaking, he focused his mind and activated the teleportation skill. Ding. Consumed energy points 100, activated the Lord skill teleportation, bringing 2,000 Gale archers to the target location. A white light flashed, and Bai Ye along with 2,000 Gale archers instantly teleported to the side of the dragon blood centaur leader, evading the leader's frontal charge. Gale archers, concentrate all fire on the leader. Bai Ye commanded in a deep voice as the 2,000 Gale archers immediately drew their bows. In the next moment, arrows rained down like a storm towards the leader. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The damage from the Spirit Slayer bow continued to stack. The leader of the dragon blood centaurs began to slowly lose health. Meanwhile, Yu's figure flashed as she rapidly dashed in front of the leader. The sword of death struck fiercely at the leader's leg, applying a bleeding debuff. Watch the sword, she shouted, using her agile movements to continually restrain the leader. The bleeding debuff continued to drain the leader's health, reducing a significant amount every second. Yanxi also immediately stopped clearing the field. Gathering thick flames with her holy flame staff, she abandoned the large-scale skill and focused on releasing the fire-type single-target ultimate move Holy Flame Explosion. Holy Flame Explosion blast away. A massive fireball smashed towards the Dragon Blood Centaur leader, dealing enormous fire damage. Combined with Bai Ye's Thunderstorm skill, the dual high damage continuously suppressed the leader, visibly reducing the leader's health. A large number of Dawn Shield members reformed a tight formation surrounding the Dragon Blood Centaur leader and creating a solid encirclement to prevent its escape. Even though the leader's attacks were incredibly fierce, they relied on the damage reduction from the White Magic Crown and Alice's healing to hold on, buying time for ranged attacks. In just over 10 minutes, the leader's health dropped to 10. A glimmer of despair and madness flashed in its eyes as the aura of dragon blood surged explosively. Since I can't live, you all will die with me. Ultimate skill Dragon Blood Self-Destruction. Seeing this, Bai Ye decisively ordered everyone retreat. At the same time, he focused his mind and activated the teleportation skill again, instantly transporting the 2,000 Gale Archers and surrounding members of the Dawn Shield to a safe area. Domain of Thunder. He raised his hand and waved the celestial staff, enveloping the Dragon Blood Centaur leader in purple lightning, binding it for 3 seconds and disrupting its self-destruction rhythm. Ingyue delivered the finishing blow. A sharp glint flashed in Ingyue's eyes as she seized the opportunity of the binding. Her figure flickered, and the sword of death gathered all its power, striking fiercely at the leader's neck. Shadow Slash. With a single stroke, the throat of the Dragon Blood Centaur leader was sealed, letting out a piercing scream as its massive body collapsed to the ground. Ding. Slayed level 6 max Dragon Blood Centaur leader 1. Gained experience points 100, energy points 100. With the leader defeated, the remaining Dragon Blood Centaurs who were still resisting completely lost their command and fell into chaos. Their will to resist crumbled instantly, leaving them no longer fierce. Clear out all remaining centaurs, leave no survivors. Bai Ye commanded in a deep voice, then activated the teleportation skill, flexibly supporting directions. Wherever there were remaining centaurs, he quickly teleported there, efficiently clearing them out with the help of 3 heroes. With the blessing of the teleportation skill, the clearing efficiency increased significantly. In just 20 minutes, all remaining Dragon Blood Centaurs in the tribe were completely cleared out. Over 10,000 Dragon Blood Centaurs were slain. On the battlefield, only scattered corpses and the thick smell of blood remained. Ding. Slayed level 6 Dragon Blood Centaur, 10120, gained experience points. Ding. Triggered the Lord's Entry tenfold experience amplification. Total experience. Ding. Triggered the Lord's Entry infinite level up. Level skyrocketed. Ding. Your level has risen to level 790 to 800. 880. Ding. The hero Yen Zai's level has risen to level 730 to 740. 8. Ding. The hero Ing Yu's level has risen to level 730 to 740. 8. Ding. The hero Alice's level has risen to level 740 750. 800. Ding. Your Gale Archers and Dawn Shield's level has risen to level 740 750. 850. Golden light once again enveloped the entire area, richer than any previous instance. Bai Ye and all his subordinates' auras skyrocketed, experiencing a qualitative leap in power. Bai Ye at level 880 saw a 4-fold increase in attributes. Among them, the mental attribute had surpassed 2000. The damage capability was terrifyingly unimaginable. The levels of the 3 heroes also broke through 800. Bai Ye withdrew his gaze and turned to the 3 heroes, saying, "Clear the battlefield and follow me into the tribe to plunder all resources." The 3 responded in unison. Yan Shi waved her holy flame staff, her eyes filled with excitement. Bai Ye led the large army, slowly walking into the Dragon Blood Centaur tribe. The tribe was vast, with houses built from giant stones arranged in an orderly fashion. In the center stood a massive totem pole, intricately carved with fierce centaur patterns, still carrying a faint scent of dragon blood. As soon as Bai Ye entered the tribe, his attention was drawn to a cluster of buildings not far away. Those were 8 substantial, unique structures, granaries. The granary's door was tightly closed, yet one could faintly sense the rich energy of food emanating from within. "Lord, that's the granary." Yan Shi dashed over first. Bai Ye approached to check the granary's information. The system notification immediately sounded. Ding. 8 high-grade granaries found. Each high-grade granary can produce 2000 units of high-grade food daily, totaling 1600 units of high-grade food per day. Great. A glimmer of joy flashed in Bai Ye's eyes, and he felt completely relieved. The issue of food had always been his biggest concern for mass troop summoning. Now, with these 8 high-grade granaries producing 1600 units of high-grade food daily, it would be enough to support his large-scale troop summons, laying a solid foundation for future territorial expansion and strengthening. Ingyue also stepped forward, solemnly stating, Lord, with these high-grade foods, we can confidently utilize the Divine Soldier contract for mass summoning without worrying about food shortages, and the combat power of our territory can be rapidly enhanced. Alice gently added, moreover, high-grade food can slightly enhance the physical constitution of the troops. Long-term consumption will elevate their combat strength even further. Bai Ye nodded, his tone firm. Very well, the food issue is resolved. Next, we will thoroughly scavenge all resources within the tribe. Inua, take a team to scout the eastern side of the tribe. Yenshi, scout the western side, Alice, scout the southern side, and I will explore the totem hall at the deepest part of the tribe. Let's regroup here in half an hour to summarize our findings. Yes, Lord. The three immediately accepted their orders, each leading a team of troops to carefully explore and scavenge resources from various corners of the tribe. Bai Ye took a small group of troops and walked towards the totem hall at the deepest part of the tribe. The totem hall, as the core of the tribe, often hid the most precious treasures. Half an hour later, everyone gathered on time beside the granary, joy evident on each of their faces. Yenshi stepped forward excitedly, saying, Lord, I found many treasure chests and source stones. 2 epic treasure chests, 5 legendary treasure chests, and 10 source stones for defense tower upgrades. Inyu followed closely behind, reporting solemnly, I found 2 epic treasure chests, 4 legendary treasure chests, 10 source stones for the territory, and 20 source stones for defense tower upgrades. Alice said gently, I found 1 epic treasure chest, 6 legendary treasure chests, 6 source stones for the territory, 20 source stones for defense tower upgrades, and some scattered resources. Bai Ye raised his hand to summarize all the materials gathered by the group. The system notification sounded simultaneously. Ding. Total harvest: 5 epic treasure chests, 15 legendary treasure chests, 10 territory source stones, 50 source stones for defense tower upgrades. Bai Ye's eyes were filled with satisfaction. 5 epic treasure chests and 15 legendary treasure chests were likely to yield even more powerful equipment and items. Territory source stones could be used to upgrade the territory level. Source stones for defense tower upgrades could elevate the current high-grade arrow towers to a higher level. This was a significant harvest. Everyone did well. Bai Ye nodded in approval. Then he said, I discovered an even more important treasure in the totem hall. Oh, let's go take a look. The group followed Bai Ye to the totem hall at the deepest part of the tribe. The totem hall was grand and imposing, with a massive altar standing in the center. The altar was entirely made of dark red stone embedded with a large dragon blood gem. The gem emitted a rich scent of dragon blood. In the center of the altar, a golden scroll floated in midair, exuding a strong aura of troops. Bai Ye stepped forward and reached out to take the golden scroll. It felt warm to the touch, and a heavy wave of energy surged towards him. The system notification immediately sounded. Ding. 60-year random troop altar scroll discovered. Item: 60-year random troop altar scroll. Effect: after use, it randomly grants a 60-year troop altar, which can be constructed using energy points. Once built, it can summon the corresponding 60-year troops, enhancing the combat power of the territory. This is the 60-year troop altar scroll. Bai Ye introduced to the 3 heroes. 60-year troops were several times more powerful than the Dawn Shield and Gale Archers under his command. With the 60-year troop altar, the combat power of his territory would leap to a new qualitative level. Yenshi leaned in, her eyes sparkling as she said, Lord, hurry and open it to see what 60-year troops we can get. Hopefully a powerful output troop that would perfectly complement our forces and push our combat power through the... Yu's eyes also glimmered with anticipation as she said solemnly, 60-year troops far exceed 5-tier in both offense and defense. If we can obtain a mage-type troop, it would perfectly utilize the previous Star Extreme staff. Bai Ye showed no hesitation, lightly tapping the golden scroll with his fingertips, solemnly declaring, use the 60-year random troop altar scroll. Ding. Using the 60-year random troop altar scroll. Successful usage. Ding. Obtain 60-year troop altar. Ice Spirit Magus altar. Ice Spirit Magus altar, a 60-year mage troop altar that can be constructed with 300 energy points. Once completed, it can summon 60-year Ice Spirit Magus, who specializes in ice magic capable of unleashing wide-range ice attacks, while applying slow and freeze debuffs, countering fire-type and melee enemies. Ice Spirit Magus. Bai Ye displayed an ecstatic expression, nodding slightly in excitement. The Ice Spirit Magus was a 60-year mage troop that perfectly matched the previously collected Star Extreme staff. With a 6-fold increase in magical damage combined with the Ice Spirit Magus' own ice magic, the output would be terrifyingly high. Moreover, ice magic could counter melee enemies, perfectly compensating for the territory's lack of mage troops. Great! A mage troop. Yenshi jumped up in excitement. From now on we will have mage support. The combination of ice magic with my fire magic is simply a match made in heaven. Yu also showed a hint of approval, saying, the freeze debuff from the Ice Spirit Magus can effectively restrict enemy movements. With the defense from the Dawn Shield and the output from the Gale Archers, our strategies will be more flexible, giving us greater confidence to face future challenges. Alice said gently. With the Ice Spirit Magus, our output system is now complete, and future battles will see further reductions in casualties. Bai Ye tightly held the construction blueprint for the Ice Spirit Magus altar. His heart, filled with 300 energy points, were more than sufficient for him, who had just slain over 10,000 6-tier dragon blood centaurs and obtained 500 energy points. As soon as he returns to the territory, he can immediately construct the altar and summon the Ice Spirit Magus. With the food from the high-grade granaries, he could mass summon troops, and his territory strength would quickly reach a new level. All resources within the tribe have been thoroughly scavenged with no omissions, Ingyu reported as she approached. Bai Ye nodded, his tone resolute. Good. Everyone assemble and return to the territory immediately. I need to quickly build the Ice Spirit Magus altar and mass summon troops. Let our territory become even stronger. Yes, Lord. Everyone responded in unison, their voices echoing across the Dragon Blood Prairie. Bai Ye led all his troops, filled with their bountiful harvest, marching vigorously towards the direction of their territory. A vast army marched under the sunlight on their way back. In the distance, the outline of the extraordinary 2-star territory came into view. 2 tall advanced arrow towers stood on either side of the territory, crossbows primed and surveying the surroundings. The grand medium-sized castle shimmered in the sunlight. Finally back to the territory. Yenshi stretched lazily, excitement still on his face, as the holy flame staff in his hand radiated a faint fire energy. My lord, quickly construct the Ice Spirit Mage altar. I can't wait to see the power of the 6th-tier mage units. Bai Ye nodded slightly, equally eager, disregarding the fatigue from the journey, as he headed straight for the open space in the center of the territory. Everyone rest in place to recover your strength. Alice will heal the injured units while I build the Ice Spirit Mage altar. Yes, my lord. The 3 responded in unison, each attending to their tasks. Alice quickly organized the troops, who dispersed orderly to rest, quickly restoring the busy and orderly atmosphere within the territory. Soon Bai Ye arrived at the open space of the territory, raised his hand, and pulled out the blueprints for the Ice Spirit Mage altar from his backpack. He ordered in a deep voice, consume 3 million energy points, initiate the construction of the Ice Spirit Mage altar. Ding. Consumed energy points 300. Construction of the Ice Spirit Mage altar has begun. Estimated construction time 1 hour. As the system notification faded, a golden beam of light enveloped the open space and countless energy particles gathered. The outline of an altar made of ice crystals slowly emerged. The altar was surrounded by a faint, icy aura. During the altar's construction, Bai Ye did not remain idle. He first went to the other side of the territory and pulled out the blueprints for 8 advanced granaries. With a thought, he placed them sequentially inside the territory, close to the castle. This arrangement would facilitate defense and allow for quick food distribution. Ding. Successfully constructed advanced granaries 8. Each will automatically produce 200 units of advanced food per day, totaling 1600 units per day. Watching the sturdy advanced granaries standing neatly, Bai Ye felt completely at ease. The food supply issue was thoroughly resolved, and there would be no more concerns when it came to recruiting troops. Afterward, he raised his hand to check the entire haul from raiding the Dragon Blood Centaur tribe. 5 epic treasure chests, 15 legendary treasure chests, 10 territory origin stones, 50 defense tower upgrade stones, and the 8 newly constructed advanced granaries. Each of these was a treasure worth its weight in gold for a novice lord. The altar will take another hour to build, so it'll take this time to open these treasure chests. Bai Ye's lips curled into a smile of anticipation as he turned to the 3 heroes not far away. Yenshi and Alice come to the castle hall and open the treasure chests. The 3 quickly arrived, excitement evident on their faces as they followed Bai Ye into the castle hall. Inside the hall, on a mahogany long table, Bai Ye laid out the 15 legendary treasure chests and 5 epic treasure chests one by one. The epic treasure chests were entirely gilded, surrounded by a rich aura of energy, even more dazzling than the legendary treasure chests. Let's open the legendary treasure chests first and see what good items we can get. Bai Ye picked up a legendary treasure chest first, lightly tapped it with his fingertip, and said, "Open the legendary treasure chest." The next moment, as beams of golden light flashed, the 15 legendary treasure chests were opened one after another. Ding. Open legendary treasure chests 15. Total rewards: Wind Spirit Crystal 5, Fire Spirit Crystal 5, Legendary Damage Enhancement Potions 10, Legendary Experience Potions 10, Legendary Healing Potions 10, and Legendary Random Skill Books 3. No legendary equipment appeared as expected. Instead, a pile of materials, potions, and 3 skill books were revealed. Not too lucky, not a single piece of equipment opened. However, even so, these rewards are still precious treasures for any novice lord. Bai Ye scanned the rewards, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Wow, so many legendary potions and skill books. She stepped closer, his eyes sparkling as he stared at the potions and skill books on the table. Although there's no equipment, these items are incredibly useful. You picked up a wind spirit crystal and analyzed in a deep voice. Both the wind spirit crystal and fire spirit crystal are rare special materials that should be very useful for upgrading the territory's buildings in the future, and they are quite valuable. Bai Ye nodded, collecting all the special materials. His gaze landed on the 3 piles of legendary potions as he reached out to pick up a bottle of experience potion, checking its specific effects. Potion legendary experience enhancement potion, effect upon consumption. Both the user and friendly units within 200 meters gain a 60-fold experience boost lasting 24 hours and can stack with other experience enhancement effects. Then he picked up a bottle of damage enhancement potion. Potion legendary damage enhancement potion, effect upon consumption. Both the user and friendly units within 200 meters gain a 12-fold damage boost lasting 1 hour and can stack with other damage enhancement effects. Finally, he took a bottle of healing potion. Potion legendary healing potion, effect upon consumption. Both the user and friendly units within 200 meters restore 0 health points per second lasting 15 minutes, can stack with healing skill effects, and can recover quickly even in a severely injured state. All 3 potions are powerful, Alice said gently. Especially the healing potion, which restores 0 health points per second. It will significantly reduce casualties in future battles. Bai Ye slightly shook his head, his fingertips stroking the bottle of experience potion, thinking to himself, the experience potion is utterly useless to me. He already possessed the Lord's trait of 10,000-fold experience enhancement. A 60-fold experience boost was trivial compared to that. Even stacking it would not yield a significant increase. These experience potions can be sold in the future, Bai Ye murmured softly. It's not the right time yet, I'll keep them for now. If I encounter suitable trading opportunities later, I'll exchange them for more needed resources. Then his gaze fell on the 3 random legendary skill books on the table, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Skill books were different from potions and materials as they could directly enhance the combat power of the Lord or heroes. Especially the legendary skill books, which were exceedingly rare. He reached out to pick up a skill book and checked the information item. Random legendary skill book, level legendary, effect upon use gain a corresponding legendary class skill, and the skill type matches the user's profession. Bai Ye felt a surge of joy within his heart. Without any hesitation, he immediately decided to use these 3. Ding. Using random legendary skill books 3. Usage successful. Ding. Obtained legendary lightning skill, thunder punishment damage type. Ding. Obtained legendary lightning skill, lightning confinement control type. Ding. Obtained legendary lightning skill, thunder holy shield defense type. 3 purple lightning beams surged into Bai Ye's body, and a powerful energy instantly swept through him. The 3 brand new lightning skills clearly appeared on his skill panel. Bai Ye checked each one with delight. Skill 1, thunder punishment legendary damage type effect. Gather the power of thunder from heaven and earth to create a large-scale thunderstorm covering a 100-meter radius, dealing massive thunder damage to targets within range, with damage multiplier equal to 10 times his own magical damage, and an armor-breaking effect ignoring 30 of the target's defense. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Skill 2, lightning confinement legendary control type effect. Release thunder chains to lock up to 10 targets within range, confining them for 5 seconds. During confinement, targets cannot move or use skills while taking 2 thunder damage each second. Cooldown time 3 minutes. Effectiveness against high-level bosses is reduced. Confinement time shortened to 2 seconds. Skill 3, Thunder Holy Shield legendary defense type effect. Gather the power of thunder to form a massive thunder holy shield that can withstand all damage to himself and allies within 100 meters. The holy shield's health is 5 times his own spiritual power, lasting for 8 seconds with a cooldown time of 10 minutes. When broken, it will unleash a thunder shockwave, repelling enemies within 50 meters. 3 skills covering damage control and defense, and all are very powerful. Bai Ye's face displayed wild joy, and he was extremely excited inside. Then he proceeded to open 5 epic treasure chests. A total of 5 epic treasure chests. They were completely black, so then he proceeded to open 5 epic treasure chests. A total of 5 epic treasure chests. They were completely black, surrounded by a faint epic energy. Then he proceeded to open 5 epic treasure chests. A total of 5 epic treasure chests. They were completely black, surrounded by a faint. With a light tap of his finger, his tone filled with anticipation, he said, "Open the epic treasure chest." Streams of black light flashed one after another as the 5 epic treasure chests were opened in succession. As the light dissipated, 5 pieces of equipment floated quietly in midair. 3 pieces were exclusive hero equipment, and 2 were exclusive unit equipment. Each radiated a powerful aura, making Yan Shi and the other's eyes shine. Ding. Opened Epic Treasure Chests 5. Cumulatively obtained Epic Hero Equipment 3, Epic Unit Equipment 2. Bai Ye raised his hand to summon, and the first piece of hero equipment fell into his palm. It was a completely white ring surrounded by a soft healing light. Hero Equipment Ring of Healing Epic Attributes Spirit 15,000 Effect 1 Healing Effects increased by 8 times. All healing skills range expanded by 50. Effect 2. Active use can remove all negative debuffs from himself and allies within 100 meters. Cooldown time 5 minutes. This is Alice's exclusive healing equipment. Bai Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile as he turned to Alice, handing her the Ring of Healing. Alice, this equipment is just right for you. With it, your healing ability will be greatly enhanced. Alice gently accepted the Ring of Healing. Immediately, she opened her equipment panel and equipped it. A gentle energy surged into her body, significantly boosting her spiritual power. At the same time, the healing aura around her became even denser. She slightly bowed, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Lord. I will definitely make good use of this equipment to protect everyone. Then the second piece of hero equipment slowly descended. It was a completely black cloak, lightweight, embroidered with intricate shadow patterns, surrounded by a faint shadow aura. Hero Equipment Shadow Cloak Epic Attributes Agility 12,000 Effect 1. Active use allows entry into a stealth state during which ordinary monsters cannot detect her. The stealth effect is lifted after attacking or using skills. Effect 2. Movement speed increased by 50, with an additional 30 speed boost in stealth state. Yu's eyes flashed with surprise as she extended her hand to receive the shadow cloak. After placing it in her equipment panel, her figure instantly became much lighter, and her agility attribute soared significantly. She tightened her grip on the Sword of Death and said solemnly, "Thank you, Lord." The last piece of hero equipment landed in Bai Ye's hand. It was a pair of purple gold wrist guards engraved with patterns of thunder and flames. Hero Equipment Thunderfire Wrist Guards Epic Attributes Spirit 18,000 Effect Cooldown time for all lightning and fire skills reduced by 60. Skill damage increased by an additional 20. Cooldown for skills is reduced by 60. Bai Ye's face lit up with wild joy as he put on the Thunderfire Wrist Guards. Feeling the soaring spiritual power and lightning energy within him, he was tremendously excited. The Thunder Punishment, which originally had a cooldown of 5 minutes, could now be released again in just 2 minutes. The cooldowns for Lightning Confinement and Thunder Barrier also significantly reduced. With this effect, he could release skills more flexibly in subsequent battles and control the situation. Having finished reviewing the hero equipment, Bai Ye's gaze shifted to the remaining 2 unit-specific armors. The first was a set of armor radiating an icy blue hue, intricately adorned with frost patterns and emanating a piercing aura of ice elemental energy. In unit equipment, Frostweave Armor Epic in Attribute Constitution 8th Heroine Effect Ice Elemental Spell Damage increased 6-fold, magical damage taken reduced by 30. The exclusive armor of the Glacial Arcanist. Perfect. I can put it to immediate use. A surge of delight rose within Bai Ye. He carefully stowed the Frostweave armor, already envisioning its deployment once the altar was completed and the Glacial Arcanist summoned. The second unit equipment was a pair of exceptionally lightweight boots. In their surface bore delicate wind motifs pulsing with the subtle yet unmistakable resonance of wind elemental energy. Unit equipment Saint Shadow Wind Boots Epic in Attribute Agility 6 Heroine Effect Attack Speed increased by 120. Movement speed increased by 40. Evasion rate increased by 20. Attack speed increased by 120. The Galebow archers already possess exceptional firing speed. These Saint Shadow Wind Boots will more than double it. Coupled with the soul-slaying bow, their output will be utterly explosive. Yan, she exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Bai Ye nodded, then willed the collective equipment interface of the Galebow archers into view and equipped the Saint Shadow Wind Boots en masse. Ending. All Galebow archers have been fitted with the epic tier Saint Shadow Wind Boots. The moment the equipment was secured, every Galebow archer's agility surged by 600 points, and their attack speed skyrocketed instantaneously. Their combat prowess ascended yet another tier. An hour later. Ending. The Glacial Arcanist altar has been completed. You may now proceed to the altar to summon 6th-tier Glacial Arcanists. Excellent. The altar is complete. Yan, she leapt up first, unable to contain her eagerness. Lord, let us go at once, to summon the Glacial Arcanists. Bai Ye too could scarcely conceal his anticipation. Nodding firmly, he led the 3 heroes swiftly out of the grand hall of the castle and toward the central open ground of the territory. There, standing resplendent at the heart of the clearing, rose an altar of crystalline purity, as if carved from millennia-old glacial ice. At its apex rested a colossal ice crystal radiating a fierce, yet immaculate current of ice elemental energy. A faint mist of frost curled gently around its base. the newly completed Glacial Arcanist altar. Bai Ye stepped forward and inspected the altar's information in unit. Altar Glacial Arcanist in tier 6 and summoning, cost 1 energy point per unit, reduced from the original energy points per unit due to the Lord trait. Divine Troop Covenant and food requirement, 10 units of premium food per Glacial Arcanist per day. Upgrade requirement, 500 troop origin crystals to elevate the altar's rank and unlock higher tier Glacial Arcanists. And only 1 energy point required to summon a 6th tier unit. This is the Divine Troop Covenant. A flicker of elation gleamed in Bai Ye's eyes. In the trait, Divine Troop Covenant had finally revealed its true might. Without this trait, summoning a single 6th tier Glacial Arcanist would cost 100,000 energy points, rendering mass summoning utterly impossible. Now with 2 million energy points at his disposal, he could summon legions of Glacial Arcanists. And let us first summon a single Glacial Arcanist to examine its precise attributes. Bai Ye did not rush into large-scale recruitment, but issued his command with calm authority in, consume 1 energy point. Summon 1 Glacial Arcanist. Ding. 1 energy point consumed. Successfully summoned 1 6th tier Glacial Arcanist. NAS the system chime, faded. A surge of cerulean light erupted from the altar. When the light subsided, a mage clad in frost-patterned robes stood before the altar. Slender and poised, she shimmered with palpable ice elemental energy. In her hand rested a simple staff. Her gaze was glacial, her presence formidable. The very embodiment of a 6th tier Glacial Arcanist. Bai Ye approached and examined her stats in unit. Glacial Arcanist in tier 6 and level 1 in attributes. Strength 180, agility 120, constitution 80, spirit 500 in skills. Frost arrow single target ice elemental attack 1000 mile. Frostbind area effect ice elemental attack. With slowing effect frostbound shackles, single target, freezing control, glacial ward, self-targeted defensive enhancement. Exceptional attributes, and a perfectly balanced skill set, single target area effect, and crowd control abilities alike. She fulfills the archetypal mage role flawlessly, both as a devastating spellcaster and a masterful battlefield controller. A look of quiet satisfaction crossed Bai Ye's face. With a thought, he retrieved the Starfrost staff from his inventory and commanded, equip the Starfrost staff. Ding. The Glacial Arcanist has been equipped with the epic tier Starfrost staff. At the moment the staff touched her palm, her surrounding ice elemental energy surged violently. Her spiritual power soared dramatically, and her ice elemental spell damage amplified 6-fold, elevating her already formidable offensive capacity to terrifying heights. Wonderful. Now her output is truly maximized. Yen, she cried with exhilaration. Lord, initiate large-scale recruitment immediately. Bai Ye nodded, his expression resolute, voice solemn. Very well. Commence the large-scale recruitment camp. Thanks to the Divine Troop Covenant, each unit requires only 1 energy point to summon. We shall allocate unit ratios intelligently to forge a cohesive, synergistic battle formation. His strategy was already meticulously refined in 000 Dawnward Shields, and 000 Galebow Archers, and 000 Glacial Arcanists. Soon a cascade of system notifications echoed across the land in ding. Energy points consumed. Dawnward Shield summoned. Ding. Energy points consumed. Galebow Archer summoned. Ding. Energy points consumed. Glacial Arcanist summoned. Brilliant light poured forth from all 3 altars in unison. In Dawnward Shields, Galebow Archers and Glacial Arcanists emerged without cease, streaming forth like a tide of disciplined might. They assembled in flawless formation upon the open ground, majestic, unbroken, and countless beyond reckoning. And shortly thereafter, the summoning concluded. In current total troops, 2400 and including 800 Dawnward Shields defense, 800 Galebow Archers range damage, and 800 Glacial Arcanists arcane damage crowd control. Gazing upon this vast, exquisitely balanced host, Bai Ye's lips curved into a serene 800 Dawnward Shields formed an unshakable vanguard, impenetrable and immovable, and 800 Galebow Archers stood just behind. Attack speed pushed to its zenith, unleashing torrents of lethal fire. 800 Glacial Arcanists held the rear, ice-laced spells coalescing in silent readiness, mastering both annihilation and dominion over the battlefield. In Yan, Xiying, Yue, and Alice stood beside Bai Ye, awestruck and fiercely proud as they beheld the legions stretching endlessly before them. Bai Ye tightened his grip on the stellar scepter, violet lightning crackled and spiraled around his form. Ni's gaze swept beyond the borders of his domain, bright with resolve and burning with expectation. Next he would venture further afield, expanding his exploration, strengthening his realm, and forging it into an unconquerable bastion before the novice trial concluded. Bai Ye convened the 3 heroes within the Grand Hall. Yan, Xiying, Yue, and Alice stood solemnly on either side, their gazes burning with intensity as they fixed upon Bai Ye. Through successive fierce battles and steady resource accumulation, his domain had begun to take shape as a formidable power. Yet all knew full well that securing a true foothold in the Lord's world remained a long and arduous journey. Given the current situation, two critical tasks must advance in parallel. Bai Ye unfurled the domain map, his fingertip tracing several pivotal locations. First, the newly summoned troops are too low in rank. We must level them swiftly. Second, the resource nodes surrounding our domain remain uncharted, especially the locations of high-tier secret realms and dungeons. Yanshi's eyes lit up. Lord, are we to divide our forces? Precisely. Bai Ye nodded, his gaze settling upon Yanshi. Yanshi, you shall lead 4,000 ice spirit mages, 4,000 gale archers, and 4,000 dawn shields into the Mistwood Forest to level up. That region teams with high-tier monsters. Prioritize clearing them, leveraging our 10,000-fold experience advantage to elevate troop ranks at unprecedented speed. Yes, my lord. A surge of fervor flushed Yanshi's cheeks as she eagerly affirmed. Alice, Bai Ye turned toward her. You will take the remaining 4,000 ice spirit mages, 4,000 gale archers, and 4,000 dawn shields to the Dragonblood Plains. The terrain there is open and expansive, yet equally rich in high-tier beasts. Proceed with caution. Alice inclined her head gently. Understood. I shall assemble the troops at once. Ingyue, Bai Ye addressed the final hero. You have been assigned a special mission. Ingyu stepped forward, voice low and resolute. Command me, my lord. You shall venture alone into the deepest wilds. Bai Ye raised a hand, lightly tapping an unexplored expanse upon the map. Using the concealment granted by your Shadow Cloak Scout for high-tier secret realms dungeons or rare resource nodes. Your priority is reconnaissance, not combat. Should you detect anomalies, contact me immediately. Ingyu tightened her grip upon Death's blade, her eyes unwavering. As ordered. I shall remain within the domain. Bai Ye swept his gaze across the three heroes. Ready at all times to activate my teleportation skill. If danger arises or anomalies emerge, I will arrive without delay. Meanwhile, I will inventory the spoils gathered thus far and chart the domain's next phase of advancement. With assignments sealed, the three heroes departed, each bearing their charge. Yanshi burst from the Grand Hall first, eager to test her new troops' mettle in battle. Alice followed closely, methodically assembling her forces with calm precision. Ingyue meanwhile blurred into shadow, vanishing as seamlessly as breath dissipates in winter air. Bai Ye watched them go, then turned and strode deep into the castle's inner sanctum. Wind spirit cores and flame spirit cores, among other spoils, piled high within his inventory, awaiting meticulous sorting. And the domain's future path of ascension demanded careful, deliberate planning. The Mistwood Forest. Yanshi led 12,000 troops into the forest's heart. 4,000 dawn shields formed an unbroken front line, their shields interlocked like iron scales, forging an impregnable bastion of steel. 4,000 gale archers fanned out in staggered formation, bows drawn taut. 4,000 ice spirit mages held position at the rear, raising frost blue staves whose chilling aura shimmered with biting cold. They're coming. Yanshi's gaze hardened. From the gloom of the forest's depths surged dozens of colossal shadow demons. These sixth-tier beasts were pitch black from claw to snout, razor-sharp talons gleaming, thick shadows coiling off their forms. Each possessed the peak combat prowess of an ordinary sixth-tier unit. An ordinary lord would brace for desperate defense against such a horde. But for Yanshi, ice spirit mages, frostbound thousandly. At her command, 4,000 mages struck as one. A blinding deluge of sapphire light erupted, engulfing hundreds of meters ahead in an instant. Before the shadow demons could close the distance, they froze solid, statues of ice, their movement grinding to a halt. Gale archers, concentrated fire. Arrows fell like monsoon rain. Empowered by the Saint Shadow Wind boots' enhanced attack speed, the archers loosed volleys at impossible velocity. Each arrow, fired from the soul-slaying bow, ripped through the air with a shriek, striking their frozen targets with lethal precision. Ding! Shadow Demon Tier 6 slain. 10,000-fold experience activated. Ice Spirit Mages gain experience. Ding! Shadow Demon Tier 6 slain. 10,000-fold experience activated. Gale Archers gain experience. System notifications chimed in rapid succession. In a single coordinated assault, the entire pack of shadow demons was eradicated. None even breached the Dawn Shield's defensive line. This is absurdly easy. Yanshi leapt into the air, exhilarated. The Dawn Shields didn't lift a finger. With a sweeping gesture, she led her forces deeper into the Mistwood Forest. The Dragonblood Plains. Alice's campaign unfolded with equal momentum. Across the vast, sun-drenched expanse, packs of Dragonblood wolves roamed freely. These sixth-tier predators were hulking and sinewy, their fur glinting with a dark crimson, sheen fangs bared in perpetual menace. Among the plains' most savage hunters. Yet before Alice's disciplined host, they were utterly powerless. Ice spirit mages unleashed frostbound thousandly, freezing swathes of wolves mid-lunge, while gale archers accelerated to blinding speed rained down torrents of arrows. Wolves collapsed in howling agony, dissolving into radiant streams of experience that flowed directly into the troops' bodies. Alice stood calmly at the formation's center, wreathed in a soft, healing luminescence, ever prepared for emergencies. Yet after a full hour of relentless combat, she hadn't cast a single healing spell. The monsters never reached the front lines. At this pace our troops' ranks will catch up before long, Alice murmured softly, a quiet warmth flickering. Elsewhere, in the untamed mountain forests, Ingyu moved alone through the suffocating dark. Her shadow cloak rendered her indistinguishable from the gloom. Her form dissolved into the very essence of shadow. She moved with preternatural swiftness, yet her footsteps made no sound, not even when passing within arm's reach of slumbering beasts. Along the way she noted traces of elite predators, shadow demon, lords, corrupted Trent's shadow dragons, beings whose auras dwarfed those beyond the periphery, some even reaching 7th-tier potency. Yet Ingyu did not pause. Her mission was reconnaissance, not confrontation. 3 hours later, she had penetrated hundreds of kilometers into the Mistwood forest. Ancient trees towered overhead, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy so dense that daylight vanished entirely, even at noon. Yet Ingyu's night vision pierced the absolute blackness with flawless clarity. Then, a strange energy fluctuation pulsed faintly from the distant mountainside. Her pulse quickened. She slowed, advancing with surgical care. Parting a curtain of thick, thorny vines, she beheld something astonishing. A hidden entrance recessed into the mountainside. It was arched, nearly 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, its edges inscribed with countless intricate runes. Those runes shimmered with an uncanny light, divine radiance and abyssal darkness entwined in perfect, unsettling equilibrium. A palpable torrent of raw power emanated from within the passage. Even from several meters away, Ingyu felt its oppressive weight, a visceral, soul-deep tremor. She approached cautiously, partially dispelling her cloak to examine the carvings more closely. Though unfamiliar, the runes resonated with an energy magnitude far surpassing anything she had ever encountered. Ingyu drew a slow, steadying breath, and gently touched the threshold with her fingertips. Instantly, ding, Mythic Tier Dungeon entrance discovered. Dungeon name unidentified. Dungeon tier Mythic. Warning: this is a top-tier difficulty dungeon, recommended only for lords who have attained transcendent high rank. Ingyu's pupils contracted sharply. Mythic tier. Though she knew little of dungeon hierarchies, she understood its implication instantly. Far beyond epic or legendary, this was the apex tier. Even transcendent high-rank lords would feel their hearts race at the mere sight of it. Ingyu withdrew her finger, at once reactivated invisibility and simultaneously engaged the communication link. She lowered her voice and reported swiftly, "My lord, I have found something. Several hundred kilometers east of Miwu Forest, there is a concealed entrance." Ingyu withdrew her finger, at once reactivated invisibility and simultaneously engaged the communication link. She lowered her voice and reported swiftly, "My lord, I have found something. Several hundred kilometers." There was a brief silence on the other end of the link. Soon Bai Ye's voice came through, threaded with obvious surprise, "A mythic tier instance. Suspend further probing. Stand guard near the entrance and remain concealed," he ordered. "I will immediately have Yan Shi and AI Lizzie stop level grinding and assemble the troops." Understood. Ingyu acknowledged and melted back into the shadows, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the mysterious gateway. Bai Ye terminated the link, a trace of excitement flashing across his eyes. A mythic tier instance. Although he had read the system classifications, this was the first time he had ever seen a mythic tier instance with his own eyes. According to the records, a mythic tier instance is the pinnacle of instance tiers within the Lord worlds, far surpassing epic and legendary levels. Within such an instance, there are immense high-tier resources, top-tier chests, rare equipment, and powerful instance bosses standing guard. Any lord who can clear a mythic tier instance invariably becomes a hegemon of his region. Even exalted high-tier lords would flock to such an opportunity. And now this instance had appeared near his territory. Bai Ye inhaled deeply, tamping down his excitement, and immediately sent word to Yan Shi and AI Lizzie. "Yan Shi, AI Lizzie, stop the grinding and lead your troops back at once." On the other end, Yan Shi in the heat of battle paused in surprise. "My lord, what is it?" "Ingyu has discovered a mythic tier instance," Bai Ye said succinctly. "We must muster our forces and prepare." Yan Zai's voice rose instantly with excitement. "My lord, I am on my way." AI Lizzie replied, equally decisively. "Understood. The troops will return immediately." After ending the link, Bai Ye stood in the great hall, his gaze flickering. A mythic tier instance. It was both an opportunity and a trial. Miwu Forest. Ingyu hid upon the canopy near the entrance, maintaining invisibility and watching the surroundings with vigilant attention. The energy at the entrance remained calm, with no strange fluctuations. The surrounding woodland was oddly silent, as if even monsters instinctively avoided the area. She tightened her grip on the death sword, her eyes never leaving the direction of the entrance. Longshua Plain. After receiving the message, AI Lizzie halted her grinding at once. All units assemble and prepare to return. Ice Spirit Magisters, Gale Archers, and Dawn Shields closed ranks, and under AI Lizzie's command withdrew from Longshua Plain in orderly fashion. At the same time, Yanxi and Miwu Forest turned her forces about and began the journey home. The two contingents moved like twin serpents, converging upon the territory from different directions. Ice Spirit Magisters level 600. The first-tier Gale Archers and third-tier Dawn Shields had accumulated substantial experience. Ice Spirit Magisters level 600. The first-tier Gale Archers and third-tier Dawn Shields had accumulated substantial experience while grinding and had now surged to level 900. The sixth-tier Ice Spirit Magister had begun from level 1, yet under the terrifying multiplier of multiplied experience, had rocketed to level 600. Remember, these were sixth-tier units. Each level gained for high-tier troops conferred far greater attribute increases than on lower-tier units. A level 600 sixth-tier Ice Spirit Magister was an immensely fearsome combatant. Once we clear this mythic tier, instance levels will surge again. Yanxi rubbed her hands together in excitement. Back within his dominion, Bai Ye had just finished organizing supplies when he sensed the returning presence of the two contingents. He stepped out into the hall and scanned the formations assembled on the grounds. 8,000 Dawn Shields, 8,000 Gale Archers, 8,000 Ice Spirit Magisters. 24,000 units arrayed in perfect formation, their momentum like a rising tide. My lord. Yanxi was the first to rush forward, her face alight with excitement. My troops are ready. AI Lizzie followed, speaking calmly. The Longshua Plain run went smoothly. Our unit levels have risen significantly. Bai Ye nodded and focused on a single Ice Spirit Magister, pulling up its stats. Unit Ice Spirit Magister. Tier 6. Level 600. Attributes: Strength 120, Agility 120, Constitution 240, Spirit 700. Skills: Ice Arrow, 1000-mile freeze, Icy Binding, Ice Spirit Guardian. The Spirit attribute alone had soared to 720,000. Those were only base attributes. With equipment bonuses and skill multipliers, its output was terrifying. Bai Ye withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. Unit levels were sufficient. The next step was to challenge the instance. The teleport skill can only carry 3,000 units at a time. Bai Ye mused for a moment before deciding swiftly. I will take 1,000 Dawn Shields, 1,000 Gale Archers, and 1,000 Ice Spirit Magisters to rendezvous with Yingyu. Yanxi AI Lizzie remain in the territory on standby. I will assess the instance and then decide how to deploy the remaining forces. Understood. Though reluctant, Yanxi nodded. Bai Ye wasted no more time. With a thought, he activated the teleportation skill. A chime sounded and 3,000 energy points were consumed as the teleportation targeted the selected units. A violet radiance enveloped the 3,000 units, and in the next instant Bai Ye and his troops vanished from the territory. In the wilds the light passed, and Bai Ye and his 3,000 units appeared near Yingyu. My lord, she greeted from the canopy as she leapt down, bowing with respect. The instance entrance is just ahead. I have stood watch for 2 hours. There are no anomalies in the vicinity. Bai Ye nodded and strode toward the entrance hidden behind vines. Up close, the runes around the gateway grew. Holy and dark energies braided together, there forming a strange equilibrium that emitted an oppressive chill. Bai Ye reached out and touched the rim of the entrance. The system disclosed the Discovery Mythic Tier instance, detected Shanggu Longshua Secret Realm. Instance level Mythic Tier. Instance description: Shanggu Longshua Secret Realm, said to be the place where an ancient dragon fell. Dragon blood had permeated the land, nurturing countless rare treasures and spawning formidable guardians. Clearing the realm could bestow the ancient dragon blood inheritance. Entry restrictions: a maximum of 3,000 units, and up to 3 lords or hero units may enter at once. Exiting mid-challenge is not permitted. The instance must be completed to end the attempt. Recommended lord level above exalted tier 7. Bai Ye read the system notices and frowned slightly. Only 3,000 units could enter, and they could not withdraw mid-challenge. This meant they had to choose carefully and could not act rashly. He retracted his hand, pondered for a moment, and then made his decision. I will return to the territory to bring AI Lizzie here, he told Yingyu. 3,000 units are all we have. With you, AI Lizzie, and myself, that will exactly meet the limit. Yingyu nodded, understood. Bai Ye activated teleportation and vanished. Moments later, he reappeared at the entrance with AI Lizzie. AI Lizzie gripped her staff, her gaze resolute. My lord, I am ready. Bai Ye looked to Yingyu and asked Yingyu. Yingyu tightened her hold on the death sword and replied in a low voice, I am ready as well. Bai Ye faced the instance gateway and gestured broadly. Confirm entry into the instance. The system acknowledged, and the process of entering the mythic tier Shanggu Longshua Secret Realm commenced. A final reminder informed them that mid-distance withdrawal was impossible and urged them to ensure their forces were prepared. They confirmed readiness. A purple radiance flared up once more, enveloping Bai Ye, Ai, Lizi, and Yue, and the 3,000 units in its glow. In the next breath, everyone vanished from the spot as they were drawn into the secret realm. The teleportation concluded. A blur flickered before Bai Ye's eyes, and then a magnificent plaza unfolded before him. The plaza was paved entirely with dark red dragon bloodstone, its surface crisscrossed with fissures, as though crushed beneath some colossal force. The air hung thick with the rich metallic scent of dragon blood laced with faint traces of sacred energy. Each breath carried the weight of an ancient, overbearing aura. For shattered dragon statues stood sentinel around the perimeter. Each towered 10 meters tall. Wings folded close, heads raised high, gripping massive dragon-etched spears in their talons, their eyes fierce and merciless. Though eroded by endless eons, the statues still radiated a faint, oppressive presence, one that instinctively stirred dread in the heart. Is this the mythic deer Dragonblood Sanctuary? Alice murmured softly, her gaze sharp and watchful as it swept across the plaza. Ingyu tightened her grip on the sword of death. Her stealth state had long since been dispelled. In a dungeon of this caliber, stealth offered little advantage. Vigilance and full readiness were far more vital. Bai Ye did not rush forward. Instead, he deployed his 3,000 troops into formation at the plaza's entrance. 1,000 dawnlight shields took the vanguard, shields raised high to forge an unyielding bulwark. 1,000 galewind archers formed the center, bows drawn halfway, ready to unleash devastation at a moment's notice. 1,000 frost spirit archmages held the rear, staves lifted in unison as icy energy surged through the air. No sooner had the formation locked into place than the system chime rang out. Ding! You have entered the Mythic Deer Dungeon, Ancient Dragonblood Sanctuary. Dungeon overview: the Ancient Dragonblood Sanctuary comprises 5 trials. You now stand within Trial 1, the Dragonblood Wardens. Victory condition: eliminate all Dragonblood Wardens and destroy their core to unlock the entrance to Trial 2. As the system message faded, the 4 dragon statues surrounding the plaza blazed with searing crimson light. A torrent of overwhelming dragon blood energy erupted from the statues, and the ground trembled violently. Cracks splintered across the statues' pedestals, bleeding dark red luminescence, and from those fissures wave after wave of figures surged forth. 500 dragon blood wardens poured forth from each statue, 2,000 in total. These wardens stood towering, nearly 2.5 meters tall, their bodies sheathed in dark red scaled armor, wielding dragon-etched battle axes, their eyes burning with scarlet flame. Their aura was ferocious and savage, saturated with the raw, commanding pressure of dragon blood. Bai Ye scanned them once, and instantly summoned the monster stat panel. Monster Dragon Blood Warden. Tier 6. Level 800. Attributes: Strength 800, Agility 600, Constitution 100, Spirit 3000. Skills: Dragon Blood / high single target damage, Dragon Blood Impact, area knockback, Dragon Blood Scorch, inflicts a burning debuff, dealing 500 damage per second for 5 seconds. Description: the first line of defense within the Ancient Dragonblood Sanctuary. Guardians forged from primordial Dragonblood essence. Unflinching. Unbreakable. Fiercely potent. 6th tier, level 800, impressive stats. Bai Ye spoke, gravely, his gaze sweeping over the 2,000 wardens. Full alert. Prepare for combat. The moment his words echoed, roar. 2,000 Dragonblood wardens roared in unison, a deafening, earth-shaking bellow that filled the entire plaza. They charged forward with thunderous strides, axes raised high, surging like a crimson tide toward Bai Ye's host. The earth shook beneath their advance. Dragonblood energy boiled in the air. The dawnlight shields at the front line did not flinch. To face 800 level 6th tier monsters. For any novice lord, this would be suicide. Yet Bai Ye remained utterly unshaken. Dawnlight shields, hold the line. 1,000 shields slammed forward in perfect unison, raised high to form an immovable wall of steel. Crash. The warden's first wave struck the shield wall with cataclysmic force. A deafening clang of metal on metal split the air, sparks flying like molten stars. With strength exceeding 80,000, the warden's impact was terrifying. Yet under the blessing of the White Demon Crown, the dawnlight shields absorbed 40% of incoming damage and held firm against the onslaught. Not a single shield wavered. The line stood unbroken, solid as bedrock. Counterattack. As one, the dawnlight shields drove forward, slamming their shields into the wardens' faces, sending them staggering backward. Then came the fists, blazing with thunderous fury, each blow landing with brutal precision, halting the wardens' advance and forcing them back step by step. But the Dragonblood wardens were no mere fodder. Regaining their footing, they swung their dragon-etched axes sideways, striking the shields with bone-jarring force. Metal shrieked against metal, a grating, ear-splitting screech. Simultaneously, the Dragon Blood Scorch debuff activated. Dark red flames ignited across the Dawnlight Shield's armor, inflicting 5,000 damage per second. Yet for the Dawnlight Shield, such damage was but a superficial sting. Frost Spirit Archmages, Frozen Expanse. Bai Ye issued the command without hesitation. 1,000 staves rose as one, azure light, cascading outward. An Arctic gale swept across the plaza, freezing moisture midair into glittering frost, then rushing forward like a tidal wave of ice. Crack, crack. Frost spread like wildfire. Hundreds of wardens froze solid mid-stride, their movement grinding to a halt. Layer upon layer of chilling damage accumulated upon them, their dark red scales encased in glittering rime. The soul-slaying bow's armor-piercing effect triggered. Arrows punched clean through scale and sinew, spraying arcs of dark. Arrows fell like monsoon rain, dense lethal, weaving a vast net of death across the sky. Each shaft striking true, piercing frozen wardens with surgical precision. The soul-slaying bow's armor-piercing effect triggered. Arrows punched clean through scale and sinew, spraying arcs of dark red blood. And for targets near death, the eightfold bonus damage was devastating. Many wardens, never even stirred from their icy prisons, fell instantly beneath the storm of arrows. Ding. Dragonblood Warden slain 1. 10,000-fold experience granted. Ding. Dragonblood Warden slain 1. 10,000-fold experience granted. Chimes rang in rapid succession, blending into a continuous resonant tone. The battle raged on. Though formidable in raw power, the Dragonblood Wardens stood no chance against Bai Ye's exquisitely coordinated multi-role legion. The Dawnlight Shields anchored the front, refusing to yield a single inch. The Frost Spirit Archmages sustained frozen expanse, relentlessly freezing swathes of enemies in place. Control absolute. The Galewind Archers, blessed with extraordinary attack speed, unleashed volley after volley, arrows never ceasing. 10 minutes later, the last Dragonblood Warden collapsed amid the hail of arrows, dissolving into shimmering motes of light. Silence returned to the plaza, broken only by the soft crunch of frost and the scars of war. Ding. Trial 1, Dragonblood Wardens, completed. Rewards acquired: energy points 100 Dragonblood Crystals, 500 Mythic Tier, Chest 1. Ding. Galewind Archers leveled up to level 950. Ding. Dawnlight Shields leveled up to level 950. Ding. Frost Spirit Archmages leveled up to level 700. Ding. Trial 2 unlocked, Dragonblood Marsh. Entrance now open. System notifications chimed one after another. A flicker of delight gleamed in Bai Ye's eyes. 1 million energy points, 500 Dragonblood Crystals, and a Mythic Tier chest. If the rewards for Trial 1 were this lavish, what awaited beyond could scarcely be imagined. Troops, stand down for 10 minutes rest, Bai Ye commanded, then raised his hand and summoned the Mythic Tier chest. The chest gleamed in somber gold, its lid embossed with a relief of a soaring dragon, surrounded by swirling mythic energy, pulsing with an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Though Yanshi was absent, Bai Ye could easily picture the ecstatic grin that would light up his companion's face upon seeing this prize. Open. Without hesitation, he lifted the lid. Golden light flooded forth, and slowly a weathered scroll ascended before him. The scroll glowed emerald green, bearing the image of a colossal tree, its canopy eclipsing the heavens, roots plunging deep into the earth, radiating profound vitality. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Mythic Tier Territory Building Blueprint Tree of Life. Bai Ye's eyes widened. He immediately inspected the blueprint details. Blueprint Tree of Life Mythic Tier. Effect I. All units within territory gain 0 Constitution. Effect 2. All units within territory regenerate health at 500 increased speed. Effect 3. Within the Tree of Life's domain, all healing effects applied to allied units are amplified by 200. Construction cost: energy points 200, wood essence crystals 100. Construction time 72 hours. 300,000 Constitution. Bai Ye drew a sharp breath. 300,000 Constitution meant a quantum leap, not just in health pools, but in sheer defensive resilience. The Dawnlight Shields were already renowned for their impenetrable defense, and with an additional 300,000 Constitution, even 8th tier monsters might struggle to breach their guard. While the Galewind Archers and Frost Spirit Archmages were not built for endurance, this surge in Constitution would dramatically elevate their survivability. No longer fragile glass cannons, but resilient pillars of war. And with health regeneration quintupled and healing potency doubled, paired with Alice's restorative arts, his army's endurance would reach an almost supernatural threshold. The Tree of Life must be built. Bai Ye whispered, then frowned. 20 million energy points posed no real obstacle. At his current accumulation rate, he'd gather them swiftly. But the 100 wood essence crystals, those were the true bottleneck. He possessed not a single one. His prior looting had yielded abundant wind essence crystals and flame essence crystals, but never a single wood essence crystal. I'll need to visit the trading market tonight. He weighed his options silently. With his existing resources, acquiring 100 wood essence crystals should pose no difficulty. He rolled the blueprint away and turned his attention to the 500 dragon blood crystals. Deep crimson translucent. Within each pulsed a slow viscous flow, as if alive, radiating a subtle primordial draconic aura. Such rare material would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the days ahead. 10 minutes passed swiftly. All troops had fully recovered. Every trace of the dragon blood scorch debuff had long since faded from the dawnlight shields. Advance. With a sweeping gesture, Bai Ye led his forces through the newly revealed gateway at the plaza's far end, and stepped into Trial 2, the Dragon Blood Marsh. Passing through the entrance, a rank, humid heat washed over him. Before Bai Ye, the scene shifted abruptly. The vast swamp stretched to the horizon, dark red mud bubbled continuously, and the air was thick with 000x dragon blood miasma. Visibility reduced to less than 50 meters. Beneath his feet, the soft, rotten mire gave way with each step sinking slightly. Ding! Entered 000x, triggering environmental debuff 000x dragon blood miasma. All attributes reduced by 20, suffering 2,000 toxin damage per second. The system prompt had barely fallen when Bai Ye felt his inner power suppressed by several degrees. Dark red blotches began to spatter across the Shuguang Ji dun at his back, evidence of the miasma's corrosion. AI Lizzie, Bai Ye called in a low voice. AI Lizzie understood at once. She tapped her staff, and a soft healing radiance bathed the entire army. The 2,000 points per second damage was instantly negated, though the 20 attribute suppression remained. Lord, something in the swamp. Ingyu tightened her grip on Siwang Ji Jian, eyes sharply fixed on the mire ahead. Before the sentence finished, the surface of the swamp erupted in mud. Massive 000x burst from the mire, their bodies sheathed in dark red scales, amber eyes gleaming. Corrosive saliva dripped from their jaws, powerful limbs and sweeping tails cut the air with whipping gusts. They came in dense ranks, no fewer than 3,000 of them. Creature 000x, grade rank 7, level 800. Attribute strength 150000, agility 120000, constitution 280000, spirit 60,000. Skills Qianfu Tushi, concealed ambush 000x dragon blood, bite Wabian Hengso tail sweep. 3,000 rank 7 level 800. Creatures charging at once would cause even transcendent lords to brace for battle. Bai Ye simply raised his hand and activated his first legendary skill. Leitang Tianfa. Thunder. Thick violet storm clouds coalesced in the sky, colossal bolts of lightning, as if heaven's judgment, poured down and blanketed a swath of ground hundreds of meters wide. Each bolt carried a tenfold damage multiplier and ignored 30 of the target's defense. The 000x scales were like paper before the thunder. Those struck were torn open in an instant, their agonized cries rising in waves. With a single blow, half of the 000x collapsed, dissolving into a storm of experience light. Ding. Kills 000x 1472, 10,000-fold experience triggered. Ding. Bingling Modeo sure leveled up to 750. The remaining 000x, enraged, charged the formation in a frenzy. Bingling Modeo sure Bingfeng Qianli. 1,000 Bingling Modeo sure raised their staves in unison as an ice-blue brilliance poured forth. A bitter cold swept the swamp, freezing the sodden ground into a solid sheet of ice in an instant. Halfway through their rush, the 000x found their limbs locked by ice, and their speed plummeted. Masters of swamp ambush, once deprived of mobility, they became living targets. Jifeng Gongjian should focus fire. A rain of arrows fell, the armor-piercing effect of Shiling Ji Gong combined with the attack speed bonus of Shenying Fengxue, and dozens of 000x fell every second. In scarcely 5 minutes, the 3,000 000x were utterly eradicated. Dark red stains mottled the ice. System chimes rang in dense succession. Ding. 000x swarm annihilated. Ding. Jifeng Gongjianshu reached level 980. Ding. Shuguang Ji Dun reached level 980. Ding. Bingling Modeo sure reached level 800. Bai Ye did not relax. The 000x had been only an appetizer. The true boss had yet to appear. Sure enough, from the swamp's depths came a deafening roar that made the earth quake violently. A colossal beast 3 times the size of a normal 000x rose from the mire. Its scales were a dark gold, eyes burning with crimson fire, and each step cracked vast fissures across the ice. BOSS 000x Wang. Grade rank 7. Level 950. Attribute strength 300000. Agility 250000. Constitution 650000. Spirit 1200000. Skills 000x Quangbao Dragon Blood Frenzy Jiwei Hengso Giant Tail Sweep Fusher Tushi Corrosive Breath. The Longxue Shi Wang opened its great maw and unleashed a dark red corrosive breath that swept toward the ranks. Shuguang, Ji Dun raised shields. 1,000 Shuguang, Ji Dun stepped forward, forming a wall of shields. The corrosive breath slammed into their formation. A dark red ichor ran down the shield faces with a hissing corrosive sound. The armor of the Shuguang, Ji Dun became pitted and scarred by the corrosion, but buoyed by the 40 damage reduction granted by Bai Ye, they withstood the strike. Counterattack. Bai Ye raised his hand and activated Leitang Jingu. Chains of purple thunder shot from the void and wrapped precisely around the Longxue Shi Wang's limbs and neck. The boss' massive frame froze, unable to move or cast while it sustained enormous lightning damage. Ingyu blurred as the dark cloak's effect activated, and she vanished in place. The next instant she reappeared behind the Longxue Shi Wang Siwang, Ji Jian humming with concentrated shadow energy. Under Leitang Jingu and the army's focused fire, the Longxue Shi Wang's health plummeted, soon falling below 50%. Ding! Longxue Shi Wang has triggered Longxue Huangbao Dragonblood Frenzy. Attack and movement speeds surged by 100. The boss' eyes burned scarlet as its strength exploded, its limbs thrashed violently, and cracks began to spider across the thunder chains. Bai Ye gave it no chance to break free. Anying Zhan. Ingyu leapt from above Siwang, Ji Jian bearing the full force of her strike, piercing precisely the seam of scales atop the Longxue Shi Wang's head. A critical hit. 8-fold damage. The Longxue Shi Wang emitted a harrowing shriek as its vast body collapsed, shattering half the ice beneath it. Ding. 7th rank boss Longxue Shi Wang slain. Rewards Nongliang Jian 500, Longxue Jingha 800, Shenhuaji Baoxiang 1. Ding. Jifeng Gongjian Shu leveled to 1000. Ding. Shuguang Ji Dun leveled to 1000. Ding. Bingling Modeo Shi leveled to 900. Bai Ye stepped forward and opened the Shenhuaji Baoxiang. Dark golden light poured forth, and a set of dark red armor hovered in the air at scaled plates, shining with metallic luster, and a dragon relief carved upon the breastplate. Troop equipment Longxue Zhanjia Mythic. Attributes Constitution 50,000. Effect 1 I physical damage taken reduced by 50. Effect 2 when attacked 30 chance to trigger Longxue counter damage, reflecting 50 of the damage back to the attacker. Applicable unit Shuguang Ji Dun. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Bai Ye's eyes. 50,000 Constitution, 50 physical damage reduction, and a counter damage effect. The Shuguang Ji Dun, already renowned for their defense, would see their tankiness elevated to another tier in this armor. With a thought, he summoned the Shuguang Ji Dun collective equipment panel and equipped the Longxue Zhanjia. Ding. Mythic equipment Longxue Zhanjia has been equipped on all Shuguang Ji Dun. The armor on 1,000 Shuguang Ji Dun was replaced in an instant. Dark red Longxue Zhanjia enveloped them, the dragon relief upon their chests faintly glowing as their presence swelled. Press onward. Bai Ye strode deeper into the swamp, his troops close behind. The ice behind them slowly melted, and the swamp returned to its original sodden guise. Beyond the marsh's edge a stone gate stood. Beyond it the vista opened wide. Before Bai Ye stretched a colossal circular plaza. At its center 3 towering altars rose in perfect triangular formation. Each altar soared nearly 10 meters high, constructed entirely from dark crimson dragon bloodstone. Ancient runes spiraled across their surfaces, and atop each floated a fist-sized dragon blood crystal pulsing with searing energy. Across the plaza floor, dense networks of glowing runes interwove like living veins, binding the 3 altars into a single unified formation. Third trial dragon blood, altars activated. Objective: simultaneously defend all 3 altars against waves of monsters until each altar is fully awakened. Each altar must be guarded independently. Monsters will spawn around their perimeters. Should any altar be destroyed, the trial ends in failure. Bai Ye's gaze swept across the triad, left, center, right, each separated by roughly 200 meters. Such distance rendered foot-based reinforcement impossible. Divide our forces, Bai Ye declared without hesitation. I will hold the left altar with 1,000 ice spirit mages. Shadow Moon will take the right altar with 1,000 gale archers. Alice will guard the central altar with 1,000 dawn shields. Understood, they replied in unison. Instantly the host split into 3 disciplined columns, each surging toward its designated position. Bai Ye ascended the left altar with his 1,000 ice spirit mages. At its summit lay a circular platform. The dragon blood crystal hovered motionless at its heart, radiating palpable scorching heat. He sensed the immense power coiled within the crystal, a force whose awakening would surely grant his troops extraordinary augmentation. Below, along the plaza's rim, crimson light began to flicker and bloom. From those luminous rifts emerged figures, slender yet unervingly cold, clad in dark red scaled armor, wielding staffs carved from dragon bone, their eyes burning with emerald flame. Monster Dragon Blood Priest. Rank 8th tier. Level 900. Attribute Strength 800, Agility 100, Constitution 100, Spirit 85000. Skills Dragon Blood Curse Umbral Flame, Art Rite of Mending. Description Guardian of the Dragon Blood Altars, Masters of Long-Range Curses and Arcane Assault, prioritizing healers for focused elimination. An 8th tier level 900 Arcane Adversary. Bai Ye's expression hardened. Their damage output was formidable, but the true peril lay in that curse. Ice Spirit Mages, spread out. Maintain 20-meter intervals. In an instant, the 1,000 mages dispersed, forming a loose but resilient defensive perimeter upon the altar's summit. Staves lifted in unison, azure light gathering at their tips. The first wave, 500 Dragon Blood Priests, advanced from 3 directions, simultaneously converging upon the altar. They did not charge recklessly. Instead, raising their staves, they gathered Viridian Flame at each tip. Umbral Flame Art. 500 dark green fireballs launched as one hurtling toward the altar's apex. Frostbound Expanse. 1,000 voices echoed, and a torrent of sapphire light erupted upward. Ice and flame collided midair in cataclysmic fusion. Frost shattered fire, freezing most projectiles mid-flight before they could strike. The few remaining fireballs struck the platform, carving blackened craters, but failed to breach the mage's formation. Counterattack. Bai Ye raised his hand, unleashing thunderstorm descent. Violet lightning descended like divine wrath, engulfing the altar's forecourt. Priests caught mid-incantation collapsed, instantly struck down in droves. The Ice Spirit Mages followed without pause. Ice-laced arrows pierced the wounded with surgical precision, harvesting the last survivors. Within 3 minutes, 500 Dragon Blood Priests lay vanquished. Right altar. Shadow Moon stood atop its summit, gaze sharp and unyielding. 1,000 Gale archers lined the platform's edge, bows half-drawn, arrows knocked and ready. The moment the first wave surged forward, Shadow Moon commanded, "Aim for the head. Fire together." Arrows rained down like a storm unleashed. Enhanced by blistering attack speed, the Gale archers loosed volleys so rapid they blurred, while soul-slaying bows pierced even dragon-scale armor as if it were parchment. Half the 500 priests fell before reaching the base. Those who breached the summit were met by Shadow Moon's blade, cut down without mercy. Pathetic. She flicked blood from her sword, eyes still ablaze, because the second wave had already arrived. Central altar. Alice bore the heaviest burden. A phalanx of 1,000 dawn shields formed an impenetrable bulwark around the stairway, shield locked to shield unwavering. Dragon Blood Priests hurled umbral flame art relentlessly against their shields, each impact detonating in bursts of viridian fire, scorching the metal black. Though their armor bore deep scars, the combined mitigation, 50 physical reduction from Dragon Blood armor and 40 universal resistance from White Mage Crown, allowed them to endure. Hold fast, do not yield. Alice stood atop the altar, staff raised, bathing the dawn shields in gentle white light. Healing radiance flowed like liquid, dawn knitting wound. Yet then, 3 elite priests emerged, larger than their kin, advancing from 3 separate vectors toward the central altar. They raised their staves, not summoning flame, but condensing swirling crimson aura at their tips. Dragon Blood Curse. 3 crimson beams lanced toward Alice. She tried to evade, but the curse moved faster than thought, striking before she could react. The moment the light touched her, her healing aura dimmed drastically. Hero Alice afflicted by Dragon Blood Curse, healing efficacy reduced by 80, duration 30 seconds. Alice paled. An 80 reduction rendered her curative arts nearly obsolete. Casualties among the dawn shields began mounting rapidly. The 3 elites accelerated, hurling relentless umbral flame art at the shield wall. 2 dawn shields were blasted backward, their formation ruptured. Lord, central altar requires immediate reinforcement. Alice transmitted urgently. Even as her words faded, violet light detonated atop the altar. Bai Ye materialized midair, having teleported directly from the left altar, thunder crackling around him. Thunderous divine judgment. Crack. A deluge of violet lightning cascaded downward, precisely enveloping all 3 elites and the surrounding priests. Tenfold damage multiplier, 30 defense ignored. Not even a cry escaped the elites. 80 or level 900 beings disintegrated into ash beneath the storm. The lesser priests vanished in the same inferno. Pressure on the central altar eased instantly. Alice, can you hold? Bai Ye turned. She nodded, jaw clenched. 20 seconds remain. I'll endure. Without another word, Bai Ye activated teleportation, returning to the left altar just as the second wave crashed upon it. His mages fought desperately, frostbound expanse flaring repeatedly, barely holding back the priest's advance. The moment he landed, he triggered thunderstorm descend anew. Violet lightning purged the field once more. 3 fronts, 3 battles. Every second demanded absolute vigilance. The battle raged for a full hour. Each altar endured over a dozen assaults, wave counts swelling from 500 to over 1,000. More than 10 elite priests appeared, yet Bai Ye, leveraging his teleportation mastery, shuttled ceaselessly between altars. Wherever crisis loomed, he arrived within 10 seconds, annihilating threats with thunderous divine judgment or thunderstorm descent. Shadow Moon, wielding Death's Blade, held the right altar alone through sheer explosive might. Once the curse's debuff waned, Alice's healing power returned. Her radiant light re-stabilized the Dawn Shield's formation. The final wave fell utterly eradicated. Simultaneously, the dragon blood crystals atop all 3 altars blazed with incandescent crimson light. A resonant hum filled the air. 3 pillars of scarlet energy shot skyward, converging above the plaza to form a colossal dragon blood sigil. The sigil detonated, showering the plaza in shimmering light rain. All 3 altars awakened. Blessing of the altars, dragon blood blessing granted. Constitution 0 for all units permanent. A torrent of overwhelming energy flooded Bai Ye's meridians. His constitution surged by 200,000. Dawn Shields, Gale Archers, Ice Spirit Mages. All felt their bodies surge, their auras soaring in unison. Third trial, Dragon Blood, altars successfully completed. Reward 10 million energy points, 100 Dragon Blood cores, 2 mythic tier chests. Gale Archers leveled to 1100. Dawn Shields leveled to 1100. Ice Spirit Mages leveled to 1050. Bai Ye raised his hand, securing the 2 mythic tier chests. Now was not the time to open them. He gazed toward a newly manifested gateway at the plaza's far end, its aura thicker, darker, steeped in ancient dragon blood dominance. Fourth trial. His voice was low, resolute. With his army behind him, he strode forward. Through the entrance, Bai Ye and the others arrived at a massive circular arena. The arena, with a diameter exceeding 500 meters, was surrounded by tiered grandstands capable of accommodating tens of thousands. The ground was paved with solid dark red dragon blood stone inscribed with intricate runes. In the center of the arena, a silhouette stood quietly. It was a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature entirely covered in dark golden scales with bulging muscles, each arm wielding a massive dragon-patterned battle axe. Its eyes burned with golden flames, and a rich aura of dragon blood surrounded it, exuding an oppressive presence, as if it were tangible. BOSS Dragon Blood Guardian. Rank 8th rank. Level 1000. Attribute Strength 200, Agility 1500, Constitution 200, Spirit 800. Skills: Dragon Blood Shield, Dragon Blood Storm, Dragon Blood Fear, Dragon Blood Fury. Passive. Description: the core guardian of the ancient Dragon Blood secret realm, an ultimate embodiment of power and defense. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened. 2 million in strength and constitution placed it at the pinnacle among 8th rank bosses. Form the lines. 1,000 Dawn Shields took the front, shields lined up the dragon relief on the dragon blood armor, faintly glowing. 1,000 Gale Archers positioned in the center, drawing their bowstrings to full. 1,000 Ice Spirit Sorcerers stood at the back, staves raised high. The Dragon Blood Guardian moved. It took heavy steps, each footfall cracking the ground beneath it, gaining speed, like an out-of-control war chariot charging towards the troops. Dragon Blood Shield. Dark red energy surged from its body, coalescing into a thick layer of light shield on its surface. Dragon Blood Shield absorbs 5,000 damage. Focus fire and break the shield. With Bai Ye's command, 1,000 Gale Archers simultaneously released their arrows. The arrows fell like a torrential rain, densely piercing the Dragon Blood Shield. Ripples appeared on the surface of the shield, with the absorbed damage numbers fluctuating wildly. However, the absorption capacity of 5 million was too terrifying. One round of volleys barely knocked off less than 1/10. Ice Spirit Sorcerers freeze 1,000 miles. A blue ice light surged forth, attempting to freeze the Dragon Blood Guardian's movements. But the 8th rank boss had extremely high resistance. The freezing effect lasted less than a second before it broke free. Roar! The Dragon Blood Guardian charged into the front lines, sweeping its dual axes. Dragon Blood Storm. Both massive axes spun simultaneously, unleashing a dark red energy storm that engulfed the area ahead. The first to bear the brunt, the Dawn Shields, were swept up in the storm, sparks flying from their armor as their health rapidly plummeted. 3 Dawn Shields fell on the spot, and over 10 were blown away. Alice had long been prepared, the healing light pouring down, enveloping all the injured Dawn Shields. But under the continuous damage of the Dragon Blood Storm, the healing speed barely kept up with the casualties. We can't let it output like this anymore. Bai Ye raised his hand, activating Thunder Prison. Purple lightning chains wrapped around the limbs of the Dragon Blood Guardian, pinning it in place. The confinement lasted only 2 seconds due to reduced effects on bosses. But that was enough. Full force focus fire. The Gale Archers pulled back their bowstrings to the limit, The piercing effect of the Soul Slayer bow combined with the attack speed boost from the Holy Shadow boots raining arrows down like a storm. The Ice Spirit Sorcerers unleashed Ice Arrow spells high single-target damage skills that accurately struck the boss's head. Bai Ye activated Thunderstorm Descent, with Purple Lightning striking continuously. As the 2-second confinement ended, the Dragon Blood Guardian broke free from the chains, but its shield had already been mostly destroyed. It let out a furious roar and unleashed the Dragon Blood Storm once more. This time the target was the Gale Archers in the rear. Thunder Barrier. Bai Ye decisively activated the legendary defensive skill. Purple lightning gathered in front of him, forming a massive barrier that enveloped the entire rear line. The Dragon Blood Storm crashed into the barrier, producing a deafening roar. When the storm ended, the barrier still had a third left. Continue the focus fire. Bai Ye gritted his teeth and ordered. 30 seconds later, the Dragon Blood. When the storm ended, the barrier still had a third left. Continue the focus fire. Bai Ye gritted his teeth and ordered. 30 seconds later, the Dragon Blood shield finally shattered. Now is the time. Bai Ye took out a bottle of legendary damage enhancement potion from his backpack and used it immediately. Ding! Used legendary damage enhancement potion. Self and allied units within 200 meters gain a 12-fold damage increase lasting for 1 hour. A golden halo enveloped the entire army. Thunder Punishment. Bai Ye unleashed his full power with a 10-fold damage multiplier, stacking with the 12-fold potion enhancement further compounded by the 6-fold magic damage boost from the Starry Sky Staff. The damage of this strike was utterly terrifying. Boom! Purple lightning struck down like divine punishment, crashing heavily onto the Dragon Blood Guardian. The boss let out a chilling scream as its health instantly plummeted by 15. Continue. Don't stop. Bai Ye continuously unleashed Thunderstorm Descent and Thunderstrike, each hit carrying terrifying multipliers. The Gale Archer's arrows also enjoyed the damage boost, with each shot opening a gash on the boss. The Ice Spirit Sorcerer's Ice Arrow spells were also dealing massive damage. The Dragon Blood Guardian's health was visibly dropping. 70, a 60, 50. Ding! The Dragon Blood Guardian triggered Dragon Blood Fury. All attributes increased by 50. The boss's eyes turned crimson and its aura surged. Strength soared from 2 million to 3 million, and its constitution also dramatically increased. It wielded its dual axes, and the Dragon Blood Storm surged forth once more, this time with 50% more power than before. 3 Dawn shields fell on the spot, creating a gap in the shield formation. Alice, hold on. Alice gritted her teeth, releasing a group healing spell, but the damage from the Dragon Blood Storm was too severe, and the healing speed couldn't keep up with the casualties. 5 more Dawn shields fell. We can't drag this out any longer. Bai Ye's gaze darkened as he activated the Guardian Shield of the Lord's Armor. Guardian Shield immunity to 80 of damage lasting for 10 seconds. A golden shield enveloped the entire army. The damage from the Dragon Blood Storm was significantly reduced, and the Dawn shields finally stabilized their formation. Ingwe, prepare to finish it. Bai Ye unleashed Thunder Punishment with all his might, bringing the boss's health down to 10. The Dragon Blood Guardian struggled frantically, its dual axes flailing, but it was already powerless to turn the tide. Ingwe's figure vanished from sight. The stealth effect of the Shadow Cloak allowed her to circle behind the BOSS with the Sword of Death, gathering all her shadow energy. Shadow Slash. Critical hit. 8-fold damage. This strike precisely pierced through the gap in the scales on the back of the Dragon Blood Guardian's neck, penetrating its spine. The boss let out a reluctant roar, its massive body crashing to the ground. Ding! 8th rank BOSS Dragon Blood Guardian killed. Rewards: energy points 50 million, Dragon Blood Crystal 2000, Mythical Treasure Chest 3. The Gale Archer's level increased to 1250. The Dawn Shield's level increased to 1250. The Ice Spirit Sorcerer's level increased to 1200. Bai Ye stepped forward and picked up a dark golden medal from beside the boss's corpse. The medal was shaped like a dragon with wings spread wide, its head raised, radiating a rich aura of dragon. Lord Equipment Dragon Blood Medal. Mythical attributes: Strength 1500, Constitution 1500, Effect damage to Dragon-type monsters 100". Bai Ye directly equipped the medal. With an increase of 1500 in Strength and Constitution, his attributes surged once more. He stored away the 3 mythical treasure chests and turned his gaze to the massive stone door at the end of the arena. The stone door stood about 20 meters high, carved with a vividly lifelike ancient dragon. 2 fist-sized dragon blood crystals were embedded in the dragon's eyes, exuding a chilling pressure. The final challenge. Ancient Dragon Soul. Bai Ye took a deep breath, leading his troops through the stone door. Beyond the stone gate lies an extremely spacious hall. The hall is circular, with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters and a dome soaring to a height of 100 meters. Constructed from a solid block of unknown black rock, the surface is devoid of any decoration, with only a massive dragon-shaped rune engraved in the center of the floor. The rune has a diameter of approximately 50 meters with intricate and ancient lines emanating a dim golden light. There are no monsters or traps within the hall, only a suffocating aura of oppression. That is the might of a dragon. Even though Bai Ye possesses a physique of 200,000, he can still feel the pressure emanating from the depths of his soul. Form up the army. Bai Ye commanded in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on the dragon-shaped rune in the center of the hall. Just as the troops formed their ranks, the rune suddenly burst into blinding golden light. Buzz! The entire hall trembled, and debris fell from the dome. Within the golden light, a massive phantom slowly took shape. It was a giant dragon with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters, its body covered in dark golden scales, each glistening with a metallic luster. Boss: Ancient Dragon Soul. Rank: 8th rank. Level 1200. Attribute: Strength, 4 million, Agility, 2 million, Physique, 4 million, Spirit, 2 million. Skills: Dragon, Might, Dragon Breath, Dragon Soul, Possession, Ancient Dragon Language. Description: the soul of an ancient dragon that perished, retaining all its power from life, is the ultimate guardian of the dragon blood secret realm. 4 million in strength and physique. 2 million in spirit and agility. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes. This attribute is a whole 2 times stronger than the dragon blood guardian. The ancient dragon soul spread its wings, an invisible pressure sweeping across the entire area. Dragon Might activated. All attributes reduced by 30. Bai Ye felt his power severely suppressed, and his attributes plummeted by 30%. The auras of the Dawn Shield's Gale Archers and Ice Spirit Sorcerers all dropped simultaneously. We cannot delay. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye took out 2 potions from his backpack. High-level damage potion, legendary damage potion. Use them simultaneously. Ding. Using high-level damage potion. Damage increased by 6 times. Ding. Using legendary damage potion. Damage increased by 12 times. Effect stacking. Current damage increase 18 times. A golden halo and a dark golden halo enveloped the entire army. Bai Ye raised his hand, and purple lightning surged upon the starry sky staff. Thunderous Judgment. Boom! Purple lightning struck down like divine punishment, hitting the massive body of the ancient dragon soul. As the thunder fell, the ancient dragon soul let out a painful roar, and its life value plummeted instantly. Focus Fire. The Gale Archers unleashed arrows like a torrential rain, each arrow carrying an 18-fold potion increase, tearing countless wounds on the boss. The Ice Spirit Sorcerers unleashed their full power, alternating between Ice Arrow technique and Frozen 1,000 miles, attempting to freeze the boss's movements. However, the resistance of the ancient dragon soul was absurdly high, rendering the freezing effect nearly ineffective. Dragon Breath. The ancient dragon soul opened its massive mouth, spewing forth a golden flame that fanned out in a cone shape, covering 100 meters ahead. Thunder Barrier. Bai Ye gritted his teeth and activated the defensive skill, a purple lightning barrier enveloping the entire army. The dragon breath collided with the barrier, producing a piercing roar. The barrier's life value plummeted at a terrifying speed. That was 5 times Bai Ye's spirit, amounting to several million points, but under the continuous burn of the dragon breath, it was on the verge of shattering in less than 3 seconds. Alice had long been prepared, activating the healing ring, rapidly restoring the life value of the entire army. However, the damage from the dragon breath was too horrifying. 3 Dawn Shields died on the spot, and dozens were injured. As the dragon breath ended, the barrier shattered. Bai Ye took a deep breath and continued to output damage. The ancient dragon soul's health steadily declined under the concentrated fire. Not long after, it dropped below 50. Dragon Soul Possession. The ancient dragon soul let out a skyward roar, golden light exploding around it. 4 slightly smaller dragon soul avatars split from its body, each possessing 20 of the main bonus attributes. The 4 avatars simultaneously spread their wings, preparing to unleash dragon breath. Ice Spirit Sorcerers control the battlefield. 1,000 Ice Spirit Sorcerers unleashed Frozen 1,000 miles with all their might, icy blue light sweeping out and freezing the 4 avatars in midair. Although it could only freeze for 2 seconds, it was enough. Gale Archers focus fire on the avatars. The rain of arrows changed direction, and under the 18-fold damage increase, each avatar was burst apart in less than 10 seconds. With all 4 avatars eliminated, the ancient dragon soul's health dropped significantly once more. But at that moment, the ancient dragon soul ceased its attacks, folding its wings and raising its dragon head. Its eyes blazed with piercing golden flames, and the might of the dragon surged to its peak. A wave of world-destroying energy emanated from its body. Ancient Dragon Language activated. Full screen instant kill skill, chanting for 5 seconds. Bai Ye's pupils constricted. Full screen instant kill. This meant that no matter where he hid, he would be struck by this attack. Alice removed debuffs. Alice gritted her teeth and activated the active effect of the healing ring. Healing Ring removes all negative debuffs from yourself and friendly units within 100 meters. A white light enveloped the entire army, temporarily lifting the attribute suppression brought by the dragon's might. However, this could not stop the instant kill of the ancient dragon language. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. Bai Ye's brain raced. Endure. No way. The full-screen instant kill skill ignores defense. Hide. There was nowhere to hide. The only way was to use a life-saving skill to endure this strike, and then counterattack while the boss was weakened. He had 2 life-saving skills. The Guardian Shield of the Lord's Armor immunes 80 damage, and the Thunder Barrier absorbs damage. Stacking the 2 should hold up. 2 seconds. 1 second. Ancient Dragon Language. The ancient dragon soul opened its massive mouth, unleashing a golden light beam over 50 meters in diameter, sweeping towards the entire army. Guardian Barrier. Bai Ye activated the Lord's Guardian Armor, a golden light shield covering the entire army. Thunder Barrier. The purple lightning barrier stacked atop the golden light shield. Double defense enduring the instant kill. Boom. The golden light beam struck the barrier, and the entire world seemed to freeze. The barrier trembled violently, cracks spreading like a spider's web. The Guardian Barrier shattered first. The Thunder Barrier followed closely. The aftermath of the light beam slammed into Bai Ye, and he felt his internal organs surging, his life value instantly dropping below 20. Ding. Lord's Guardian Armor passive triggered. Light shield activated. Immune to all damage for 3 seconds. He endured it. Meanwhile, the troops behind him, under the protection of the double barriers, only lost a few dawn shields, with most units surviving. The ancient dragon language concluded. The golden light surrounding the ancient dragon soul suddenly dimmed, its wings drooping weakly, and its dragon head bowed. Ancient dragon language has been fully released. The boss entered a weakened state. Defense 50, lasting for 30 seconds. Now is the time. Bai Ye roared, unleashing all the thunderous power within him. Focus fire on the entire army. He took out the last bottle of legendary damage potion and used it again. An 18-fold increase covered the entire army. Thunderous Judgment. Thunderstorm descends. Thunderstrike technique, rapid fire. Purple lightning poured down like the judgment of the apocalypse, deluging the ancient dragon soul. The Gale archers maxed out their firing speed, arrows raining down like a storm. The Ice Spirit sorcerers unleashed their full power, alternating between Ice Arrow technique, Frozen 1,000 miles, and Ice Explosion. The health of the ancient dragon soul plummeted rapidly. Only 10 seconds remained in the weakened state. Shadow Moon. Shadow Moon had already circled behind the BOSS, the Sword of Death, gathering all shadow energy. With the dual boosts of the Shadow Cloak and the Sword of Death, the power of this strike reached its peak. Shadow Slash. Critical hit. The long sword pierced the neck of the ancient dragon soul, penetrating its core. The ancient dragon soul let out a deafening wail, and its massive phantom began to shatter. Golden scales scattered like falling leaves, the dragon head, wings, and body disintegrating into points of light. In the end, only a fist-sized dragon soul core remained suspended in midair, radiating a soft, dark golden light. Ding. Defeated 8th rank BOSS Ancient Dragon Soul. Mythical level dungeon, Ancient Dragon Blood Secret Realm, cleared. Clear rating SSS level. Rewards energy points 200 million, Dragon Blood Crystal 5,000, Mythical level treasure chest 5. Gale Archers level increased to 1400. Dawn Shields level increased to 1400. Ice Spirit Sorcerers level increased to 1300. Bai Ye stepped forward, reaching out to grasp the Dragon Soul core. A mighty and warm energy surged into his body, flowing through his veins to his limbs. His physique and spirit rapidly soared. Obtained ultimate reward of the dungeon, Ancient Dragon Blood Inheritance. Lord Bai Ye physique 1 million, spirit 1 million. Gained passive skill Dragon Might applies pressure to enemies within 100 meters, reducing all attribute. Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes. 1 million in physique, 1 million in spirit. Adding the bonuses from the Dragon Blood Medal and the Tree of Life, his attributes had reached a terrifying level. He raised his hand, storing away all 5 mythical level treasure chests. Just then, a dazzling golden system notification synchronously appeared on all New Lords panels. Full screen broadcast, incredibly eye-catching server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the new Lord Bai Ye, becoming the first new Lord in the history of Blue Star to clear a mythical level dungeon. Dungeon cleared, Ancient Dragon Blood Secret Realm. Clear rating SSS level. Special rewards energy points 100 million, mythical level treasure chest 3, territory source, stones 50. This achievement will be permanently recorded in the Chronicle of Lords World. The previously quiet chat channels, which had been cleared due to mass eliminations, were instantly ignited. What a mythical level dungeon. What level of existence is that? Mythical level. That's a dungeon that even extraordinary high-level lords wouldn't dare to challenge lightly. A new lord cleared it. Bai Ye. Again Bai Ye. What kind of monster is he? SSS level rating. My god, this is beyond what a human can achieve. In the 100-year history of Blue Star, no one has ever cleared a mythical level dungeon during the New Lord trial period. Bai Ye is the first. From now on, don't even talk about new lords. Even those extraordinary high-level formal lords must bow their heads upon seeing Bai Ye right. Meanwhile, Blue Star trembled once more. All major social platforms and news media were flooded with this news. The topic Bai Ye clears mythical level dungeon surged to the top of the trending list at an explosive rate, with views instantly surpassing 10 billion. Countless formal lords were shocked upon seeing this news. They understood better than newcomers what a mythical level dungeon meant. It is a forbidden zone they wouldn't dare to approach lightly. And a new lord on the 4th day of the trial achieved what they could never accomplish in their lifetime. This can no longer be explained by talent. A formal lord of extraordinary 4 stars posted on social media, his tone filled with shock. This Bai Ye is either cheating, or he is the chosen one of the Lord's world. No one knew the answer. All anyone knew was that the name Bai Ye had been firmly etched into the annals of Blue Star's history. At this moment, Bai Ye, who was in the ancient Dragonblood secret realm, remained indifferent to all of this. He was leading his troops out of the secret realm's entrance. Yanxi had long been waiting outside with a large troop, and upon seeing Bai Ye emerge, she jumped up in excitement. "My lord, did you clear the mythical level dungeon?" "That's amazing." Bai Ye smiled faintly, his gaze falling on the territory source stones. 50 pieces. Coupled with previous accumulations, it was enough to upgrade the territory to extraordinary 3 stars. Return to the territory. Next, it's time to upgrade the territory. At this moment, in a private channel dedicated to the communication of extraordinary top-tier lords, messages were flooding the screen. A mythic level dungeon. I wouldn't dare enter even at extraordinary 6 stars, and a newcomer has cleared it. Not only cleared it, but achieved an SSS rating as well. This Bai Ye's rate of growth is completely illogical. Even with top-tier attributes, it shouldn't be this fast. Is it possible he possesses some special talent unknown to us? Regardless, this person must be courted. Who has his contact information? The reactions of the 3 major alliances were swift. Almost simultaneously, they released public recruitment statements targeting Bai Ye. The conditions offered were more exaggerated than the last. The God Alliance Lord Bai Ye, the God Alliance sincerely invites you to join us. No verification process is required. You will be directly granted the position of Alliance member. Joining grants you 100 million energy points, 10 pieces of legendary equipment, and all Alliance resources will be fully open to you. The Summit Alliance Lord Bai Ye, the Summit Alliance, is willing to share territorial resources with you. Upon joining, you will receive priority for exclusive dungeons, 5 tiers, even heroes, and the Alliance will tailor a development plan for you. The Godslayer Alliance Lord Bai Ye, the Godslayer Alliance grants you core decision-making power. You will have no obligations, and additionally, we offer a mythic level troop altar as a gesture of sincerity, awaiting your favorable reply. These 3 statements dominated the pinned position in the chat channel, leaving all the newcomer lords dumbfounded. A mythic level troop altar. Can that really be given away? Core decision-making power. Is the Godslayer Alliance really handing over the entire alliance to Bai Ye? I'm envious, I really am. Bai Ye glanced at the 3 statements and shook his head lightly. A position as a member. Core decision-making power. It all sounded tempting, but these were merely empty offers. What truly piqued his interest was the mythic level troop altar, but unfortunately the Godslayer Alliance's promise was merely verbal. Whether they would deliver remained to be seen. Moreover, his current strength no longer required him to rely on any alliance. He closed the statements and opened the friend panel. Zhou Mao's avatar was flashing frantically. "Lord Bai Ye, congratulations on clearing the mythic level dungeon. You're amazing. Lord, didn't you say you needed wood crystals before? I have 92 wood crystals and 85 water crystals. Do you need them? If you do, could we trade? I don't need energy points, I'm just lacking good hero equipment." Bai Ye's lips curled slightly. This girl's luck was indeed legendary. She managed to gather nearly 100 wood crystals. He replied, "I need them all. Oh, I want both the wood crystals and water crystals. What equipment do you want to trade?" Zhou Miao responded immediately, "Really? That's great. Do you have any legendary mage equipment? My main hero is an ice mage, and I've been missing a decent weapon." Bai Ye rummaged through his backpack. He had several legendary pieces of equipment from previously opened treasure chests, but most already had owners. There was one left, the legendary Frost Whisper Staff, which had been a surplus from opening treasure chests and had remained idle. Legendary Frost Whisper Staff, exclusive to Ice Mage's Spirit, 20,000 EE ice damage, increased by 4 times with the skill Frost Nova. He'll trade it for all your wood crystals and water crystals. Zhou Miao fell silent for a few seconds before sending a flurry of exclamation marks. "Lord, are you serious? This equipment is too strong. Trade, trade, trade. I'm initiating the trade now." Ding. Player Zhou Miao has initiated a trade with you. Bai Ye placed the Frost Whisper staff in the trade window while the other side put in 92 wood crystals and 85 water crystals. Confirmation. Trade completed. Current wood crystals 92. Water crystals 85. Still short of 8 wood crystals. While Bai Ye was pondering how to gather the remaining ones, Zhou Miao Miao sent another message. Lord I have an unconventional request. After we become official lords following the newcomer trial, can I join your territory? I don't require equal footing. Being a subordinate territory is fine. I have decent luck and should be. Bai Ye contemplated for a moment. Zhou Miao's luck was indeed extraordinary. Acquiring nearly 100 wood crystals on the 4th day of the newcomer trial was a rarity among lords. Accepting her as a subordinate territory would not only grant him an ally, but also ensure a steady supply of rare resources. Alright, after you become an official lord, I will accept you as a subordinate territory. Zhou Miao was so excited that she sent a barrage of emojis. Thank you, Lord. I will definitely not disappoint. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a high-level dungeon, Leon looked at the server-wide notice, and a sense of unprecedented gravity finally appeared in his golden eyes. Mythic-level dungeon. SSS rating. He tightened his grip on the golden sword, his knuckles turning slightly white. As a true god's descendant, he had been confident from the beginning that he would be the ultimate winner of this newcomer trial. At first, he regarded Bai Ye's emergence as just an interesting opponent, even with a hint of condescending admiration. But now that admiration had turned into pressure. Bai Ye was already ahead of him, and the gap was continually widening. I can't hold back any longer. Leon took a deep breath and activated the divine emblem on his chest. A dazzling golden light surged from the emblem, enveloping his entire body. A torrent of divine power flooded into him, and his aura began to skyrocket. Ding! Divine blessing of the true god fully activated. All attributes 500. Experience gain 1000. Duration 24 hours. This is the true trump card of a true god's descendant. Within 24 hours, his strength would soar to an incredible extent. Bai Ye, I will catch up to you. Leon stepped into the dungeon entrance, the golden light disappearing within. Meanwhile, Bai Ye had already returned to the main hall of his territory. He pulled up the construction interface for the Tree of Life. Building blueprint Tree of Life mythic level. Construction requirements, energy points 20 million, wood crystals 100, still short of 8. Bai Ye opened the trading channel and quickly searched for wood crystals. There weren't many sellers, and the prices varied widely. He directly posted a purchase order: 8 wood crystals, 1 million energy points each. Bai Ye frowned slightly. 3 days. Too long. He rummaged through his backpack and found a bottle of legendary building acceleration potion from his previous scavenging. Ding. Using the building acceleration potion, the construction time for the Tree of Life is reduced to 30 minutes. A golden light pillar rose from the center of the territory. Emerald green light spread from the light pillar, enveloping the entire territory. All units felt a warm and vibrant energy surge into their bodies. Fatigue vanished in an instant. Half an hour later, the light pillar dissipated. A towering tree stood in the center of the territory, its canopy shading the sky, with a diameter exceeding 50 meters and a height reaching into the clouds. The trunk was emerald in color, with glimmers of golden light shimmering among the leaves, and its roots deeply anchored into the earth, filling the entire territory with a rich aura of life. Ding! The Tree of Life has been completed. Effect 1. All units within the territory gain 300 in Constitution permanent. Effect 2. All units within the territory have their life recovery speed increased by 500. Effect 3. All units within the territory receive 200 healing effects. The emerald green light spread like ripples from the crown of the tree, sweeping over each unit. The Constitution of the Dawn Shield instantly soared to 85000. The Windrider archers broke through 500 in Constitution. The Ice Spirit Mage surpassed 600 in Constitution. The attributes of the 3 heroes also skyrocketed. Under the 200 healing effect, Alice's healing ability reached a terrifying level. Bai Ye's own attributes surged once again. Lord Bai Ye level 880 Constitution, 14500 Spirit, 15000. Under various enhancements, Bai Ye's overall combat power had reached an incredibly terrifying level. Next, upgrade the territory. Upgrade. Bai Ye opened the territory panel. Current territory level extraordinary 2 stars required to upgrade to extraordinary 3 stars. Energy points 10 million, territory origin stones 30. Ding. Consuming energy points 10 million, territory origin stones 30. The territory is upgrading to extraordinary 3 stars. Estimated upgrade time 10 minutes. A golden light pillar once again enveloped the territory. The ground trembled violently as the territory expanded visibly. The original medium-sized castle rose up, upgraded to a grand large castle. The walls thickened and rose higher, and new buildings emerged from the ground. Blacksmith shop, magic tower, training ground, warehouse area, functional buildings sprang up one after another. After 10 minutes, the golden light dissipated. Ding. Territory upgrade successful. Current level extraordinary 3 stars. Lord's attributes enhanced. All attributes 30. Unlock new Lord title extraction rights. Bai Ye did not rush to extract titles, but first felt the surging power within him. The attribute bonuses from the extraordinary 3 stars territory raised his constitution past 1900 and spirit past 1700. Extract Lord titles. Ding. Extracting Lord titles. Extraction successful. Gained Lord title resource output increased by 10 times. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. A 10-fold resource output is a premium title for an ordinary lord. But for him, it was far from enough. But he knew that the super god title system would surely step in. Sure enough, Ding. Detected that the host has obtained a new lord title activating the super god title system. Activation successful. Re-extracting lord titles. Extraction successful. You have gained a new lord title divine source blessing. Title effect: all resource buildings within the territory increase output by 1000 times. Bai Ye's eyes flashed with real surprise. A 10,000 times resource increase. This means that the 8 advanced granaries in his territory, each producing 200 units of high-grade food daily, will yield 200 million units daily. 200 million units of high-grade food. Not to mention supporting 2400 units, even supporting 20 million would be more than enough. And this is just the beginning. Bai Ye murmured. The value of divine source blessing is far beyond this. When he later acquires more special resource production buildings, the 10,000 times increase will allow his resource accumulation speed to reach an astonishing level. My lord, the territory has expanded significantly. Yanx's excited voice came from outside the hall. Bai Ye stepped out of the hall looking at the refreshed territory with a calm smile. The next day, just as dawn broke, Bai Ye walked out of the castle hall. After a night of rest, all units had fully recovered, and the emerald green light of the Tree of Life enveloped the entire territory, continuously nourishing every unit. He opened the unit panel, glancing over the current troop strength: Dawn Shield 800, Windrider Archers 800, Ice Spirit Mages 800, total troop strength of 200, combined with 3 heroes and the enhancements from the Tree of Life. Their combat power could crush 90 of official lords. But it wasn't enough. Tonight there would be a third dark trial. Bai Ye knew very well that the difficulty of the third dark trial would double again. He must take advantage of the daytime to expand his forces to a level capable of crushing everything. He walked to the unit altar and opened the summoning interface. Divine Spirit Contract title effect makes all units summoned require only 1 energy point. Summon Dawn Shield replenish to 5000 units. Ding. Consuming energy points 4200, summoning Dawn Shield 4200 units. Golden light surged from the altar, and rows of Dawn Shields clad in dragon blood armor stood in formation, shields held high, their momentum formidable. Summon Windrider Archers replenish to 5000 units. Ding. Consuming energy points 4200, summoning Windrider Archers 4200 units. The Windrider Archers followed, their spirit-killing bows gleaming coldly in the morning light, while their holy shadow boots made their movements as light as the wind. Summon Ice Spirit Mages replenish to 5000 units. Ding. Consuming energy points 4200, summoning Ice Spirit Mages 4200 units. The ice blue robed mages emerged from the Ice Spirit Mage altar, staffs raised, spreading a chilling aura. The 3 waves of summoning concluded. A total of 12600 new units were summoned, consuming only 12600 energy points. For him, who held hundreds of millions of energy points, that was hardly anything. Current total troop strength 15000. Dawn Shield 5000, standing in formation like a wall, the dark red sheen of their dragon blood armor forming a continuous surface. Windrider Archers 5000, bows half-drawn, arrows poised to strike. Ice Spirit Mages 5000, staffs raised, ice blue light flickering. 150 troops stood neatly in the open space of the territory, stretching as far as the eye could see. Yanxi ran out of the hall, her eyes wide as she took in the sight before her. My lord. This is way too many. Shadow Moon followed closely, her gaze sweeping over the densely packed units. With 150 troops combined with the enhancements from the Tree of Life, they can crush any enemy below the 7th rank. But all the new units are still level 1 and need to level up quickly. Alice smiled gently. Bai Ye nodded and swiftly assigned tasks. Yanxi, take 500 Ice Spirit Mages to the Dragonblood Plains to level up. Shadow Moon, take 500 Windrider Archers to the depths of the Foggy Forest. Alice, take 500 Dawn Shields to the Shadow Heights on the west side of the territory. Yes, my lord. The 3 responded in unison. The 3 routes leveling up simultaneously, their efficiency astonishing. The effect of the 10,000-fold experience modifier was fully manifested at this moment. After the new Ice Spirit Mage defeated the first wave of 6th-tier Dragonblood monsters on the Dragonblood plane, their experience points skyrocketed, instantly leveling up to 500. After the new Ice Spirit Mage defeated the first wave of 6th-tier Dragonblood monsters on the Dragonblood plane, their experience points skyrocketed. The armor-piercing effect of the Spirit Slayer Bow rendered the defense of the 6th-tier Shadow Demon useless, as arrows rained down, monsters fell in droves, and levels soared. Although the Dawn Shield's output was not as impressive as the other two routes on the Shadow Heights, it steadily advanced against the attacks of 7th-tier monsters, bolstered by the dual damage reduction of the Dragonblood battle armor and the White Mage crown. Bai Ye stationed himself in the territory, activating the teleportation skill at intervals to check on the 3 battlefields. At 6 in the evening, the sun was about to set. The 3 armies gradually returned to the territory, gathering before the Tree of Life. Bai Ye summoned the unit panel, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Dawn Shield level 1500. Gale Archers level 1500. Ice Spirit Mage level 15. With 150,000 troops, all reached level 1500. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. Just then the system prompt rang on time. Ding. The 3rd Dark Trial will commence in 30 minutes. Please prepare defenses, Lord. Note the difficulty of this Dark Trial has significantly increased. It is advised that the Lord ensures sufficient troops before proceeding with the challenge. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened. The system had added the remark "advised" to ensure sufficient troops. This indicated that the difficulty of the 3rd Dark Trial far surpassed the previous 2. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and headed towards the advanced arrow towers on the east and west sides of the territory. These 2 Thunderwind crossbow towers had played a crucial role in the 2nd Dark Trial. However, facing the upcoming 3rd Trial, the output of the advanced arrow towers was no longer sufficient. Bai Ye opened the arrow tower upgrade interface. Thunderwind Crossbow Tower Advanced Thunder God Crossbow Tower Epic. Upgrade requirements: Defensive Tower Upgrade Source Stones, 20 energy points, 30 million per tower. He had 50 Defensive Tower Upgrade Source Stones in hand, and the energy points were also sufficient. Upgrade. Ding. Consumed Defensive Tower Upgrade Source Stones, 20 energy points, 30 million. The Thunderwind Crossbow Tower is upgrading to the Thunder God Crossbow Tower. Ding. Consumed Defensive Tower Upgrade Source Stones, 20 energy points, 30 million. The Thunderwind Crossbow Tower is upgrading to the Thunder God Crossbow Tower. 2 dazzling golden beams enveloped the 2 arrow towers simultaneously. The tower bodies began to tremble violently. The originally dark golden metal structure gradually replaced by thicker black iron, and the crossbow launchers were swapped out for 2 massive crossbow cannons. The crossbow cannons were pitch black, etched with thunderous patterns, and a rich purple lightning flickered at the cannon mouths. 10 minutes later, the beams dissipated. The 2 Thunder God crossbow towers were officially formed, and the system panel popped up: Thunder God Crossbow Tower Epic. Attack 50000. Attack speed 20 arrows second. Range 500 meters. Defense 80000. Effect 1. Crossbow arrows carry thunder damage. Armor piercing effect ignores 50 of target's defense. Effect 2. Automatically locks onto all enemies within range, prioritizing high-tier monsters and bosses. Effect 3. 10 chance to trigger instant kill, effective against 8th-tier monsters and below. Effect 4. Can consume 20 million energy points to activate the skill Wrath of the Thunder God, releasing a large area thunder crossbow bombardment covering a 200-meter area. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Yanxi leaned beside the arrow tower, gazing at the attributes on the panel, taking a sharp breath. Attack 500. Attack speed 20 arrows second plus a 10 chance to instantly kill. This is simply outrageous. Incredibly, there's a chance to instantly kill 8th-tier monsters and below, which means that no matter how many monsters come, these 2 arrow towers can easily clear them. Alice smiled gently. With the Thunder God crossbow towers, our territory's defense is as solid as a mountain. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, his gaze turning to the darkening sky beyond the territory. Next, they just had to wait for the Dark Trial to begin. The night fully descended. Ding. The 3rd Dark Trial is about to begin. Please choose the difficulty. Nightmare difficulty. Bai Ye did not hesitate, directly selecting the highest difficulty. Ding. Selection successful. The 3rd Dark Trial Nightmare difficulty will officially start in 1 minute. As soon as the system prompt finished, the world fell into a profound silence. Darkness surged from all directions like a tangible substance swallowing the last glimmer of starlight. The air grew thick and oppressive, and a dragon-like sense of pressure emanated from the darkness. In the sky around the territory, swirling dark space gates began to materialize. 1, 2, 3. Ultimately, a total of 16 dark space gates appeared simultaneously, 4 in each direction, doubling the number from the 2nd Dark Trial. Ding. Nightmare difficulty. The 3rd Dark Trial officially begins. As the words fell, the 16 space gates simultaneously spewed forth dense, dark energy. Countless shadows surged from the gates, their roars shaking the heavens, sweeping toward the territory like a tidal wave. Bai Ye scanned the scene and immediately brought up the monster attributes. Shadow Demon General 7th Tier, Level 1000. Strength 1. 2 million Agility 1. 18 million Constitution 1. 22 million Spirit 800. Skills Shadow/Shadow Assault Shadow Roar. At level 1000, the 7th tier attributes were several times that of the monsters from the second trial. Yet there was not a hint of concern on Bai Ye's face. With the Dawn Shield at level 1500, its constitution had long surpassed 1,000,000. Facing monsters of this caliber was akin to facing an iron wall. Thunder God Crossbow Towers opened fire. At Bai Ye's command, the 2 Thunder God Crossbow Towers simultaneously activated. The crossbow cannons whirred rapidly, unleashing thunder crossbow arrows like a torrential downpour. Swish, swish, swish. With an attack speed of 20 arrows per second, that meant 40 arrows per second from the 2 towers. Each crossbow arrow carried an attack power of 500 and a 50 armor-piercing effect, striking the Shadow Demon Generals and instantly tearing through their shadow armor. More terrifying was the 10 chance to instantly kill. Almost every 10 arrows one would trigger an instant kill. The struck Shadow Demon Generals barely had time to scream before turning into black smoke and dissipating. All troops advance. Bai Ye waved his hand, and the 1500 strong army simultaneously formed their battle lines. 500 Dawn shields lined up in front with shields standing tall, the dark red gleam of dragon blood armor merging into an unbreakable iron defense. 500 Gale archers took position in the center, their bowstrings drawn taut, and the arrows of the Spirit Slayer bow rained down like a torrential storm. 500 Ice Spirit sorcerers stood at the back, their staves raised in unison, unleashing 1,000 miles of ice as the chill swept across the battlefield, freezing swathes of shadow generals into ice sculptures. The 3 heroes performed their respective roles. Yan Shi wielded the Holy Flame Staff, igniting a wildfire that erupted amidst the monster horde, spreading flames for hundreds of meters. Yu brandished the Sword of Death, darting through the shadows, each strike accurately slaying the wounded monsters. Alice stood at the center of the formation, the white light of the healing ring enveloping the entire army. Bai Ye remained at the center, not needing to take action. The first wave of monsters, 10,000 level 1000 shadow generals, was utterly obliterated in less than 3 minutes under the crushing force of the 1500 strong army. Ding! The first wave of monsters has been completely eliminated. Triggered tenfold experience. All members' levels increased to 1560. Golden light enveloped the army and the ranks surged in level, their auras soaring once more. But Bai Ye knew this was merely an appetizer. Indeed, the second wave of monsters surged forth from the spatial gate. This time, they were not ordinary shadow generals, but larger, more ferocious shadow lords. Shadow Lord, level 71200. Strength 2. 35 million Agility 1. 3 million Constitution 2. 4 million Spirit 1. 2 million. Skills Shadow Domain Shadow Strike Shadow Devour. Description: an advanced form of shadow general possessing domain skills, significantly increasing threat level. 10,000 shadow lords charged out simultaneously. The shadow domain overlapped, engulfing the entire battlefield in dense darkness. The properties of the Dawn shields were suppressed by 20, causing the shield formation to tremble slightly. However, the Thunder God crossbow turrets were unaffected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbows unleashed a frenzy of fire with a 10 instant kill chance, displaying terrifying results at that moment. Although the Shadow Lords had a constitution as high as 400, against the instant kill effect, even the highest health was meaningless. One shot instant kill. Another shot instant kill. The 2 Thunder God crossbow turrets acted like reapers, claiming the lives of Shadow Lords every second. The Gale Archers and Ice Spirit Sorcerers followed closely behind, the rain of arrows and frost intertwining, systematically eliminating the remaining Shadow Lords. The second wave of monsters also could not withstand for more than 3 minutes. Ding! The second wave of monsters has been completely eliminated. Triggered tenfold experience. All members' levels increased to 1640. Golden light flashed once more. The ranks levels surged again. Yet Bai Ye did not let his guard down, his gaze fixed on the 16 spatial gates in the sky. In the next moment, the spatial gates trembled violently, dark energy gushing forth like a geyser. For massive shadows slowly emerged from the gates, each step shaking the ground. They were 2 dragon-like monsters and 2 humanoid monsters surrounded by a darkness far denser than that of the Shadow Lords. Shadow Dragon King, level 81300. Attribute: Strength 7 million, Agility 3 million, Constitution 8 million, Spirit 5 million. Skills: Shadow Dragon Breath, large area, VOE Dragon Pressure. Attributes: 40 Shadow Dragon Claw, high single target damage. Shadow Demon King, level 81300. Attribute Strength 6 million, Agility 3 million, Constitution 8 million, Spirit 6 million. Skills Shadow Clone creates 4 clones, Death Finger, single target, instant kill, Shadow Drain, Lifesteal. Both bosses appeared simultaneously with 2 of each. For level 8, 1300 bosses collaborating with over 10,000 Shadow Lords charged towards the territory from 4 directions. Is this the final boss of the 3rd wave of Dark Trials? Truly terrifying. Bai Ye's expression grew solemn. Thunder God crossbow turrets activate Thunder God's Fury. The 2 crossbow turrets simultaneously unleash their skills, the thunderous bolts covering a 200-meter area, exploding in 2 bursts of purple lightning among the monster horde. Over 100 Shadow Lords were instantly killed. The 2 Shadow Dragon Kings were also staggered by the impact. However, the Shadow Dragon King quickly steadied itself and opened its massive jaws. Shadow Dragon Breath. 2 streams of dark purple dragon breath spewed forth in a fan shape, covering most of the battlefield ahead. The Dawn Shields raised their shields to withstand it. The 50 damage reduction from the Dragon Blood armor combined with the 3 Constitution bonus from the Tree of Life, barely allowing them to withstand this blow. But over a dozen Dawn Shields were burned to ashes by the Dragon Breath. Meanwhile, the Shadow Demon King raised its withered arm, pointing toward the Ice Spirit Sorcerer's formation. Death Finger. A black beam shot from its fingertip, instantly piercing through the bodies of 3 Ice Spirit Sorcerers. The 3 level 1506 tier troops didn't even have time to scream before collapsing. Alice Revive. Alice immediately activated the healing ring, utilizing the resurrection mechanism of the Hall of Heroes to quickly revive the fallen troops. Bai Ye no longer sat at the center of the territory, immediately taking out high-grade damage potions and legendary damage potions, using them simultaneously. Damage increase 18 times. A golden halo enveloped the surroundings. All troops listen up, focus fire on the Shadow Dragon King first. 500 Gale Archers and 500 Ice Spirit Sorcerers simultaneously adjusted their targets. In the next moment, arrows and frost poured down on the left Shadow Dragon King. Simultaneously, Bai Ye raised his hand to activate Thunder Punishment. Boom! The purple lightning struck down like divine punishment, striking the head of the Shadow Dragon King fiercely. With an 18-fold damage increase, this strike directly took away 15 of the Shadow Dragon King's health. The Shadow Dragon King let out a mournful scream as dragon pressure activated, attempting to lower the attributes of the entire army. But Alice's healing ring's active effect was already prepared. The white light enveloped the army, instantly dispelling the dragon pressure. Continue to concentrate fire. In less than 30 seconds, the health of the first Shadow Dragon King fell below 50. The Shadow Demon King attempted to use Death Finger for rescue, but was locked down by Bai Ye's Thunder Prison. Ingyue Yanshi restrained the Shadow Demon King. Ingyu flashed and plunged the Sword of Death into the back of the Shadow Demon King, applying a bleeding debuff to continually drain its health. Yanshi waved the Holy Flame Staff. The Holy Flame explosion erupted on the Shadow Demon King, the sea of fire spreading. The 2 Shadow Demon Kings were restrained and unable to interfere with the main battlefield. Bai Ye's hair flew wildly, his eyes shining with lightning, and he began to unleash his full power. Thunder Punishment Thunderstorm descended. Thunder strikes released in rapid succession, combined with the army's concentrated fire. The first Shadow Dragon King was killed after 40 seconds. Ding! Kill level 8 boss Shadow Dragon King 1. Without pausing, Bai Ye immediately shifted his target and focused fire on the second Shadow Dragon King. Following the same process, in less than 30 seconds, the second Shadow Dragon King fell. Both Shadow Dragon Kings were annihilated. The remaining 2 Shadow Demon Kings, while troublesome, lost their cover from the Dragon Breath and posed significantly less of a threat. Bai Ye activated Thunder Prison, locking one of them down. All troops concentrate fire. The arrows of the Gale Archers poured down the Ice Spirit Sorcerers, ice arrows pinpointing, combined with Bai Ye's Thunder skills. The first Shadow Demon King was killed within 20 seconds. The clones didn't even have time to be released. The last Shadow Demon King, seeing the situation was dire, tried to escape temporarily. But Ingyu had already circled behind it, the Sword of Death gathering all its power. Shadow Slash. Critical hit. 8 times damage. A single strike pierced through the core of the Shadow Demon King, slaying it. Ding! Kill level 8 boss Shadow Demon King 2. Third Dark Trial Nightmare difficulty cleared. Clearing score SSS level. Rewards energy points 200 million, territory origin stones 100, Holy Spirit level treasure, chest 1, mythical level troop, altar scroll 1. All members' levels increased to 1800. A rain of golden light enveloped the entire army. The levels of the 1500 strong army surged once again, their attributes skyrocketing. Bai Ye stepped forward, picking up the treasure chest that radiated a holy glow from the battlefield. A Holy Spirit level treasure chest in existence above mythical level. But he did not rush to open it. Instead, he first picked up the mythical level troop altar scroll. Use. Ding! Using mythical level troop altar scroll, obtained level 8 troop altar knight elf archer. A glimmer of true surprise flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Level 8 troops. The battlefield of the third dark trial still retained a thick aura of shadow energy. The 16 dark spatial gateways had long since dissipated, and the world had returned to the tranquil night it should possess. Bai Ye stood at the center of the territory, surrounded by the lingering echoes of thunder from the battle. The army of various units was neatly arranged, their imposing aura like a rainbow, with the level 1,800 making each soldier's presence extraordinarily fierce. Lord, a Holy Spirit level treasure chest. Hurry and open it to see. She was the first to rush over, her eyes shining like 2 stars circling around the treasure chest in Bai Ye's hands that radiated a holy glow. Yu sheathed the sword of death and quickly stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the treasure chest, revealing a rare expectation in her eyes. A Holy Spirit level, a being that surpasses the mythical level. Even among formal lords, those who possess Holy Spirit level equipment are few and far between. Alice smiled gently and said softly, "Congratulations, Lord, on clearing the third dark trial. It is our honor to witness the opening of the Holy Spirit level treasure chest." Bai Ye nodded and led the 3 heroes into the castle hall. Inside the hall, the emerald green light of the Tree of Life streamed in through the windows, intertwining with the candlelight, within creating a serene yet solemn atmosphere. Bai Ye placed the Holy Spirit level treasure chest on the mahogany long table. The chest was entirely milky white, with a relief of angels spreading their wings carved on the lid. Surrounded by a holy golden light, the energy emanating from it was several times denser than that of a mythical level treasure chest. With every breath, one could feel the refreshing holy energy. Open the treasure chest. Bai Ye did not hesitate and lightly tapped the chest with his fingertip. Ding. Opening Holy Spirit level treasure chest. Successfully opened. As soon as the system prompt fell, the treasure chest burst open with a loud sound. 2 brilliant beams of light erupted from the chest, one golden and one rainbow-colored, illuminating the entire hall. She instinctively squinted her eyes, and tightened her grip on the sword hilt, and Alice clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with awe. The light gradually dissipated. 2 items floated quietly in midair. The first was a staff made entirely of an unknown material. The staff was semi-transparent, milky white, as if starlight was flowing within. At the top, a fist-sized golden gemstone was embedded, burning with an eternal, unquenchable holy flame. The staff was surrounded by a blend of sacred and thunderous energy fluctuations, with each pulse causing the space to tremble slightly. Bai Ye raised his hand to summon the staff into his palm. Equipment: Eternal Staff, Holy Spirit level, Lord. Exclusive attributes: Spirit 0. Effect 1. All skill damage increased by 20 times. Effect 2. All skill cooldown time reduced by 80. Effect 3. Active skill: Eternal Domain. After activation, all friendly forces within a 1,000-meter range are immune to all damage and control effects for 10 seconds. Cooldown time of 24 hours. 1 million spirit. Skill damage 20 times. Cooldown reduced by 80%. Bai Ye read out the equipment attributes word by word, and even with his composure there was a slight tremor in his voice. 1 million spirit. What does this even mean? His current spirit with various enhancements was only over 2 million, and the Eternal Staff alone provided more than half of that increase. With the equipment, his spirit would directly break through 3 million. 20 times skill damage combined with the Starlight Staff in his hand and the added effects of potions, his skill damage multiplier would reach an astonishing level. Moreover, with the cooldown reduced by 80%, what originally took 5 minutes for the Thunder Punishment could now be released again in just 1 minute. And this equipment effect, Eternal Domain, can actually make one immune to all damage and control for 10 seconds. Bai Ye took a deep breath, a flash of ecstasy in his eyes. This skill is a true game changer. 10 seconds of invincibility can alter the course of the entire battle at a critical moment. He equipped the Eternal Staff without hesitation. A dazzling golden beam of light surged from the staff, enveloping Bai Ye entirely. The next, his spirit surged like he had taken a rocket. The energy within him surged, and his aura skyrocketed to the point where she beside him couldn't help but take a step back. A full 1,000 spirit attribute boost gave his combat power a qualitative leap. Bai Ye slowly gripped the staff, feeling the power inside him nearly overflowing, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What is the second item? She eagerly leaned forward, her gaze fixed on the floating rainbow light. The light gradually spread apart, revealing a fist-sized rainbow gemstone. The gemstone had a polyhedral structure, with each facet refracting different colors of light, as if a galaxy flowed within, emanating a profound and mysterious energy fluctuation. Item Holy Spirit Level Attribute Upgrade Stone Effect can upgrade any Lord attribute once with a significant enhancement in effect after upgrading. Tip: this item is a one-time consumable and will disappear after use. Attribute Upgrade Stone. Bai Ye's eyes brightened. To Bai Ye, the value of this item even surpassed that of the Eternal Staff. The Lord attributes are the core foundation of a Lord, and the effect of a top-tier attribute far exceeds that of any equipment. And the Attribute Upgrade Stone can elevate the effect of the attribute to the next level. What's more, Bai Ye possesses the Super God attribute system. Each of his attributes was already at the Super God level, and if they were upgraded again, how terrifying would that be? Which attribute should I upgrade? Bai Ye quickly calculated in his mind. A 10,000-fold experience boost. This is his core upgrade attribute, but 10,000 times is already terrifying enough, and after upgrading it will only become 100,000 times. Although the increase is huge, 10,000 times experience is sufficient at this stage. Unlimited upgrade. This attribute's effect is no upper limit on levels, and after upgrading it is likely to enhance the attributes gained from each upgrade. It's also very strong, but not the most urgent. Godly Soldier Contract. All unit summons only require 1 energy point. This attribute is already perfect, and after upgrading it will only change from 1 to 0, but energy points are no longer an issue for him, so the enhancement is not significant. Divine Source Blessing. A 10,000-fold resource production. Bai Ye's gaze fell on the last attribute, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Resource production is the foundation of the territory. With enough resources, more units can be sustained, and the continuous expansion of the territory can be supported. Moreover, the effect of Divine Source Blessing is all resource building outputs increased by 10,000 times. This means that not only food but any resource production buildings he acquires in the future will enjoy a 10,000-fold increase. If this attribute is upgraded, would the output increase to 20,000 times? Or 30,000 times? Bai Ye no longer hesitated, picked up the Holy Spirit level attribute upgrade stone, and said solemnly, use the attribute upgrade stone to upgrade the Lord attribute Divine Source Blessing. Ding. Using Holy Spirit level attribute upgrade stone. Upgrade target Lord attribute Divine Source Blessing resource output increased by 10,000 times upgrading. Ding. Upgrade successful. Lord attribute Divine Source Blessing has been upgraded. You have obtained a new Lord attribute Divine Source Blessing Extreme. Attribute effect all resource building outputs in the territory increased by 100,000 times. Rainbow light surged from the gemstone, merging into Bai Ye's body. He felt that deep within the core of his lordship a certain rule-level power had been strengthened. 10,000 times had turned into 100,000 times. 100,000 times resource output. Bai Ye repeated softly, his eyes filled with shock. This means that the 8 advanced granaries in his territory, each producing 2 units of high-level food daily, after 100,000 times would be 20 billion units of high-level food daily. 20 billion. This number is enough to scare formal lords. Lord, why do you look so excited? Yanxi asked, tilting her head. Bai Ye took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and briefly explained the effect of Divine Source Blessing Extreme. The hall fell silent for a full 3 seconds. 20 billion. Yin Zai's voice changed tone. A granary producing 20 billion units of high-level food daily. Then can we summon several million units without any trouble? Ying Yu's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. With 100,000 times resource output. With this attribute, the resources of the territory will never be scarce again. Alice clasped her hands together, her eyes full of gratitude. In this way, the Lord will no longer have to worry about food and can fully focus on developing military strength. Bai Ye nodded. From now on, the limitation on our Lord's military strength will no longer be food, but rather the issue of command personnel. We can each command a maximum of 5,000 units. Beyond that, it becomes difficult to manage. We need to find a way to summon more hero units. Without further thought, then Bai Ye's gaze fell on the mythic level unit altar scroll in his backpack. The Holy Spirit level treasure chest had been opened, and next was the summoning of new units. 8th tier unit Night Elf Archer. Bai Ye stepped out of the castle hall and arrived at the clearing in the center of the territory. He raised his hand and retrieved the mythic grade unit altar scroll from his backpack. The scroll was entirely dark purple, adorned with an image of an elf drawing a bow and shooting an arrow, which cut through the night sky, leaving a silver trail. Construct the Dark Knight Elf Archer Altar. Ding. Consuming 5 million energy points, the construction of the Dark Knight Elf Archer Altar begins. Estimated construction time 30 minutes. In the next moment, a golden light pillar shot up from the clearing. An altar made entirely of dark purple crystals slowly took shape. At the top of the altar stood a carved Dark Knight elf with wings, holding a longbow pointing its arrow toward the heavens. A faint shadow energy swirled around the altar, intertwining with the sacred aura of the Tree of Life, creating a strange balance. Half an hour later, the light pillar dissipated. Ding! The construction of the Dark Knight Elf Archer altar is complete. Bai Ye stepped forward to check the altar's information unit. Altar Dark Knight Elf Archer rank 8 summoning, cost 1 energy point per unit. Thanks to the Lord's trait Divine Soldier contract effect, the original summoning cost of 800 million energy points per unit has been reduced. Food requirement: each Dark Knight Elf Archer requires 100 units of high-level food daily. Let's summon one first and see its attributes. Bai Ye focused his thoughts. Ding! Consumed 1 energy point. Successfully summoned 8th rank Dark Knight Elf Archer 1. A dark purple light surged from the altar. As the light dissipated, a lithe elf appeared before the altar. She stood about 1.8 meters tall, her figure slender, yet powerful. Her skin was a faint purple with long hair cascading down to her waist, and her amber eyes sparkled with She wore lightweight shadow leather armor, holding a pitch-black longbow, the bow body carved with intricate elven patterns, and the string entwined with shadow energy. Bai Ye summoned the attribute panel unit Dark Knight Elf Archer rank 8th level 1 attributes: strength 500, agility 600, constitution 200, spirit 300, skill 1. Shadow arrow advanced condenses the power of shadows to shoot a shadow arrow dealing 500 agility damage, ignoring 20 of the target's defense cooldown, 3 seconds. Skill 2. Rain of arrows epic fires dozens of shadow arrows at a target area covering a 50-meter radius, each arrow dealing 200 agility damage, cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 3. Stealth advanced enters a stealth state lasting 30 seconds, movement speed reduced by 20 during stealth, cancelled upon attacking or using skills, cooldown 1 minute. Skill 4. Blessing of the Night passive, all attributes increased by 30 at night, decreased by 10 during the day. Such high attributes. She gasped when she saw the attribute panel. Yu's eyes flashed with sharpness. Among archer-type units, the basic attributes of the Dark Knight Elf Archer are far superior to those of the Gale Archer. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. An 8th rank unit truly lived up to its name. And this is just at level 1. Imagine when they reach over level 1000. At that time, the output of the Dark Knight Elf Archers will be terrifying beyond imagination. Now let's summon on a large scale. Bai Ye opened the altar's summoning interface and focused his thoughts. Ding! Consuming 5000 energy points, summoning 5000 Dark Knight Elf Archers. Dark purple light surged from the altar, pouring out like a fountain. One after another, Dark Knight Elf Archers emerged from the light, neatly lining up in the clearing of the territory. They stood tall, bows in hand, and their shadow leather armor glistened faintly in the morning light. 50,000 Dark Knight Elf Archers stood together, their momentum formidable. Current total military strength 200 units. Dawn Shield 500, Defense Gale Archers 500, Range Damage Ice Spirit Mage 500, Mage Damage Control Dark Knight Elf Archers 500 range damage. 200,000 troops lined up neatly in the clearing, stretching as far as the eye could see. Bai Ye stood on the steps in front of the castle hall, his gaze sweeping over this incredibly formidable army, a calm smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Next, let's level up first. Bai Ye wasted no time and immediately assigned tasks. You take 500 Gale Archers and head deeper into the misty forest to continue leveling up. Yes. Yu accepted the order and quickly set off with her troops. She take 500 Ice Spirit Mages to the Dragon Blood Plains. Leave it to me. She waved her sacred flame staff excitedly, leading her troops away. Alice take 500 Dawn Shields to the Shadow Heights. Alice nodded gently. Understood, my lord. The 3 armies departed the territory in succession, heading towards their respective target areas. Bai Ye meanwhile led the newly summoned 500 Dark Knight Elf Archers towards the northern wasteland of the territory. The northern wasteland was a vast and desolate land. The ground was gray-brown, overgrown with weeds and enormous rocks, and dried riverbeds were scattered everywhere. A faint primitive aura filled the air, with occasional distant roars of monsters echoing. Bai Ye entered the wasteland with 500 Dark Knight Elf Archers scanning the surroundings. Soon they killed several low-level monsters. The tenfold experience boost was triggered. The levels skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, all Dark Knight Elf Archers leveled up to 300. Their attributes skyrocketed like a rocket. Bai Ye did not linger, and with a wave of his hand he led the units to continue leveling up. Soon they encountered a wave of high-level monsters. They were a group of massive wasteland giant bears. Standing over 3 meters tall, their bodies covered in thick brown-black fur, with strong limbs, exposed fangs, and crimson eyes. Monster Wasteland Giant Bear rank 7th level, 800 attributes, strength 8500, agility 000, constitution 1300, spirit 000, skills. Giant Bear Slam Savage, charge Earth Tremor, form up. Prepare for battle. Bai Ye commanded, and the 500 Dark Knight Elf archers quickly spread out, forming a loose shooting formation. Each archer was spaced 5 meters apart to ensure an open shooting field without obstruction. Shadow arrows fire at will. 50,000 shadow arrows were shot out simultaneously. The dark purple arrows rained down like a storm, weaving a death net in the air that precisely covered the wasteland giant bear group. The effect of the shadow arrows ignoring 20 defense was vividly displayed at this moment. The arrows pierced through the bear's thick fur, causing splashes of blood. The anguished cries of the wasteland giant bears echoed as many fell after just one volley. Rain of arrows. Bai Ye ordered again. The frontline Dark Knight Elf archers simultaneously unleashed their area skills. Dozens of shadow arrows shot out from each archer's bowstring, exploding among the bear group. The dark purple energy storm swept across the battlefield, covering a radius of hundreds of meters. The arrows fell like raindrops, each carrying 200 agility damage. The wasteland giant bears were overwhelmed by the rain of arrows, their flesh torn apart, falling in droves. Ding! Defeated the wilderness giant bear 342, triggering 10,000 times experience. The Dark Elf Archer's level has risen to 400. Defeated the Wilderness Giant Bear, 581, triggering 10,000 times experience. The Dark Elf Archer's level has risen to 500. The Dark Elf Archer's level has risen to 600. The system's prompt sounds rang out densely, almost merging into a long tone. The level of the Dark Elf Archer soared at a visible speed. With each wave of monsters defeated, the level jumped by hundreds. Bai Ye didn't even need to strike. The output from the 8th tier units was already sufficient to crush all the monsters in this wilderness. 2 hours later. Dark Elf Archer level 800. 2 hours later. The Dark Elf Archer encountered one of the true overlords of the wilderness. Wilderness Dragon Lizard. Monster Wilderness Dragon Lizard. Rank 8th tier. Level 1000. Attributes Strength 1500, Agility 400, Constitution 1600, Spirit 600. Skills Dragon Lizard Breath, Iron Tail, Sweep Dragon, Lizard Fury. An 8th tier 1000 level monster, its attributes are a full double that of the Wilderness Giant Bear. But for the already leveled up Dark Elf Archer at 800, it was still not enough. Rain of arrows cover fire. Bai Ye commanded. 50,000 Dark Elf Archers simultaneously unleashed the rain of arrows, shrouding the entire battlefield in dark purple arrows. The scales of the Wilderness Dragon Lizard were pierced like paper, riddled with countless wounds. Though the Dragon Lizard Breath could cause massive area damage, the Dark Elf Archers were agile, easily dodging most attacks with the boost of 300 agility. Those that were hit managed to withstand the blows thanks to 1500 Constitution. The battle lasted barely 2 minutes. Thousands of Wilderness Dragon Lizards were completely annihilated. Ding! Defeated Wilderness Dragon Lizard. Triggering 10,000 times experience. The Dark Elf Archer's level has risen to 1300. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Ye brought up the attribute panel of the Dark Elf Archer, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Unit Dark Elf Archer. Rank 8th tier. Level 1500. Attributes Strength 1800, Agility 2400, Constitution 800, Spirit 100. Skills Shadow Arrow, High tier, Rain of Arrows, Epic Stealth, High tier, Night Blessing passive 1800, Strength 2400, Agility. These are the core attributes of the Dark Elf Archer. With the 500 agility damage bonus from Shadow Arrow, a single shot could inflict terrifying damage. Moreover, with the effect of ignoring 20 of defense, even an 8th tier boss wouldn't withstand a few rounds of concentrated fire. At a special dungeon entrance, Leon put away the system panel, his golden eyes reflecting the system prompt of just clearing the level. Ding! True God Trial first layer cleared. Clearing score S rank. Rewards True God Power initial stage. All units in the territory gain 10 times. All attributes experience gain 100 times. Tip: the True God Trial is divided into 9 layers. The higher the layer cleared, the stronger the divine power gained. Currently unlocked the qualification for the second layer trial. 10 times. All attributes 100 times experience. Leon whispered the rewards, gripping the golden sword tightly. Once this power surged into him, his aura underwent a qualitative leap. His already extraordinary strength surged again, surrounded by a faint halo of divine power. Even the surrounding air seemed to distort slightly under the pressure. Bai Ye. He opened the chat panel. After pondering for a moment, he sent a screenshot of his clearance of the True God Trial and tagged Bai Ye in the chat channel, sending a message: Leon, Bai Ye, you are indeed strong, but I will not lose. The glory of the True God Descendant cannot be tarnished. Just wait, I will catch up to you. Once the message was sent, the channel fell silent for a moment. Then a new round of discussion exploded. Leon, is that the True God Descendant? True God Trial. That's a special dungeon only True God Descendants can unlock. 10 times all attributes. 100 times experience. This increase is too outrageous. Two monsters. One Bai Ye is already absurd enough, now another Leon. What is going on with this new generation of lords? Is Leon declaring war on Bai Ye? Looks like we have a good show to watch. Meanwhile, in the Lord's world, deep in the northern wilderness, Bai Ye was still leveling up with 50,000 Dark Elf archers, completely unaware of the messages in the chat channel. His system panel kept flashing with friend requests and private chat notifications, but he had turned off the alerts because too many people were disturbing him. If he hadn't turned off the notification sound, he would have been driven crazy. Meanwhile, in Zhou Mao's territory, she had just returned from the wild, still carrying the scent of battle. Opening the chat channel, she immediately saw Leon tagging Bai Ye. True God descendant. Leon. Zhou Miao frowned, quickly scrolling through the previous chat records. As a girl lord favored by Lady Luck, she understood better than ordinary people what the 4 words True God descendant meant. In the Lord's world, the True God stands at the pinnacle of the pyramid, and the True God descendants are undoubtedly special existences among the new lords. They have the bloodline of the True God flowing within them, possessing talents and potential that ordinary lords can hardly match. Each True God descendant, as long as they do not fall midway, will ultimately grow into a dominant force. And Leon is considered one of the most dazzling among the True God descendants. Zhou Miao bit her lip, opened the private chat interface with Bai Ye, and quickly typed, Zhou Miao. Bai Ye, have you seen the chat channel? That person named Leon tagged you. It seems he also cleared some True God trial and gained very strong bonuses. You need to be careful. The potential of a True God descendant is terrifying, especially with the bonuses from the True God trial. The further it goes, the more outrageous it becomes. You should pay a little attention, it's for the best. In the northern wilderness, Bai Ye had just finished a battle, and with the 10,000 times experience boost, the level of the 50,000 Dark Elf archers had already skyrocketed to 1,600. Bai Ye quickly scanned through his gaze, lingering momentarily on keywords like True God descendant, True God trial, and 10 times all attribute. Bai Ye quickly scanned through his gaze, lingering momentarily on keywords like True God descendant, True God trial, and 10 times all attributes bonus. Then he closed the message interface. True God descendant. Bai Ye murmured softly, his tone flat, revealing no emotional fluctuations. 10 times all attributes, 100 times experience. Indeed impressive. After saying that, he closed the panel and strode deeper into the wilderness. Time flowed onward. Several hours later, Lord Ingyu's voice suddenly crackled through the communication link, urgent, breathless. I've discovered a ruin deep in the wastelands, vast in scale, radiating an unusually intense energy signature. It may be linked to a true god. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened instantly. Exact coordinates. 300 kilometers north of our territory lies a mist-shrouded valley. The entrance lies at its far end. Ingyu reported swiftly, a barrier seals the entrance. I cannot approach it directly. Yet judging by its energy resonance, this ruin surpasses every secret realm or dungeon we've encountered thus far. Hold position. I'm en route immediately. Bai Ye severed the transmission and issued his command without hesitation. Yanxi Alice. Mobilize 50,000 Dawn Shields and 50,000 Ice Spirit Archmages for immediate rendezvous. Understood. Bai Ye himself led 50,000 Night Elf Marksmen racing northward toward Ingyu's location, deep into the northern wastelands 300 kilometers from home. Ingyu stood upon a desolate expanse of ashen-brown earth, her eyes locked ahead. Before her stretched a valley veiled in dense, impenetrable fog. The mist hung thick and pallid, so viscous it seemed corporeal, churning slowly at the valley's threshold as though held captive by an invisible, impermeable veil. Even from dozens of meters away, Ingyu felt the energy emanating from the valley's heart. A primordial, overwhelming force heavy with dominion, as if some ancient entity slumbered beneath its depths. Ingyu. Bai Ye's voice echoed from behind. She turned and saw him arrive, flanked by 50,000 Night Elf Marksmen. A vast tide of deep violet figures spread across the wasteland, their presence thunderous, unyielding. My lord. Ingyu stepped forward briskly and pointed toward the mist-wrapped entrance. Here it is. Bai Ye advanced, his gaze sweeping over the fog-shrouded threshold. He raised a hand and gently brushed the mist's outer edge. A system chime sounded. Ding. Ancient ruin, discovered war god's relic. Ruin tier, lower tier, true god. Description: the final resting place of an ancient war god sovereign, where his legacy lies buried. Within lie 3 trials. Only those who complete them shall earn the war god's recognition and inherit his remaining power. Current state sealed. Seal release condition: consume 1 billion energy points. Warning: the ruin harbors numerous high-tier war souls. Lord, prepare thoroughly before entry. 1 billion energy points. Bai Ye's brow lifted faintly. To most sovereigns that sum was astronomical, but not to him. His eyes flickered briefly to his energy reserve panel. After clearing mid-tier dungeons, surviving the third dark trial, and relentless leveling over the past several hours, his accumulated energy points had reached 1,500 million. My lord, can you open it? Yes, but it will cost 1 billion energy points, Bai Ye replied calmly. We'll wait until Yan Shi and the others arrive. Soon after, a voice rang out from behind. My lord, we're here. Bai Ye turned to see Yan Shi and Alice arriving with 50,000 dawn shields and 50,000 ice spirit archmages. Bai Ye strode once more to the valley's entrance and placed his palm against the mist's edge. Consume 1 billion energy points. Unseal the War God's Relic. Ding. Energy points consumed 1 billion. Unsealing War God's Relic. Unsealing progress 20. 50. In that instant, the pallid fog churned violently, as though gripped and twisted by an unseen colossal hand. Shards of stone trembled across the ground, clattering softly. The energy pulse from deep within the valley intensified, its ancient tyrannical pressure now tangible, pressing against their very souls. Inyu tightened her grip on the sword of death. Alice clasped her hands together, her expression grave. 50,000 night elf marksmen drew their bows in unison, dark violet arrows shimmering with coalesced energy poised to fly. Unsealing progress 80. 95. 100. Boom. A deafening roar shattered the silence of the wastelands. The fog tore apart, revealing a wide, solemn passageway. At its far end, a sprawling architectural complex emerged, majestic, awe-inspiring, almost suffocating in scale. It was an entire ruin, spanning dozens of square kilometers. Its outer perimeter bore crumbling walls towering dozens of meters high, constructed from nameless black stone, etched with countless arcane runes. Beyond the walls rose layered ruins of ancient structures, ghosts of former grandeur still faintly legible in their fractured silhouettes. At the deepest recess stood a colossal palace, its surface dark gold, weathered yet undimmed by eons, radiating an oppressive aura that chilled the marrow. This is the relic left behind by a true god. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, murmuring softly. His 20,000-strong army stood arrayed with perfect discipline before the ruin's threshold. 50,000 dawn shields formed the vanguard, their crimson dragon blood armor gleaming as one, shields interlocked like a living rampart. 50,000 Gale bowmen occupied the center, their soul-slaying bows glinting coldly in the dawn light. 50,000 ice spirit archmages stood in the rear, ice blue staves raised in unison, waves of biting frost rippling outward. 50,000 night elf marksmen fanned across both flanks, dark violet forms dissolving seamlessly into shadow. Full formation, advance. Bai Ye's voice, quiet yet resonant, reached every soldier's ear. Enter the ruin. And in that moment, Bai Ye led his 20,000-strong host into the passage, crossing the rift in the mist where an ancient martial silence rushed forth like a tide. Reliefs lined both walls, depicting a heavily armored war god commanding legions across battlefields of legend. Each carving breathed with lifelike intensity, as if its figures might step forth from stone at any second. At the passage's end lay a vast rectangular plaza, measuring roughly 1 kilometer in both length and width, paved entirely with monolithic slabs of dark gold stone inscribed with intricate glowing runes. 12 colossal stone pillars stood sentinel around its perimeter, each soaring dozens of meters high, crowned with statues of war gods in diverse, awe-inspiring forms. At the plaza's far end loomed a sealed palace gate, its surface carved with a towering figure clad in battle armor gripping a spear aloft. Ding. Entered War God's Relic. First Trial War Soul Plaza. Trial objective: defeat all ancient war souls to unlock passage to the second trial. Warning: these war souls are elite warriors of the ancient war god sovereign, exceptionally powerful. Proceed with utmost caution. The moment the notification faded, the plaza's runes blazed with searing golden light. The entire expanse shuddered. Simultaneously, the 12 war god statues atop the pillars ignited with radiant fire. Figures materialized from luminous rifts beneath each pillar, tall spectral warriors clad in tattered armor, standing over 2 meters tall, wreathed in flickering gray-white soulfire. They bore rust-eaten swords and shields, their eyes burned with emerald-green flame, radiating a suffocating wave of slaughterous intent. Bai Ye swept his gaze across them and summoned their stat panels. Entity: Ancient War Soul. Tier 9th rank. Level 1200. Attributes: Strength 3. 5 million Agility, 2 million Constitution, 4 million Spirit 1. 5 million. Abilities: War Soul, /high single target damage, War Soul, Roar Area Fear Effect, Soul Combustion, persistent damage. Background: elite troops of the ancient war god sovereign, whose souls endured beyond death to guard this relic, fearless, unyielding, and devastatingly potent. 9th stage, level 1200. 4 million Physique, 3.5 million Strength. Yingyu's pupils suddenly constricted. 9th stage. This is not much weaker than the Shadow Dragon King. Alice tightened her grip on the staff, her voice laced with seriousness. My lord, this is just the monster of the first trial. Yinshi, however, excitedly waved the Holy Flame staff. So what if it's 9th stage? We have infinite upgrades, our attributes are not inferior to theirs. Bai Ye did not waste words and immediately commanded, all units form up. 200,000 troops quickly arranged into formation. 50,000 Dawn shields stepped forward, shields raised high, the dark red sheen of dragon blood armor forming a unified front. 50,000 Gale archers drew their bows, aiming the arrows of the Soul Slayer bow at the center of the square. 50,000 Ice Spirit sorcerers raised their staffs, blue icy energy swirling. 50,000 Night Elven archers spread out on the flanks, their shadow arrows ready to unleash. Battle souls continuously surged from beneath the 12 stone pillars, gathering over 100,000 in mere seconds. Countless gray-white figures filled the entire square, a sea of ghostly green flames rising as if from the depths of hell. Roar! 100,000 ancient battle souls roared in unison, the sound shaking the heavens and the earth. They marched forward with heavy steps, crashing towards Bai Ye's forces like a tidal wave. The ground trembled, and the air seemed to solidify. There's no Thunder God Cannon Tower for support, but it doesn't matter. Bai Ye raised his hand, golden light surging from the eternal staff. Thunderous divine retribution. Boom. A thick purple thundercloud suddenly gathered in the sky, and thick bolts of lightning poured down like divine punishment, covering an area of over 100 meters ahead. Each bolt of lightning carried a 20-fold damage bonus from the Eternal Staff, along with a 6-fold magical damage bonus from the Starry Sky Staff. With a total damage multiplier of 26 combined with, Bai Ye's over 3 million spiritual power. As the lightning struck, the ancient battle souls hit were instantly turned to ashes. In one strike, over 1,000 ancient battle souls were directly annihilated. Ding! Killed ancient battle soul. Triggering 10,000 times experience. Night Elven Archer level increased to 1620. The system notifications sounded repeatedly. However, with 100,000 battle souls, the area cleared by the thunderous divine retribution was quickly filled by the subsequent battle souls. Ice Spirit sorcerers freeze the 1,000 miles. Bai Ye issued his second command. 50,000 Ice Spirit sorcerers simultaneously unleashed their skills. Ice blue light cascaded down, and a biting chill swept across the entire square. Crack, crack. Frost spread, freezing the tens of thousands of ancient battle souls in the front line into ice sculptures, drastically reducing their movement speed. The continuous ice damage from the freeze layered upon them, the gray-white soul flames suppressed by the cold grew dim. Gale archers unleash everything. 50,000 Gale archers simultaneously released their arrows. The arrows poured down like a torrential rain, intertwining in the air to form a net of death, accurately hitting the frozen ancient battle souls. The armor-piercing effect of the Soul Slayer bow activated the arrows, piercing through the damaged armor of the battle souls, sending up clouds of gray-white soul fragments. Night Elven Archers. 50,000 Night Elven Archers simultaneously unleashed area skills. Dozens of shadow arrows shot from each archer's bowstring, exploding among the battle souls. A dark purple energy storm swept across the battlefield, covering hundreds of meters. The arrows fell like raindrops, each carrying 500 agility damage. At this moment, the agility of the Night Elven Archers had exceeded 2 million, meaning each arrow could deal tens of millions in damage. Although the ancient battle souls had a physique of 4 million, they could not withstand such terrifying output. Groups of battle souls fell in the rain of arrows, turning into gray-white soul fragments that dissipated. Ding! Killed ancient battle soul. Triggering 10,000 times experience. Night Elven Archer level increased to 1700. With each wave of battle souls killed, levels jumped several times. The Dawn shields held their ground firmly, shields raised high, bracing against the impact of the battle souls. The battle souls struck the shield, sparks flying, but with the 50 physical damage reduction from the dragon blood armor and the 40 overall damage reduction from the white mage's crown, the damage was greatly diminished. The 3/0 physique bonus and healing effects provided by the Tree of Life allowed the Dawn shield's health to recover quickly. The defense line stood firm as a rock. The battle lasted merely 3 minutes. The last ancient battle soul collapsed in the rain of arrows, dissipating into soul fragments. The square fell silent, leaving behind only the scattered ice shards and traces of battle. Ding! First trial battle soul square cleared. Kills ancient battle soul 102-400 Gale Archer level 1800. Dawn shield level 1800. Ice Spirit sorcerer level 1800. Night Elven Archer level 1800. A sky full of golden light enveloped the entire army. The levels of the 200,000 troops surged again, attributes skyrocketing. Night Elven Archers jumped directly from level 1600 to level 1800. Bai Ye pulled up the attribute panel of the Night Elven Archers. Unit Night Elven Archer rank 8th rank level 1800 attribute strength 2. 3 million agility 3 million physique 1 million spirit 1. 2 million over 3 million agility. Combined with the 500 agility damage bonus from the Shadow Arrow's one shot, could deal a terrifying 15 million damage. Plus with the effect of ignoring 20 of defenses, even a 9th stage boss could not withstand several rounds of concentrated fire. The first trial was this easy. Yanxi jumped up in excitement. I thought 9th stage monsters were supposed to be so powerful. Ingyue sheathed the sword of death, her voice solemn. It's not that the monsters are weak, it's that our units are too strong. Bai Ye nodded, his gaze falling on the tightly closed palace gate at the end of the square. The war god relief on the gate was now glowing with golden light, as if watching over them. Ding. First trial rewards have been issued. Please proceed to the palace gate to collect them. Bai Ye strode towards the palace gate. Below the gate a stone platform floated with a fist-sized dark golden crystal. The crystal seemed to have blood flowing within it, radiating a rich wave of energy. Acquired Divine Blood of the War God 1. Item Divine Blood of the War God. True God level effect after use can increase the bloodline level of any unit, permanently increasing all attributes by 30. Note this item is a one-time consumable, effective only for a single unit. Bai Ye picked up the dark golden crystal, feeling the immense energy contained within. A permanent 30 boost to all attributes. This effect is truly terrifying. Lord, what is this? Yanxi leaned closer, curiously gazing at the blood of the war god. The blood of the war god can enhance the attributes of troops. Bai Ye pondered for a moment, who should I give it to? His gaze swept over the army of troops behind him. The Shield of Dawn is the core of defense. The Gale Archers are one of the main offensive forces. The Ice Spirit Magus controls the battlefield and casts spells, while the Night Elf Archers are currently the strongest offensive troops. A 30 boost to all attributes would provide a significant enhancement to any troop. However, the Night Elf Archers would benefit the most. They already possess the top output capability among the 8th rank, and with an additional 30 boost in attributes, their damage output will become even more terrifying. Furthermore, there will be second and third trials ahead, with even stronger enemies to face. It's decided. Bai Ye raised his hand, aiming the blood of the war god at the Night Elf Archers. Using the blood of the war god, target Night Elf Archers. Ding. Using the blood of the war god. Target 8th rank troops, Night Elf Archers. Usage successful. The bloodline level of the Night Elf Archers has been enhanced. A permanent 30 to all attributes. Dark golden light surged from the blood, transforming into a rain of light that fell upon the 50,000 Night Elf Archers. As the light rain entered their bodies, a faint dark golden halo appeared around the Night Elf Archers. Their aura began to soar. Their original agility of 3 million increased to 3,900,000. 230,000 strength increased to nearly 300,000. 100,000 constitution increased to 130,000. Current attributes of the Night Elf Archers: strength 2900, agility 3900, constitution 1300, spirit 15600. 3,900,000 agility. Approaching 4 million. Bai Ye's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The current Night Elf Archers can deal nearly 20 million damage with a single arrow. Moreover, with the Shadow Arrow ignoring 20 of defenses, even a level 1500 boss at the 9th rank wouldn't withstand several volleys. Meanwhile, in some space of the True God trials, Leon knelt on one knee, panting heavily. His golden armor was covered in cracks, his face weary, yet his eyes remained sharp. The surroundings were a chaotic battlefield littered with the corpses of monsters. Ding. True God trials, second layer cleared. Clearing score, A grade. Reward obtained, True God Power Intermediate. All units in the territory gain 12 times to all attributes, experience gained 200 times. Notice the third layer of the True God trials has been unlocked. It is recommended that the Lord enhance their strength before attempting the challenge. 12 times, all attributes, 200 times experience. Leon stood up, gripping his golden longsword tightly. He could clearly feel the immense power surging within him. All attributes surged again, his aura several times stronger than before. But it's only an A-grade score. Leon frowned, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. The scores of the True God trials directly affect the quality of the rewards. An S-grade score can yield double the rewards of an A-grade. SS grade more, and SSS grade even has additional hidden rewards. He obtained an S grade in the first layer, but only an A grade in the second layer. And Bai Ye. That man achieved SSS scores in 3 consecutive dark trials, even managing to clear mythic level dungeons with SSS scores. The gap has not only failed to narrow, but has instead widened. Leon took a deep breath, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The glory of the descendants of the True God must not be tarnished. Leon lifted his head, his gaze regaining determination. I will catch up. In the ruins of the war god, Bai Ye stood before the palace gate, his eyes resting on the relief on the door. Leon lifted his head, his gaze regaining determination. I will catch up. In the ruins of the war god, Bai Ye stood before the palace gate, his eyes resting on the relief on the door. The entrance to the second layer trial has been unlocked. Just as the system prompt fell, the palace gate thunderously opened. Behind the gate was a long corridor. The walls on both sides of the corridor were still covered with reliefs depicting scenes of the war god leading his army into battle. However, unlike before, the war gods in these reliefs had begun to show wounds. The number of enemies increased while the war god's forces dwindled. Yet the war god himself always charged at the forefront, his spear pointing, causing the enemy forces to rout. At the end of the corridor was another square. However, this square was twice the size of the previous one. In the center stood a massive statue of the war god towering 100 meters high, clad in armor, holding a spear lifelike. Surrounding the statue were densely packed battle souls. These battle souls were larger than the previous ones, standing over 2.5 meters tall, with more complete armor and more refined weapons. They no longer stood haphazardly, but were arranged in a neat formation, every row and column tightly aligned. Shield soldiers in front, spear soldiers in the center, archers at the back. This is a military formation. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed. The second layer trial is not simple. Ding. Entering the ruins of the war god's second layer trial. Legion of Battle Souls. Trial description: defeat all members of the Legion of Battle Souls to unlock the passage to the third layer trial. Notice the Legion of Battle Souls consists of the elite troops from the war god's lifetime, retaining their combat awareness and cooperative combat capabilities. When the Legion fights cooperatively, all attributes are enhanced by 50, so please proceed with caution. A 50 boost to all attributes. Ingyu frowned. With a 50 boost in attributes combined with the Legion's cooperative combat, their combat effectiveness will at least double. Alice tightened her grip on her staff, and there are also many more of them. Bai Ye's gaze swept across the square. The formation of the Legion of Battle Souls was densely packed, stretching endlessly. A rough estimate shows there are at least 200,000. Moreover, at the forefront of the formation stood 3 figures several times larger than ordinary battle souls. They were clad in dark golden armor, wielding massive battle axes, surrounded by a rich dark golden glow. BOSS Legion Commander, rank 9th, rank level 1500, attribute strength 7, agility 4, constitution 4, spirit 4, skills, battle soul, domain, all allies within the range gain 30 to all attributes, battle soul / extreme, single target, instant kill, level damage. Legion Command enhances the Legion's cooperative effect 3, 9th rank 1500 level boss, lead a legion of 200,000 9th rank battle souls. Moreover, when the Legion fights cooperatively, all attributes are further enhanced by 50. The attributes of ordinary battle souls will be raised to strength 5, 0, agility 3, 0, constitution 6, 0. This value, aside from life intensity, is already close to, or even exceeds, many 9th rank bosses. My lord, this battle will not be easy. Ingyu tightened her grip on the sword of death, her eyes filled with serious. She no longer wore a playful grin and looked seriously at the distant War Soul Legion, 200,000 War Souls, with drastically enhanced attributes, and 3 commanders. My lord, what should we do? Bai Ye remained silent, his gaze quickly scanning the formation of the War Soul Legion. The shield soldiers were at the front, the gunmen in the middle, and the archers at the back. A standard defensive counterattack formation. A direct charge would lead to entanglement with the shield soldiers, followed by concentrated fire from the gunmen and archers. Even if the Dawn Shield could withstand it, the casualties would be significant. We need to break their formation first. Bai Ye murmured to himself, his mind racing. After a moment, he raised his head, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Ingyue and she, Alice, obey my orders. The 3 stepped forward simultaneously. Ingyue, take 50,000 swift archers and circle to the left. Oh, wait for my command before shooting. Yenshi, take 50,000 ice spirit sorcerers and circle to the right, also waiting for my command. Alice, stay in the center, army responsible for healing the entire army, focusing on the front lines. Dawn Shield. Understood. The 3 replied in unison, quickly positioning their troops. Bai Ye took 50,000 Night Elven archers and 50,000 Dawn Shields, facing the War Soul Legion Hedon. All troops advance, approach, slowly maintain formation. 50,000 Dawn Shields stepped forward, shields raised high, their steps synchronized. 50,000 Night Elven archers followed closely, bows half-drawn, shadow arrows ready to unleash. The War Soul Legion's phalanx began to move as well. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of their synchronized steps was deafening as 200,000 War Souls marched in unison, causing the ground to tremble violently. 3 commanders of the War Souls stood at the front of the phalanx, raising their battle axes high. War Soul Domain. 3 dark golden lights emanated from the commanders, enveloping the entire War Soul Legion. The attributes of the ordinary War Souls surged once again. Strength exceeded 6 million and vitality approached 7 million. Stopped the entire army. With Bai Ye's command, 50,000 dawn shields halted simultaneously, driving their shields into the ground to form an iron wall. The War Soul Legion continued to advance the distance, closing rapidly. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Night Elven Archers Rain of Arrows Storm. Bai Ye issued the order first. 50,000 Night Elven Archers unleashed the Rain of Arrows Storm, simultaneously dark purple arrows covering the front line of the War Soul Legion. The arrows rained down, piercing through the shield soldiers' defenses, raising clouds of gray-white soul fragments. However, the shield soldiers of the War Soul Legion held their shields firmly, suffering minimal losses. The cooperative combat effect of the Legion was too strong. Even the Night Elven Archers' arrows, dealing 20 million damage each, could only reduce 1/3 of the shield soldiers' health. Continue shooting, do not stop. Bai Ye raised his hand, the golden light swirling on the eternal staff. Thunder punishment. Purple lightning rained down, covering the front line of the War Soul Legion for over 100 meters. With a damage multiplier of 26 times and 3 million mental power, this strike dealt over 80 million damage. The shield soldiers hit by the attack were instantly obliterated, leaving a blank area in the front line. However, the back row of the War Soul Legion immediately filled the gaps, maintaining their formation intact. The three commanders simultaneously raised their battle axes. War Soul / Extreme. 3 dark golden blades of light shot from the battle axes, cleaving towards the formation of the Dawn Shields. Thunder Barrier. Bai Ye activated the defensive skill, enveloping the front line with a purple lightning barrier. The light blade struck the barrier, producing a piercing roar. The barrier trembled violently, and its health rapidly diminished. But Bai Ye's mental power had exceeded 3 million, and the barrier's health reached a staggering 15 million, allowing it to withstand this blow. Now is the time. Bai Ye seized the brief moment of the War Soul commander's skill cooldown, raising his hand to activate Thunder Binding. Thunder Binding. Purple lightning chains shot from the void, accurately wrapping around the 3 War Soul commanders. The binding time was only 2 seconds, reduced effect on BOSS, but it was sufficient. Ingyue, focus fire on the commander. Bai Ye commanded. Already in position, Ingyue and Yanxi ordered simultaneously. 50,000 swift archers shot from the left, arrows pouring like a torrential rain upon the left commander. 50,000 ice spirit sorcerers from the right unleashed icebound 1,000 miles, and ice arrow spells the biting cold, enveloping the right commander. Bai Ye with the Night Elven Archers focused fire on the central commander. All troops unleash your full power. The rain of arrows storm from the Night Elven Archers continued unabated, each arrow carrying nearly 20 million in damage. The Swift Archer's Soul Devouring Bow triggered the Soul Devouring effect, dealing 8 times extra damage to low health targets. The Ice Spirit Sorcerer's Ice Arrow spell precisely hit, complementing Icebound 1,000 miles continuous damage. Bai Ye's Thunder Punishment and Thunderstorm alternated in release, each strike taking away a significant portion of the commander's health. The 2 seconds of binding ended. The health of the 3 commanders had plummeted. Left commander health 30. Right commander health 35. Central commander health 25. The War Soul commanders let out furious roars, eager to retaliate. But Bai Ye denied them any opportunity. Ingyue, a lethal strike. Ingyue dashed forward, the stealth effect of the shadow cloak allowing her to circle behind the left commander. All the shadow energy coalesced on the Sword of Death. Shadow Slash. Critical hit. 8 times damage. The long sword pierced the commander's neck, penetrating its soul core. The left commander let out a reluctant roar, its massive body crashing to the ground. Ding. Kill level 9 boss War Soul Commander 1. Yanxi Holy Flame Explosion. Yanxi waved her Holy Flame staff, sending a gigantic fireball crashing towards the right commander. The fireball exploded upon the commander's body, engulfing it in flames. The right commander's health dropped below 10, now severely wounded. Swift Archers focus fire. The Soul Devouring effect of the Soul Devouring Bow triggered, dealing 8 times extra damage. The right commander collapsed under the rain of arrows. Ding. Kill level 9 boss War Soul Commander 1. Only the central commander remained. Bai Ye raised his hand, and Thunder Punishment fell once more. The commander's health dipped below 10. Night Elven Archers concentrate fire. 50,000 shadow arrows struck simultaneously, instantly reducing the commander's health to 0. Ding. Kill level 9 boss War Soul Commander 1. All 3 commanders were slain. The War Soul Legion lost the command and the enhancement of the War Soul domain, their attributes plummeting back to their original levels. Moreover, the cooperative combat effect of the Legion was significantly weakened. All troops counterattack. Bai Ye waved his hand. The Dawn Shields pushed forward, crashing into the War Soul Legion's shield soldiers, causing them to stagger back. The Swift Archers unleashed their rain of arrows, each arrow claiming the lives of several War Souls. The ice spirit sorcerers continued to cast icebound 1,000 miles, freezing large groups of war souls into ice sculptures. The rain of arrows stormed from the night elven archers covered the battlefield, the dark purple arrows like the scythe of death, reaping the lives of the war souls. The war soul legion now, without their commanders, could no longer maintain their formation. The shield soldiers scattered, the gunmen were surrounded, and the archers were caught in close combat. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes. The last war soul fell amidst the rain of arrows. Ding. Second trial war soul legion cleared. Kill ancient war soul 0001600, war soul commander 3. Swift archers level 2000. Dawn shield level 2000. Ice spirit sorcerer level 2000. Night elven archer level 2. A sky full of golden light enveloped the entire army. The levels of the 200,000 troops surged once again. All were elevated to level 2000. Unit Night elven archer. Rank level 8. Level 2000. Attributes strength 3 million, agility 7 million, vitality 2. 3 million, spirit 2. 7 million. 7 million agility. At this moment the Night elven archer's output capability had once again risen to a new level. Bai Ye put away the eternal scepter, his gaze falling at the end of the square. 3 dark golden glows emerged from the place where the 3 war soul commanders had fallen. The glows converged together, forming a stone platform. On the platform 5 items quietly floated. Bai Ye stepped forward, and the system prompt sounded. Ding. The reward for passing the second trial has been issued. Received War God's Armor Holy Spirit level set 1, War God's Greaves Holy Spirit level set 1, War God's Pauldrons Holy Spirit level set 1, War God's Helm Holy Spirit level set 1, War God's Boots Holy Spirit level set 1. Detected that the set components are complete, activating set effects. The 5 pieces of equipment were entirely dark golden, their surfaces engraved with intricate runes radiating a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. Bai Ye raised his hand, calling up the equipment attributes. Equipment: War God's Armor Holy Spirit level set. Attributes: Constitution 10000. Effect 1, damage reduction of 60. Effect 2, when attacked there is a 30 chance to trigger War God's Revenge, reflecting 100 damage back to the attacker. Applicable unit type: Dawn Shield. Equipment: War God's Greaves Holy Spirit level set. Attributes: Constitution 80000. Effect 1, movement speed increased by 50. Effect 2, immune to 50 of slow effects when affected by slowing effects. Equipment: War God's Pauldrons Holy Spirit level set. Attributes: Constitution 80000. Effect 1, reduces critical damage by 50 when receiving critical damage. Effect 2, when health is below 30, triggers War Gods while recovering 5 of maximum health per second for 10 seconds. Equipment: War God's Helm Holy Spirit level set. Attributes: Constitution 80000. Effect 1, immune to stun, fear, and other control effects. Effect 2, vision range expanded by 100, can detect invisible units. Equipment: War God's Boots Holy Spirit level say. A glimmer of true shock flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. With the 5-piece set, the total Constitution bonus exceeds 4 million, plus the doubling of all attributes from the set effect. This means that the Dawn Shield wearing the War God set will break through 8 million in Constitution. Furthermore, with a 60 damage reduction, a 30 chance to reflect 100 damage, immunity to control effects, and automatic health recovery when low on health. With this set of equipment, the Dawn Shield will no longer be just a meat shield, but an indestructible wall. Lord, this set of equipment. Ingwe approached, and seeing the attribute panel, her pupils constricted. So powerful. Yinshi interjected, her voice trembling. Is this really equipment meant for units? Alice smiled gently. With this set of equipment, the defensive capability of the Dawn Shield will reach unprecedented heights. Bai Ye nodded, concentrating his thoughts to bring up the collective equipment panel of the Dawn Shield. Equip War God. Ding. Equipping the Holy Spirit level set War God set for all Dawn Shields. A dark golden light enveloped the 50,000 Dawn Shields. Their dragon blood armor was replaced with a heavier, more ornate dark golden armor. The armor was covered in War God runes with a lifelike War God relief on the chest. The helm obscured the face, revealing only the eyes burning with dark golden flames. The boots left deep footprints on the ground with every step. 50,000 Dawn Shields stood in neat rows, their momentum several times stronger than before. Bai Ye called up the attribute panel of a Dawn Shield. Unit type: Dawn Shield. Rank tier 3. Level 2000. Attribute: Strength 120, agility 100, constitution 85, spirit 100. 8,500,000 in constitution. This value has already surpassed the War Soul Commander of Tier 9 at level 1500. Combined with the 60 damage reduction from the War God's Armor, the critical damage reduction from the War God's Pauldrons, the immunity to control from the War God's Helm, and the various damage reductions from the War God's Greaves and Boots. Now the Dawn Shield, even against a tier 10 monster, might not be able to be breached. Lord, this defense, even I can't break through. Ingwe said in a deep voice, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Bai Ye's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The third trial can begin. War God Ruins, end of the second trial square. A massive dark golden door slowly opened. Behind the door was a staircase leading underground. The walls on both sides of the staircase were engraved with the life stories of the War God. From a small lord growing step by step into a top lord, ultimately becoming the legendary War God. Each relief was vivid, as if telling the glorious tales of the War God. Bai Ye led the troops down the staircase. The staircase was long, taking a full 10 minutes to reach the end. At the end was a gigantic underground palace. The palace was circular with a diameter of over 1 kilometer and a dome height of 100 meters. The surrounding walls were embedded with countless glowing crystals, illuminating the entire palace as bright as day. In the center of the palace stood a massive altar. The altar was entirely crafted from dark golden metal, its surface engraved with intricate runes. At the top of the altar stood a figure silently. It was a humanoid being clad in dark golden armor, standing over 3 meters tall, wielding a gigantic spear. A rich golden glow enveloped it, exuding a breathtaking pressure. Bai Ye glanced over and called up the attribute panel. BOSS War God Projection. Rank Tier 10. Level 2000. Attribute Strength 150, Agility 600, Constitution 200, Spirit 100. Skills: War God's Spear, single target, instant kill. War God's Domain, all attributes of allies within range 50. War God's Descent, all attributes 100, lasts for 30 seconds. War God's Will triggers when health is below 30, all attributes 200, lasts for 30 seconds. Description: the last wisp of consciousness projection left by the War God in the ruins, retaining some of the War God's power from his lifetime. Though it is a projection, it still possesses the terrifying might of a Tier 10 boss. Level 2000 of Tier 10. 20 million in physique, 15 million in strength. Yingyu's pupils constricted. Tier 10. This is a true Tier 10 boss. Yinshi tightened her grip on the holy flame staff, her voice trembling. 20 million in physique. How are we supposed to fight this? Alice's complexion turned pale. And there's the War God Domain. The War God descends, the will of the War God. 3 enhancement skills. Bai Ye remained silent, his gaze fixed on the phantom of the War God. Level 2000 of Tier 10 was indeed formidable. But he commanded 200,000 troops, had 3 heroes, possessed Holy Spirit level equipment, and various potions. More importantly, he had the active skill of the Eternal Staff, Eternal Domain. 10 seconds of invincibility, immune to all damage, and control. These 10 seconds would be crucial for victory. All troops form up. Bai Ye commanded in a deep voice. The 200,000 troops quickly arranged themselves. 50,000 Dawn Shields at the front, the dark golden War God armor shimmering in the light. 50,000 Gale Archers in the center, drawing their spirit-slaying bows to full. 50,000 Ice Spirit Sorcerers in the rear, staffs raised high. 50,000 Night Elven Archers spread out on the flanks, their shadow arrows poised to strike. Bai Ye took out high-level damage potions and legendary damage potions from his backpack, using them simultaneously. Ding. Using high-level damage potion. Damage increased by 6 times. Ding. Using legendary damage potion. Damage increased by 12 times. Effect stack. Current damage increase 18 times. A golden halo and dark golden halo enveloped the entire army. The phantom of the War God began to move. It stepped off the altar, each step causing the ground to tremble. Its spear pointed at Bai Ye's troops, an invisible pressure sweeping across the battlefield. The War God Domain activated. All friendly forces within range gain 50 to all attributes. No, it is the enemy forces. The War God Domain is a buff skill of the War God Phantom, enhancing its own attributes. Strength surged from 15 million to 22.5 million. Physique surged from 20 million to 30 million. We can't let it strike first. Bai Ye raised his hand, golden light surged from the Eternal Staff. Thunder Punishment. Boom. Purple lightning descended, striking fiercely upon the War God Phantom. With a 26 times damage multiplier, 3 million spiritual power, and an 18 times potion increased, the theoretical damage of this strike exceeds. But the War God Phantom's physique reached 30 million with terrifying defense. As the lightning struck the War God Phantom's health only dropped by 2. The damage is insufficient. Bai Ye frowned. The defense of a Tier 10 boss far surpassed that of Tier 9. Even with an 18 times potion increase, his Thunder Punishment could only inflict weak damage. We must rely on concentrated fire from the troops. Bai Ye quickly made his judgment. Night Elven Archers, Arrow Rain Storm. 50,000 Night Elven Archers unleashed their skills simultaneously, a dark purple rain of arrows covering the War God Phantom. Each arrow could deal nearly 20 million damage, but the defense of the War God Phantom was too high, greatly reducing the actual damage. After a round of fire, the War God Phantom's health dropped by 5. The War God Phantom raised its spear, pointing at the formation of the Night Elven archers. Spear of the War God. A beam of golden light shot forth from the spear, moving so swiftly that it was beyond the naked eye's capture. The light pierced through 3 Night Elven archers, instantly killing them. But the War God Phantom's attack frequency was rapid, each strike claiming the lives of several units. We can't delay. Bai Ye's gaze darkened. All troops output at full force. Gale archers unleashed a barrage of arrows, the spirit-slaying bow's armor-piercing effect triggering arrows penetrating the War God Phantom's armor. The Ice Spirit sorcerers cast their freezing spells, attempting to immobilize the War God Phantom. But the resistance of the Tier 10 boss was extremely high, rendering the freezing effect almost ineffective. The Night Elven archers continued to shoot shadow arrows, exploding upon the War God Phantom. Bai Ye's thunder skills alternated, each strike delivering weak but steady damage. The War God Phantom's health slowly declined. 95, 90, 85. The War God descends. The War God Phantom let out a roar, golden light erupting around it, its attributes soaring once again. All attributes 100. Strength surged from 22.5 million to 45 million. Physique surged from 30 million to 60 million. This is too ridiculous. Yinchi exclaimed. Bai Ye gritted his teeth. Hold on for 30 seconds. The attributes of the War God Phantom soared, continuously wielding its spear, each strike claiming the lives of several units. The Dawn Shields attempted to step forward to restrain it, but the power of the War God Phantom was too great. A single spear could send the Dawn Shields flying. Fortunately, the effect of the War God's descent only lasts 30 seconds. The battle continued, and 10 minutes later the War God Phantom's health finally dropped to 30. The will of the War God. The War God Phantom howled at the sky, golden light erupting into countless beams. All attributes 200. Strength surged from 45 million to 90 million. Physique surged from 60 million to 120 million. 120 million physique. My lord, how are we supposed to fight this? Yinchi panicked. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, gripping the Eternal Staff tightly. We can only hold on. Eternal Domain. The golden gem atop the Eternal Staff exploded with blinding light. A golden shield expanded from the staff, enveloping all friendly troops within a radius of 1,000 meters. Eternal Domain activated. All friendly forces within a 1,000-meter range are immune to all damage and control effects for 10 seconds. 10 seconds of invincibility. All troops output at full force. Bai Ye roared, unleashing all the thunder power within him. Thunder punishment. Thunderstorm descends. Thunder strike, rapid fire. The purple lightning poured down like a final judgment, raining down upon the War God Phantom. The Gale archers maximized their firing speed, arrows falling like a torrential rain. The Ice Spirit sorcerers unleashed their full power, alternating between Ice Arrow, Frozen Lands, and Ice Blast. The Night Elven archers' Arrow Rain Storm continued to cover the dark purple rain of arrows resembling the Scythe of Death. During the 10 seconds of invincibility, the entire army unleashed a frenzied output. But at this moment, the attributes of the War God Phantom were terrifyingly high, rendering it nearly impossible to damage. The 10 seconds of invincibility passed. Boom. As the spear swung, large numbers of Bai Ye's troops fell. Fortunately, 30 seconds passed quickly. Now unleash everything. Whoosh. Swish. An array of skills and attacks transformed into dazzling streams of light rushing towards the War God Phantom. Without the 200 attribute increase, they could finally deal some damage. In the blink of an eye, the War God Phantom's health dropped to 5. Bai Ye raised his hand, gathering all the thunder power atop the Eternal Staff. Thunder punishment. A purple lightning column with a diameter of over 10 meters crashed down from the sky, piercing through the body of the War God Phantom. The War God Phantom let out a deafening wail, its massive body crashing to its knees. The dark golden armor began to shatter, golden light seeping through the cracks. I acknowledge you. An ancient and dignified voice echoed within the palace. Inherit my power. Become the new War God. The War God Phantom transformed into countless golden light points, dissipating into the air. Ding. Defeated the Tier 10 BOSS War God Phantom. Ding. Cleared the third trial of the War God Ruins. Clearance rating S rank. Rewards energy points 1 billion. Lower tier War God Crystal 5,000. Lower tier True God level treasure chest 2. Holy Spirit level unit altar scroll 1. All members leveled up to level 2,100. A sea of golden light enveloped the entire army. The levels of the 200,000 troops surged once again. The Night Elven archers jumped from level 2,000 to level 2,100. Unit Night Elven Archer. Rank Tier 8. Level 2,100. Attributes Strength 5 million, Agility 8, 5 million, Physique 2, 9 million, Spirit 3, per million. So this is the existence of a divine level 8. Indeed, there are mountains beyond mountains. We still cannot let our guard down. Bai Ye slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Without much thought, the next moment, he took out the scroll radiating with 7 colors of light. Holy Spirit Level Unit Altar Scroll. After use, it can summon a Tier 9 unit altar calling forth corresponding rank units. Holy Spirit Level Unit Scroll can obtain a Tier 9 unit altar. In addition to the Holy Spirit Level Weapon Scroll, there are 2 True God Level Treasure Chests. Lower True God. This should be a level above Holy Spirit Level. Bai Ye murmured. He then stored away all the rewards. His gaze swept across the palace. After the phantom of the war god dissipated, a gigantic light gate appeared on the wall at the end of the palace. That was the exit of the ruins. Return to the territory. Bai Ye waved his hand, leading the 200,000 troops through the light gate. Within the territory, the emerald green glow of the Tree of Life enveloped everything. Bai Ye returned to the castle hall, followed closely by 3 heroes. Lord quickly opened that Holy Spirit Level Weapon Altar Scroll. Yen, she said eagerly. Bai Ye nodded and took out the scroll radiating with colorful light from his backpack. Using the Holy Spirit Level Weapon Altar Scroll. Ding. Using the Holy Spirit Level Weapon Altar Scroll. Usage successful. Ding. Obtained Level 9 Weapon Altar Holy Light Knight Altar. Holy Light Knight Altar, a Level 9 Cavalry type weapon altar, requires 30 million energy points to construct. After construction is complete, it can summon Level 9 Holy Light Knights. Holy Light Knight description: Knights born from the Holy Light, clad in heavy armor, wielding Holy Light spears, adept at charging into battle, dealing an additional 200 damage to Dark-type monsters and 300 damage to undead monsters. Level 9 Cavalry. A hint of joy flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Cavalry was the type of troops he currently lacked the most. Dawn Shield is an infantry shield soldier. Gale archers are ranged shooters. Ice Spirit sorcerers are mages, and Night Elf archers are also ranged shooters. In the entire army, there was not a single highly mobile cavalry, and the Holy Light Knights perfectly filled this gap. Moreover, Holy Light Knights have additional damage bonuses against dark and undead monsters. In the subsequent dark trials, they would face dark-type monsters. Construct the Holy Light Knight Altar. Bai Ye stepped out of the hall and arrived at the central clearing of the territory. Ding. Consuming energy points 30 million, the Holy Light Knight Altar begins construction. Estimated construction time 30 minutes. A golden light pillar shot up from the clearing. An altar made entirely of holy white crystals slowly took shape. At the top of the altar was carved a knight clad in heavy armor, holding a spear and riding a holy light warhorse, exuding a heroic demeanor. The altar was surrounded by a sacred golden glow, contrasting beautifully with the emerald green light of the Tree of Life. Half an hour later, the light pillar dissipated. Ding. The Holy Light Knight Altar has been completed. Bai Ye stepped forward to check the altar information. Weapon Altar Holy Light Knight. Rank Level 9. Summoning cost 1 energy point per night. Thanks to the Lord's attribute Divine Soldier contract effect, the original summoning cost of 20 million energy points per night has been reduced. Food requirement: each Holy Light Knight requires 500 units of high-grade food daily. Let's summon one first and check its attributes. Bai Ye focused his thoughts. Ding. Consuming energy point 1, successfully summoned Level 9 Holy Light Knight 1. A holy white light surged out from the altar. As the light faded, a knight clad in silver white heavy armor appeared in front of the altar. He stood over 2 meters tall with a sturdy build, holding a spear radiating with holy light, riding a similarly armored holy light warhorse. The warhorse was entirely snow white, its eyes burning with golden flames. As its hooves struck the ground, faint golden traces were left behind. Bai Ye brought up the attribute panel. Troop type Holy Light Knight. Rank Level 9. Level 1. Attributes: Strength 1000, Agility 500, Constitution 1500, Spirit 300. Skill 1, Holy Light Charge. Charging forward on the Holy Light Warhorse, dealing 800 strength damage to enemies in the path and knocking back the target. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 2, Holy Light Shield. Gathering the power of Holy Light to form a shield absorbing 50 of maximum health damage lasting 10 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 3, Holy Light Judgment. Executing Holy Light Judgment on a single target, dealing 1000 strength damage, doubling damage against dark-type monsters. Cooldown 60 seconds. Skill 4, Holy Light Blessing Passive. All allies within 1000 meters around the Holy Light Knight gain a 10 boost to all attributes and a 20 increase in damage against dark-type monsters. What attributes? Yenshi gasped at the attribute panel. Level 1 has 1000 strength and 1500 con. Yu's eyes flashed with shock. Level 9 troops truly live up to their reputation, and their skills are also very strong. Charge shield, high single target damage, and passive blessing. Alice smiled gently. With the Holy Light Knight, our army becomes even more complete. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. Now large-scale summoning. He brought up the altar summoning interface and focused his thoughts. Ding. Consuming energy points, 5000 summoning Holy Light Knights, 5000. Holy white light surged madly from the altar continuously like a fountain. One by one knights clad in silver-white heavy armor emerged from the light, riding holy light warhorses lined up neatly in the clearing of the territory. The warhorses neighed, spears pointing to the sky. Bai Ye glanced over, a satisfied look flickering in his eyes. There were 50,000 holy light knights lined up neatly in the territories, clearing, their momentum soaring. Bai Ye returned to the castle. Sitting in the main seat of the castle hall, his gaze fell upon the 2 treasure chests floating in front of him. The treasure chests were dark golden in color, covered with intricate divine patterns. Every line of pattern was slowly flowing, emitting a heart-pounding wave of energy. Each pulse of the treasure chest caused the entire hall's space to tremble slightly, as if even the air was giving way to these 2 treasures. Lord, is this the lower true god-level treasure chest? She stood nearby, staring intently at the 2 treasure chests, unable to suppress her gulp. Just looking at it feels so overwhelming. Yu crossed her arms and said solemnly, the War God Ruins is a lower true god-level ruin, so the treasure chests produced must also be of the same level. The rewards inside are likely far beyond our imagination. Bai Ye wasted no words and directly raised his hand to touch the first treasure chest. Open the lower true god-level treasure chest. Ding. Opening the lower true god-level treasure chest. Opening successful. Dark golden light exploded from the treasure chest, like a small sun rising in the hall, illuminating every corner. After the light faded, 2 items hovered quietly in midair. The first was a long sword made entirely of an unknown golden metal. The sword was long, about 1.2 meters, with a surface covered in intricate divine patterns and a fist-sized golden gem embedded at the guard. The gem seemed to contain surging thunder. The edge of the sword glimmered with a faint golden halo, and even when motionless one could feel its sharp, killing intent. The second item was a skill book of dark golden color. The cover depicted a golden light pillar descending from the sky, with a faint shadow of a judgment sword visible within the pillar. Ding. Obtain true god-level equipment, Sword of Divine Punishment 1, true god-level skill book, Divine Judgment 1. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Divine grade equipment and skill book. This was his first time acquiring an item of such rank. In the next moment, he raised his hand and summoned the Sword of Divine Punishment into his palm. Accessing the Attribute Panel, Equipment, Sword of Divine Punishment, lower divine grade, exclusive for Lord's attributes, Strength 2 million, Spirit 2 million, Effect 1, and all attacks inflict the Divine Punishment effect, dealing 10 of the target's maximum health, as true damage to boss reduced to 2, Effect 2. Attacks or skills have a 20 chance to trigger Divine Punishment, dealing 5 million true damage, ignoring defenses. Effect 3, active skill, Divine Punishment descends, summons Divine Punishment to strike a designated area, dealing 10 times strength spirit damage with a range of 500 meters, cooldown of 60 minutes. She gasped, her eyes widening in shock. 10 of maximum health as true damage. Even for a BOSS, it's still 2. This is terrifying. Yu's pupils constricted, and it has a 20 chance to trigger 5 million true damage. This equipment's damage potential has completely surpassed that of conventional gear. Alice smiled gently. Indeed, equipment of the divine grade is not ordinary. Bai Ye hesitated no longer and equipped the Sword of Divine Punishment. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light surged from the sword, enveloping Bai Ye's entire body. His strength and spirit soared by 2 million simultaneously. Energy surged within him, his aura skyrocketing to the point that even Yanxi beside him instinctively took a step back. Bai Ye slowly tightened his grip on the sword hilt, feeling the power within him swell to the brink of overflowing, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 200 strength, 2 million spirit. Combined with his previous attributes, his spirit had now surpassed 10 million, and his strength had reached a new height. Moreover, the presence of the Divine Punishment effect had elevated his output capability by at least 2 tiers. Next, the skill book. Bai Ye picked up the dark golden skill book and lightly tapped it with his fingertip. Ding. Using divine grade skill book, Judgment of the Gods. Usage successful. Ding. Acquired divine grade skill, Judgment of the Gods. In the next moment, golden light surged from the skill book, transforming into countless golden runes that poured into Bai Ye's body. His skill panel now displayed a brand new skill. Bai Ye called up the skill details. Skill, Judgment of the Gods, lower divine grade type, active effect, summons Judgment of the Gods, dealing massive true damage to a single target with a damage multiplier of 20 times his strength spirit. Additional effect if the target is a dark type or undead type monster, damage is doubled. Cooldown 30 minutes, cost none, 20 times true damage. Bai Ye recited the skill effects word by word, and even with his composure there was a hint of tremor in his voice. This skill is truly a single target instant kill technique. She leaned closer to see the skill panel, her mouth agape, capable of fitting an egg. My lord, just how terrifying is your output now? Yu marveled. I fear even a tier 10 boss wouldn't withstand a full set of skills. Bai Ye stowed the skill panel and shifted his gaze to the second treasure chest. Time to open the second one. He raised his hand to touch the second treasure chest. Opening lower divine grade treasure chest. Ding. Opening lower divine grade treasure chest. Opening successful. This time there was no dark golden light. Instead, a towering column of pure golden light burst forth from the treasure chest, shooting straight up to the hall's dome. The entire hall was enveloped in golden light, the emerald glow of the tree of life being suppressed at this moment. A holy and majestic aura spread from the light column. As the light dissipated, a completely pure golden scroll quietly floated in midair. The surface of the scroll depicted a six-winged angel holding a holy sword with wings unfurled and surrounded by golden holy flames. Ding. Acquired lower divine grade hero summoning scroll. Hero summoning scroll. She was the first to exclaim, her tone changing. And it's a lower divine grade one. Yu's eyes flashed with shock. A divine grade scroll can at least summon a tier 10 hero, right? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye directly used the scroll. Summon lower divine grade hero. Ding. Using lower divine grade hero summoning scroll. Summoning successful. Ding. Acquired tier 10 hero Holy Seraphim. Holy Seraphim tier 10 hero, a top existence from the heaven plane wielding the dual powers of holiness and flame, possessing terrifying combat strength capable of annihilating the world. Deals an additional 300 damage to dark type monsters and an additional 500 damage to undead type monsters. A tier 10 hero. She screamed in excitement, jumping up. My lord summoned a tier 10 hero. A look of wild joy flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. A tier 10 hero. Moreover, a holy hero that deals immense damage to dark and undead types. The upcoming dark trial will involve dark type monsters. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, summon the Holy Seraphim. Ding. Summoning tier 10 hero Holy Seraphim. Summoning successful. In the next moment, a towering column of golden light rose in the center of the hall. The light column had a diameter of over 10 meters, shooting into the sky, illuminating even the treetop of the Tree of Life. Within the light column, a figure slowly materialized. It was a female angel over 2 meters tall, clad in golden armor, covered in sacred runes. Each rune emitted a gentle golden light. 6 pure white wings slowly unfurled behind her, each feather radiating holy light, with the edges of the wings burning with faint golden holy flames. She wielded a long sword engulfed in golden holy flames with ancient sacred runes inscribed on the blade. Her long hair cascaded like a golden waterfall down to her waist, billowing in the light column. Her features were so exquisite they seemed otherworldly, carrying an aura of divine solemnity. As the light column dissipated, the holy seraphim folded her wings and knelt on one knee, her voice like celestial music resonating in the hall. I pay my respects to my lord. Bai Ye nodded and accessed her attribute panel. Hero Holy Seraphim tier 10 level 1 attributes: strength 5000, agility 5000, constitution 5000, spirit 10,000, skill 1, holy judgment. Executes a holy judgment on the target, dealing 1000 spirit damage, doubling damage against dark type monsters. Cooldown 15 seconds. Skill 2, wings of the seraphim. Unfurls 6 wings, increasing movement speed by 200, immune to all control effects, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Skill 3, holy flame storm. Releases a large area of holy flames covering a 500-meter radius, dealing 500 spirit damage per second, lasting 10 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 4, Angel's Blessing passive. Allies within 2,000 meters gain 50 to all attributes and deal 100 damage to dark-type monsters. Skill 5, Holy Resurrection. Revives a fallen unit, restoring 100 health. Cooldown 1 hour. Description: a seraphim from the heaven plane, one of the strongest warriors under the true gods, possessing the power. Tapori. Bai Ye looked at the attribute panel, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth. 10,000 mental strength. 5 physiques at 5,000 each. Moreover, he possessed 5 skills, including a resurrection skill. This is just the level 1 attributes. This is the terror of a tier 10 hero. Rise up. From now on you shall be called Elina. Bai Ye raised his hand. Elina stood up, her 6 wings slightly folded, her golden eyes calmly gazing at Bai Ye. Thank you, Lord, for the name. I, Elina, am willing to go through fire and water for you, my lord. She leaned closer, curiously observing Elina's 6 wings, her eyes sparkling like 2 stars. Wow, a six-winged angel. This is so cool. It's my first time seeing a real angel. Elina glanced at her indifferently, her gaze lingering on the holy flame staff in Yin Zai's hands for a moment. Little flame, your flame purity is decent, but it is still far from enough. Little flame. Yin Zai's eyes widened, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg in it. I have the holy flame staff. My flames can burn down a tier 9 boss. Elina's expression remained unchanged. Is that so? If I were at your level, a tier 9 boss would be no different from an ant. Yinshi. Ingyu rarely showed a hint of a smile, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. It seems someone will be able to teach you a lesson, Yinshi. Yinshi puffed out her cheeks, looking unconvinced. Just wait until I level up and you'll see. See, Elina cast her eyes on her again. Yinshi shrank her neck. Nothing. Nothing at all. Alice covered her mouth and chuckled. My lord, with Elina joining our combat power, has risen to a new level. Bai Ye nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 4 heroes. Yinshi, a fire mage, explosive output. Ingyue, a shadow assassin, single target reaper. Alice, a healing priest, team sustainability. Elina, a holy warrior. The 4 heroes, each fulfilling their roles, combined with an army of 250,000. The integrity of their combat power had reached a terrifying level. Alice, a healing priest, team sustainability. Elina, a holy warrior. The 4 heroes, each fulfilling their roles, combined with an army of 200. The last dark trial is about to begin. Yes, my lord. The 4 responded in unison. Deep within the fog forest, Bai Ye led 50,000 night elven archers, bringing Elina deep into the forest. The 50,000 holy light knights were led by Alice, heading to the other side of the Dragonblood plains to level up. The remaining troops were commanded by Ingyu and Yinshi, advancing in other areas simultaneously. Bai Ye, accompanied by Elina and the night elven archers, headed north towards the depths of the fog forest. The monsters encountered along the way barely stood a chance against the rain of arrows from the night elven archers. However, Bai Ye deliberately slowed down their output, reserving experience for Elina. Ahead lies a group of blood demon giant bears, tier 6, 500 level, approximately 500 in number. Ingyu returned from scouting the front, quickly reporting. Bai Ye looked at Elina. You deal with them. Elina nodded, her 6 wings unfurling, her form soaring into the air. She raised her holy sword high, golden, holy flames coalescing along the blade. Holy judgment. A golden pillar of light over 50 meters in diameter descended from the sky, enveloping the entire group of giant bears on the wasteland. Boom. The golden light exploded the ground, shaking violently. The giant bears caught in the light had no chance to scream, turning to ashes in the holy light. In one strike, 500 tier 7 giant bears were annihilated. Ding. Killed blood demon giant bear, 500, triggered 10,000-fold experience. Holy Seraph level increased to 120. Holy Seraph level increased to 200. Holy Seraph level increased to 250. The golden light flashed repeatedly. Elina's level soared at a visible speed. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. Continue. For the next few hours, Elina swept through everything in the depths of the fog forest like a reaper. Tier 7 monsters fell with a single strike. Tier 8 monsters also fell with a single strike. Tier 9 monsters could barely withstand the first hit, but would surely perish from the second. Her level skyrocketed. 300 levels. 500 levels, 800 levels, 1,000 levels. Bai Ye pulled up Elina's level panel, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. At this rate, reaching 2,000 levels before nightfall would be no problem. My lord, ahead a large-scale group of tier 9 monsters has been discovered, phantom dragons, approximately 3,000 in number, level 1,500. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed. 3,000 tier 9 phantom dragons. This was considered a top monster group, even in the depths of the fog forest. Yet he showed no hesitation and directly ordered, Elina, deal with them. Elina nodded, her 6 wings unfurling, her form rising into the air. She flew above the group of phantom dragons, her holy sword raised high, golden, holy flames wildly coalescing along the blade. This time she did not use holy judgment, but directly unleashed an area effect skill. Holy flame storm. The golden holy flames spread outward from her like a golden wave, engulfing the entire battlefield. Wherever the holy flames passed, the air was scorched and distorted, and the grass and trees on the ground instantly turned to ashes. The phantom dragons struggled in the holy flames, emitting shrill cries. Their shadowy scales were burned through like paper, creating charred holes. 500 mental damage per second, lasting for 10 seconds. At this moment, Elina's mental strength had already surpassed 10 million. The damage from the holy flame storm was terrifying to the extreme. 3,000 phantom dragons struggled in the holy flames for less than 5 seconds before collapsing completely. Ding. Killed phantom dragon 3,000, triggered 10,000-fold experience. Holy Seraph level increased to 1,300. Holy Seraph level increased to 1,400. Holy Seraph level increased to 1,500. The golden light flashed repeatedly, and Elina's level surged once more. Yanxi, hearing the battle situation from the message, gasped, 2 strikes. 3,000 Tier 9 Phantom Dragons resolved in 2 strikes. Ingyu said solemnly, the terror of a Tier 10 hero far exceeds our imagination. Bai Ye did not pause, leading the troops deeper. Time passed. Soon it was evening. Bai Ye pulled up Elina's attribute panel. A genuine satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Hero Holy Seraph Elina Tier 10 level 2000 attribute strength, 22 million agility, 22 million physique, 22 million mental, 70 million skills. 70 million mental strength. Combined with the 1000 damage multiplier of Holy Judgment, a single strike could deal 700 million damage. Moreover, with the 50 all-attribute bonus from Angel's Blessing, the surrounding allies could also receive substantial boosts. Bai Ye smiled with satisfaction. This is the terror of a Tier 10 hero. Return to the territory. Bai Ye waved his hand, leading the troops on their way back. Within the territory, Alice returned with 50,000 Holy Light Knights. After a day of leveling, the Holy Light Knights had also reached level 1500. Bai Ye pulled up the attribute panel of a Holy Light Knight. Unit Holy Light Knight, Tier 9 level 1500 attribute strength 4. 5 million agility, 2 million physique, 9 million mental, 1 million skills. 9 million physique. Coupled with the 50 life shield from Holy Light Shield, their survivability is extremely strong. Plus the mobility of Holy Light Charge and the single target burst of Holy Light Judgment. Holy Light Knights had already become true all-rounders in Bai Ye's army. My lord, all the troops have returned. Shadow Moon stepped forward and reported solemnly that 250 strong army has gathered completely. Standing on the steps before the castle hall, Bai Ye's gaze swept over the fiercely powerful troops, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Next comes the 4th dark trial. He murmured softly, his eyes gazing at the gradually darkening sky. Bai Ye returned to the castle hall and sat on the main seat. 4 heroes stood on either side. First, let's take stock of the resources at hand. Bai Ye opened his backpack, his gaze sweeping over the piled items inside. From the war god ruins and previous battles, he had accumulated quite a few unopened treasure chests. Mythical treasure chest 5. Legendary treasure chest 20. There were also some scattered potions and materials. Open them all. Without hesitation, Bai Ye gave the order. Ding. Opening mythical treasure chest 5. Opening successful. Gain mythical equipment 3. A mythical skill book 2. Ding. Opening legendary treasure chest 20. Opening successful. Gained legendary equipment 8. Legendary potions 20. Territory origin stones 50. Dark gold and golden lights flickered in the hall, and pieces of equipment and items floated in the air. Bai Ye raised his hand, summoning 3 pieces of mythical equipment into his palm. The first piece was a suit of pure holy white armor engraved all over with holy light runes. Equipment: Holy Light Battle Armor, mythical class, exclusive to unit attributes: Constitution, effects, 50 damage reduction, from dark damage 70 damage reduction, from undead damage. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Bai Ye's eyes as he immediately pulled up the collective equipment panel for the Holy Light Knights and equipped the Holy Light Battle Armor. Ding! Mythical equipment: Holy Light Battle Armor has been equipped for all Holy Light Knights. The armor of 5 Holy Light Knights was instantly replaced, and the holy white armor emitted a soft glow in the twilight, the aura surging once again. The second piece was a longbow of pure purple with thunder patterns winding along its body. Equipment: Thunder Bow, mythical class, exclusive to unit attributes: Agility 1, effects, 30 chance to trigger thunder arrow during attack, dealing an additional 300 lightning damage, applicable unit Gale Archers. Bai Ye immediately equipped the Thunder Bow for the Gale Archers. The Gale Archers originally possessed the Spirit-Slaying Bow and Holy Shadow Boots, and now with the addition of the Thunder Bow, their output capability was raised to a new level. The third piece was a staff of pure ice blue embedded with ice crystals. Equipment: Frost Staff, mythical class, exclusive to unit attributes: Spirit, effects, ice magic damage, increased by 9 times, ice skill cooldown reduced by 30, applicable unit Ice Spirit Sorceresses. Bai Ye equipped the Frost Staff to the Ice Spirit Sorceresses, enhancing their ice-based output once again. Next, the skill books. Bai Ye picked up 2 mythical skill books and checked their effects. Skill book: Mythical class, Mass Resurrection. Effect: upon use, the hero gains the skill Mass Resurrection, capable of resurrecting up to 10 fallen units simultaneously. Cooldown time: 24 hours. Skill book: Mythical class, Holy Shield. Effect: upon use, the hero gains the skill Holy Shield, applying a shield to a designated unit that absorbs damage equal to 500 of their spirit, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. After pondering for a moment, Bai Ye gave the Mass Resurrection to Alice and the Holy Shield to Shadow Moon. Alice was already responsible for the team's healing and sustainability, and with the Mass Resurrection skill, her support capabilities were further refined. Shadow Moon, being an assassin-type hero, had relatively weaker survival capabilities, and the Holy Shield would greatly enhance her battlefield survival rate. Next, the legendary equipment. Bai Ye distributed the 8 pieces of legendary equipment among the various units, further enhancing the overall attributes of the army. The legendary potions were all stored in the backpack for backup. With 50 territory origin stones along with some prior scattered accumulations, the total amount had reached 70. However, to upgrade the territory again, a total of 300 is required. Not only that, but special upgrade tasks must also be completed to upgrade. After all, there is a huge gap between extraordinary 3 stars and extraordinary 4 stars. So far, among all the formal lords in the blue star, less than 30 have reached extraordinary 3 stars or above. In this regard, Bai Ye was not in a hurry. He had only been a lord for less than 10 days and had already reached extraordinary 3 stars. In the future, he had all the time to prepare. Bai Ye summoned the territory status panel and quickly scanned territory. Bai Ye's territory level: extraordinary 3 stars, Lord Bai Ye, level 2100, troops 250 Dawn, shield 500 tier 3, level 2100 Gale archers 500 tier 5, level 2100 ice spirit sorceresses 500 tier 6, level 2100 night elf archers 500 tier 8, level 2100 holy light knights 500 tier 9, level 1500 heroes 4 Yin, She fire mage level 2100, Shadow Moon shadow assassin level 2100, Alice healing priest level 2100, Elena holy seraph level 2000, territory buildings tree of life mythical class 8 high level granaries 5 unit altars 2 thunder god crossbow towers resources energy points 2 5 billion high level food 30 billion. Bai Ye looked at the panel, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. With an army of 25000 and 4 heroes, including the tier 10 hero Elena, such strength is also among the top ranks among formal lords. And he was still just a rookie lord. The rookie trial period lasts a total of 10 days. During these 10 days, rookie lords can freely develop in this independent world. At the same time, during this period, they must go through 4 dark trials. As long as the territory survives through the 4 dark trials, they can obtain formal lord qualifications. At that time, they can choose to exit the rookie trial early or continue developing in this world. Many rookie lords choose to continue developing. After all, once they become formal lords, the development environment is not as favorable. Moreover, upon becoming formal lords, they will possess a void territory of their own. In the endless void, a territory that truly belongs to them. The 4th dark trial. Bai Ye murmured, as long as I pass this trial, I will become a formal lord. Before him, the 250 army stood in formation with 4 heroes positioned to either side. The green light of the tree of life enveloped the entire territory, while the thunder god crossbow towers barrels glowed with purple lightning in the night. Everything is ready. Ding. The 4th dark trial will commence in 30 minutes. Please prepare defenses. Tip: this dark trial is the last trial of the rookie trial period, and its difficulty far exceeds the first 3. It is recommended that the lord ensure sufficient troop strength before challenging. Special reminder: upon clearing the 4th dark trial, the lord will obtain formal lord qualifications and unlock the void territory function. The system prompt reverberated in the night sky. Bai Ye tightened his grip on the eternal staff. The sword of divine punishment hung at his waist, and purple lightning quietly gathered around him. They're coming. A fierce smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The 4th dark trial. Let me see just how strong you are. Yen, she gripped the holy flame staff tightly, her gaze fierce. It's finally here. I can't wait any longer. Shadow Moon tightened her grip on the death sword, her expression calm. The 4th trial will surely not be simple. Alice smiled gently. With Elena's addition, we should be fine. Elena spread her 6 wings, her golden eyes gazing at the dark sky, calmly saying, the darkness. I will purify everything. Standing on the steps in front of the castle hall, Bai Ye surveyed the 250 army. All troops. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of every unit. Prepare for battle. Yes, my lord. The 250 army responded in unison, their voices resonating through the night sky. The 4th dark trial is about to begin. The night was as dark as ink. The countdown for the 4th dark trial ticked away on the panels of every new lord like the pendulum of death striking at the hearts of all. In the chat channel of Blue Star, messages refreshed at a dizzying speed. This is the last time. If I make it through tonight, I will officially be a lord. It sounds easy, but 60% of the participants were eliminated in the first 3 rounds. I wonder how many will die this time. I've spent all my possessions reinforcing my defenses. I hope it's enough. Has anyone confirmed what difficulty to choose? I'm still hesitating. Nonsense, who would dare choose nightmare difficulty? Just passing the normal level would be good enough. Various discussions filled the channel. Anxiety, fear, and anticipation, all emotions intertwined. Bai Ye closed the chat channel, his gaze calmly directed towards the dark sky beyond his territory. The system prompt sounded on time. Ding. The fourth dark trial is about to commence. Please choose the difficulty, Lord. A translucent system panel appeared before Bai Ye listing 3 options: normal difficulty, recommended, hard difficulty, nightmare difficulty. Bai Ye glanced at it, preparing to choose nightmare difficulty. The panel suddenly flickered. A dark red text emerged from the bottom of the panel, as if some force had forcibly torn open a hidden seal. Hidden difficulty unlocked. Hell difficulty, historical completion rate 0. No one in the history of Blue Star has completed it. Warning: this difficulty is extremely dangerous, with a 100 mortality rate. Please choose carefully. She leaned in to see the dark red text on the panel, her pupils constricting. Hell difficulty. Historical completion rate 0. Yu frowned tightly. This is the first time this difficulty has appeared. Oh, it never showed up in the first 3 dark trials. Alice's expression turned slightly grave. A 100 mortality rate. Lord, this. Elena spread her 6 wings, her golden eyes fixating on the dark red text, saying softly, the aura of darkness. Something seems to be watching us behind this difficulty. Bai Ye remained silent. His gaze fell on the words hell difficulty, showing no fear, only an almost indifferent calm. My lord, you can't be serious about choosing this, right? She was anxious. The mortality rate is 100. Yu said solemnly. The nightmare difficulty in the first 3 rounds was already terrifying. Hell difficulty is more than 10 times worse than the first 3 combined. Bai Ye turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the 000 troops behind him. 50,000 dawn shields clad in dark golden battle god armor, their shields standing like an unbreakable iron wall. 50,000 gale archers, their thunderbows drawn, arrows poised to strike. 50,000 ice spirits, sorcerers, their frost staves raised, an intense chill permeating the air. 50,000 night elves, archers, their shadow arrows drawn, blending with the night. 50,000 holy light knights, their holy light armor radiating a gentle glow in the twilight, their holy light spears pointed skyward. The 000 troops displayed an invincible aura. What is there to fear? Bai Ye's lips curled into a faint smile. Hell difficulty. Perfectly suitable for me. He raised his hand, his fingertip resting on the dark red option. I choose hell difficulty. You have selected hidden difficulty, hell level. Warning: under this difficulty, death cannot be resurrected. The effects of Valhalla are nullified. Please confirm if you wish to continue. Confirm. Bai Ye's voice was as calm as if he were discussing what to have for dinner. The next moment, a blinding dark red light erupted from the sky, staining the entire horizon red like blood. A server-wide announcement appeared simultaneously on the panels of all new lords, each word emanating an oppressive aura. Server notification. New Lord Bai Ye has actively chosen the hidden difficulty, hell level. Historical completion rate 0. No one in the history of Blue Star has dared to challenge this difficulty. The server notification echoed 3 times in the minds of all new lords like thunder. The chat channel exploded in an instant. What a hell difficulty? What is that? Hidden difficulty? I've never even heard of it. Historical completion rate 0. Isn't this just asking to die? Is Bai Ye crazy? The nightmare difficulty in the first 3 rounds was already absurd, and now he chooses a guaranteed death difficulty. Holy God, does he think his life is too long? Wait, did you notice? No one in the history of Blue Star has completed it. This means there has been hidden difficulty before, but no one has ever chosen it. Of course, who would choose a guaranteed death difficulty? Shock, confusion, ridicule, and worry flooded the screen in a frenzy. Leon's territory. He had just completed the 3rd layer of the True God trial, still bearing the scars of battle. The moment he saw the server announcement, his golden eyes suddenly constricted and his grip on his sword tightened. Hell difficulty. Historical completion rate 0. He repeated softly, disbelief lacing his tone. As a descendant of the True God, he understood better than anyone what hidden difficulty meant. It was a death trap prepared by the system for a very few special lords. Those who chose it were doomed to die. No one had ever survived the hidden difficulty. Seeking death. Leon said coldly, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. Bai Ye, you are wasting your talent. Zhou Mao's territory. She was directing her troops to reinforce defenses when she froze in place upon seeing the announcement. Hell difficulty. She bit her lip, her hands tightly clenched together. After a moment, she opened her private chat with Bai Ye and quickly typed, Zhou Miao, Bai Ye big boss. Why did you choose hell difficulty? The message was sent, but there was no reply. She sent another message, Zhou Miao big boss, you must be careful. I believe you can definitely clear it. After sending, she stared at the chat interface for a while. Still no reply. She sighed, muttering to herself, the big boss must be preparing. You must survive. Meanwhile, beyond the realm of the Lord, deep within the endless void, a colossal palace floated in the emptiness, constructed entirely of an unknown black metal. At the pinnacle of the palace, a dark red star hovered, emanating an eerie glow. Inside the palace, an elderly figure clad in a dark red robe sat upon a high-backed chair. His visage was aged and sinister with eyes of a strange dark red hue, as if flames were burning within his pupils. A faint dark red aura enveloped him, distorting the surrounding space with each breath he took. He was the jealous archbishop of the Abyssal Church, Mordred. Mordred suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise glimmering in his dark red pupils. He raised his hand, slicing through the void to create a dark red crack. Within the crack, an image emerged. Bai Ye stood in the center of his territory with 250,000 troops arranged in neat formation, while 4 heroes stood on either side. Hell-level dark trial. Mordred murmured to himself, his aged voice echoing in the vast hall. A new lord dares to initiate such a difficulty. A cold smile gradually crept onto his lips. Moreover, this lord's aura is quite unusual. He raised his hand, dark red light gathering in his palm, transforming into an enigmatic rune. The rune was etched with a twisted serpent coiling around an apple. It was a symbol of the law of jealousy. What makes you so special? Mordred spoke softly, a glimmer of greed flashing in his dark red eyes. The law of jealousy can replicate all abilities. If you are truly strong enough, then your powers shall belong to me. He stood up, the dark red robe billowing in the void. Projecting into the new lord's world will require a significant price, but for a lord who might possess special abilities, it is worth it. He raised his hand and pressed the dark red rune against the void. The rune exploded, transforming into countless dark red rays that spread towards Bai Ye's location. On the other side, deeper within the endless void, a structure many times larger than Mordred's palace hovered in the emptiness. It was a colossal silver tower, its body piercing deep into the void with no visible top. The surface of the tower was inscribed with countless runes, each one slowly circulating, emitting a chilling wave of energy. At the highest level of the tower, there was an extremely spacious hall. In the center of the hall, a figure clad in a silver robe floated in midair. His face was obscured by a hood, making his features indistinguishable, with only 2 silver beams of light shining from his eyes. Countless tiny runes swirled around him. Each second, thousands of runes circulated, perishing and being reborn. He was the 7th seat of the Void Council, the Observer. The Observer suddenly raised his head, his silver eyes piercing through the endless void, gazing in a certain direction. Hell-level dark trial. Initiated. His voice was indifferent and mechanical, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The Blue Star Civilization has never had anyone initiate this difficulty before. He raised his hand, silver light gathering in his palm, transforming into a rune. The rune was inscribed with an open eye. Let me see who this initiator is. He pressed the rune against the void. The rune exploded, transforming into countless silver rays that spread towards Bai Ye's location. Observation begins. The Observer murmured, the reflection of Bai Ye appearing in his silver eyes. Bai Ye's vision blurred. In the next moment, he realized he was no longer in his territory. Surrounding him was a dark red world. The sky was devoid of stars, only swirling dark red clouds slowly rolling like coagulated blood clots. The ground was pitch black, cracked with myriad fissures, and dark red smoke continuously wafted from the crevices. The air was thick with the pungent scent of sulfur mingled with the stench of blood and decay, making each breath nauseating. In the distance, a gigantic dark red volcano erupted with lava flowing down its slopes like blood. Is this the hell-level trial ground? Yenzai's voice came from behind, trembling slightly. Bai Ye turned around to see 4 heroes and 250,000 troops, all teleported in. The Shield of Dawn Gale archers, Ice Spirit sorcerers, Night Elf archers, and Holy Knights, all lined up. Ding! You have entered the hell-level trial ground, Abyssal Blood Field. Trial description: defeat all abyssal monsters and survive until the trial ends. Notice in this trial ground the resurrection effect of the Hall of Heroes is disabled and fallen units cannot be revived. Current monster wave 110. The system prompt just finished. The dark red ground in the distance began to tremble. The scorched earth cracked open numerous seams, and dark red light seeped through the cracks. Monsters crawled out from the fissures. They were tall, covered in dark red scales with curved horns on their heads, and eyes ablaze with dark red flames. Wielding massive dark red battle axes, each step they took left burning footprints on the ground. Bai Ye glanced at his attribute panel: monster, Abyssal Demon Soldier, rank 8th, rank level 1500, attribute strength 2 million, agility 1 million, constitution 2. 5 million, spirit 800, skills abyssal/demon, flame, impact, bloodthirst, quantity approximately 500, 8th rank level 1500, 50,000 of them. This was just the first wave. A confident smile crept onto Bai Ye's lips. Elena. Yes. Elena unfurled her 6 wings, ascending into the air, golden holy flames condensing upon her holy sword. Cleanse the field. Understood. Elena raised her holy sword high, the golden holy flames crazily gathering on the blade, illuminating the entire dark red sky. Holy flame storm. The golden holy flames spread out from her center, sweeping across the entire battlefield like golden waves. Wherever the holy flames passed, the scorched earth was burned to a glass-like state, and the dark red smoke was purified by the holy light. The abyssal demon soldiers struggled in the holy flames, emitting horrifying cries. Their dark red scales were burned to holes as if made of paper in front of the holy flames. 50,000 8th rank level 1500 abyssal demon soldiers struggled for less than 3 seconds in the holy flames before collapsing to the ground. Ding! Killed abyssal demon soldiers 500, triggering 10,000 times experience. Holy Seraph's level increased to level 2050. Holy Seraph's level increased to level 2100. Holy Seraph's level increased to level 2150. The golden light flickered continuously as Elena's level skyrocketed at a visible speed. 50,000 8th tier monsters all gone in a single move. Shadow Moon gripped the sword of death tightly. The terror of a 10th tier hero far exceeds our imagination. Bai Ye did not pause, his gaze fixed on the distance. The second wave of monsters had already surged forth. This time it was an upgraded version of the Abyss Demon Soldier, the Abyss Demon General. Monster Abyss Demon General. Rank 9th tier. Level 1600. Attributes Strength 3. 5 million Agility 1. 5 million Constitution, 4 million Spirit 1. 2 million. Quantity approximately 80000. 8th tier, 1800 level, 80,000 of them. Elena continue. Without hesitation, Elena raised the holy sword once more. Holy Flame Storm. The golden holy flames swept across the battlefield again. 80,000 Abyss Demon Generals struggled in the holy flames for less than 5 seconds before all fell to the ground. Ding! Kill Abyss Demon General 80,000, triggering 10,000 times experience. The Holy Seraph's level has risen to 2,200. The Holy Seraph's level has risen to 2,250. Third wave. Monster Abyss Lord. Rank 9th tier. Level 1800. Attribute Strength 6 million Agility, 2 million Constitution, 8 million Spirit, 2 million. Quantity approximately 10000. 9th tier, 2,000 level 100,000 of them. This time, Elena's Holy Flame Storm was unable to clear the field in one go. The resistance of the 9th tier monsters surpassed that of the 8th tier, significantly reducing the damage from the Holy Flames. 100,000 Abyss Lords charged forward against the Holy Flames, shaking the earth. Night Elves Archers Rain of Arrows. Bai Ye commanded. 50,000 Night Elves Archers unleashed their skills, simultaneously unleashing a dark purple rain of arrows that covered the battlefield. Each arrow carried nearly 20 million damage, and together with Elena's Holy Flames, the Abyss Lord's health rapidly dwindled. Gale Archers output at full power. 50,000 Gale Archers simultaneously released their arrows, raining down like a storm. Ice Spirit Mage freeze 1,000 miles. 50,000 Ice Spirit Mages unleashed their skills simultaneously, a biting chill sweeping across the battlefield, freezing entire groups of Abyss Lords into ice sculptures. With 3 paths of ranged attacks in unison combined with Elena's Holy Flames, all 100,000 Abyss Lords were annihilated in just 2 minutes. Ding! Kill Abyss Lord 100,000, triggering 10,000 times experience. Night Elves Archer's level has risen to 2,200. Gale Archer's level has risen to 2,200. Ice Spirit Mage's level has risen to 2,200. Holy Knight's level has risen to 1,700. Holy Seraph's level has risen to 2,300. Golden light poured down like a storm. The aura of the 000 army surged wildly. Bai Ye glanced at the experience panel, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At this rate, after defeating 10 waves of monsters, everyone's level could rise to at least 2,500. 4th wave, 5th wave, 6th wave. The monsters became increasingly powerful, and their numbers grew with each wave. Yet Bai Ye's 000 army, bolstered by 10,000 times experience, was also rapidly rising in level, their attributes soaring. By the 7th wave, the tier of the monsters had already risen to 9th tier, 2,500 level, with a quantity reaching 200,000. Monster Abyss Dragon. Rank 9th tier. Level 2,300. Attributes Strength 10 million Agility, 3 million Constitution, 12 million Spirit, 3 million. Skills Abyss Dragon Breath Dragon, Roar Shadow Dragon Claw. 200,000 9th tier, 2,500 level Abyss Dragons blotted out the sky, their wings nearly covering the entire sky. They opened their massive mouths, simultaneously dark purple Abyss Dragon Breath gushing forth like 200,000 beams of death sweeping toward Bai Ye's troops. Light of Dawn Shield raised shields. 50,000 dawn shields stepped forward, shields raised high, the dark gold battle god armor shimmering in the dragon breath. The dragon breath collided with the shields, producing a deafening roar. However, under the 60 damage reduction of the battle god armor and the 40-fold damage reduction of the white magic crown combined, the dawn shield withstood this wave of dragon breath. Elena, divine judgment. Elena spread her 6 wings, rising into the air, gathering all the golden, holy flames onto her holy sword. Divine judgment. A golden light pillar with a diameter of over 100 meters descended from the sky, piercing through the entire dragon horde. The abyss dragons, enveloped by the light, had no time to scream before turning to ashes in the holy light. In one strike, tens of thousands of abyss dragons were annihilated. Night Elves archers focus fire. 50,000 Night Elves archers shot simultaneously, shadow arrows pouring down like a storm, each arrow capable of taking a significant amount of health from an abyss dragon. Gale archers trigger the spirit-killing effect. The low-health abyss dragons were instantly killed by the 8-fold extra damage of the spirit-killing bow, falling in droves. The battle lasted a full 10 minutes. All 200,000 abyss dragons fell to the ground. Ding. Kill abyss dragon 200000, triggering 10,000 times experience. All members' levels have risen to 2,500. Night Elves archers current attributes: strength 8 million, agility 12 million, constitution 4 million, spirit 5 million, 1,200,000 agility. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. After reaching level 2,500, the attributes of the 8th tier units had become terrifyingly strong. 8th wave, 9th wave. The monsters grew stronger, but Bai Ye's forces maintained their crushing dominance under the influence of 10,000 times experience. Finally, the 10th wave. The system prompt sounded, carrying an unprecedented gravity. Ding. The 10th wave of monsters is about to appear. Warning: this wave includes boss units. Please respond with caution. Just as the words fell, the entire abyss blood field began to tremble violently. The scorched earth cracked open, a massive fissure over a kilometer wide and immeasurable in depth. Dark red light gushed forth from the crack, soaring into the sky and staining the entire sky blood red. A suffocating pressure surged from the fissure, pressing against the nerves of every unit as if it were a solid substance. The shield formation of the dawn shields trembled slightly, and the arrows of the Night Elves archers quivered. Yen, she grasped the holy flame staff tightly, her face pale. What kind of aura is this? Shadow Moon's grip on the sword tightened slightly. It's stronger than the shadow of the war god, far too strong. Alice clasped her hands together, praying softly. Elena spread her 6 wings, a look of gravity appearing for the first time in her golden eyes. 10th tier, and not an ordinary 10th tier. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened as he tightened his grip on the divine punishment sword. From the fissure, a colossal figure slowly ascended. It was a deep abyss demon exceeding 1,000 meters in size. Its entire body was covered in dark golden scales, each scale the size of a house, shimmering with a metallic luster. Its head bore 6 curved horns, and its eyes burned with dark red flames, as if a chasm was swirling within its pupils. 6 enormous dark red wings unfurled behind it, blotting out the sky, and each flap incited a storm. It wielded a massive dark red battle axe. The blade was etched with twisted runes, emanating a chilling aura of death. BOSS Abyss Demon Ball Projection. Rank Tier 10. Level 2,500. Attribute: strength 50 million, agility 15 million, constitution 80 million, spirit 20 million. Skill 1: Abyss Demon Axe. Swings the battle axe, causing immense area damage. Skill 2: Demon Roar. Full screen fear, lasting 5 seconds. Skill 3: Soul Devour passive. Restores 10 max health for each unit killed. Skill 4: Abyss Domain. All friendly units within range gain 100 to all attributes. Enemies lose 50 to all attributes. Description: a consciousness projection of the Abyss Demon Ball, possessing 1/10 of its original power. Even so, it remains the most terrifying existence among Tier 10. 80 million constitution. 50 million strength. Moreover, it has the Soul Devour passive, recovering health for each unit killed. A hint of seriousness flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. This battle will be tough. All troops attack. With a single command from Bai Ye, 250,000 soldiers launched a simultaneous assault. The arrow storm from the Night Elven archers poured forth dark purple arrows, raining down upon the ball projection like a torrential storm. The Wind Demon archers unleashed their full power, piercing through Baal's scales with their arrows. The Ice Spirit sorceress unleashed her frozen expanse, attempting to freeze the ball projection's movements. Elena's holy flame storm swept through the golden holy flames, scorching Baal's scales. Countless attacks struck the ball projection, causing a flurry of damage numbers to explode. Yet, the decline in Baal's health was maddeningly slow. With 80 million constitution combined with the terrifying defenses of a Tier 10 boss, and the concentrated fire from 250,000 troops, they could only whittle down less than one of its health with each round. In contrast, the ball projection's counterattack was terrifyingly fierce. Abyss Demon Axe. The ball projection swung its dark red battle axe, sending a dark red blade sweeping across the entire battlefield. Where the blade passed, the Shield of Dawn was knocked aside, Night Elven archers were instantly killed, and the Ice Spirit Sorceress turned to ash. In one strike, over 1,000 soldiers fell. Ding. Ball projection triggered Soul Devour. Health restored by 10. Bai Ye exclaimed anxiously, "It can heal. We've wasted our efforts fighting it for so long." Shadow Moon gritted her teeth. "We must stop it from killing our troops, or we will never defeat it." Bai Ye's gaze darkened. The Soul Devour skill was utterly vile. As long as the ball projection killed a soldier, it could heal. Moreover, the ball projection's attack range was vast, capable of taking out many soldiers with each strike. If this problem was not resolved, even fighting for a day and a night would not be enough to kill it. "Elena, can you hold it back?" Elena spread her 6 wings, gathering golden holy flames upon her holy sword. "I'll give it a try." She charged at the ball projection, condensing all the golden holy flames on her sword. Divine Judgment. A golden beam descended from the heavens, striking fiercely at the ball projection's head. The ball projection let out a painful roar as its health decreased by 3. But it immediately swung its battle axe, sending a dark red blade slicing toward Elena. Elena flapped her 6 wings, drawing a graceful arc in the air, narrowly dodging the blade. However, the residual wave of the blade still grazed her wings, causing golden feathers to flutter down. "No, I can't hold it back alone." Elena retreated to her formation, her expression grave. "Its attack range is too vast." Bai Ye frowned tightly. At that moment, the ball projection opened its massive mouth, letting out a deafening roar. Demon Roar. A dark red sound wave emanated from its mouth, enveloping the entire battlefield. Where the sound wave traveled, all soldiers' bodies froze. The fear debuff triggered, unable to attack or move for 5 seconds. Bai Ye also felt that terror stemming from the depths of his soul, his body uncontrollably stiffening in place. 5 seconds were enough for the ball projection to do a lot. It swung its battle axe, dark red blades flying out in succession, exploding amidst the ranks of soldiers. Waves of soldiers fell. With each kill, the ball projection's health restored significantly. As the 5 seconds ended, Bai Ye's forces had lost over 20,000 soldiers. Yet the ball projection's health remained above 80. "This won't do." Bai Ye took a deep breath, gripping the Divine Punishment sword tightly. "Everyone step back, I will take over the battlefield." Bai Ye's voice echoed across the battlefield. Yanxi was taken aback. "My lord." "I said step back." Bai Ye's tone left no room for doubt. The 4 heroes exchanged glances. Though confused, they ordered their troops to retreat. 250,000 soldiers withdrew from the battlefield, leaving only Bai Ye standing before the ball projection. The ball projection lowered its head, 6 dark red eyes fixated on Bai Ye, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of its mouth. "A tiny human. Do you think you can challenge me alone?" Bai Ye said nothing. He raised his right hand, drawing the Divine Punishment sword from his waist. The blade was long, entirely golden, engraved with intricate divine patterns. The golden gem at the hilt sparkled brilliantly under the dark red sky. Bai Ye tightened his grip on the sword, pointing the tip at the ball projection. "One sword." His voice was as calm as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. "Is enough." The ball projection paused for a moment before bursting into thunderous laughter. "One sword. With that toy of yours?" Bai Ye ignored it. He closed his eyes. The power of thunder and divine energy surged into the Divine Punishment sword. The divine patterns on the sword began to glow, the golden light growing ever more radiant. The golden gem at the hilt erupted with blinding brilliance, resembling a small sun rising in Bai Ye's hand. The sky began to tear apart. The dark red clouds were ripped apart by an invisible force, revealing a massive golden fissure. From within the fissure, golden thunder rolled, and the holy aura cascaded down like a waterfall. The smile on the ball projection's face froze. It sensed that aura. It was the power from a higher realm. "What is this? What is happening?" Bai Ye opened his eyes. The golden thunder reflected in his pupils as golden and purple light intertwined around him. "Divine Punishment, descend." He swung down the Divine Punishment sword. The sky split apart completely. A golden thunder column over 1,000 meters in diameter descended from the heavens, penetrating the entire world. In the light column, countless holy runes spun, each exuding waves of destructive energy. The ball projection attempted to flee, but its body was locked by an invisible force, unable to move an inch. It could only watch helplessly as the golden light column rushed toward it. No, the light column pierced through the ball projection's body. The dark golden scales melted in the holy light. 6 horns turned to ash, and 6 wings were torn apart. Its body began to shatter from the head, dissipating into specks of light. The effect of the Sword of Divine Punishment has been triggered. dealing 10 of the target's maximum health as true damage, inflicting 5 million true damage. Countless damage numbers exploded above the projection of ball densely packed, forming a curtain of light. After 10 seconds, the light beam dissipated. The projection of ball has vanished. Only a massive pit a kilometer in diameter and immeasurable in depth remains on the ground, its walls scorched to a glass-like state, still emitting steam. Ding. Level 10 boss Abyss Demon Bow's projection defeated, triggering 10,000 times experience. All members' levels increased to level 2,800. Dark Elf Archer's current level 2,800. Attributes Strength 10 million, Agility 16 million, Constitution 5 million, Spirit 6 million. Golden light filled the sky. Yet Bai Ye did not glance at the experience panel. He sheathed the sword of divine punishment and turned to face the 4 heroes and the 250 strong army. Golden light filled the sky. Yet Bai Ye did not glance at the experience panel. He sheathed the sword of divine punishment and turned to face the 4 heroes and the 250. Alice clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with reverence. Elena's 6 wings slightly folded, and for the first time respect appeared in her golden eyes. Lord, you are stronger than I imagined. Ding. 4th Dark Trial held, difficulty cleared. Clearance rating SSS level. Reward obtained energy points 30 billion, territory origin stone 300, lower true god level treasure chest 2. Server-wide announcement resounded 3 times, each like a thunderclap. Server-wide notice. New Lord Bai Ye successfully cleared the hidden difficulty hell level. First time in history. The first person in Blue Star's history. Clearance rating SSS level. The chat channel exploded. What? He cleared it. Hell difficulty. First time in history. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A difficulty with a 100 death rate, how could he possibly clear it? I must be seeing things. This isn't real. Bai Ye. What kind of monster is he? The first person in Blue Star. This title is well deserved. Leon looked at the server-wide announcement, the golden sword in his hand slowly drooping. The disdain and anger on his face were gone, replaced by a deep sense of helplessness. Hell difficulty. SSS rating. He repeated softly, his voice bitter. Zhou Mao's territory. Upon seeing the announcement, she leaped up, tears of excitement welling up. I knew it. The big shot will definitely succeed. Ah, so amazing. She opened the private chat interface with Bai Ye sending a flurry of exclamation marks and emojis. This time Bai Ye replied. Bai Ye, thank you. Only 2 words, but Zhou Miao was so excited she spun around 3 times in her territory. Meanwhile, in the endless void, the palace of the jealous Archbishop Mordred. Mordred looked at the image that appeared before him, shock filling his dark red pupils. 1 sword. Eliminated Bao's projection. His voice trembled. That sword of divine punishment. Is it a true god-level equipment? What exactly is this? Bai Ye's background? He took a deep breath, the shock in his eyes gradually replaced by, no matter what his background is, I must claim his ability. He raised his hand, dark red light gathering in his projection descends. His body began to blur, a dark red light shot out from within him, racing towards Bai Ye. This is the ultimate ability of the law of jealousy, projection descent. At a great cost, a part of one's consciousness and power is projected to the target's location. The projection possesses 30% of the original's power, enough to crush the vast majority of enemies. More importantly, projections can utilize the law of jealousy to copy the target's abilities. Mordred's lips curled into a cold smile. Let me see what your ability truly is. Inside the Bai Ye had just returned, the army resting beneath the tree of life. He walked into the castle hall, followed closely by the 4 heroes. Lord quickly opened the true god-level treasure chest. Yen, she said eagerly. Bai Ye nodded, taking out 2 lower true god-level treasure chests from his backpack. The dark, golden treasure chests floated in midair, their surfaces engraved with divine runes emanating a chilling wave of energy. Open the first one. Ding. Opening lower true god-level treasure chest. Opening successful. A gem entirely multicolored quietly floated in the air. The gem was structured like a polyhedron, each facet refracting different colors of light, as if a galaxy flowed within it. Obtained Attribute Evolution Stone 1. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. The Attribute Evolution Stone. He had previously obtained one, using it to upgrade the Divine Source Blessing from a 10,000 times boost to 100,000 times. Now another one. Which attribute should I upgrade? Bai Ye quickly contemplated. The Divine Source Blessing was already at 100,000 times resource output. It was sufficient. The Divine Weapon Contract is 1 energy point to summon, already perfect. Infinite upgrades have no level limit, and after upgrading it is highly likely to enhance the attribute bonuses from each level up. 10,000 times experience. Bai Ye's gaze fell on 10,000 times experience. This was the attribute he obtained earliest, and the core of his rapid growth. 10,000 times experience allowed him and his unit to level up at an astonishing speed. But if upgraded to 100,000 times, The speed of enhancement would reach a new level. Decided. Bai Ye picked up the Attribute Evolution Stone, speaking solemnly. Use the Attribute Evolution Stone to upgrade the Lord Attribute 10,000 times experience amplification. Ding. Using the Attribute Evolution Stone. Upgrade target Lord Attribute 10,000 times experience amplification. Experience gain increased by 100,000 times. Upgrading. Ding. Upgrade successful. The Lord Attribute 10,000 times experience amplification has been upgraded. You have obtained a new Lord Attribute million times experience amplification. Attribute effect: the Lord and all units under command experience gain is increased by 1,000,000 times. A colorful glow surged from the gem, merging into Bai Ye's body. 1,000,000 times. Bai Ye murmured softly, his voice, usually unwavering, tinged with genuine astonishment. Even 10,000 times had been terrifying enough. Yet as troop tiers ascended beyond their natural limits, the experience required for further upgrades escalated exponentially. A 10,000-fold enhancement was beginning to feel insufficient. Now a 1,000,000-fold amplification would once again supercharge the evolution speed of all territorial units. Lord, why does your expression seem so exhilarated? Yanxi tilted her head inquisitively. Bai Ye drew a deep breath, steadying his pulse, and succinctly explained the effect of the 1,000,000-fold experience boost. Silence reigned in the grand hall for a full 5 seconds. 1,000,000 times. Yanxi's voice cracked with disbelief. Yingyu's hand trembled slightly as she gripped her sword. This enhancement is utterly terrifying. Alice clasped her hands together, eyes shimmering with awe. Lord's abilities grow ever more unfathomable. Erlina's golden eyes flickered with profound shock. 1,000,000 times. Even top-tier lords from the celestial plane lack such power. A satisfied smile curved Bai Ye's lips. With 1,000,000 times the experience and infinite upgrade potential, his ascension would accelerate into pure, unbridled frenzy. Continue opening treasure chests. Bai Ye raised his hand and touched the second divine-level chest. Ding. Opening lower divine chest. Success. A surge of dark gold radiance erupted, revealing a skill tome suspended midair, its cover gleaming gold. Etched upon it was a celestial golden pillar descending from the heavens, within which countless angelic silhouettes shimmered faintly. Acquired divine tier skill tome. Angel Legion Summoning. Bai Ye reviewed the skill's effects. Skill: Angel Legion Summoning, lower divine tier. Type: active. Effect: summons an angelic legion to fight alongside you. Number equals mental power 1/0. Duration 1 hour. Angel rank 9th tier. Angel level equal to Lord's current level. Cooldown 24 hours. Cost none. Summon an angel legion. A spark of delight flashed across Bai Ye's gaze. This skill was without question a true battlefield dominator. His mental power, amplified by countless enhancements, had already surpassed 10 million. Per the skill's parameters, he could summon over 100 9th tier angels, and their level matched his own. He stood at level 280, meaning each summoned angel would also be level 280. Over 100 level 2800 9th tier angels, collectively rivaling a small army in raw combat might. Activate. Without hesitation, Bai Ye consumed the skill tome. Golden light flooded his being, and a new skill appeared on his interface panel. Meanwhile, beyond the territory's borders, the void split open, a jagged crimson fissure tearing across reality. From the rift surged a crimson beam that struck the ground and coalesced into humanoid form, an elderly man draped in dark crimson ecclesiastical robes, his face ancient and sinister, eyes glowing with unnatural crimson. It was none other than the projection of Archbishop Madrid, the Grand Envy. He stood outside the territory, scanning the 2 Thunder God ballista towers and the Tree of Life, his gaze alight with covetous hunger. An extraordinary tier 3-star territory, possessing mythic grade structures. This Bai Ye is truly extraordinary. He raised his hand, and dark crimson light gathered in his palm. Envy law replication. Crimson light streamed from his palm, creeping inward toward the heart of the... Wherever the light passed, intricate runes shimmered into existence, each one straining to capture Bai Ye's essence. Madrid closed his eyes, attuning himself to the feedback flowing back through the law. Then, his expression shattered. What a... He snapped his eyes open, crimson irises wide with incredulity. Cannot replicate. His abilities cannot be copied by the law of envy. Impossible. He forced the law again, crimson light thickening, intensifying. Yet the feedback remained unchanged, irreproducible. His attributes originate from forces beyond this plane. Madrid whispered hoarsely, a tremor of dread threading his voice. How can this be? He had lived tens of thousands of years, witnessed countless mighty lords, replicated countless fearsome powers. Madrid whispered hoarsely, a tremor of dread threading his voice. How can this be? He had lived tens of thousands of years, witnessed. Madrid clenched his jaw, crimson eyes blazing with bitter resentment. The projection's duration was. He had expended tremendous resources to manifest here. If he failed to replicate Bai Ye's power, the loss would be catastrophic. At the very least, I shall sow him some trouble. Madrid raised his hand, and dark crimson light condensed into a single rune, engraved with a twisted serpent coiling around an apple. He pressed the rune into the earth. It dissolved seamlessly into the soil, vanishing without trace. This is the seed I leave behind, Madrid murmured, a cold, venomous smile playing on his lips. When you ascend to formal lordship and enter the infinite void, this seed shall bloom. Then, I shall come for you myself. He turned, his crimson form beginning to fade. At that very instant, a silvery white beam descended from the heavens, enveloping Madrid's projection. Madrid's face paled. This is the aura of an observer. From within the silver-white radiance, a detached mechanical voice resonated. 7th seat of the Void Council, Observer. Recording complete. Target Novice Lord Bai Ye. Assessment tier fully unobservable. Note this lord possesses capabilities exceeding the fundamental rule-bound ceiling of the current plane. Recommend urgent council attention. Madrid's pupils contracted violently. An observer. You're recording him. The silvery white light offered no reply. It simply dissipated. Madrid stood frozen, his expression shifting between fury and foreboding. The Void Council has already taken notice. He murmured, low, crimson eyes flickering with wary apprehension. This Bai Ye must be eliminated immediately. The projection dissolved entirely. Within the territory, Bai Ye stood at the entrance of the castle's grand hall, gazing outward. He sensed a faint alien fluctuation of energy, but it vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Lord, is something amiss? Ingyu asked. Bai Ye shook his head. Nothing. He turned and re-entered the hall. The 4th dark trial had been cleared, and even its hell tier difficulty conquered. Next came formal ascension to lordship. Ding. Congratulations, Lord. You have cleared the 4th dark trial. You have attained formal lord status. You may now enter the novice trial world at any time to establish your official territory within the infinite void. Note, you may remain in the novice trial world to develop further. Maximum stay 30 days. Afterwards, system-enforced teleportation will occur. 30 days. Isn't the standard limit 10? Is it because I cleared the hell tier difficulty? Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. He didn't dwell on it. Instead, he summoned his territory interface, his gaze settling upon its tier. Territory current tier extraordinary 3-star. Upgrade to extraordinary 4-star required energy points 1 billion. Territory primordial stones 300. Completion of exclusive ascension trial. In the depths of the void, the palace of the jealous Grand Bishop Madrid loomed. The dark red light flickered in the vast hall, reminiscent of the heartbeat of a dying man. Madrid sat in a high-backed chair, a dark red light screen hovering before him, replaying the battle footage of Bai Ye and Ball. One sword. Just one sword. The image of a golden lightning pillar over a kilometer in diameter piercing through heaven and earth had been viewed by him dozens of times. Each time he watched, his dark red pupils would slightly constrict. A lord in the novice trial period. How is this? Madrid repeated softly, his aged voice echoing in the hall, carrying a tremor that he himself was unaware of. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, witnessing countless extraordinary lords. Some were born with SS-level talents, some mastered legendary ancient inheritances, and some even received blessings directly from high-ranking true gods. But to possess such strength during the novice trial period, unheard of. This newcomer from Blue Star possesses absolutely not an ordinary talent. Madrid stood up, his dark red robe billowing in the void. He walked to the center of the hall and raised his hand, slicing through the air to create a crack. Within the crack, the panoramic view of Bai Ye's territory emerged. The emerald light of the Tree of Life enveloped the entire territory, with 250 troops resting beneath the tree and 4 heroes stationed at various points. Tree of Life, a mythic-level structure. Holy Light Knights, a 9th-tier unit. Holy Seraphim, a 10th-tier hero. Madrid counted one by one, the greed in his eyes growing stronger. A novice lord possessing such power on the 4th day of the trial period. Even those veteran extraordinary lords are no match for this. All of this originates from his lord title. He raised his hand, dark red light coalescing in his palm, taking the form of a twisted rune. The rune was inscribed with a serpent coiling around an apple. The source rune of the law of jealousy. The law of jealousy can replicate all abilities. But why can it not replicate his? Madrid clenched the rune tightly, dark red light spilling through his fingers. His title does not belong to the power system of this plane. Then where does it come from? The hall fell into a prolonged silence. Madrid stood still, a rare hesitation flashing through his dark red eyes. As an old true god, he was considered a hegemon in the void. But the Void Council had already taken notice of Bai Ye. The appearance of observers meant that Bai Ye had been placed on the council's key focus list. Once he becomes a formal lord, we must locate his territory immediately. But before that, send a few void assassins to test the waters. Madrid made his decision, the hesitation in his eyes replaced by ruthlessness. He raised his hand, dark red light gathering in his palm into a special rune. In the next moment, the rune exploded, transforming into countless dark red rays flying towards some direction in the endless void. Meanwhile, in the Lord's world, Bai Ye's territory. In the castle hall, Bai Ye was seated in the main seat, examining the exclusive trial for extraordinary 4-star territories. Lord Bai Ye, trial content cannot be viewed. Please enter the endless void first. Lord, there's a situation outside. Ing Yu's voice came from outside the hall, tinged with a hint of vigilance. Bai Ye raised his head. Speak. Ing Yu hurriedly walked into the hall and said in a deep voice, abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected outside the territory, suspected to be someone attempting to spy on the interior, but the fluctuations have already disappeared, unable to lock onto the source. Bai Ye frowned slightly. Abnormal energy fluctuations. He recalled the strange aura he felt earlier, initially thinking it was an illusion, but now it seemed otherwise. Can we trace the source of the fluctuations? Ing Yu shook her head. The other party is very cautious, using a high-level energy at least. Above 10th tier. Above 10th tier. A glimmer of seriousness flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Above 10th tier that was already in existence at the true god level. Why would such a being pay attention to a novice lord? Increase vigilance, Bai Ye said solemnly. Let Elena and Yanxi take turns to stand guard. Report any anomalies immediately. Understood. Ing Yu accepted the order and turned to leave the hall. Bai Ye sat in the main seat, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers. An existence at the true god level. His current strength, although able to crush those of the same tier, was still insufficient against true god-level enemies. He must quickly enhance his power. He opened the system panel, preparing to check the conditions required for territory upgrades, when a new system prompt suddenly popped up. Ding. Detected that the Lord has obtained formal Lord qualifications. Hidden dungeon has been unlocked. Dungeon name: Twilight of the Gods Ruins. Dungeon level lower, true god level dungeon. Description: the ruins of the ancient gods, battle burial site of countless divine remains and inheritances. The dungeon features 3 layers of trials, and those who clear it can receive the gifts of the gods. Entry limit: a maximum of 5 000 units can enter at once along with 5 hero units. No exit midway. Must complete the final task of the dungeon to end the challenge. Difficulty selection: hard, nightmare, hell. Bai Ye's gaze fell on the hell option, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Again it was the hell difficulty. Lord, have you found something? Yanxi poked her head in from outside the hall, curious, as she approached the light screen before Bai Ye. Twilight of the Gods Ruins, hey? She read the name of the dungeon, her eyes instantly lighting up. Lower true god-level dungeon. Lord, are we going to challenge this? Bai Ye nodded. Prepare, gather the troops. Got it. Yanxi excitedly turned and ran off, shouting as she went, Ing Yu, Alice, Elena, the Lord says we are going to challenge the dungeon. Twilight of the Gods. Sounds impressive. Bai Ye watched Yen's eyes, excited figure, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He stood up, gripping the divine punishment sword at his waist, and strode out of the hall. In the open ground of the territory, the 250 troops had gathered. In the front were the dawn shields, the dark golden battle god armor shining with a heavy radiance under the sunlight. In the center were the Gale archers, the arrows of the thunder bow wreathed in faint lightning. In the rear were the ice spirit sorcerers, their frost staves raised high, exuding chilling air. The night elves were scattered across the flanks, their dark purple figures blending into the shadows. The holy light knights were arrayed on the outermost side, their holy light armor radiating a soft golden glow, warhorses neighing, spears pointing to the sky. The 4 heroes stood on either side of Bai Ye. Yanxi held the holy flame staff, her gaze fiery. Ing Yu rested her hand on the sword of death, her expression calm. Alice clasped her hands together, smiling gently. Elena's 6 wings slightly spread, her golden eyes calmly gazing ahead. Bai Ye scanned the army and spoke gravely. Twilight of the Gods Ruins, a lower true god-level dungeon. I choose hell difficulty. No one objected. The 250 troops responded in unison, their voices echoing through the skies. Set off. Bai Ye waved his hand decisively, leading the troops towards the entrance of the dungeon. The entrance to the Twilight of the Gods lies in the depths of the misty forest within an ancient ruin. The ruins are vast, filled with crumbling walls, and the ground is etched with indistinct runes. An ancient and ominous aura permeates the air, as if recounting the fierce battle of the ancient gods. Bai Ye arrives at the center of the ruins with his troops, where a gigantic stone door stands tall. The stone door stands about 50 meters tall and 30 meters wide, its frame intricately carved with dense divine patterns. Countless scenes of deities engaged in battle are depicted on the door, each relief vividly lifelike, as if they might step out at any moment. Ding! You have arrived at the entrance of the Twilight of the Gods ruins. Please select the difficulty level. Hell difficulty. Ding. You have chosen Hell difficulty Twilight of the Gods ruins. Warning: under this difficulty, death cannot be revived. Please confirm if you wish to continue. Confirm. Bai Ye's voice was calm and resolute. The divine patterns on the stone doors suddenly glowed with blinding golden light, and the entire door began to tremble. Boom. The stone door slowly opened, revealing a chaotic darkness behind it, obscuring what lay within. Just as Bai Ye prepared to lead his troops inside, suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing wind came from behind. Lord, be careful. Elina flared her 6 wings, instantly appearing behind Bai Ye, her holy sword slashing horizontally. Clang. The deafening clash of metal echoed as a dark red figure was sent flying by the holy sword, tumbling in midair before stabilizing its form. It was a humanoid creature clad in dark red leather armor, slender in build, with a face obscured by a mask revealing only a pair of dark red eyes. It wielded 2 dark red daggers coated with a strange purple poison emanating a nauseating stench. Monster Void Assassin, Tier 10, Level 2000, Attributes: Strength 8 million, Agility 15 million, Constitution 3 million, Spirit 2 million, Skills: Void Stealth, Fatal Strike, Poison Blade, Shadow Clone. Description: an assassination unit cultivated by the Abyssal Church, skilled in stealth and assassination, specifically designed to eliminate lords. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened. A Tier 10 assassin, and not just one. He sensed at least 4 similar auras lurking in the void around him. Elina, clear the area. Understood. Elina spread her 6 wings, golden holy flames gathering on her sword, her eyes turning a pure gold as she scanned the surrounding void. Found you. With a sweep of her holy sword, a golden blade of light shot towards the void 50 meters to the right. The moment the blade fell, a dark red figure tumbled from the void, screaming in agony as it was burned by the holy flames. Immediately, Elina flickered her holy sword, striking successively 3 blades of light in 3 different directions. 3 screams echoed as 3 figures fell from the void. Out of 5 void assassins, Elina single-handedly dealt with 3. The remaining 2 attempted to flee, but Inoue acted. Her form vanished from the spot, the shadow cloak rendering her completely invisible. In the next instant, she appeared behind one of the void assassins, her death blade precisely stabbing into its neck. Critical hit. Instant kill. The last void assassin, seeing the situation turn dire, activated its skill in an attempt to escape into the void. But Inoue was faster. The death blade gathered all the shadow energy, and a black sword chi shot from its tip, piercing through the assassin's chest. The 5 Tier 10 void assassins were annihilated from appearance to complete destruction in less than 10 seconds. Yen, she hadn't even had time to raise her staff. Is that it, eh? Yen, she pouted. I thought they would be more formidable. Inoue sheathed her death blade and said solemnly, these assassins are not weak, it's just that Elina is too powerful. Elina glanced at Inoue indifferently. Your reaction isn't slow either. Inoue nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Bai Ye remained silent, his gaze fixed on the corpses of the 5 void assassins. Abyssal Church. This name was unfamiliar to him. Bai Ye frowned slightly, but did not dwell on it. No matter who they were, 1 would be killed if they came, and 2 would be killed if they came together. Continue forward. Bai Ye waved his hand, leading his troops through the stone door. Beyond the stone door lay a shattered world. The sky was torn into countless fragments, each piece shimmering with different colors of light: gold, silver, dark red, ice blue. Various energies intertwined in the sky, creating a bizarre yet magnificent scene. The ground was a charred black wasteland riddled with enormous pits and cracks. Ancient deities' remains could be seen everywhere. Some of these remains towered over 100 meters, clad in tattered armor, still gripping broken weapons. Others were slender, their shattered wings drooping helplessly behind them. Some were reduced to mere piles of bones, their original race indistinguishable. The air was thick with the remnants of divine power, and with every breath one could feel the ancient and overwhelming pressure. You have entered the Twilight of the Gods ruins, Layer 1, Hall of Heroes. Trial explanation: defeat all ancient heroes to unlock the passage to the 2nd layer. Tip: the ancient heroes in the Hall of Heroes ruins can be revived 3 times upon death, with each revival increasing their attributes by 20. Please proceed with caution. Bai Ye scanned the surroundings. The Hall of Heroes ruins sprawled extensively, stretching as far as the eye could see. In the distance, a massive palace ruin could be faintly seen, which should be the core area of the Hall of Heroes. Form up the army. At Bai Ye's command, the 50,000 troops swiftly arranged themselves into formation. The Dawn Shield stood at the front, a wall of shields rising. The Gale Archers were positioned in the center, their bows drawn tight. Ice Spirit Sorcerers stood at the rear, staffs raised high. Night Elven Archers spread out to the flanks, their shadow arrows poised to strike. The Holy Light Knights formed up on the outermost edge, their holy spears pointing skyward. Just as the formation was completed, thunderous footsteps echoed from afar. Thud, thud, thud. The earth trembled, causing the energy fragments in the sky to quiver. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the source of the sound. In the distance, a colossal army was marching toward them. It was a legion composed of ancient heroes numbering at least 100,000. Each hero was clad in tattered armor, wielding rusted weapons, surrounded by grayish-white soul flames. Their eyes burned with ghostly green fire, exuding a suffocating aura of killing intent. Monster Ancient Heroic Warrior Tier 9 Level 2000 Attribute Strength 6 million Agility 3 million Constitution 8 million Spirit 2 million Skills Heroic Battle Cry Soul Burn Undying Resurrection can be revived 3 times upon death, with each revival increasing attributes by 20. Description: warriors who perished in the ancient war of the gods, their souls bound by the Hall of Heroes, never to rest. Bai Ye's gaze swept over this legion of heroes, a fierce smile of battle anticipation forming on his lips. 100,000 Tier 9, Level 2000 Heroic Warriors, each capable of reviving 3 times, with each revival boosting their attributes by 20. This equated to fighting 400,000 monsters, getting stronger with each wave. However, for Bai Ye, this was an excellent opportunity for leveling up. All troops heed my command. Bai Ye raised his hand, drawing the sword of divine punishment, its golden light shining beneath the shattered sky. Prepare for battle. Roar. The 100,000 ancient spirit warriors roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. They marched forward with heavy steps, surging like a tide towards Bai Ye's army. The ground trembled, and energy fragments in the sky were scattered by the sound waves. Bai Ye did not rush to give orders, but calmly observed the formation of the spirit army. Shield soldiers at the front, spearmen in the center, and archers at the back. A standard defensive counterattack formation identical to the Battle Spirit Legion from the War God's ruins. But the threat posed by the spirit army was greater. They could be revived 3 times, with each revival increasing their attributes by 20, growing stronger with each battle. Dawn Shield, prepare to engage. The Dawn Shield stepped forward, raising its shield high, the dark golden battle god armor shining in the gray-white soul fire. Boom! The first wave of the spirit army crashed violently against the shield formation. The deafening sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying everywhere. The strength of the spirit warriors reached 6 million, their impact terrifying. However, with the 60 damage reduction from the battle god armor and the 40 complete damage reduction from the white magic crown stacked together, the Dawn Shield firmly withstood this wave of impact. However, with the 60 damage reduction from the battle god armor and the 40 complete damage reduction from the white magic crown stacked together, the Dawn Shield firmly withstood this wave. Following closely, Iron Fist struck out, each punch packed with the might of thunder, forcefully suppressing the advance of the spirit army. Ice Spirit Mage, freeze the 1,000 miles. Bai Ye issued his second command. The Ice Spirit Mage unleashed their skills simultaneously, icy blue light pouring forth, a chilling aura enveloping the entire battlefield. Crack, crack. Frost spread, freezing tens of thousands of spirit warriors in the front line into ice sculptures, their speed drastically reduced. The sustained ice damage from freezing the 1,000 miles stacked upon them, the gray-white soul fire was suppressed by the cold dimming. Swift Wind Archers, unleash your full power. The Swift Wind Archers released their arrows, simultaneously raining down, like a storm, a dense web of arrows accurately striking the frozen spirit warriors. The armor-breaking effect of the Spirit Slayer bow was triggered. Arrows pierced through the damaged armor of the spirit warriors, scattering gray-white soul fragments. The thunderous arrow effect of the thunder bow activated. Purple lightning exploded among the spirit warriors, dealing massive area damage. Night Elf Snipers, storm of arrows. Simultaneously, the Night Elf Snipers unleashed their area skill. Dozens of shadow arrows shot forth from each archer's bowstring, exploding within the ranks of the spirit warriors. And dark purple energy storms swept across the battlefield, covering a radius of hundreds of meters. The arrows fell like raindrops, each carrying 500 agility damage. The agility of the Night Elf Snipers had now exceeded 16 million, meaning each arrow could deal damage in the tens of millions. While the ancient spirit warriors possessed a physique of 8 million, they could not withstand such terrifying output. Groups of spirit warriors fell in the rain of arrows, dissipating into gray-white soul fragments. Ding! Kill ancient spirit warrior, triggering millionfold experience. Night Elf Sniper level increased to level 3000. Swift Wind Archer level increased to level 3000. Ice Spirit Mage level increased to level 3000. Holy Light Knight level increased to level 3000. Dawn Shield level increased to level 3000. Golden light poured down like a storm. The aura of the army surged wildly. But Bai Ye knew this was just the beginning. After the death of the spirit warriors, the soul fire did not dissipate, but reformed. Their figures reshaped in the gray-white light, their aura stronger than before. First revival attributes increased by 20. Strength soared from 6 million to 7,200,000. Physique surged from 8 million to 9,600,000. Roar. The revived spirit warriors roared once more, charging towards Bai Ye's army. Continue the output. Bai Ye's voice was calm, as if he were merely commenting on the pleasant weather. 250,000 troops fired simultaneously, again arrows, frost shadows, and holy flames intertwining to form a net of death. Though the revived spirit warriors had their attributes increased by 20, they still could not withstand a round of volleys from Bai Ye's terrifying army. Ding. Kill ancient spirit warrior, triggering millionfold experience. Everyone's level increased to level 3,200. Second revival attributes increased by another 20. Strength surged from 7,200,000 to 8,600,000. Physique skyrocketed from 9,600,000 to 11,500,000. But it still wasn't enough. Ding. Kill ancient spirit warrior, triggering millionfold experience. Everyone's level increased to level 3,400. Third revival attributes increased by another 20. Strength shot up from 8,600,000 to 10,032,000. Physique surged from 11,500,000 to 13,800,000. This time the attributes of the spirit warriors were nearly double their initial state. They charged through the rain of arrows to the front of the Dawn Shield's defense, brandishing their rusty weapons and attacking wildly. The Dawn Shield's formation trembled slightly, but remained stable. The 60 damage reduction from the Battle God armor and the 8 million physique allowed the Dawn Shield to easily withstand the attacks of the spirit warriors. Holy Light Knights charge. Bai Ye commanded. 50,000 Holy Light Knights urged their steeds forward, their holy light spears pointing towards the sky. Holy Light charge. 50,000 beams of holy white light ignited simultaneously, the Holy Light Knights charging like arrows loosed from bows into the midst of the spirit warriors. Holy Light charge. 50,000 beams of holy white light ignited simultaneously, the Holy Light Knights charging like arrows loosed from bows into the midst of the... After the charge of the Holy Light Knights, the formation of the spirit warriors was utterly torn apart. The front-line shield soldiers were scattered, and the rear archers were exposed to the firepower of the swift wind archers and night elf snipers. Concentrate fire. The rain of arrows fell once more, and without the protection of the shield soldiers, the spirit warriors' casualties increased dramatically. The battle lasted less than 20 minutes. 100,000 ancient spirit warriors finally completely dissipated after using up all 3 revivals. Ding. Kill ancient spirit warrior, triggering millionfold experience. Everyone's level increased to level 3,500. Golden light enveloped the entire area, and the aura of the 250,000 army surged wildly. Bai Ye called up the attribute panel, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Lord Bai Ye, level 3,500. Attributes: strength 35 million, spirit 75 million. Skills. The effect of the millionfold experience boost was terrifying. In just 20 minutes, everyone's level skyrocketed from level 2,800 to level 3,500, an increase of a full 700 levels. And this was just the first wave. Lord, our levels are rising so quickly. Yanxi approached, her eyes sparkling like 2 stars. Bai Ye nodded, his gaze landing on the hero panel. Hero Divine Seraph Elena. Rank tier 10. Level 3,500. Attributes: strength 80 million, agility 80 million, physique 80 million, spirit 5 billion. 250 million spirit. Elena's level jumped directly from level 2,000 to level 3,500, her attributes multiplying several times. Now, even facing a tier 10 BOSS, she could easily crush it. Lord, we have a situation. Ing Yu's voice came from the front, carrying a hint of seriousness. Bai Ye looked up, gazing deep into the ruins of the spirit palace. In the distance, a towering figure slowly emerged from the massive palace ruins. It was a humanoid creature over 10 meters tall, clad in dark golden armor etched with ancient runes. It held a colossal thunder spear, purple lightning coiling around the spear. With each swing, it caused thunder to roar. Its eyes burned with golden flames, surrounded by a dense aura of divine power. BOSS Spirit Commander Shadow of Odin. Rank Lesser, True God. Attributes: strength 100 million, agility 50 million, physique 200 million, spirit 5 billion. Description: a projection of the consciousness left by the ancient god King Odin in the spirit palace. Although it possesses only 1/10th of its original power, it still holds true god-tier strength. Skills: Thunder Spear, Twilight of the Gods, Spirit Summon, Wrath of the God King. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened. A lesser true god-level boss. This was the strongest enemy Bai Ye had encountered so far. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. Bai Ye tightened his grip on the divine punishment, sword, a fierce smile of battle intent curling at the corners of his mouth. All troops, listen up. Target the Spirit General Shadow of Odin. Attack with all your might. 250,000 troops launched their assault simultaneously. The storm of arrows from the night elves poured forth dark purple shafts raining down upon the shadow of Odin. The Windrunner's spirit bow unleashed its full power, arrows piercing through the armor of the shadow of Odin. The Ice Mage released her frozen 1,000 miles, attempting to freeze the shadow of Odin's movements. The Holy Light Knights charged forward. 5,000 rays of holy white light surged towards the shadow of Odin. Elena spread her 6 wings, gathering all the golden holy flames upon her sacred sword. Divine Judgment. A golden beam of light over 200 meters in diameter descended from the sky, crashing down fiercely upon the shadow of Odin. Countless attacks struck the shadow of Odin, exploding into a myriad of damage numbers. Yet the decrease in the shadow of Odin's health was alarmingly slow. A defense at the level of a true god, terrifying to the extreme. The shadow of Odin raised the thunder spear, the purple lightning on the spearhead suddenly erupting. Thunder spear. It swung down the spear, a purple lightning column over 100 meters in diameter, crashing down into Bai Ye's troops. Boom. The moment the lightning column struck the ground, a massive pit erupted, sending dozens of dawn shields flying, their health instantly dropping below half. Alice was already prepared. The healing ring's white light enveloped the entire army, quickly restoring the health of the troops. But in the face of a true god-level boss's attacks, the healing speed barely managed to keep up with the casualties. We can't let it keep attacking. Bai Ye tightened his grip on the divine punishment sword. The thunderous power and holy energy within him surged into the sword's body simultaneously. The divine patterns on the sword began to glow, the golden light growing ever more intense. The sky began to crack. Fragments of shattered energy were torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a massive golden rift. Within the rift, golden lightning rolled, and a holy aura cascaded down like a waterfall. Divine punishment, descend. Bai Ye swung down the divine punishment sword. A golden lightning pillar over 1 kilometer in diameter descended from the heavens, piercing through all of existence. Within the light pillar, countless sacred runes spun, each emitting waves of energy capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. The shadow of Odin raised its head, its golden flame-like eyes fixated on the golden light pillar. It raised the thunder spear, the purple lightning on the shaft crazily gathering, attempting to withstand this strike. Boom! The golden light pillar collided with the purple lightning column, causing the entire world to seem to freeze. The two colors of energy exploded at the point of collision, forming a massive energy storm that swept across the entire ruins of the Spirit Hall. The ground was torn apart, energy fragments in the sky were blown away, even the distant palace ruins swayed in the storm. The light pillar lasted a full 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the light pillar dissipated. The shadow of Odin still stood in place, but its armor was covered in cracks, and the golden flame-like eyes had dimmed significantly. Health decreased by 15. Bai Ye frowned slightly. The strongest strike of the divine punishment sword had only taken away 15 of its health. A true god-level boss is indeed terrifying. Everyone continued to output. Bai Ye did not lose heart, commanding the entire army to keep attacking. The shadow of Odin raised the thunder spear once more, unleashing the thunder spear again. But this time Elena stepped forward. Wings of the Seraph. Elena spread her 6 wings, increasing her movement speed by 200, immune to all control effects. She flashed and appeared before the shadow of Odin, her sacred sword slashing horizontally. Divine Judgment. A golden light pillar gushed forth from the sacred sword, crashing fiercely into the chest of the shadow of Odin. The shadow of Odin was knocked back several steps. The release of the thunder spear interrupted. Well done, Yen, she shouted excitedly, waving her holy flame staff. Holy flame explosion. A massive fireball slammed into the shadow of Odin, engulfing it in flames. Ingyu flashed and appeared behind the shadow of Odin, the sword of death stabbing into the crack in its armor. The bleed debuff continuously drained the shadow of Odin's health. Bai Ye did not pause either, unleashing Thunder Punishment Thunderstorm and alternating Thunder Strike, each strike dealing massive damage. 250,000 troops collaborated with the 4 heroes, unleashing a furious assault. The health of the shadow of Odin slowly decreased. 85, 80, 75. Spirit Summon. The shadow of Odin raised the thunder spear. A burst of golden light erupted from its tip. From the light, countless figures emerged from the ground. They were ancient spirit warriors that had been slain before summoned once more. Their number exceeded 50,000. More are coming. Yenshi panicked. Bai Ye's expression darkened. Elena, clear the field. Elena spread her 6 wings, gathering all the golden holy flames on her sacred sword. Holy Flame Storm. The golden holy flames spread outward from her center, sweeping across the entire battlefield like waves of gold. Wherever the holy flames passed, the newly summoned ancient spirit warriors instantly turned to ashes. 50,000 spirit warriors didn't even have a chance to resurrect before being completely obliterated. Seeing the summoning ineffective, the shadow of Odin raised the thunder spear again. This time the lightning on the spear was no longer purple, but dark golden. Twilight of the gods. Dark golden lightning erupted from the spear tip, transforming into countless lightning serpents that spread in all directions. Wherever the lightning serpents passed, the ground shattered, the air ignited, and even space distorted. Eternal Domain. Bai Ye decisively activated the active skill of the Eternal Staff. A golden light shield expanded from the staff, enveloping all allied forces within a 1,000-meter radius. 10 seconds of invincibility. The lightning serpents crashed into the light shield, exploding into dense dark golden sparks, but could not penetrate the shield. After 10 seconds, the twilight of the gods ended. The dark golden glow surrounding the shadow of Odin suddenly dimmed, its health decreasing once more. It has entered a weakened state. Output with all your might. Bai Ye roared, unleashing all the thunderous power within him. Judgment of the gods. All the golden light gathered on the divine punishment sword, and a golden lightning pillar over a kilometer in diameter descended once again. This time the shadow of Odin did not release any skills to defend. The light pillar pierced through its body, shattering its armor, completely extinguishing its golden flame-like eyes. Health fell below 10. All troops focus fire. The 250,000 troops unleashed a furious assault. Arrows, frost shadows, holy flames, holy light, countless attacks poured down upon the shadow of Odin. Elena spread her 6 wings, gathering all her power on the sacred sword. Divine Judgment Finale. A golden light pillar, even more intense than before, gushed forth from the sacred sword, piercing through the chest of the shadow of Odin. The shadow of Odin let out a deafening wail, its massive body crashing to its knees. The dark golden armor completely shattered, turning into countless points of light that dispersed. The thunder spear slipped from its hand, embedding itself in the ground, the lightning on the spearhead slowly fading. I acknowledge you. An ancient and majestic voice echoed through the ruins. Inherit the power of the gods. Become the new. As the voice faded, the body of the shadow of Odin completely transformed into light points and dispersed. Ding. Killed the lower true god level BOSS Spirit General Shadow of Odin. Twilight of the Gods Ruins. First layer ruins of the Spirit Hall cleared. Clear rating SSS level. Rewards energy points 50 billion. Lower true god level treasure chest 3. All members' levels increased to 4,000. A canopy of golden light enveloped the area, the aura of the 250,000 troops skyrocketing once again. Bai Ye called up the attribute panel. Lord Bai Ye level 4,000 attribute strength 45 million, spirit 90 million. Hero Holy Seraph Elena rank 10th rank level 4,000 attribute strength 1. 2 billion agility 1. 2 billion constitution 1. 2 billion spirit 3. 5 billion. 3. 5 billion spirit. Elena's level jumped from 3,500 to 4,000, and her attributes surged again. Now, even facing a lower true god level BOSS, she has the power to fight. Bai Ye sheathed the divine punishment sword, his gaze landing on the 3 lower true god level treasure chests. Dark golden treasure chests floated in midair, emanating a chilling energy fluctuation. The first layer of the twilight of the gods' ruins. The ruins of the Hall of Heroes. The golden specks of light, remnants of the era of the gods, linger in the air like the last rays of twilight. Bai Ye stood at the center of the battlefield, the sword of divine punishment sheathed, yet his gaze remained fixed on the spot where Odin's shadow had dissipated. The sub-god tier boss had attributes more terrifying than any enemy he had encountered before. With 200 million constitution, 100 million strength, and 4 sub-god tier skills. If it weren't for the million-fold experience that skyrocketed everyone's level to 4,000, this battle would not have been so easy. Lord Treasure Chests. Yan Zai's excited voice interrupted his thoughts. Bai Ye withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the 3 dark golden treasure chests floating in midair. The 3 treasure chests, each the size of a basin, were covered in densely packed divine runes, radiating a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. Unlike the previous sub-god tier treasure chests, the runes on these 3 chests were more intricate, and their brilliance was even more intense. Let's open them back at the main hall. Bai Ye raised his hand to store the 3 treasure chests in his backpack, his gaze sweeping around. The ruins of the Hall of Heroes had become even more dilapidated after the recent battle. Cracks on the ground stretched to the horizon, the palace ruins in the distance teetered on the brink of collapse, and the energy fragments in the sky had been shattered by the remnants of the battle. The entire army take a moment to rest, then continue the advance. Bai Ye commanded. 250,000 troops rested in place. The Shield of Dawn reformed its ranks. The Gale Archers and Night Elf Archers stood guard around. The Ice Spirit Mage restored their mana, and the Holy Light Knights calmed their steeds. 4 heroes gathered around Bai Ye. Lord, what do you think will be inside those 3 treasure chests? Yen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Bai Ye shook his head. We'll only know when we open them. He raised his hand and took out the 3 treasure chests from his backpack, the dark golden light illuminating the surrounding ruins once more. Open the first one. Ding. Opening sub-god tier treasure chest. Successful. The dark golden light exploded open, revealing a pure white staff quietly floating in midair. The staff was about 1.5 meters long, crafted from an unknown white jaded surface engraved with intricate sacred runes. At the top of the staff was a transparent gemstone the size of a fist, within which a milky white light flowed, emanating a warm and sacred aura. Obtain divine gear staff of divine healing. Bai Ye waved his hand, and the staff fell into his palm. Opening the attribute panel. Equipment staff of divine healing, subgod tier hero exclusive, applicable hero Alice, High Priest of Light. Attributes: Spirit 10 million. Effect 1. All healing skills effectiveness increased by 20 times. Effect 2. Healing skill range expanded by 300. Effect 3. Active skill, Mass Resurrection. True. Can simultaneously resurrect up to 1,000 fallen troops, restoring them to 100 health without any weakness penalty. Cooldown time 1 hour. Description: a staff left behind by the ancient goddess of life, containing the purest essence of life force. Only a healer with a pure heart and true love for life can earn its recognition. 10 million spirit, 20 times healing effect, and mass resurrection. Yen, she read aloud the attributes, her voice filled with excitement. Alice clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lord, this equipment. Bai Ye handed the staff of divine healing to her, a faint smile on his lips. It belongs to you, Alice. Alice trembled as she took the staff. The moment she touched it, the transparent gemstone at the top of the staff of divine healing suddenly glowed with a blinding milky white light. The light surged into Alice's body like a tide, and her aura began to soar wildly. Her spiritual power surged from tens of millions to directly breaking through to over 100 million. The healing light surrounding her became even more intense, with a faint golden divine halo added to the originally gentle white light. Hero High Priest of Light Alice, rank Tier 6 level, 4,000 attributes, Strength 20 million, Agility 18 million, Constitution 35 million, Spirit 5 billion. Skills: Mass Healing, High Tier Max Level, Attribute Amplification, High Tier Max Level, Purifying Light, High Tier Max Level, Life Guardian, Passive Max Level, Mass Resurrection, Mythical Mass Resurrection, True Divine Level, 150 million, Spirit. Combined with the 20-fold healing effect of the Staff of Divine Healing, Alice's healing ability had reached an astonishing level. Even if 250,000 troops were injured at the same time, she could restore everyone's health to full within seconds. Moreover, the skill Mass Resurrection True increased the margin for error of Bai Ye's army to a terrifying degree, resurrecting 1,000 troops at once with a cooldown time of only 1 hour. This meant that even when facing the strongest enemies, as long as they were not wiped out instantly, Alice could resurrect the fallen troops one by one. Lord, this equipment is too powerful. Alice grasped the Staff of Divine Healing tightly, her eyes filled with gratitude. I will definitely use it well to protect everyone's lives. Bai Ye nodded, his gaze shifting to the second treasure chest. Open the second one. Ding. Opening subgod tier treasure chest. Successful. The dark golden light erupted once more, revealing a tight-fitting suit, as black as ink, quietly floating in midair. The fabric was as thin as a cicada's wing, embroidered with countless intricate shadow runes, each rune swirling slowly, as if it were alive. The edges of the suit glowed with a faint dark purple light, seemingly suspended there, yet giving the illusion of disappearing into the air at any moment. Obtain Divine Gear Shadow God Suit. Bai Ye waved his hand, and the Shadow God Suit fell into his. Opening the attribute panel. Equipment: Shadow God Suit, Subgod Tier Hero Exclusive, Applicable Hero Inu Shadow Assassin. Attributes: Agility 10 million. Effect 1. Immune to detection skills, while invisible below. Upper God Tier. Effect 2. Movement speed increased by 200 while in stealth, and the stealth effect is not cancelled after attacking or using skills. Needs to re-enter stealth. Effect 3. Active skill, Shadow Assassination. Delivers a fatal blow to a single target, dealing 50 times agility damage with a 100 chance to trigger a critical hit. If the target's health is below 30, it will be executed directly. Cooldown time 30 minutes. Description: an artifact crafted by the ancient Lord of Shadows, said to be undetectable even by true gods. Countless deities have lost their lives and their dreams to it, yet they never knew who their killer was. Ingwa looked at the attribute panel, her pupils constricting. 10 million agility. Immunity to detection below the level of a true god. Plus a single target instant kill skill with 50 times agility damage and 100 critical hit. This equipment is simply a divine artifact tailored for assassins. Bai Ye handed the Shadow Divine Garment to Inue. Give it a try. Inue took the Shadow Divine Garment with both hands. The moment she touched it, the shadow divine garment transformed into countless black threads automatically wrapping around her body. The threads fused into her leather armor, into her skin, ultimately becoming one with her. In the next moment, Yingyu's figure vanished from her original spot. It was not an ordinary invisibility. Even Bai Ye could not perceive her existence. It should be noted that Bai Ye's mental power had already surpassed 100 million, and as a lord his perception ability far exceeded that of others at the same level. Yet even so he could not detect Yingyu's position at all. "I'm right here, my lord." Yingyu's voice came from behind Bai Ye. Bai Ye turned around and saw Yingyue had cancelled her invisibility, holding a short blade as dark as ink. That was not the sword of death, but the shadow blade that came with the shadow divine garment. Hero Shadow Assassin Yingyue, rank Tier 4, level 4,000 attributes, strength 80 million, agility 1. 3 billion, constitution 50 million, spirit 40 million. Skills: Shadow Strike max level, Shadow Clone max level, Shadow Concealment max level, Divine Shield max level, Shadow Kill Subgod level 130 million, agility. With the 50 times agility damage and 100 critical hit from Shadow Kill, Yingyu's single target burst capability had reached a terrifying level. The terrifying single target burst damage combined with the target's health being below 30 results in an instant kill. This skill is a nightmare for true god-level bosses. "Thank you, my lord." Yingyue put away the shadow blade and said solemnly, "With this equipment I can slay." Bai Ye nodded, his gaze falling on the third treasure chest. "Open the third one." Ding. Opening subgod level treasure chest. Opening successful. The dark golden light exploded for the third time, revealing a crimson golden crown quietly floating in midair. The crown was circular with a fist-sized red gemstone embedded on the front, seemingly containing flowing 9 flame-shaped spikes extended from the edges of the crown, each engraved with flame runes emanating an intense heat. Acquired true god-level equipment, Flame God Crown. Bai Ye raised his hand and summoned the Flame God Crown into his palm. Opening the attribute panel. Equipment: Flame God Crown, subgod level, hero exclusive, applicable hero Yinchi Flame, mage attributes, spirit 10. 5 million, effect 1, all fire-based skill damage increased by 25 times, effect 2, fire-based skill cooldown reduced by 80, effect 3, fire-based skill consumption reduced by 90, effect 4, active skill Divine Flame descends, summons divine flames covering a radius of 1 kilometer, dealing 1000 spirit damage per second to all enemies within the area for 30 seconds. Targets burned by the divine flames have 50 defense and 90 health recovery, cooldown time of 1 hour. Description: a crown forged by the ancient fire god, containing the source power of the fire law. Only those with absolute faith in fire and whose bloodline flows with fire power can bear its strength. "It's mine. It's mine." Yangtze's eyes widened and she jumped up in excitement. Bai Ye smiled slightly and handed her the Flame God Crown. Yinchi eagerly took the crown with both hands and placed it on her head. The moment the Flame God Crown settled on her head, the 9 flame spikes lit up with blinding crimson golden light. The light surged into Yangtze's body like magma, causing her aura to soar wildly. Her mental power, originally in the tens of millions, directly broke through the 100 million barrier. The flame energy around her became even more violent, transforming from a faint red to a blazing white with temperatures so high that even the air distorted. Hero Flame, Mage Yinchi, rank Tier 3, level 4,000 attributes, strength 20 million, agility 30 million, constitution 40 million, spirit 12 billion. Skills: Fireball max level, Flame Shield max level, Flame Impact max level, Flame Burst max level, Holy Flame Explosion max level, Divine Flame Descend subgod level, 120 million mental power. Combined with the 25 times fire damage bonus from the Flame God Crown, Yangtze's fire output capability had reached an astonishing level. Moreover, the skill Divine Flame Descends is a true large-scale clearing skill. A coverage area of 1 kilometer, dealing 1000 spirit damage per second for 30 seconds. It is truly terrifying, and it can also reduce the target's defense by 50 and health recovery effects by 90. Once this skill is unleashed, even a true god-level boss would be severely injured. It's too strong. Too strong, too strong. Yangtze's face was flushed with excitement as she waved the Holy Flame staff, gathering a blazing white fireball at the tip. "My lord, I feel like I can burn everything now." Bai Ye's lips curled into a satisfied smile. 3 heroes, 3 pieces of exclusive subgod-level equipment. Alice's mass resurrection and 20 times healing, Yingyu's immunity to detection and single target burst, Yangtze's large-scale clearing. Combined with Elena, the combat power of the 4 heroes had reached a terrifying level. In addition to the 250 level 4,000 army, Bai Ye's current strength, even when facing a true god lord, could still fight. "My lord, these 3 pieces of equipment are too powerful." Yinchi was still excitedly waving her staff. "When are we going to attack the second level?" Bai Ye looked up at the end of the ruins of the Hall of Heroes. There an even larger stone door was slowly emerging. The stone door was engraved with reliefs of the gods battling, each one vividly depicted emanating a heart-pounding pressure. Now, Bai Ye tightened his grip on the sword of divine punishment and strode toward the stone door. The 4 heroes and 000 troops followed closely behind. Behind the stone door was a void. Not a metaphor, but a true void. There was no ground beneath their feet, no sky above their heads, and no wall surrounding them. Only infinite darkness and countless points of light floating in the darkness. Each point of light was the remains of a deity. Some stood over 100 meters tall, clad in tattered armor, still holding broken weapons. Some were slender, their wings reduced to mere bones, yet still radiating faint holy light. Some were so large that they could not be seen in their entirety, resembling a continent floating in the void surrounded by a dim glow of divine power. Countless divine remains floated quietly in this void, resembling a gigantic divine cemetery. The air was filled with a dense divine power pressure more than 10 times stronger than the first level. Ding! You have entered the twilight of the gods' ruins, 2nd level void battlefield. Trial description: defeat all divine fallen battle souls to unlock the passage to the 3rd level. Reminder: the void battlefield retains the residual divine power waves from the ancient battle of the gods with pressure intensity 10 times that of the 1st level. The divine fallen battle souls possess divine shield, reducing damage by 50 and can resurrect 5 times after death, with each resurrection increasing attributes by 30. Just as the system prompt finished, countless points of light lit up in the distant void. These points of light were not divine remains, but pairs of eyes burning with ghostly green flames. Countless figures emerged from the shadows of the divine remains. They varied in shape. Some were humanoid, wielding broken weapons, while others were beast-like, moving on all 4s with bared fangs. Some had wings and dove down from the heights. But without exception, they were all surrounded by thick soul fire, exuding a suffocating, murderous intent. Monster Divine Fallen Battle Soul. Rank Tier 10, Level 3000. Attributes: Strength 58 million, Agility 39 million, Constitution 84 million, Spirit 36 million. Skills: Divine Shield, Passive Damage Reduction 50. Battle Soul, Roar Soul, Burn Divine Fallen Resurrection, can resurrect 5 times after death, with each resurrection increasing attributes by 30. Description: Divine Warrior who fell in the ancient battle of the gods, their souls bound by the divine power waves of the battlefield, never able to find peace. Compared to the heroic spirits of the 1st level, they retained more of their combat instincts from their previous lives, significantly enhancing their combat power. Tier 10, Level 3000. Incredible attributes. Moreover, their numbers are 200,000, double that of the 100,000 heroic spirits in the 1st level. This attribute. She grasped the holy flame staff tightly, her eyes filled not with fear, but excitement. Perfect timing to test my new skill. Ingyu's figure had already vanished from the spot, the stealth effect of the shadow god garb allowing her to blend seamlessly into the void. Alice tightened her grip on the divine healing staff, the healing light surrounding the entire army. Elena spread her 6 wings, her golden eyes scanning the approaching army of battle souls in the distance, and she remarked, there are a few more of them, but still not enough to worry about. Bai Ye's lips curled into a smile. In the 1st layer, he had to command seriously against 100,000 heroic spirits. But now the 3 heroes were equipped with true divine level gear, and all had reached level 4,000. 200,000 10th tier battle souls. Just nourishment for leveling up. All troops heed my command. Bai Ye raised his hand, the sword of divine punishment, unsheathing golden light, shining in the void. Target the Godfall battle soul. Attack with full force. Elena, Angel's blessing. Elena spread her 6 wings, a gentle golden light radiating from her body, enveloping a radius of several kilometers. Angel's blessing activated. Allies within 2,000 meters gain 50 to all attributes, and damage to dark-type monsters increases by 100. The attributes of the 250,000 troops surged simultaneously. The physical strength of the Dawn Shield broke through from its original tens of millions to over 15 million. The agility of the Night Elf archers surged from 16 million to 24 million. All units, including the Swiftwind archers, Ice Spirit sorcerers, and Holy Light Knights, experienced a 50 attribute increase. Yenshi Divine Flame descends. Yenshi could hardly contain her eagerness. She raised the holy flame staff high, the 9 spikes of the blazing crown above her head shining with dazzling golden light. Divine Flame descends. A pillar of red gold fire with a diameter of over a kilometer descended from the sky, landing in the most concentrated area of the battle soul army. Boom! The moment the fire pillar struck the ground, a fiery sea of blazing white engulfed the area within a kilometer. The temperature of the divine flame was terrifying, incinerating the floating remnants of divine spirits into ashes, even distorting space. The Godfall battle souls enveloped by the divine flames emitted piercing wails. Their soul flames flickered wildly in the divine fire, their sizes shrinking at a visible rate. A mental damage of 1,000 per second. At this moment, Yin Zai's mental power reached 120 million. The 1,000 translates to a staggering 2 billion. 1,200 million damage per second, lasting for 30 seconds. Moreover, the divine flames could reduce the target's defense by 50 and life recovery by 90. Although the Godfall Battle Souls possessed a 50 damage reduction from the divine shield, Yin Zai's damage was simply too high. In the first second, the health of the frontline Battle Souls plummeted by 20. In the third second, the first batch of Battle Souls began to fall. By the fifth second, a large area within a kilometer was cleared of Battle Souls. Ding! Kill Godfall Battle Soul. Triggering millionfold experience. The Night Elf Archer leveled up to 4,100. The Swiftwind Archer leveled up to 4,000. The Ice Spirit Sorcerer leveled up to 4,100. The Holy Light Knight leveled up to 4,100. The Dawn Shield leveled up to 4,100. Golden light poured down like a torrential rain, the breath of the army skyrocketing. She was exhilarated, her face flushed with excitement. Ha ha ha. This is too exhilarating. One blast clears a large area. However, the number of Godfall Battle Souls was simply too many. Yin Zai's divine flame descend only covered a kilometer, and a large number of Battle Souls surged from other directions. Night Elf Archers' rain of arrows storm. Bai Ye commanded. 50,000 Night Elf Archers unleashed their skills simultaneously, a dark purple rain of arrows blanketing the entire front line of the battlefield. With the 50 attribute boost from Angel's Blessing, the agility of the Night Elf Archers had exceeded 24 million. The 500 agility damage of the rain of arrows meant that each arrow could deal 12 million damage. Although the Godfall Battle Souls had a 50 damage reduction from the Divine Shield, they still could not withstand such terrifying output. Masses of Battle Souls fell under the rain of arrows, their soul flames dissipating into the void. Swiftwind Archers unleashed full output. 50,000 Swiftwind Archers simultaneously released their arrows, raining down like a storm. The Thunder Arrow effect of the Thunder Bow activated purple lightning exploding within the Battle Soul hordes. The Slaughtering Spirit Bow's effect triggered, finishing off low-health Battle Souls with 8 times extra damage. Ice Spirit Sorcerers freeze the 1,000 miles. 50,000 Ice Spirit Sorcerers released their skills simultaneously, a piercing cold enveloping the void battlefield. With the enhancement of Angel's Blessing, their ice-type damage was equally terrifying. Frost spread, turning masses of Battle Souls into ice sculptures, their movement speeds plummeting. Holy Light Knights Holy Light Charge. 50,000 Holy Light Knights activated their steeds simultaneously, the Holy White Light surging like 50,000 arrows released from their bows, charging into the flanks of the Battle Soul army. The 800 power damage of the Holy Light Charge combined with the 50 attribute boost from Angel's Blessing caused an explosive damage output. The struck Battle Souls were instantly sent flying, their armor shattering and soul flames dimming. For armies launched simultaneous attacks, and the number of 200,000 Godfall Battle Souls decreased at a visible rate. In just a few minutes, the first wave of Battle Souls was completely annihilated. Ding! Kill Godfall Battle Soul. Triggering millionfold experience. All members leveled up to 4,200. But the battle was not over yet. After the death of the Godfall Battle Souls, their soul flames did not dissipate, but recongealed. Their forms re-emerged in a ghostly green light, their presence even more formidable than before. First Resurrection, a 30 attribute increase. All attributes surged, especially physical strength. Coupled with the 50 damage reduction from the Divine Shield, their actual toughness was astonishing. Continue the assault. Bai Ye's voice was calm, as if he were commenting on the weather. The 250,000 troops shot again, arrows, frost shadows, and holy flames intertwining into a death net. Although the resurrected Godfall Battle Souls had a 30 attribute increase, they still could not withstand the terrifying output from Bai Ye's forces for more than a few minutes. Ding! Kill Godfall Battle Soul. Triggering millionfold experience. All members leveled up to 4,300. The second Resurrection, another 30 attribute increase. But it was still not enough to worry about. Ding! Kill Godfall Battle Soul. Triggering millionfold experience. All members leveled up to 4,400. Third Resurrection, another 30 attribute increase. This batch of Battle Souls is quite tough. Ing Yu's voice echoed from the void, carrying a hint of approval. But still not enough. Fourth Resurrection, another 30 attribute increase. Fifth Resurrection, another 30 attribute increase. All 5 resurrections triggered. The attributes of the 200,000 Godfall Battle Souls were nearly 3 times stronger than their initial state. But Bai Ye's forces also skyrocketed in levels due to the millionfold experience. From level 4,000 to 4,200, 4,400, 4,600. When the last batch of battle souls fell under the rain of arrows, all members had already surpassed level 5,000. Ding! Kill Godfall Battle Soul, triggering millionfold experience. All members leveled up to 5,000. Golden light enveloped the entire field, the breath of the 250,000 troops, soaring wildly. Bai Ye pulled up the attribute panel. Lord Bai Ye. Level 5,000 attributes, strength 65 million, spirit 2 billion. Skills: Thunder Punishment Legendary Max Level, Thunder Binding Legendary Max Level, Thunder Barrier Legendary Max Level, Judgment of God Lower True God Level, Angel Legion Summon Lower True God Level. Hero Divine Radiant Angel Elena, rank 10th rank, level 5,000 attributes, strength 200 million, agility 200 million, vitality 200 million, spirit 5 billion, 550 million spirit power. Elena's presence was nearly twice as strong as before. The golden holy flames surrounding her became even more intense, illuminating the entire void battlefield as her 6 wings spread. Hero Blazing Flame Mage Yanxi, level 5,000 attributes, strength 85 million, agility 70 million, vitality 60 million, spirit 8 billion. Hero Shadow Assassin Ingyu, level 5,000 attributes, strength 10 million, agility 9 billion, vitality 70 million, spirit 55 million. Hero Light High Priest Alice, level 5,000 attributes, strength 30 million, agility 25 million, vitality 50 million, spirit 220 million. The attributes of the 4 heroes reached a terrifying level. Especially Elena, with 550 million spirit power combined with the 1,000 damage multiplier of the Holy Judgment, could deal 5 billion damage in a single strike. My lord, our current strength. Yanxi looked at her attribute panel, her eyes widening in shock. This is terrifying. Bai Ye's lips curled into a satisfied smile. With a millionfold experience boost and the 5 resurrection mechanism of the divine fallen battle spirit, it was truly a paradise for leveling up. 200,000 battle spirits, 5 resurrections equivalent to 120,000 level, 3,000 monsters of the 10th rank. Under the enhancement of the millionfold experience, everyone's level skyrocketed from 4,000 to 5,000, an increase of a full 1,000 levels. In the Lord's world, the highest level below a true god is normally 3,000. However, Bai Ye possessing the ability for infinite upgrades has already surpassed this limit. If we face a few more waves of such monsters, we can quickly reach level 1000. Ingyu said solemnly. Alice smiled gently. The higher our levels, the better we can protect our territory. Elena's 6 wings slightly folded, her golden eyes gazing into the depths of the void battlefield, her brow furrowing. My lord, there is a situation. Her voice carried a rare gravity. Bai Ye looked up, following Elena's gaze. Deep in the void battlefield, at the center of countless divine remains, 2 beams of light were slowly condensing. One was pure gold, radiating a domineering and majestic battle intent. The other was a deep purple, emanating a bizarre and greedy demonic aura. The 2 beams of light grew increasingly vibrant, ultimately coalescing into 2 massive figures. The first figure stood over 20 meters tall, clad in dark golden battle armor, wielding a gigantic golden battle axe. Surrounded by thick battle intent, each breath it took caused the void to tremble. BOSS War God Projection, rank lower, true god level, attributes, strength 5 billion, agility 1 billion, constitution 5 billion, spirit 2 billion. Skills: War Domain, all allied attributes 100 within range, War God's Axe, large area, height, damage, battle intent, burning, higher attack. As health decreases, Divine War Body, passive 60 damage reduction, description, an awareness projection left by an ancient war god in the void battlefield, retaining the combat instincts of the war god in life. Though merely a projection, it still possessed terrifying strength at the true god level. The second figure also stood over 20 meters tall, but was more slender, like a twisted shadow. Its entire body was covered in dark purple scales with 4 curved horns on its head, and its eyes burned with ghostly green flames. 8 massive dark purple wings unfurled behind it, each flap creating a storm of demonic energy. BOSS Demon God Projection. Rank lower, true god level, attributes, strength 2 billion, agility 2 billion, constitution 4 billion, spirit 5 billion. Skills: Demonic Abyss, devour, absorbs 10 of enemy life per second within range, Demon God's Grasp, single target, control, high damage, Demon Shadow Clone, creates 3 clones with 50 of the main bonus attributes, Demon God Body, passive 30 of damage, taken, converted to life value. Description: an awareness projection left by an ancient demon god in the void battlefield, possessing 1/10 of the demon god's strength. It is the nemesis of the war god projection, yet when facing outsiders it chooses to cooperate with it. 2 bosses. Moreover, their attributes were nearly double those of the first layer's Odin Shadow. War God Projection, with 5 billion constitution 5 billion strength, combined with the 100 attribute boost of War Domain, and the 60 damage reduction of Divine War Body possesses an absurd level of tankiness. Demon God Projection with 4 billion Constitution 3. 5 billion Spirit combined with the 10 life drain of Demonic Abyss Devour and the 30 damage conversion of Demon God Body has an utterly terrifying sustainability. Now this is more like it. Bai Ye tightened his grip on the Divine Punishment, sort of battle-hungry smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The War God Projection and Demon God Projection stood side by side. Two distinctly different divine power pressures collided in the void, creating visible ripples. The golden battle intent intertwined with the dark purple demonic energy shattering countless divine remains around them. War God. Yenshi tightened her grip on the holy flame staff, her gaze intense. Yingyu's figure had already vanished from sight, the stealth effect of the shadow divine garment allowing her to blend completely into the void. Yet she did not act recklessly. The perception abilities of the dual true god-level bosses far surpassed those of ordinary enemies, and approaching carelessly could be dangerous. Alice gripped the divine healing staff tightly, the healing light surrounding the entire army. My lord, the threat posed by these two bosses is far greater than that of Odin's shadow, especially that demon god's life drain skill. Elena unfurled her 6 wings, her golden eyes fixed on the distant figures, calmly stating, my lord, leave the war god to me. Bai Ye glanced at her. Elena's voice was calm and confident. My holy power restrains demonic energy, and it also has a suppressive effect on the war god's battle intent. Onion, I can handle it. Bai Ye nodded. All right, I'll take on the demon god, you handle the war god. He raised his hand, drawing the divine punishment sword, its golden light flashing in the void. Yenshi, Yingyue, work with me to besiege the demon god. Understood. Yenshi responded excitedly. Yes. Yingyu's voice echoed from the void. All troops heed my command. Bai Ye's voice resonated through the void. Dawn shields brace against the demon god's area of attack and protect the rear. Night elf archers, gale archers, ice spirit sorcerers, holy light knights concentrate all fire on the demon god and weaken it first. Yes, my lord. 25,000 soldiers echoed in unison, their voices reverberating through the void. The war god projection moved first. It took massive strides, each step creating golden ripples in the void. War god's axe. It swung the golden battle axe, and a massive golden blade of light shot forth from the axe, sweeping toward Bai Ye's troops. Wherever the blade passed, the void was torn apart, and the drifting divine remains were sliced in half. Elena flapped her 6 wings and instantly appeared in front of the blade. With her holy sword poised for a horizontal slash, the golden holy flame collided with the golden blade. Boom! The two energies exploded at the point of collision, creating a massive energy storm. Elena was knocked back several meters, a few feathers falling from her 6 wings. Yet she successfully blocked the blade. Your opponent is me. Elena raised her head, her golden eyes burning with battle intent. Her 6 wings unfurled, her figure transforming into a stream of golden light as she charged toward the war god projection. Divine Judgment. A blood-red beam of light over 100 meters in diameter descended from the sky, crashing into the war god projection. The war god projection raised its battle axe to block, but was still forced back several steps, its health decreasing by 3. Interesting. The war god projection let out a low chuckle, the golden battle axe gathering even denser battle intent. War domain. A golden light shield spread out from its body, enveloping a 1 kilometer radius. War domain activated. All allied attributes within range 100. The war god projection's attributes doubled instantly. Strength skyrocketing from 2.5 billion to 5 billion. Constitution soaring from 5 billion to 10 billion. Come and fight. The war god projection swung its battle axe, engaging in fierce combat with Elena. The golden holy flame intertwined with the golden battle intent, causing the void to tremble with each clash. On the other side, the projection of the demon god moved as well. It did not charge forward, but spread its 8 dark purple wings, which were adorned with countless twisted demonic patterns. Demon Abyss Devour. A dark purple light shield expanded from within its body, enveloping an area of several kilometers. Within the range, the enemy forces lost 10 of their life every second, converting it into life for the demon god projection. The blood of the Bai Ye army began to visibly diminish. 10% per second in 10 seconds, that's 100. If no healing is provided, 250,000 troops will all perish in 10 seconds. Alice was already prepared. The transparent gem at the tip of the staff of divine healing shone with a dazzling milky white light. Group Heal Extreme. A healing light 20 times more intense than before enveloped the entire army. With the 20-fold healing effect of the staff of divine healing, Alice's group heal restored over 20 of life every second. The 10 life loss from the demon Abyss Devour was completely offset. Moreover, there was a surplus. Ice Spirit Sorcerers, Ice Seal 1,000 miles. Bai Ye commanded. 50,000 Ice Spirit Sorcerers simultaneously unleashed their skills, and a chilling aura swept over the demon god projection. With the enhancement of level 5000 and the blessing of angels, the damage and freezing effects of Iceal 1,000 miles were significantly increased. Frost gathered on the four horns of the demon god projection, and the speed of its 8 wings began to slow down. Night Elf Archers' Rain of Arrows. 50,000 Night Elf Archers unleashed their skills simultaneously, and dark purple arrows rained down upon the demon god projection. The arrows poured down like a torrential rain, each one carrying billions in damage. The blood of the demon god projection began to decline. However, the passive effect of demon god body was triggered. 30 of the damage taken was converted into life. 30% of the damage caused by the rain of arrows was transformed into healing for the demon god projection. The rate of blood loss was much slower than anticipated. Yinshi Divine Flame Descend. Yinshi raised the Holy Flame Staff, and the 9 spikes of the flame crown lit up simultaneously. Divine Flame Descend. A crimson golden fire pillar with a diameter exceeding 1 kilometer descended from the sky, enveloping the demon god projection within. The divine flame dealt 1,000 mental damage per second combined with Yangtze's 1.8 billion mental power, causing 1.8 billion damage per second. Moreover, the divine flame could reduce the target's defense by 50 and life recovery effect by 90. The healing effect of the demon god projection's demon god body was significantly weakened, and the rate of blood loss accelerated. Damn it! The demon god projection let out an enraged roar, flapping all 8 wings simultaneously. Demon Shadow Clone. Its body suddenly split, creating 3 clones with 50 of its original attributes. The 4 figures spread their wings simultaneously and flew in different directions. Trying to escape, Bai Ye raised his hand, and the Thunder Binding activated. Thunder Binding. Purple lightning chains shot out from the void, accurately wrapping around the 4 figures. However, the resistance of the demon god projection was extremely high, and the lightning chains were broken free in less than a second. Nonetheless, that 1 second was already sufficient. Ingwe, Yingyu's figure emerged from the void. She had somehow circled behind one of the clones. The immunity detection effect of the Shadow Divine Garb allowed the demon god projection to be completely unaware of her presence. Shadow Kill. Ingwe swung down the shadow blade. A jet black sword energy shot out from the blade's tip, piercing accurately through the chest of that clone. 50 times agility damage. 100 critical. Yingyu's agility was at an astounding 190 million at this moment, resulting in 9.5 billion damage. With the critical hit doubled, that became 19 billion. The clone's blood was instantly depleted, unable to even let out a scream before dissipating into black smoke. First one. Yingyu's voice was calm and cold. Her figure flashed and disappeared into the void again. Damn. Damn. The demon god projection roared in anger, and the remaining 3 clones simultaneously unleashed their skills. Demon God's Grasp. 3 dark, purple giant claws reached out from the void, aiming for the most densely packed area of the Bai Ye army. Dawn Shield raised shields. 50,000 Dawn Shield soldiers stepped forward, raising their shields high. The dark golden war god armor gleamed amidst the dark purple demonic energy. The giant claws slammed down on the shield formation, sending sparks flying. The Dawn Shield soldiers were pushed back several steps, but under the 60 damage reduction of the war god armor and Alice's continuous healing, no one fell. Bai Ye raised the Divine Punishment Sword, and the runes on the sword began to glow. Divine Judgment. A golden light beam shot from the sword tip, accurately striking the main body of the demon god projection. 20 times damage. Bai Ye's current strength was 65 million and spirit was 120 million, totaling 185 million. 20 times that equals 3.7 billion damage. Moreover, the Divine Judgment dealt true damage, ignoring all defenses. The main body of the demon god projection let out a piercing scream as its blood plummeted by 10. Yinshi continued to suppress. Yangtze's Divine Flame Descend was still ongoing, with the crimson golden sea of fire enveloping the demon god projection and 2 clones completely. Ingwe emerged again from the void, and the shadow blade pierced through the chest of the second clone. 19 billion damage, instant kill. Second one. Yingyu's voice sounded like the pronouncement of death. Only the last clone and the main body remained. The demon god projection finally panicked. It wanted to recall its clones and concentrate its power for defense. But Bai Ye would not give it the chance. Angel Legion Summon. Bai Ye activated the skill. A massive golden light gate opened in the void. Within the light gate, countless angelic figures emerged. They wore silver-white armor, wielded holy long swords, and had pure white wings spread behind them. Their number exceeded 100. Each angel was of the 9th rank. Their level was the same as Bai Ye's, level 5,000. The Angel Legion has been summoned. Quantity 120. Rank 9th. Level 5,000. Duration 1 hour. 120 level 5,000 9th rank angels flew out simultaneously from the light gate. They wielded holy long swords, formed a battle formation, and charged towards the last clone of the demon god projection. 120 beams of holy sword energy struck down simultaneously. The clone's blood was instantly depleted, dissipating into black smoke. Third one. Yingyu's voice carried a hint of a smile. The demon god projection stood alone in the void, surrounded by 120 angels, 000 troops, and 4 heroes. The demonic energy on its 8 wings had dimmed significantly, and its blood level had fallen below 50. Its body began to swell, and dark purple demonic energy surged out frantically from within. Trying to self-destruct, Bai Ye raised his hand. Its body began to swell, and dark purple demonic energy surged out frantically from within. Trying to self-destruct, Bai Ye raised his hand, and the golden light on the eternal staff surged. Eternal domain. A golden light shield spread out, enveloping all allied forces within a radius of 1 kilometer. 10 seconds of invincibility. The body of the demon god projection exploded, and dark purple demonic energy engulfed the entire void battlefield. But under the protection of the eternal domain, Bai Ye's troops were unscathed. After 10 seconds, the demonic energy dissipated. The demon god projection had completely vanished. Ding. Defeated the lower-level true god BOSS demon god projection. Meanwhile, the battle between Elina and the projection of the war god was nearing its end. Elina unfurled her 6 wings, and the golden holy flames surrounding her burned with utmost intensity. Her health had already dropped below 50, and half of the feathers on her 6 wings had fallen. Yet her gaze remained sharp, and her fighting spirit showed no signs of waning. The state of the war god projection was even worse. Its golden armor was covered in cracks, and the light on its battle axe had dimmed significantly. Its health was down to only 15. "You are strong," the war god projection said in a deep voice, its golden eyes fixed on Elina. "But you are ultimately just a tier 10, while I am a true deity." It raised its battle axe, gathering all its golden fighting spirit on the blade. War god's axe final. A blade of golden light larger than any before shot forth from the axe, cleaving towards Elina. Elina did not shy away. She flapped her 6 wings and charged towards the golden blade. Holy judgment final. The holy sword gathered all the golden holy flames and collided with the golden blade. Boom. The two forces exploded at the point of collision, forming an energy storm with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters. In the center of the storm, Elina's 6 wings were torn apart, and golden feathers flew everywhere. Yet she still did not retreat. The holy sword advanced inch by inch as the golden holy flames gradually consumed the golden fighting spirit. In the end, the holy sword pierced through the chest of the war god projection. You won. The war god projection let out a low rumbling laugh as its massive body began to crumble. The golden armor dissipated into light, and the battle axe slipped from its hand, vanishing into the void. Ding. You have defeated the lower-level true god BOSS war god projection. Clear score SSS rank. You have received energy points 100 billion mid-level true god treasure. A radiant golden light enveloped the entire battlefield, and the aura of the 250 strong army surged once more. Bai Ye summoned the attribute panel. Lord Bai Ye level 5500 attributes, strength 80 million, spirit 300 million. Hero Holy Seraph Elina tier 10 level 5500 attributes, strength 28 million, agility 28 million, constitution 28 million, spirit 700 million. 700 million spirit. Elina's level jumped from 5000 to 5500, and her attributes surged once more. Now, even when facing a mid-level true god, she had the strength to fight back. Bai Ye retracted the sword of divine punishment, his gaze falling on the 2 mid-level true god treasure chests. The treasure chests were entirely purple golden, more magnificent than the lower-level true god chests, and their surfaces were etched with more complex divine patterns. The energy fluctuations they emitted were several times more intense than those of the lower-level true god chests. Mid-level true god treasure chests. A hint of anticipation flickered in Bai Ye's eyes. The void battlefield gradually calmed after the war god projection and demon god projection dissipated. Countless divine remains still quietly floated in the void, but the suffocating pressure had dissipated by more than half. Bai Ye stood at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by the lingering golden lightning of the battle. For heroes stood on either side, their armies neatly arrayed. All eyes were fixed on the 2 purple golden treasure chests before Bai Ye. Lord, hurry and open it. Yanxi was the first to rush over, her eyes shining like 2 stars. Her flame crown still emitted a faint reddish golden glow, and the fire energy around her remained surging. Yingyu emerged from the void, her shadowy armor making her appear like a pitch-black silhouette, mid-level true god, level 1 tier above lower-level true god level. The gear inside is likely beyond our imagination. Alice held tightly to the staff of divine healing, smiling gently. It is our honor to witness Lord opening the mid-level True God treasure chest. Elena folded her broken 6 wings, a glimmer of anticipation appearing in her golden eyes. Mid-level True Gods are also top-tier existences in the heavenly realm. A treasure chest of this level must contain true artifacts. Bai Ye nodded and raised his hand to touch the first treasure chest. Open the first mid-level True God treasure chest. Ding. Opening mid-level True God treasure chest. Opening successful. A purple golden light exploded from the treasure chest, rising like a small sun in the void. The intensity of the light was several times stronger than that of the lower-level True God treasure chests. The entire void battlefield was illuminated in purple golden light, casting long shadows of countless divine remains. After the light faded, an item quietly hovered in midair. It was a ring of pure purple gold. The ring was crafted from an unknown metal, its surface covered in dense divine patterns, each of which flowed slowly, as if alive. At the top of the ring was embedded a purple golden gemstone the size of a fist. Within the gemstone, it seemed as if an endless starry sky was swirling, each pulse causing the surrounding space to slightly distort. Ding! You have obtained mid-level True God equipment Void Divine Ring. Bai Ye waved his hand, and the ring fell into his palm. Summoning the attribute panel. Equipment Void Divine Ring mid-level True God level exclusive to the Lord user. Bai Ye Lord attributes Strength 100 million, Spirit 100 million. Effect 1, all skill cooldowns reduced by 90, stacking with the 80 reduction from the Eternal Scepter, totaling a reduction of 98. Effect 2, all skill costs reduced by 95. Effect 3, active skill Void Walker. Can instantly teleport to any location within a radius of 1 million kilometers, ignoring all obstacles and barriers. Teleportation requires no energy points, cooldown time 1 second. Effect 4, passive skill Void Affinity. Movement speed in the void increased by 500 with 80 damage reduction from void-type attacks. Description: a divine ring personally forged by the ancient Lord of the Void, containing the primal power of the laws of the void. The wearer can traverse freely in the void unimpeded by anyone. Legend has it that the Lord of the Void once wielded this ring, entering and exiting 7 times in the War of the Gods, slaying countless strong enemies without a scratch. 100 million strength. 100 million spirit. Bai Ye read the attributes word by word, genuine shock flashing in his eyes. This was just the base attribute enhancement. The truly terrifying part was Effect 1, reducing all skill cooldowns by 90. He originally had an 80 cooldown reduction from the Eternal Scepter, and with the 90 from the Void Divine Ring, the total reduction reached 98. What did this mean? The Thunder Divine Punishment, originally with a 5-minute cooldown, now only needed 6 seconds. The Divine Judgment, originally with a 30-minute cooldown, now only needed 36 seconds. The Angel Legion Summon, originally with a 24-hour cooldown, now only needed 8 minutes. This is terrifying. Yanxi exclaimed upon seeing the attribute panel, her voice shifting in tone. The Lord's skills can almost be released infinitely now. Yu's pupils constricted, 98 cooldown reduction. The Lord's output capability will reach unprecedented heights. Alice clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with awe. And there's also the Void Walker teleportation skill, teleporting anywhere within 1 million kilometers with only a 1-second cooldown. The Lord's maneuverability will reach an astonishing level. Elena's golden eyes also flickered with shock. Mid-level True God equipment truly lives up to its reputation. This ring is definitely one of the top artifacts even in the heavenly realm. With a spiritual power surpassing 400 million combined with the 98 cooldown reduction of the Void God Ring, Bai Ye's combat strength has reached a terrifying level. He raised his hand, activating the Void Walker. His figure instantly vanished from the spot and appeared in the void 100 meters away. Activating it again, he reappeared in another location. After teleporting over a dozen times, there was no sense of awkwardness, as natural as breathing. This skill is incredibly useful. Bai Ye's lips curled into a satisfied smile. With my teleportation skill, supporting any direction will only take a moment from now on. He put away the experiment of the Void God Ring, his gaze falling on the second treasure chest. Open the second mid-tier True God level treasure chest. Opening the mid-tier True God level treasure chest. Success. After the light dispersed, a long sword, entirely purple golden, quietly floated in midair. The sword was about 1.5 meters long and 4 fingers wide, crafted from an unknown purple golden metal. It was engraved with densely packed divine patterns, each one slowly flowing, emanating a sharp and chilling aura. Embedded in the guard was a purple golden gemstone the size of a fist, within which a galaxy seemed to swirl. The edge of the blade shimmered with a faint purple golden halo, and even when motionless one could feel an extreme, killing intent. Acquired mid-tier True God level equipment Void God Sword. Displaying attribute panel. Equipment Void God Sword Mid-tier True God level exclusive to heroes applicable Hero AI Lin, Na Holy Seraph Attribute Strength 450 million. Effect 1. All attacks carry the Void Cutting effect ignoring 50 of the target's defense. Effect 2. Attacks or skills have a 30 chance to trigger Void Shatter dealing 10 million true damage and reducing the target's defense by 30 can stack 3 times. Effect 3. Damage to Dark-type monsters increased by 500 damage to Undead-type monsters increased by 800. Effect 4. Active skill Void Judgment. Summons the power of the Void to perform the ultimate judgment on the target dealing 50 times strength spirit damage. If the target is a Dark-type or Undead-type monster, the damage is doubled with a cooldown of 1 hour. Description: a divine sword forged by the ancient Void Lord and the Holy Lord, merging the primal forces of the laws of the Void and the laws of the Holy. The Void power contained in the sword can cut through all things, while the Holy power can purify all evil. Legend has it that this sword once slayed a high-tier, true, god-level abyssal demon. 450 million strength. Yen Shi read out the attributes, her mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. Ing Yu's hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. This active skill Void Judgment deals 50 times strength spirit damage. With AI Lin Na's current attributes, how much damage can this strike cause? 50 times strength spirit damage, terrifying indeed. Moreover, it can ignore 50 of defense with a 30 chance to trigger 10 million true damage and lower defense. AI Lin Na saw the attribute panel, and a deep shock appeared in her golden eyes. She took the Void God Sword with both hands. The moment she touched it, the divine patterns on the sword suddenly glowed with dazzling purple golden light. The light surged into her body like a tide, merging with her holy power. Her originally pure golden holy flame now had an additional layer of purple golden void power. The two energies intertwined, forming a new and even more terrifying purple golden holy flame. Hero Holy Seraph AI Lin Na. Rank 10-year level 5500 attributes strength 430 million agility 280 million constitution 280 million spirit 700 million. Lord this sword. AI Lin Na tightened her grip on the Void God Sword, feeling the surging power within her, her voice laced with excitement. Before becoming a hero unit, she lived for countless years and had seen countless artifacts in the heavenly planes. But she had never seen an artifact of this level like the Void God Sword. Bai Ye's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This is yours, AI Lin Na. With this sword you will truly be a war god. AI Lin Na knelt on one knee, plunging the Void God Sword into the ground, the purple golden light illuminating her face. Thank you, Lord. AI Lin Na will not fail this sword. Bai Ye gestured for her to rise, his gaze sweeping over the 4 heroes and the army of units. Yen Shi, equipped with the Flame God Crown, had a spirit power of 180 million. Ing Yue, equipped with the Shadow God Garb, had an agility of 190 million. AI Li Si, equipped with the Divine Healing Staff, had a spirit of 220 million. AI Lin Na, equipped with the Void God Sword, had a strength of 430 million and a spirit of 700 million. For heroes, 4 pieces of true god-level equipment, their combat strength had reached a terrifying level. Moreover, with Bai Ye's own Void God Ring and Judgment Sword, and a 98 cooldown reduction, skills could be unleashed almost seamlessly. There was also an army of units at level 5,500, continuously rising in level, complemented by a millionfold experience. Lord, our current strength. Yen Shi said excitedly. Even if we encounter a mid-tier true god-level lord, we can easily crush them, right? Bai Ye smiled slightly. Mid-tier true god. I don't know, but I should be able to handle a lower-tier true god. His gaze turned towards the depths of the void battlefield, where the entrance to the 3rd layer could be vaguely seen. Twilight of the Gods ruins the 3rd layer, also the final layer. There must be stronger enemies waiting. But at the same time, it represents even more astonishing rewards waiting. All troops heed my command. Bai Ye gripped the Judgment Sword tightly, the purple golden Void God Ring shimmering with brilliant light on his finger. Target the 3rd layer. Move out. The army of units responded in unison, their voices echoing through the void. Bai Ye strode towards the entrance of the 3rd layer, followed closely by the 4 heroes. Behind them, over 200,000 troops surged like a tide towards the depths of the void battlefield. In the center, surrounded by countless divine remains, a huge palace floated. The palace was built entirely of a silver-white unknown metal, its surface engraved with dense divine patterns. Each divine pattern flowed slowly, emanating an ancient and majestic aura. At the top of the palace, a massive golden star floated, radiating soft and holy light. The main entrance of the palace was a gigantic stone door towering 100 meters high. The door was engraved with reliefs of gods battling, with a figure in the center draped in golden divine robes wearing a crown of stars. He held a golden scepter, seated on a throne surrounded by countless divine phantoms. Ding! Arrived at Twilight of the Gods ruins. 3rd layer, throne of the gods. Trial explanation: defeat the guardian of the throne of the gods and earn the final recognition of the god. Tip: the throne of the gods is the core of the ancient council of gods, burying the will projections of the most powerful main gods of the age of gods. By defeating them, you will receive the gods' gifts. Bai Ye stood before the stone door, his gaze fixed on the relief of the figure seated on the throne. Even as a relief, he could feel the chilling pressure emanating from it. It was the true pressure of a main god, far surpassing any enemy he had encountered before. This battle will not be simple, Bai Ye murmured, raising his hand to push open the stone door. The stone door slowly opened, and an ancient and majestic aura rushed towards him. Behind the door was a vast hall. The hall was circular, with a diameter of over 10,000 meters and a ceiling height of 1,000 meters. The walls were covered with epics from the age of the gods, each relief vivid and lifelike. In the center of the hall floated 3 gigantic thrones. Each throne stood 100 meters high, crafted from different colored divine gold. The first throne was entirely golden, exuding a domineering and majestic battle intent. The second throne was entirely silver, emanating an aura of profound and mysterious wisdom. The third throne was dark golden, radiating an eerie and greedy aura of death. 3 figures sat upon the 3 thrones. The first figure, clad in a golden divine robe, wore a crown of stars and held a golden scepter. It was indeed the projection of the supreme deity depicted on the stone door's relief. BOSS God King projection, shadow of Zeus. Rank mid-level, true god. Attributes: strength 500 million, agility 200 million, constitution 1 billion, spirit 500 million. Skills: God King domain, all attributes of allies within range 150, thunder dominance, widow range, lightning damage with paralysis. God King's judgment, single target, instant kill damage. God King's immortality, passive triggers when health is below 30, all attributes 200, lasts for 60 seconds. Description: the consciousness projection of the ancient god King Zeus, left in the throne of the gods, possesses 1% of his original power. As the sovereign of the era of gods, his strength far surpasses that of ordinary true gods. The second figure, dressed in a silver divine robe, held a thick divine tome. Its eyes were silver white, as if they could see through everything. BOSS goddess of wisdom projection, shadow of Athena. Rank mid-level, true god. Attributes: strength 200 million, agility 500 million, constitution 600 million, spirit 800 million. Skills: wisdom domain, reduces skill cooldown of allies within range by 80, war strategy, allied attacks and defenses within range 100. Sacred shield, applies a shield to allies that absorbs 500 million damage. Eye of insight, passive, sees through all invisibility and disguises. Description: the consciousness projection of the ancient goddess of wisdom Athena, left in the throne of the gods. She is not only the goddess of wisdom, but also the goddess of war, possessing terrifying abilities to command legions in battle. The third figure, draped in a dark golden divine robe, wielded a massive black scythe. Its face was obscured by a hood, making its features indistinguishable, with only 2 eerie green lights emanating from its eyes. Surrounded by a dense aura of death, each breath made the surrounding air grow colder. BOSS god of the underworld projection, shadow of Hades. Rank mid-level, true god. Attributes: strength 400 million, agility 300 million, constitution 700 million, spirit 600 million. Skills: underworld domain, all attributes of enemies within range 50, death harvest, widow range, AoE with instant death effect, soul devour, restores 10 maximum health for each unit killed. God of the underworld's immortality passive, can revive once after death, all attributes 100 upon revival. Description: the consciousness projection of the ancient god of the underworld Hades, left in the throne of the gods. He governs death and possesses terrifying abilities to reap souls. In the twilight of the gods, he was one of the last fallen supreme deities. 3 mid-level, true god bosses. God King Zeus, 1 billion, constitution 500 million, strength. God King domain, all attributes 150. Goddess of wisdom Athena, 800 million, spirit, wisdom domain, skill cooldown reduced by 80, war strategy, attack and defense 100. God of the underworld Hades, 700 million, constitution, underworld domain, 50 attributes for enemies, death harvest with instant death effect. 3 BOSSES, each stronger than the war god and demon god projections of the second level by more than 1 tier. Moreover, they will join forces. God King domain, wisdom domain, underworld domain, the combined effect is terrifying to the extreme. This is too strong. Yenshi tightened her grip on the holy flame staff, her voice trembling slightly. Ingyu frowned tightly. Athena's eye of insight can see through all invisibility. My shadow divine garb is ineffective before her. Alice's expression turned serious. Hades underworld domain will reduce our attributes by 50. Combined with Zeus God King domain, the attribute gap between us and the enemy will become terrifying. Elena gripped the void divine sword tightly, a burning battle intent in her golden eyes. but we must defeat them. Bai Ye's lips curled into a smile. What is there to fear? He raised his hand, the purple gold light flickering on the Void Divine Ring. We have the Void Divine Ring, the Void Divine Sword, 4 pieces of true God-level equipment, and an army of 25500 at level 5500. Just 3 mid-level true gods. Attack! Bai Ye's voice echoed in the hall. The army of 25500 responded in unison, their voices shaking the entire throne of the gods. All troops assemble. At Bai Ye's command, the 25500 army quickly arranged into formation. The Dawn Shield led the front, and the dark golden war god set gleamed even under the pressure of the 3 domains. The Gale Archers took position in the center, their arrows from the thunder bow crackling with lightning. The Ice Spirit Mage stood at the back, raising their frost staff, a chilling aura spreading out. The Night Elves spread out to the wings, their dark purple forms merging with the shadows. The Holy Light Knights formed the outermost line, their holy light armor radiating a gentle golden glow. Elena, you will hold off Zeus. Your Void Divine Sword is also effective against divine targets. You can suppress him on Ionon. Understood. Elena spread her 6 wings, the purple gold sacred flames igniting on the Void Divine Sword. Yan Xiang, you will work with me to besiege Hades. His underworld domain is the greatest threat and must be dealt with first. Yes. Yan Shi raised her holy flame staff high. Understood. Ing Yu's figure vanished from the spot. Although Athena could see through invisibility, the agility boost from the shadow divine garb remained. Alice, you are responsible for healing the entire army. Hades' Death Harvest has an instant death effect. Be ready to revive troops at any moment. As you command, my lord. Alice gripped the divine healing staff tightly, a healing light enveloping the entire army. Angel Legion summon. Bai Ye raised his hand, activating the skill. A massive golden portal opened in the hall. 150 level 5509th tier angels flew out from the portal wielding holy light long swords, forming a battle array. The Angel Legion has been summoned. Quantity 150. Rank 9th tier. Level 5500. Duration 1 hour. The addition of 150 angels increased Bai Ye's army count once again. All troops listen up. Bai Ye tightened his grip on the divine punishment, sword, the divine patterns on the sword glowing. Target god of the underworld Hades. Full force attack. The battle erupted in an instant. Hades was the first to move. It stood up from the throne, raising the black scythe high. All attributes of enemies within range 50. Bai Ye's troops' attributes plummeted instantly. The Dawn Shield's constitution dropped from 10. All attributes of enemies within range 50. Bai Ye's troops' attributes plummeted instantly. The Dawn Shield's constitution dropped from tens of millions to only half of its original amount. The agility of the Night Elf archers also fell from over 20 million to just over 10 million. Alice immediately activated the active effect of the divine healing staff. Purifying light extreme. A milky white light enveloped the entire army, attempting to remove the debuff of the underworld domain. But a mid-level true god domain is not so easily dispelled. The purifying light only counteracted a 25 reduction in attributes, with another 25 debuff still present. That is enough, Bai Ye said solemnly. Just then Zeus moved as well. It raised the golden scepter, the star gem at the top, shining with blinding golden light. God King Domain. A golden light shield layered over the underworld domain. God King Domain activated. All attributes of allies within range 150. The attributes of the 3 bosses skyrocketed simultaneously. Hades' strength surged from 400 million to 1 billion. Constitution jumped from 700 million to 1.75 billion. What? How is this even possible? Yanshi panicked. Athena raised the ancient tome in her hands. Domain of Wisdom. A silvery barrier shimmered into place once more. Domain of Wisdom activated. Cooldowns of all allied skills within range reduced by 80. The 3 bosses' skill cooldowns were slashed by 80. Skills that once required prolonged recovery could now be unleashed repeatedly. War strategy. Athena cast again, boosting the 3 bosses' attack and defense by 100 each. Hades' strength surged past 2 billion. His constitution shattered the 35 billion threshold. We cannot afford delay. Bai Ye's gaze darkened as he activated the active ability of his Void God Ring. Void Walker. In a flash he reappeared behind Hades. Golden lightning coalesced with blinding intensity upon the divine punishment sword. Divine Judgment. A golden beam erupted from the sword's tip, striking Hades squarely in the back. Under the dual influence of the Lord of the Underworld domain and war strategy, Hades' defense had become immeasurably formidable. Yet Divine Judgment dealt true damage, ignoring all defenses entirely. 20-fold physical and spiritual damage. Boom. Hades' health plummeted by 2. It works. Yanshi cried out elated. Keep up the assault. Bai Ye commanded, reactivating Void Walker as his form flickered ceaselessly around Hades. Golden slashes from the divine punishment, sword struck from every conceivable angle. Effect of divine punishment, sword triggered. Inflicts 2 of target's maximum health as true damage. Where the blade passed, dawnlight shields were hurled aside, night elf archers perished instantly, and ice spirit archmages dissolved into ash. In a single strike, thousands of troops fell. Where the blade passed, dawnlight shields were hurled aside, night elf archers perished instantly, and ice spirit archmages dissolved into ash. In a single strike, thousands of troops fell. Ding. Hades triggers Soul Devour, restores 10 of maximum health. His health bar instantly refilled to full. Damn it. Yen Shi's voice tightened with urgency. Alice, mass resurrection. Alice had already prepared. The translucent crystal atop her divine healing staff flared with searing milky white radiance. Mass resurrection true. A gentle rain of milky light descended, reviving every fallen soldier, restoring them to full vitality. Resume assault. Bai Ye roared, activating Void Walker once more, reappearing directly above Hades. Divine Judgment. 62 billion points of damage detonated anew. Hades' health dropped once more. Yen Shi, Celestial Flame Descent. She raised her holy flame scepter high, 9 spikes of the flame crown blazed simultaneously. Celestial Flame Descent. A crimson gold fire pillar over a kilometer wide descended from the heavens, engulfing Hades completely. Under the Lord of the Underworld Domain's 25 attribute suppression, Yen Shi's spiritual energy dropped from 180 million to 135 million. But Celestial Flame Descent remained terrifyingly potent, dealing 1,000 spiritual damage per second, and amplified 25-fold by the Flame Crown's fire affinity. The devastation was staggering. Hades' health began falling at a visible, relentless pace. 95, 90, 85. Ingyu, Shadow Slaughter. Ingyu materialized from the void, her shadow blade pulsing with concentrated abyssal energy. Though Athena's Eye of Insight could pierce her invisibility, Shadow Slaughter's damage remained intact. Shadow Slaughter. 50-fold agility damage, with guaranteed critical strike. Ingyu's agility dipped from 190 million to 142.5 million, but her single target devastation remained overwhelming, and with critical strike doubling the blow. Swoosh. Hades' health plunged another 5. Angel Legion. Focus fire on Hades. 159th Tier Angels, each level 5,500, swung their holy light greatswords in unison, launching 150 beams of sacred light. Each beam inflicted billions of damage. The synchronized barrage exploded with cataclysmic force. Hades' health fell below 70. Wretched insects. Hades bellowed in fury, raising his black scythe to unleash death harvest once more, but Bai Ye denied him the chance. Thunderbind. Violet lightning chains shot forth from the void, wrapping tightly around Hades' arms. With 98 cooldown reduction, Thunderbind's cooldown shrank to under 1 second. Bai Ye could cast it endlessly. Death harvest was interrupted. Resume assault, he commanded. The entire army converged once more. Meanwhile, on the other front, Alina's battle with Zeus had reached its fever pitch. Her 6 wings unfurled fully, violet gold divine flame roared with incandescent fury along the void god's sword. Void Judgment. She brought down the sword, releasing a violet gold beam that pierced straight through 50-fold physical and spiritual damage. Alina's strength stood at 430 million, her spirit at 700 million, totaling 113 billion. This single blow could obliterate an ordinary lower-tier true god. Boom. Zeus' health dropped by 15. Cursed Seraphim, he snarled, raising his golden scepter. Lord of Thunder. A deluge of golden lightning cascaded from the sky, blanketing the entire battlefield. Alina beat her 6 wings once, charging headlong into the storm. Radiant Heaven Wings. Her movement speed tripled, and she became immune to all control effects. Darting effortlessly through the lightning, she cleaved the air with violet gold sword arcs. Sacred Verdict. Void Judgment. Alternating between these two skills, Zeus' health steadily declined. 80 is 70, 60. God King Immortality. As Zeus' health fell below 30, his passive triggered, granting a 200 boost to all attributes for 60 seconds. His strength soared from 500 million to 1.5 billion. His constitution surged from 1 billion to 3 billion. Come, fight me. Zeus swung his scepter, clashing fiercely with Alina. Alina showed no fear, violet gold divine flame burning ever brighter along the void god sword. Lord, Zeus has entered berserk state. She transmitted urgently. Hold for 60 seconds. Bai Ye replied. I'm nearly done here. Hades' health had already plunged below 30. Lord of the Underworld, Immortality. Hades triggered his passive, not boosting attributes, but granting resurrection. Keep assaulting. Bai Ye ordered. The army redoubled its assault. Hades' health continued its descent. 2010-5. Soul Harvest. Hades unleashed his ultimate skill, his black scythe gathering the essence of absolute death. But Bai Ye gave him no opening. Eternal Domain. A golden dome expanded outward, enveloping the entire host. 10 seconds of invincibility. Soul harvest damage was utterly nullified. It ends now. Bai Ye raised his hand. The divine punishment, sword blazing with concentrated golden lightning. Divine judgment. The golden beam pierced straight through Hades' chest. Hades shrieked, a wail of agony, as his colossal form crashed to the ground. Ding. Defeated mid-tier true god boss projection of the Lord of the Underworld, Hades' shadow. Yet he did not truly perish. Lord of the Underworld immortality triggered. Hades' shadow resurrected, with all attributes increased by 100. He rose again, his aura now even more terrifying. His strength breached 2 billion, his constitution surpassed 35 billion. So he rises, what of it? A faint smile curved Bai Ye's lips. Kill him again. Angel Legion, Focus Fire. Yen Shi, Celestial Flame Descent. Ing Yu, Shadow Slaughter. All 3 god-tier skills struck the resurrected Hades simultaneously. His health plummeted once more, 50, 30, 10. Divine Judgment. Bai Ye unleashed the skill again, the golden beam piercing Hades' chest. Hades roared, a cry of defiance, as his massive frame collapsed once more. This time, there would be no return. Ding. Complete annihilation of mid-tier true god boss projection of the Lord of the Underworld, Hades' shadow. Rewarded energy points, 50 billion. With Hades' fall, the Lord of the Underworld domain dissipated, the attributes of Bai Ye's forces restored. Alina, we're coming. Bai Ye activated Voidwalker, appearing instantly behind Zeus. Divine Judgment. Celestial Flame Descent. Shadow Slaughter. Void Judgment. For god-tier abilities struck Zeus in perfect synchrony. Zeus' health instantly plunged below 10. No, impossible. His final roar echoed, a cry of disbelief, as his colossal form began crumbling apart. Ding. Defeated mid-tier true god boss projection of the King of Gods, Zeus' shadow. Only Athena remained. She watched her 2 comrades fall, her silver-white eyes betraying no fear. You are formidable. She closed her ancient tome and rose from her throne. But the glory of the gods must remain untarnished. Sacred Shield. She enveloped herself in a damage-absorbing barrier. War strategy. Attack and defense surged once more, by 100 each. Then come. A subtle smile touched Bai Ye's lips. Full assault. Troops, 150 angels, and 4 heroes unleashed their abilities in unison. Arrows, Frost, Shadow, Holy Flame, Sacred Light, Thunder. Countless attacks rained upon Athena's shield. It shattered instantly. Athena's health began to fall, 80, 50, 30. Eye of Insight. Her eyes turned pure silver white, perceiving every trajectory of incoming assault. She flickered, evading most blows. But Bai Ye allowed no reprieve. Void Walker. He appeared behind her in an instant, the divine punishment sword plunging deep into her back. Divine Judgment. The golden beam pierced her chest. Her health bar emptied in an instant. She exhaled softly, a gentle sigh, as her silver-white form began to fade. You have earned the gods' recognition. Ding. Defeated mid-tier true god boss projection of the Goddess of Wisdom, Athena's shadow. Twilight of the Gods ruins. 3rd floor throne of the gods. Cleared. Clearance rating SSS class. Rewarded energy points 200 billion. Upper tier true god chest 1. Golden light flooded the arena. 25,000 troops surged with renewed might. Every unit ascended beyond level 6,000. Bai Ye stood amid the ruins of the throne of the gods, his gaze fixed upon the upper tier true god chest. Its surface shimmered with iridescent crystalline hues, far more resplendent than any mid-tier chest. Its emanating energy fluctuated with tenfold intensity, surpassing even the strongest mid-tier artifact. Upper tier true god. A spark of exhilaration gleamed in Bai Ye's eyes. In the ruins of the throne of the gods, the residual divine power from the dissipating projections of the 3 main deities lingered in the air, resembling the final elegy of the Age of Gods. Bai Ye stood at the center of the ruins, surrounded by the lingering golden thunder from the battle. For heroes stood on either side, all eyes fixed on the colorful glass treasure chest suspended in midair. The treasure chest was entirely composed of colorful glass, about half a person tall, its surface covered with intricate high-level divine runes. Each rune flowed slowly, emanating a chilling wave of energy. Colorful light radiated from the treasure chest, casting vibrant shadows in the ruins, with each pulse of light causing the surrounding space to twist slightly. Just the aura emitted made Yen Shi involuntarily take a step back. Is this the treasure chest of a high-ranking true god? Yen Shi tightened her grip on the holy flame staff, her eyes wide with shock. The aura alone is so terrifying. Ooh, what level of treasure is hidden inside? Ing Yu emerged from the void, her shadowy divine attire, making her resemble a dark silhouette. Her gaze fell upon the treasure chest, and a rare shock appeared in her eyes. The aura of a mid-ranking true god treasure chest is already terrifying enough. This treasure chest's aura is at least 10 times more intense. Alice softly said, "My lord, this treasure chest is likely the most precious treasure in the entire ruins of the Twilight of the Gods." Elena folded her 6 wings slightly, the void divine sword planted beside her, as the purple-golden, holy flame slowly burned on the sword's body. Her golden eyes gazed at the colorful glass treasure chest, her voice carrying a rare seriousness. A high-ranking true god is the pinnacle of existence even in the heavenly realm. In the next moment, Bai Ye took a deep breath and reached out to touch the treasure chest. Open the high-ranking true god treasure chest. Ding. Opening high-ranking true god treasure chest. Opening successful. Colorful light erupted from the treasure chest, rising like a small sun in the ruins. The intensity of the light was dozens of times stronger than that of a mid-ranking true god treasure chest. The entire ruins of the throne of the gods were illuminated in colorful glass hues. The residual divine power floating in the sky dissipated in the light, and the rubble on the ground was shattered to powder by the energy waves. The 4 heroes squinted their eyes simultaneously. The light lasted a full 30 seconds before slowly dissipating. 3 items quietly hovered in midair. The first item was a crown made entirely of colorful glass. The crown was circular, about a palm's height, crafted from unknown 7-colored divine gold. The crown was engraved with dense divine runes, each rune flowing slowly, as if it were alive. Merely hovering there caused the surrounding space to continuously collapse and be reborn, creating a bizarre ripple in the void. Ding. Obtained high-ranking true god equipment crown of the gods. Bai Ye raised his hand, and the crown fell into his palm. Pull up the attribute panel. Equipment crown of the gods, high-ranking true god lord, exclusive user Bai Ye, lord attributes strength 500 million, spirit 500 million, effect 1, all attributes of the wearer 200, effect 2, all skill effects increased by 50 times, effect 3, immune to all control effects and negative states below high-ranking true god level, effect 4, passive skill protection of the gods, automatically triggers when receiving fatal damage, immune to this damage, and gains an invincible state for 10 seconds, cooldown time 24 hours, effect 5, a active skill descent of the gods, summons 3 projections of the main gods to assist in battle: God King Zeus, Wisdom Goddess Athena, Underworld King Hades. Each projection possesses 10 of the original bonus strength. The projection lasts for 1 hour, cooldown time 24 hours. Description: the supreme crown forged by the ancient council of gods with the full strength of their entire clan for the king of gods. The 3 gems embedded in the crown carry the original powers of God King Zeus, Wisdom Goddess Athena, and Underworld King Hades. Bai Ye read the attributes word by word, a profound shock flashing in his eyes. 500 million strength, 500 million spirit. All attributes 200. All skill effects increased by 50 times. Plus immunity to control, automatic invincibility, and summoning 3 main god projections. Each effect of this crown is truly extraordinary, especially the active skill descent of the gods, summoning 3 mid-ranking true god projections to assist in battle. Although they only possess 10 of their original strength, Zeus, Athena, and Hades are each true main god level existences. The combined power of the 3 projections is absolutely terrifying. This is too strong. She leaned in to see the attribute panel, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. 500 million strength and 500 million spirit. And that's just the base attributes. My lord, when you wear this crown, how high will your attributes soar? Yu's pupils shrank, all attributes 200 combined with 500 million base attribute increase. The lord's attributes will probably break through the limits. Alice's eyes were filled with awe, and with the passive invincibility skill, the lord's survival ability will reach an unprecedented height. Elena's golden eyes also revealed profound shock. The 3 main god projections. This crown has surpassed the realm of ordinary artifacts. It is a true supreme artifact. Without hesitation, Bai Ye directly placed the crown of the gods into his equipment slot. In the next moment, his aura began to soar wildly. Strength surged from the original 180 million, instantly breaking through, to 500 million, 700 million, 1 billion. Spirit surged from the original 400 million, instantly breaking through, to 800 million, 1 billion, 5 billion. Lord Bai Ye level 6,000 attributes, strength 1. 2 billion, spirit 2 billion. Equipped gear: crown of the gods, high-ranking true god, void divine ring, mid-ranking true god, sword of divine punishment, low-ranking true god, eternal staff, Holy Spirit, Lord's guardian armor, golden crown of light, epic strength 1. 2 billion. Spirit 2 billion. Combined with the 50-fold skill effect increase from the crown of the gods, Bai Ye's combat power has reached an unfathomable level. He raised his hand, gathering a ball of golden thunder in his palm. The pressure of the thunder was dozens of times stronger than before, causing the surrounding space to continuously collapse. Now I can kill a low-ranking true god with a single strike, Bai Ye said softly, his voice calm, yet filled with undeniable confidence. He retracted the thunder and turned his gaze towards the second item. It was a skill book made entirely of colorful glass, its cover depicting an epic scene of the fall of the gods. A massive crack opened in the sky, countless deities falling from it, the earth stained red with divine blood, the entire world collapsing. In the center of the image, a colorful beam of light pierced through heaven and earth, seemingly declaring the end of the age of gods. Ding. Obtained high-ranking true god skill book, Twilight of the Gods. Bai Ye raised his hand to pick up the skill book. Pull up the attribute panel. Skill Twilight of the Gods, high-ranking true god type, active destructive effect, summons the destructive power of the Twilight of the Gods to unleash ultimate judgment on a designated area. Coverage 100 kilometers. He deals 100 times spirit damage, doubling damage to dark and undead creatures. Additional effects: all enemies in the area have all attributes reduced by 70, lasting 60 seconds. All allies in the area have all attributes increased by 100, lasting 60 seconds. Cooldown time 24 hours. Description: the ultimate secret technique of the ancient Twilight of the Gods battle, created by the 12 main gods of the Council of Gods, used as the ultimate weapon against the Abyss. This move once slayed the Master of the Abyss and also brought about the end of the Age of Gods. Within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. 100 times mental damage. Yen, she recited the skill effect, her voice trembling. Yu tightened her grip on the sword. Not only the misty forest, but a coverage area of 100,000 kilometers is enough to engulf the entire newcomer trial world. This skill is truly apocalyptic. Alice's face turned slightly pale. Moreover, it can reduce enemy attributes by 70, while enhancing allies' attributes by 100. My lord, the power of this skill has likely surpassed the conventional limits of the newcomer lord world. Elena's golden eyes flashed with unprecedented seriousness. An upper-tier, true, god-level skill, it truly lives up to its reputation. Bai Ye did not hesitate and directly used the skill book. Ding. Using upper-tier, true, god-level skill book, Twilight of the Gods. Usage successful. Ding. Acquired upper-tier, true, god-level skill, Twilight of the Gods. Multicolored light surged from the skill book, transforming into countless colorful runes that flowed into Bai Ye's body. In the next moment, he felt a rule-level power being imprinted deep within his lord core. It was the essence of Twilight of the Gods, the ultimate principle of destruction and rebirth interwoven. On the skill panel, a brand new skill icon appeared. The icon was in a multicolored glazed color, depicting a pillar of light piercing through heaven and earth. Bai Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and turned his gaze to the third item. It was a fist-sized multicolored gem. It had a polyhedral structure with each facet refracting different beams of light. Inside the gem, it seemed as if a galaxy was flowing with countless stars flickering within. Ding. Acquired Entry Evolution Stone 1. Entry Evolution Stone. A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. This was the third Entry Evolution Stone he had obtained. The first one upgraded the Divine Source Blessing, increasing it from 10,000 times to 100,000 times. The second one upgraded the 10,000-fold experience, increasing it from 10,000 times to 1,000,000 times. Now it was the third one. Which entry should I upgrade? Bai Ye quickly contemplated. The Divine Source Blessing at 100,000 times resource output was sufficient. The Divine Soldier contract requires 1 energy point for summoning, which is already perfect. Infinite Upgrade has no upper limit on levels, and after upgrading it is highly likely to enhance the attribute bonuses gained from each upgrade. Very strong, but not the most urgent. His gaze fell on the 1,000,000-fold experience amplification. This was the entry he had upgraded twice. It initially started as 10,000-fold experience, and after the first upgrade it became 1,000,000-fold. Now if I upgrade it again, what will it become? 10 million times. 1,000,000-fold experience allowed his troops to soar from level 1 to level 6,000 in just a few days. If it is 10 million times, then the upgrade speed will ascend to another level. Coupled with Infinite Upgrade, it won't be long before he breaks through to level 10,000. It's decided. Bai Ye clenched the Entry Evolution Stone. But now is not the time to use it. The Twilight of the Gods ruins have started to collapse, and we must evacuate quickly. All troops listen up. Bai Ye said in a deep voice, the ruins are about to collapse. Everyone retreat with me. Yes, my lord. Bai Ye activated the Void God Ring's Void Walker skill, and a purple gold light gate opened amidst the ruins. The light gate connected to the exit of the ruins, through which the misty forest outside could be faintly seen. Go. Bai Ye waved his hand, leading the troops into the light gate. Deep within the misty forest, the stone door of the Twilight of the Gods ruins collapsed with a loud rumble. Multicolored light surged from the stone door, exploding into a massive multicolored firework above the forest, illuminating the entire sky. Countless fragments of divine remains fell from the light, like the final farewell of the age of gods. Bai Ye stood with his troops in the open space outside the ruins, glancing back at the crumbling stone door. This ruins, which buried countless gods after fulfilling its mission, finally returned to nothingness. My lord, we're out. Yanxi stretched lazily, the 9 spikes on the flame god crown shimmering with a reddish-golden light in the sunlight. The atmosphere in the ruins was too oppressive. It's much more comfortable outside. Yingyu emerged from the void, her shadow god garb making her appear as a pitch-black shadow. She scanned the surroundings, confirming there was no danger, and nodded slightly. The area is safe, no anomalies. Alice tightened her grip on the god's healing staff, smiling gently. Everyone has worked hard. Oh, let's rest for... Elena sheathed the void god's sword, her 6 wings folding slightly, her golden eyes looking at Bai Ye. My lord, are you ready to use that entry evolution stone? Bai Ye nodded. He took out the multicolored glazed entry evolution stone from his backpack, in which the galaxy was still flowing slowly, emitting mysterious energy fluctuations. The 4 heroes gathered around, all eyes fixed on the gem. My lord, hurry and use it. Yanxi urged impatiently, her eyes shining like 2 stars. Bai Ye smiled faintly, no longer hesitating, and said in a deep voice, using entry evolution stone to upgrade the Lord entry millionfold experience amplification. Ding. Using entry evolution stone. Upgrade target Lord entry millionfold experience amplification. Experience gain increased by millionfold. Upgrading. Multicolored light surged from the gem, transforming into countless fine strands of light that fused into Bai Ye's body. He could distinctly feel a rule-level power being strengthened deep within his Lord core. It was the source power of the experience law, the core rule, determining the upgrade speed. The originally millionfold experience amplification began to soar wildly under the influence of this power. 2 million times, 3 million times, 5 million times, 8 million times. Bai Ye's Lord core trembled violently, as if undergoing a transformation. Ding. Upgrade successful. Lord entry millionfold experience amplification has been upgraded. You have obtained a new Lord entry 10 millionfold experience amplification. Entry effect experience gain for the Lord and all units under command is increased by 10 million times. The multicolored light slowly dissipated. Bai Ye opened his eyes, a hint of multicolored, glazed light flashing in his pupils before quickly returning to calm. 10 million times. Bai Ye repeated in a low voice. Even with his composure, his voice carried a hint of excitement. A millionfold was already terrifying. But 10 million times means that the experience gain speed has been increased tenfold again. 10 million times. Yanxi jumped up at the mention of this, her voice pitch rising. My lord, 10 million times experience. Our upgrade speed will reach another level from now on. My lord. Elena knelt on one knee, the void god sword inserted into the ground, with purple golden sacred flames slowly burning on the sword body. Your entry has surpassed the rule limits of the Lord world. Even an upper-tier true god cannot possess such a heaven-defying ability. I, Elena, am willing to follow you forever, my lord, and witness you ascend to the peak. Bai Ye raised his hand to signal her to rise, a composed smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This is just the beginning. He lifted his head, his gaze directed deep into the misty forest. There he could vaguely sense a massive presence of monsters. The 10 millionfold experience had just been unlocked, and a wave of monsters was perfect for testing its effects. All troops, listen up. Bai Ye's voice echoed above the forest. Target deep within the misty forest. Set out. In the deepest part of the misty forest lies a primal area that has never been trodden by human feet. Here the trees reach heights of hundreds of meters, their canopies obscuring the sky and blocking the sunlight. The ground is covered with a thick layer of decaying leaves, soft and yielding underfoot, exuding a scent of decay. Bai Ye led his troops deeper into this area, encountering increasingly powerful monsters along the way. From the initial 7th tier, they gradually advanced to the 8th tier, then to the 9th tier, and even began to encounter monsters of the 10th tier. Yet in the face of Bai Ye's terrifying strength, these monsters were utterly insignificant, until they reached a wide expanse of forest. In the center of the woodland stood a dense throng of monsters. They were tall, their bodies covered in grayish-white scales with curved horns on their heads, and their eyes ablaze with a ghostly green flame. At the same time, they were surrounded by a thick aura of soul fire emanating a chilling intent to kill. These were the fallen divine war souls, and they were stronger than those found in the 2nd layer of the twilight of the gods' ruins. Monster fallen divine war soul elite. Tier 10th. Level 3000. Attributes strength 1. 2 billion agility, 80 million constitution 1. 5 billion spirit, 60 million. Skills divine shield, passive damage reduction, 50 War Soul, Roar Soul Burn Fallen Resurrection, can resurrect 5 times upon death. Each resurrection increases attributes by 30. Quantity approximately 3000. The elite Fallen Divine War Souls of level 3000 at the 10th tier were each nearly twice as strong as those in the second layer. Moreover, their numbers had increased by 100,000. If this had been before entering the ruins of the Twilight of the Gods, Bai Ye would have had to command carefully against such a horde of monsters. But now, just in time, Bai Ye smirked, a perfect opportunity to test the effects of my millionfold experience. He raised his hand, and the 3 gems on the crown of the gods shone with dazzling brilliance. Realm of the Gods unfold. Passive effect of the crown of the gods activated. All attributes of the wearer 200. All skill effects increased by 50 times. Bai Ye's aura surged once more. Strength skyrocketed from 1.2 billion to 3.6 billion. Spirit leapt from 2 billion to 6 billion. Elena, Angel's Blessing. Elena unfurled her 6 wings, and a soft golden light radiated from her, enveloping a radius of several thousand meters. Angel's Blessing activated. Within 2,000 meters, all allies gained 50 to all attributes, and damage to dark-type monsters increased by 100. The attributes of the 25000 strong army surged simultaneously. Yinshi Divine Flame descend. Yinshi was already impatient. She raised her holy flame staff, and the 9 tips of the flame god crown lit up with blinding golden light. Divine Flame descend. A pillar of crimson gold fire over 1,000 meters in diameter descended from the heavens, striking the most concentrated area of the War Soul army. Boom. At the moment the fire pillar struck the ground, the area within 1,000 meters was transformed into a sea of blazing white flames. The temperature of the divine flame was terrifying. The decaying leaves on the ground instantly turned to ash, and the soil was scorched into a glassy state. The fallen divine war souls engulfed by the divine flames let out shrill cries, their soul fires wavering wildly in the divine flames, and their bodies shrank at a visible rate. In the first second, the health of the frontline war souls plummeted by 30. In the third second, the first batch of war souls began to fall. In the 5th second, a large swath of war souls within 1,000 meters was cleared. Ding. Kill fallen divine war soul. Trigger millionfold experience. Night Elf Archer's level increased to 6,500. Windrunner Archer's level increased to 6,500. Ice Spirit Mage's level increased to 6,500. Holy Light Knight's level increased to 6,500. Dawn Shield's level increased to 6,500. Golden light poured down like a torrential rain. The aura of the army surged wildly. The effect of the millionfold experience was vividly displayed at this moment. Originally, as levels increased, the experience required for leveling up became increasingly daunting. Even with 100,000-fold experience boost, it felt somewhat overwhelming, slowing the upgrading speed of the troops. Now with the millionfold experience boost, their upgrading speed accelerated once more. This leveling speed. Ingyue materialized from the void, her eyes reflecting shock. It's too fast. Bai Ye smiled with satisfaction. Continue output, do not stop. 300,000 fallen divine war souls fell like grass under the crushing force of the 250 army and 4 heroes. But the war souls' fallen resurrection skill was triggered. They could resurrect after death with a 30 attribute increase. First resurrection attributes increased. Strength surged from 1.2 billion to 1.56 billion. Constitution from 1.5 billion to 1.95 billion. Ding. Kill fallen divine war soul. Trigger millionfold experience. All members' levels increased to 7,000. Second resurrection attributes increased by another 30. Strength surpassed 2 billion. Constitution surpassed 2.5 billion. Ding. Kill fallen divine war soul. Trigger millionfold experience. All members' levels increased to 8,500. Third resurrection attributes increased by another 30. Fourth resurrection attributes increased by another 30. Fifth resurrection attributes increased by another 30. All 5 resurrections were triggered. The attributes of the 300,000 fallen divine war souls became nearly 3 times stronger than their initial state. Yet under the terrifying might of Bai Ye's army, they remained insufficient. As the last wave of war souls fell under the rain of arrows, golden light enveloped the entire battlefield, lingering for a long time. The system prompts chimed in a continuous, almost unending chorus. Ding. Kill fallen divine war soul. Trigger millionfold experience. All members' levels increased to 10,000. Ding. Congratulations, Lord Bai Ye, you have become the first Lord in the history of Blue Star to surpass level 1000. This achievement will be permanently recorded in the Chronicle of Lord's World. Special reward: energy points, 500 billion. Territory source, stones, 1,000. The golden light gradually dissipated. Bai Ye stood at the center of the battlefield surrounded by an even denser thunderous power after breaking through level 000. He called up his attribute panel, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Lord Bai Ye, level 10000. Attribute strength 2. 5 billion spirit, equipped gear crown of the gods, upper tier true god level void divine ring, mid tier true god level sword of divine punishment, lower tier true god level eternal scepter, holy spirit level. Strength 2. 5 billion. Spirit 5 billion. With the 50-fold skill effect boost from the crown of the gods, Bai Ye's current combat power had reached an astonishing level. He turned to look at the 4 heroes. Hero Holy Seraph Elena. Tier 10th. Level 10000. Attributes strength 1. 5 billion agility 1. 2 billion constitution 1. 2 billion spirit 3 billion. Elena's aura had multiplied several times since she was at level 6000. Her purple gold holy flames became even more intense, illuminating a radius of several thousand meters when her 6 wings unfurled. The void divine sword in her hand emitted sounds of sword cries as if celebrating her breakthrough to level 100. Hero Blazing Fire Mage Yenshi. Level 10000. Attributes strength 500 million agility, 500 million constitution, 600 million spirit 1. 8 billion. Yenshi was flushed with excitement, wielding the holy flame staff, a blazing white fireball coalescing at the tip of her staff. The temperature of the fireball was terrifying, warping the surrounding space. 1. 8 billion spirit power. I feel like I can burn everything to ashes. Soon after, Bai Ye swept his gaze over the army of troops. Dark Knight Elf Archer, level 10,000. Attributes strength 500 million agility, 1 billion constitution, 300 million spirit, 400 million. Windrunner Archer, level 10,000. Attributes strength 200 million agility, 400 million constitution, 100 million spirit, 100 million. Ice Spirit Mage, level 10,000. Attributes strength 200 million agility, 200 million constitution, 200 million spirit 1. 2 billion. Holy Light Knight, level 10,000. Attributes strength 1 billion agility, 400 million constitution 1. 2 billion spirit, 300 million. Shield of Dawn, level 10,000. Attributes strength 600 million agility, 300 million constitution, 2 billion spirit, 300 million. A Shield of Dawn with 2 billion constitution. With a 60 damage reduction from the War God armor set, and a 40 overall damage reduction from the White Mage's crown, their durability had reached a terrifying level. Even a full force strike from a mid-level true god might not be able to break through their defenses. A formidable army of 25000, all surpassing level 1000. Their attributes had skyrocketed 5 to 10 times compared to when they were at level 6000. Lord. Yenshi looked at her attribute panel, her voice trembling. What level have we reached now? Bai Ye smiled faintly. I don't know, but at the very least the forces of mid-level true god lords are nothing compared to us. He lifted his head, his gaze directed towards the sky beyond the misty forest. After breaking through level 100, he could clearly feel that his power had surpassed the conventional limits of a novice lord's world. An invisible shackle that had seemingly loomed over him shattered entirely in that moment. Back to the territory. Bai Ye waved his hand. It's time to tally our gains. When Bai Ye returned to the territory with his troops, the sky was nearing dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the canopy of the Tree of Life, interweaving green luminescence with the golden sunset enveloping the entire territory in a warm glow. In the open space of the territory, the army stood in neat formation. Bai Ye stood on the steps in front of the castle hall, with 4 heroes flanking him. He called up the system panel and began to count the spoils from this expedition to the twilight of the gods. Energy points 50 billion. Upper level true god equipment, crown of the gods. Mid-level true god equipment, void divine ring, void divine sword Elena. Lower level true god equipment, divine healing staff Alice, shadow divine robe Inue, flame divine crown Yenshi. Upper level true god skill, twilight of the gods. Lord attribute upgrade, millionfold experience boost, 10 millionfold experience boost. All members levels level 10,000. Territory origin stones 1,000 pieces, level 100, breakthrough reward. Bai Ye's gaze lingered on the panel for a long time. 850 billion energy points, enough for him to lavishly spend for a long time. 1,000 origin stones combined with what he had accumulated earlier had already exceeded the 300 needed to upgrade to extraordinary 4 stars. With everyone at level 100 combined with 4 pieces of true god equipment and 2 pieces of mid-level true god equipment, the combat power of the territory had reached a terrifying level. Lord is our current strength, already invincible. Yenshi stood at the bottom of the steps looking up at Bai Ye. Bai Ye smiled faintly and shook his head. Not enough. Yenshi was startled. Not enough. We are already at level 100, and all 4 heroes have true god equipment, and you also have an upper-level true god crown. With such strength, we should be able to crush a mid-level true god, right? Bai Ye walked down the steps, standing beneath the Tree of Life, looking up at the towering green canopy. The light of the Tree of Life shone down on him, bathing him in a soft golden hue. Being invincible is relative. Bai Ye's voice was calm and profound. In this novice trial world, we have indeed stood at the pinnacle. But the Lord world is vast, and the novice trial world is just a tiny part of it. In the endless void, there are also extraordinary high-level lords, true god lords, and even higher-level existences. Our goal has never been to dominate in the novice trial. Bai Ye's voice echoed in the territory, but to become the strongest in the entire Lord world. Level 10000 is just the beginning. True God is merely a milestone on the road. Our destination is to reach the pinnacle and look down upon all beings. The four heroes fell silent simultaneously. Then Yanxi tightened her grip on the holy flame staff, her eyes burning with fierce flames. The Lord is right. Level 10000 is just the beginning. I want to become strong enough to burn all enemies to ashes. Yingyu nodded slightly, her shadow divine robe shimmering with a faint dark purple glow in the twilight. The Lord's goal is my goal. No matter what enemies lie ahead, I will use this shadow blade to clear all obstacles for you. Alice smiled gently, the transparent gem at the top of the divine healing staff, emitting a soft milky white glow. My lord, wherever you go, I will follow you, protecting your life and that of everyone else. Alina spread her 6 wings, the void divine sword planted at her side, the purple gold holy flame slowly burning on the sword's body. Her golden eyes fixed on Bai Ye, her voice calm and resolute. Lord, I, Alina, am willing to fight for you across the heavens and worlds until eternity. Bai Ye's lips curled into a satisfied smile. At that moment, the void divine ring on his finger suddenly trembled slightly. Bai Ye furrowed his brows, looking up towards the sky beyond the territory. After breaking through level 100, his perception ability had greatly increased, allowing him to clearly sense that in the depths of the endless void a gaze filled with malice was watching this place. Lord, what's wrong? Yingyu keenly noticed Bai Ye's unusualness and asked in a deep voice. Bai Ye withdrew his gaze and shook his head. It's nothing, just a feeling that someone is watching us. Alina's golden eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Could it be the Abyssal Church from before? It's possible, Bai Ye replied calmly. The 5 void assassins previously were sent by the Abyssal Church. Since they could send one batch, they can send a second. Yanxi tightened her grip on the staff, her eyes burning with battle intent. Bring on as many as they want. It's just a perfect opportunity to test our strength after breaking through level 1000. Bai Ye smiled, faintly. No rush. Since they want to play, we will play with them. But for now, let's rest. Everyone is exhausted after continuous battles. He turned and walked towards the camp. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow we continue leveling up. Yes, my lord. The 4 heroes responded in unison. In the depths of the boundless void lies the palace of the jealous Grand Bishop Mordred. The dark red glow flickers erratically in the vast hall, reminiscent of the heartbeat of a dying man. In the center of the hall floats a massive dark red light screen, replaying the scene of Bai Ye conquering the ruins of the Twilight of the Gods. Mordred sat in a high-backed chair, his dark red robes billowing slowly in the void. His aged and sinister face bore dark red eyes that burned with an unmistakable greed. He repeatedly watched the images on the light screen. A divine treasure chest of the upper true god level. Mordred murmured, his ancient voice echoing through the hall, tinged with a tremor he himself was unaware of. He had lived for tens of thousands of years and had seen countless extraordinary lords. Yet never had anyone possessed a divine treasure chest of the upper true god level during their novice trial. And Bai Ye, a novice lord from Blue Star, achieved this during the trial period. His attribute strength is definitely above the true god level. Mordred stood up, his dark red robes flowing in the void. He walked to the center of the hall and raised his hand to carve a crack in the air. From the crack emerged the panoramic view of Bai Ye's territory. The green light of the Tree of Life enveloped the entire domain, with armies resting within and 4 heroes clad in true god-level gear stationed at various points. Even through the observation of the void, Mordred could feel the heart-pounding power emanating from it. 250 million level troops. 4 true god-level heroes. And the Lord himself has attributes that are terrifyingly extreme. Mordred clenched his fists, dark red light spilling from his fingers. Such power, if it could be used for my own. My status within the Abyssal Church would be unparalleled. Moreover, if I could use the law of jealousy to successfully replicate his abilities. He turned, his dark red eyes fixated on a certain direction in the void. Zealous. In the next moment, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the hall. It was a humanoid being clad in dark golden leather armor with a tall and agile physique resembling a blade drawn from its sheath. His face was obscured by a dark golden mask revealing only a pair of ghostly green eyes. On his back rested a massive dark golden scythe covered in twisted void runes exuding a chilling aura of sharpness. He was the assassin commander of the Abyssal Church, Void Assassin King Zealous. Void Assassin King Zealous rank mid-level true god attribute strength 800 million agility 1. 2 billion constitution 600 million spirit 500 million skills void stealth undetectable below upper true god level fatal strike. 100 times agility damage shadow clone creates 10 clones with 50 of the main bonus attributes void execution directly executes targets with health below 50. Description: the highest commander of the Abyssal Church's assassin force who has successfully assassinated 3 mid-level true god lords. Grand Bishop. Zealous knelt on one knee, his voice deep and hoarse. You summon me. Mordred turned his dark red eyes fixed on Zealous. I have a task for you. He raised his hand, and Bai Ye's figure appeared on the light screen. This lord is named Bai Ye, a novice lord from Blue Star. Though the trial period has not yet concluded, he already possesses a divine treasure chest of the upper true god level. Zealous ghostly green eyes narrowed slightly, a novice lord. With a divine treasure chest of the upper true god level. Exactly. Mordred's lips curled into a cold smile. His abilities are very special. I suspect his lord attribute is above the true god level. My law of jealousy cannot normally replicate his abilities, so... He paused, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his dark red eyes. I want you to personally lead a team to the novice trial world and bring him back alive. Zealous was silent for a moment before slowly raising his head. Grand Bishop, are you sure? He already possesses a divine treasure chest of the upper true god level and is facing me directly. I may not be his match. That's why you need to ambush him. Mordred said coldly. Your void stealth is difficult for even mid-level true gods to detect. Take 100 void assassins and seize him when he is unprepared, striking decisively. Remember, I want him alive, while I need to fully replicate his abilities. Zealous lowered his head. Understood, Grand Bishop. He stood up, a trace of seriousness flashing in his ghostly green eyes. As the commander of the assassins, he never underestimated any opponent. A novice lord being able to obtain a divine treasure chest of the upper true god level during the trial period speaks volumes. But he could not defy the Grand Bishop's orders. I will bring him back. Zealous turned and walked into the shadows of the hall. Moments later, 100 void assassins were arrayed neatly in the void outside the hall. Each assassin was a 10th tier elite at level 3000, battle-hardened, with countless lords' blood on their hands. They donned dark red leather armor, wielding short blades coated in potent poison, surrounded by a faint aura of void energy. Zealous stood at the forefront of the assassin legion, raising the dark golden scythe in his hand. Target novice trial world Bai Ye's territory. Mission: capture Lord Bai Ye alive, all others are to be killed without mercy. Yes. 100 assassins responded in unison, their voices cold and lethal. Zealous swung down the scythe, creating a dark golden crack in the void. The essence of the novice trial world seeped through the crack. That was in the direction of Bai Ye's territory. Let's go. Zealous was the first to step into the crack, followed closely by 100 void assassins. After a while, the dark golden crack slowly closed, and peace returned to the hall. Mordred stood before the light screen, watching Zealous and the assassin legion vanish into the crack, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bai Ye, your abilities will soon be mine. The dark red light in his eyes burned fiercely, reflecting his aged and greedy visage. The night was deep. Bai Ye's territory was shrouded in the green light of the Tree of Life, with 250,000 troops resting beneath the tree and 4 heroes taking turns on watch. The fatigue from grinding levels during the day quickly diminished under the nurturing of the Tree of Life. The entire territory was quiet and peaceful, with only the rustling of leaves in the breeze. In the castle hall, Bai Ye sat in the main seat meditating. The crown of the gods rested atop his head, and 12 colorful feathers emitted a soft glow in the darkness. The void god ring slowly radiated a purplish gold aura on his fingers, and the sword of divine punishment quietly hovered beside him, its divine patterns flickering intermittently. Suddenly Elena opened her golden eyes. She stood atop the canopy of the Tree of Life, her 6 wings slightly unfurled, the void god sword embedded in the trunk beside her. As a 10th tier seraph, her perception abilities far surpassed those of other heroes. Especially after breaking through the 10th sand level barrier with her spirit reaching 3 billion, she could sense any movement within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, she distinctly felt 101 malicious auras rapidly approaching from over 10 kilometers outside the territory. Among them, 100 auras were of the 10th tier, and the strongest among them was at the mid-level true god level. An assassin. And Elena whispered, her golden eyes flashing with cold intent. And with a single beat of her 6 wings, she vanished and reappeared instantly within the grand hall of the castle. My lord, an assassin has breached our domain, Elena declared, her voice calm and frigid. 101 assailants. Among them a mid-tier true god. They are infiltrating through the void, converging upon our territory. Arrival expected in 30 seconds. Bai Ye opened his eyes, a faint knowing smile curling at the corner of his lips. At last, they have come. He rose to his feet. The 3 gemstones embedded in his crown of the gods blazed with searing radiance. In the void, sovereign ring activated, and his form dissolved into nothingness. In the next instant, he materialized beyond the borders of his domain, suspended in the void. And Elena, Yanxi, and Yingyu appeared beside him in perfect synchrony. And Alice remained behind within the domain. Her staff of divine healing bathed the entire host in a soft, vigilant luminescence, ready for any contingency. Wary, Yanxi tightened her grip on the holy flame scepter, her eyes burning with fierce battle lust. Daring to ambush us. They seek oblivion. Yingyu emerged from the void itself, her shadow sovereign robe rendering her indistinguishable from darkness, a living silhouette carved from night. Her gaze swept across the surrounding void, a subtle frown creased her brow. Their stealth technique is exceptionally refined. I cannot pinpoint their exact location. Elena's golden eyes fixed upon the expanse before them. Violet golden, sacred flames flickered steadily along the blade of her void sovereign sword. There. She raised a finger pointing toward a seemingly empty stretch of void thousands of meters away. Yet within her perception 101 malevolent presences coiled there like venomous serpents, silent, patient, drawing ever closer. A faint smile played upon Bai Ye's lips, a mid-tier true god leading 110th rank void assassins. The Abyssal Church truly honors me. He raised his hand. The 3 gemstones atop the crown of the gods flared with intensified brilliance. In effect of the crown of the gods activated. All attributes 200. All skill effects amplified 50-fold. And boom. Bai Ye's aura surged violently upward. Ni's strength skyrocketed from 2.5 billion to 7.5 billion. His spiritual energy leapt from 5 billion to 15 billion. 15 billion units of spiritual energy. This was Bai Ye's true power after the crown of the gods' full activation. Far across the void, Zelas lurked within a dimensional fissure, his emerald green eyes locked unblinkingly upon Bai Ye. The moment he sensed Bai Ye's aura, his pupils contracted sharply. In this presence, Zelas's voice trembled faintly. It is dozens of times stronger than the Grand Prelate described. Impossible. And he attempted to issue a retreat order, but it was already too late. Bai Ye lifted his right hand. The 12 iridescent plumes crowning the crown of the gods ignited with blinding light. A cataclysmic wave of destructive energy erupted from his core, causing the void itself, within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, to shudder and fracture. In the sky tore open, countless beams of prismatic radiance poured forth from the rifts, blazing like the divine judgment of the age of gods. Twilight of the gods. Bai Ye's voice was serene, yet utterly devoid of warmth. The next breath, a colossal pillar of prismatic light descended from the heavens. Its diameter exceeded 1 kilometer, plunging vertically from the vast celestial rift, piercing heaven and earth alike. Within the column, countless rotating prismatic runes pulsed with apocalyptic force, each sigil humming with the power to unmake creation. The golden ardor of Zeus, king of the gods, the silvery wisdom of Athena, goddess of strategy, the obsidian golden dominion of Hades, lord of the underworld. 3 fundamentally distinct divine essences intertwined within the beam, fusing into a transcendent force that surpassed all singular cosmic laws. This was the twilight of the gods, the ultimate esoteric art forged by the 12 primordial deities of the ancient pantheon, a forbidden incantation once wielded to slay the abyssal sovereign himself. The moment the beam struck, the 100 void assassins did not even have time to cry out, before dissolving into ash beneath the prismatic radiance. Before the annihilating might of the twilight of the gods, their defenses crumbled like parchment. Ending. 100 void assassins slain. Millionfold experience bonus triggered. Zealous try to flee. He activated void stealth, vanishing instantly into the deepest strata of the void. But the twilight of the gods encompassed 100,000 kilometers. No matter how far he fled, he could not escape the beam's all-consuming reach. Prismatic light pierced through his body. Though Zealous stood as a mid-tier true god, with a physical constitution of 600 million augmented by numerous damage reduction abilities, his effective vitality barely reached several billion. Yet against the Twilight's incomprehensible devastation, his health bar emptied in an instant. His passive abilities never even had time to activate. No, impossible. Zealous uttered his final whisper, then disintegrated entirely into ash. Ending. Mid-tier true god boss, void assassin sovereign Zealous slain. The prismatic column slowly faded. The colossal rift in the heavens sealed itself shut. The void returned to stillness. Only a crater remained, a kilometer-wide maw gouged into the earth, its depth unfathomable, testifying to the cataclysm just unleashed. Its rim glowed with vitrified prismatic glass, still radiating intense heat. Molten magma shimmered faintly within the crater's depths. Yen she stood behind Bai Ye mouth agape, speechless for a long stunned silence. She gripped her holy flame scepter tightly, her fingers trembled, not from fear, but from awe. Unstrike, wipe them all out. She finally found her voice. 110th rank assassins, and their mid-tier true god commander, obliterated in a single blow. 9U emerged from the void, her sword hand trembling slightly as well. She considered herself among the finest assassins alive, unrivaled in single-target burst damage among her peers. Yet what Bai Ye had just unleashed covered 100,000 kilometers, simultaneously devastating, immeasurably potent. Such power transcended mere individual lethality. It was true apocalypse-level annihilation. My lord's strength has surpassed that of a mid-tier true god. 9U's voice was low solemn. Elena sheathed her void sovereign sword, her 6 wings folding gently inward. Her golden eyes lingered upon Bai Ye's back, unprecedented reverence shimmering within them. And even the seraphic archangel of the celestial realm could not erase a mid-tier true god in a single blow. What Bai Ye had just manifested approached the full power of a high-tier true god. Pathetic, Elena remarked, tone impassive. Bai Ye turned. 12 iridescent plumes atop his crown of the gods dimmed gradually. Ni's expression held no triumph, no elation, only a profound, almost unnerving serenity. The Abyssal Church, he murmured the name, tasting cold upon his tongue, his gaze sharpening with icy resolve. First 5 void assassins, then a commander, and 100 more. It seems they find me exceedingly intriguing. And he lifted his eyes, gazing deep into the infinite expanse of the void. Abyssal Church. A wry, chilling smile curled his lips. Your assassins, I accept them. Next time, send stronger ones. He pivoted, activating the void sovereign ring. A violet golden portal shimmered open before him. Return to the domain. 4 heroes stepped through the gate in unison. Within the domain, the emerald glow of the world tree continued to envelop all things in tranquil lifelight. Alice stood before the castle's great hall, her staff of divine healing casting a gentle protective radiance over the assembled host. Seeing Bai Ye and the others return, she exhaled softly, then smiled warmly as she stepped forward. My lord, were the assassins dealt with? Resolved, Bai Ye replied, nodding once. Then strode she followed close behind, waving her holy flame scepter with exhilarated fervor. Alice, you should have seen it. My lord unleashed Twilight of the Gods, and erased all 100 assassins and the mid-tier true god boss in one stroke. The spectacle was overwhelming. A prismatic column engulfed 100,000 kilometers, blasting a crater a kilometer wide into the earth. Awe shimmered in Alice's eyes. My lord's power grows ever more formidable. Not long after, Bai Ye stood in the center of the territory. The green light of the Tree of Life fell upon him, elongating his shadow. A grand army of 250 was neatly lined up in the open space of the territory. 4 heroes stood on either side. He had created 2 mini-miracles in the newcomer trial world. The first to clear the hell-level dark trial. The first to clear the myth-level dungeon. These achievements, any one of them would be enough to etch a lord's name into the annals of history for a century on Blue Star. Yet Bai Ye in less than 10 days had accomplished all of them. But this world was merely the starting point. The newcomer trial world was a cradle prepared for new lords, designed to filter out the seeds with potential. Here monsters were at most level 10, and the lords level capped at extraordinary 3 stars. But the endless void was the true stage belonging to the lords. Their extraordinary 4 stars was just the starting point, with mid-level true gods, upper-level true gods, and even higher existences abound. Countless veteran lords had operated in the void for decades, even centuries, with territories spanning millions of kilometers and legions numbering in the billions. That was Bai Ye's true battlefield. My lord, we are ready. Elena lifted her head, her golden eyes gazing at Bai Ye with calm and determination. Bai Ye nodded and took a deep breath. He brought up the system panel, which displayed a prompt ding. The lord has been detected to have obtained formal lord qualifications. Would you like to immediately proceed to the endless void to establish a formal territory? Bai Ye nodded and took a deep breath. He brought up the system panel, which displayed a prompt ding. The lord has been detected to have obtained formal lord qualifications. Would you like to immediately proceed to the endless void to establish a prompt? All records you created in the newcomer trial world will be permanently engraved on the honor board of the newcomer trial world. Bai Ye's gaze lingered on the words, honor board, for a moment, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Honor board. He shook his head. Those records were legends that ordinary new lords looked up to. But for him, they were merely a few footprints on the road of growth. He withdrew his gaze, raised his right hand, and his fingertip landed on the confirm option. It's time. Ding. You have chosen to proceed to the endless void to establish a formal territory. Teleport countdown 10, 9, 8. A massive silver-white beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire territory. The beam's diameter exceeded a kilometer, falling straight down from a gigantic crack in the sky, enveloping Bai Ye's entire territory. The beam's diameter exceeded a kilometer, falling straight down from a gigantic crack in the sky, enveloping Bai Ye's entire. All buildings in the territory began to tremble. The Tree of Life responded first, its canopy that overshadowed the sun slowly retracting in the silver-white light, while its thick trunk began to shrink and its roots were pulled from the earth. The green light flowed back like a tide, ultimately transforming the entire Tree of Life into a fist-sized green light sphere floating in midair. Next was the Hall of Heroes. The milky white palace of jade folded, shrank, and transformed into a milky white light sphere. Then came the Legion altar. The 5 altars trembled simultaneously, transforming into 5 light spheres of different colors. 2 Thunder God Ballista Towers, 8 advanced granaries, the castle hall, the warehouse, the blacksmith shop, and the magic tower. Buildings shrank and folded into light spheres within the silver-white light. Ultimately, dozens of light spheres gathered together, condensing into a fist-sized crystal-clear crystal at the center of the silver-white beam. The territory crystal. The crystal had a polyhedral structure, with each facet refracting different light. Inside the crystal, one could vaguely see the green of the Tree of Life, the milky white of the Hall of Heroes, the 5-colored light of the Legion altar, and the phantoms of countless buildings. Bai Ye raised his hand, and the territory crystal fell into his palm. It felt warm to the touch, like a beating heart. He could clearly sense that the crystal contained the full power of the entire territory. All buildings and resources were completely preserved within, waiting to be re-established in the endless void. Everyone enter the crystal, Bai Ye said in a deep voice. The 4 heroes exchanged glances, and without hesitation transformed into 4 rays of light that flew into the crystal. The grand army of 000 followed closely behind the Dawn Shield Gale Archers, Ice Spirit, Mage Knight Elf Archer, and Holy Light Knights. Each legion surged into the territory crystal like a torrent of light. In just a few seconds, the once lively territory turned empty. Only Bai Ye remained standing in the center of the silver-white beam, holding the crystal that contained all the power of the territory. Ding! The territory has been absorbed into the territory crystal, transmitting to the endless void. The silver-white beam suddenly accelerated and began to spin, causing Bai Ye's figure to gradually blur in the light. He took one last look at this world that had accompanied him for 10 days. The misty forest, Dragon Blood Plains, Shadow Heights, the entrance to the War God ruins, and the ruins of the Twilight of the Gods. Every place bore the memories of battles. Goodbye, Bai Ye whispered. The next moment, the beam shot up into the sky, and his figure completely vanished from the spot. In the Newcomer Lord chat channel, an announcement popped up across the server, with each word radiating dazzling golden light. Server announcement. Newcomer Lord Bai Ye has left the Newcomer Trial world and proceeded to the endless void to establish a formal territory. Records he created during the Newcomer Trial. The first to clear the Hell-level Dark Trial, a historical first. The first to clear the Myth-level Dungeon, Ancient Dragon Blood Secret Realm, SS level rating. The first to clear the mid-level True God Relic War God Ruins, SS level rating. The first to clear the lower-level True God Relic Twilight of the Gods, SS level rating. These records will be permanently engraved on the honor board of the Newcomer Trial world. May he continue to create legends in the endless void. The server announcement was broadcast 3 times in a row, each time exploding in the minds of all new lords like thunder. The chat channel instantly boiled over. Bai Ye has finally left. When he was here, we didn't even have the qualification to look up to him. Those records on the honor board probably won't be broken for 10,000 years. Don't mention hell level. Oh, I wouldn't even dare to choose nightmare level. How did Bai Ye do it? Did you notice that he killed a mid-level True God boss? A mid-level True God. I've never even seen a level 10 monster. I wonder what kind of storm he will stir in the endless void. I heard that veteran lords in the endless void are very exclusive, making it hard for newcomers to establish themselves, but Bai Ye, he probably can take those veteran lords down easily. Ha ha ha, you're right. If Bai Ye can kill mid-level True Gods in the Newcomer Trial world, those extraordinary 4 stars and 5 stars lords are nothing in front of him. Looking forward to Bai Ye's achievements in the endless void. I hope the system continues to report his news. Various messages of shock, envy, and awe flooded the screen. Leon's territory. He had just completed the 5th level of the True God Trial, his body still bearing the scars of battle. The moment he saw the announcement for the entire server, a complex light flickered in his golden eyes. He considered himself to be one of the best among the descendants of the True Gods, having achieved results in the Newcomer Trials that were worthy of He considered himself to be one of the best among the descendants of the true gods, having achieved results in the newcomer trials that were worthy of pride. Yet compared to Bai Ye, his achievements seemed so pale. I lost. Leon took a deep breath, a hint of relief